Jiang Yu traversed to the Luo continent, awakening the 100 Herbs' martial soul with innate full soul power. However, he was unexpectedly sold by his own father to serve as a companion to Qian Renxue, who disguised herself as Xue Qinghe. With no other choice, Jiang Yu decided to take a different path. If a life of ease was unattainable, he would assist Xue Qinghe in seizing control of the world. With my presence, you shall not falter. By leveraging strategic marriages, he aimed to usurp the throne of the Tiandou Empire, forming alliances to compel various sects to submit. Utilizing his martial soul to transform the ice and fire yin-yang wells celestial herbs, he sought to alter the world's balance. In the end, he would unite with the Spirit Hall to turn the tables, while the Star Luo Empire would be a mere afterthought. It was not an insurmountable challenge. Defeat stemmed merely from overconfidence in one's own strength. However, I would not fall into that trap. Intrigues and schemes abound in this world. There is not just martial soul, but also the complexities of human emotion. In the face of interests, who could remain unaffected? Chapter 1. I desire to lie flat. Oh my! Innate full soul power. From this day forth, you shall be the prince's companion. As memories flooded back, Jiang Yu's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Who wishes to be a mere companion to the prince? All I desire is to live a life of leisure. Jiang Yu, a traveler from another world, had once been a youth devoted to relaxation, his greatest aspiration being a comfortable existence. As for work, let those who wish to labor do so, he would remain reclined. The words of experts on his phone were deemed mere nonsense. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had fulfilled his wish. Unfortunately, just as he attained financial freedom and prepared to embrace a life of leisure, he met an untimely demise and found himself in the Luo continent. Initially, this should have been a joyous event. However, Jiang Yu found little joy in it. His primary desire was to lie flat, yet in Luo continent, there was no place for such tranquility. What is essential for relaxation? Certainly, it is the joy of body and spirit. Yet, what does the Luo continent offer? Nothing at all. There are no films, no games, and certainly no delightful beverages to bring comfort. The entire Luo continent lacks any form of entertainment that could evoke joy. How could Jiang Yu possibly relax? Thus, the idea of lying flat was rendered virtually impossible. Without mental and physical pleasure, lying flat would only lead to suffering. Jiang Yu, what are you pondering so deeply? Might you share your thoughts? A voice broke into Jiang Yu's reverie. Your Highness. Jiang Yu quickly masked his emotions, turning to bow respectfully. I was merely reminiscing about childhood memories. The speaker was none other than his charge, Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Of course, he could also refer to her as Qian Renxue, for Jiang Yu was well versed in the original narrative and knew that at this moment, Xue Qinghe had already been supplanted by Qian Renxue. However, Jiang Yu typically addressed her as Your Highness, as it was prudent to forget the identity of Qian Renxue, for revealing such a secret could prove fatal. Xue Qinghe wore a gentle smile, his demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. I thought you were contemplating where to play next, but it seems you are reminiscing about your childhood. Since the age of 6, Jiang Yu had been by Xue Qinghe's side, studying together. Their familiarity allowed for a more relaxed exchange. Jiang Yu offered a wry smile. Your Highness, please refrain from such remarks. If my father were to hear, I would surely receive another lecture. The Jiang family, once a humble clan in the Tiandou Empire, had risen to prominence solely due to Jiang Yu's extraordinary innate full soul power. His father, Jiang Yong, had resolutely sent Jiang Yu to the palace as the Crown Prince's companion, ensuring their family's elevated status. It could be said that everything the Jiang family possessed was built upon Jiang Yu's shoulders. Such an opportunity was typically reserved for more prominent families. The position of the Crown Prince's companion was of utmost significance, promising future political clout. Yet, due to Jiang Yu's remarkable talent as an auxiliary soul master, he had become a prized asset, leading to his acceptance by Xue Qinghe and bestowing the Jiang family with their current standing. Fortuitously, Jiang Yu was merely a companion and not thrust into the palace's inner circle, or else he would have perished long ago. Indeed, Master Jiang tends to overreact. Xue Qinghe chuckled, offering little more than a passing judgment. While Xue Qinghe viewed Jiang Yong with disdain, seeing him as a mere opportunist, he held Jiang Yu in high regard, recognizing his talent. Jiang Yu refrained from further commentary and inquired, "What are your plans for the upcoming itinerary, Your Highness?" "Plans?" Xue Qinghe mused, lacking any concrete ideas. "Perhaps we could experience the common people's lives? Or do you have any worthwhile suggestions?" "I believe your idea is commendable, Your Highness. However, I have a minor suggestion. Why not change our destination to outside Tiano City? Jiang Yu proposed after a moment's thought. Xue Qinghe instinctively furrowed his brow, suggesting the Crown Prince venture outside the city was not advisable, and Jiang Yu's words bordered on audacity. What merits does that hold? None in particular, merely that within Tiando City, you have already garnered the support of all those you could. Why not explore beyond the city? Upon reflection, Xue Qinghe recognized the wisdom in Jiang Yu's suggestion. Over the years, they had managed to win over those within the city, and his esteemed name had spread throughout the streets. Continuing to empathize with the populace within Tiando City would serve little purpose. This realization underscored Xue Qinghe's reliance on Jiang Yu, for such treatment was reserved only for exceptional individuals. Very well, let us proceed. Yes, Jiang Yu sighed in relief. It was indeed a sound strategy. However, had the subject been anyone else but Xue Qinghe, he would have hesitated to propose it, for venturing outside the city could pose a grave risk to his life. At last, I found an opportunity to relax outside the city, Jiang Yu said, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He was compelled to do so. Who would willingly abandon the comforts of the city? It was all because his father had lost his senses. Every day, instead of attending to his duties, he fixated on his son, scrutinizing whether he was close to the Crown Prince. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had reached his limit. Soon, a convoy departed from Tiando City. The citizens of Tiando City recognized the prince's carriage and greeted it enthusiastically. Xue Qinghe's esteemed reputation had spread throughout the city over the past few years, and everyone believed he would undoubtedly become the future sovereign of the Tiando Empire. Your Highness, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Jiang Yu inquired, riding beside the carriage and observing the surrounding scene with a smile. Indeed, there is a certain satisfaction, Xue Qinghe replied, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze at the enthusiastic populace, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Jiang Yu smiled with pride. It was not merely a hint of achievement for Xue Qinghe, but a profound sense of fulfillment that Jiang Yu himself felt. After all, this was the fruit of his efforts. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for Xue Qinghe to achieve such high renown. However, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Xue Qinghe has accomplished numerous beneficial deeds for the nation and its people over the years, which has endeared him to many. Rather than merely being a companion to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu has become an esteemed advisor, persistently devising strategies to assist him. It feels somewhat surreal. I genuinely feel as though I have done little, Xue Qinghe remarked, contemplating that if things continued in this manner, he would not need to devise plans for usurpation throne of this nation would inevitably belong to him. No, Your Highness, you have achieved much. Furthermore, there is still much more to be done. Jiang Yu responded earnestly, noting that many initiatives would not have materialized without Xue Qinghe at the helm. A faint smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face. In that case, I shall rely on you even more in the future, Jiang Yu. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to supporting Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied without hesitation. Xue Qinghe was no fool. He was acutely aware that behind every action he had taken in recent years lay Jiang Yu's influence, with many of these endeavors being subtly orchestrated by him. Moreover, this young man was not as compliant as he appeared. Surely, he harbored thoughts unknown to Xue Qinghe. After all, one cannot guide the Crown Prince without possessing a certain degree of ambition. Xue Qinghe chose not to confront this reality, acknowledging that Jiang Yu's intentions were ultimately for his benefit. As for the thoughts lingering in Jiang Yu's heart, he would pretend not to have noticed. Over the past 6 years, he had come to regard Jiang Yu not merely as a subject, but more akin to a friend. Lowering the curtain, Xue Qinghe settled into the carriage, quietly awaiting their arrival at their destination. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's mind began to wander once more. Throughout these years, he had indeed nurtured many thoughts and undertaken numerous initiatives, all with a singular purpose: to accelerate development. The lack of any form of mental entertainment in the Doluo continent was utterly exasperating and severely hampered his desire to relax. Chapter 2. Pursuing development. Jiang Yu has entirely relinquished the technological products of his previous life, as their realization is utterly beyond his current capabilities. What he can do now is to observe whether any remarkable inventions will emerge in the Doluo continent. Ideally, he hopes to uncover something akin to soul-guiding devices, which he understands to be comparable to the technologies of his former existence. However, this too falls within his areas of ignorance, leaving him powerless. Yet, these are artifacts of the Doluo continent. At present, Jiang Yu's only course of action is to elevate the living standards of the populace across the continent. With their basic needs met, the people of Dou will have leisure time, allowing them to vigorously cultivate spiritual civilization, thus providing Jiang Yu with opportunities to enjoy a more relaxed life. However, due to his tender age and low status, despite possessing potential, he is unable to instigate any significant development. He can only rely on Xue Qinghe to maneuver a few projects, but their impact is minimal, lacking the necessary reach to effectuate real change. Should he consider eliminating the Snow Knight Emperor, supporting Xue Qinghe's ascendance? Dangerous thoughts began to swirl in Jiang Yu's mind. It seems that any transmigrator would not be taken seriously by an emperor. No, that would be far too perilous. The Snow Knight Emperor must have already taken precautions. Any attempt to act now would likely be futile and would expose him. Moreover, given Xue Qinghe's current precarious position, any misstep could lead to his identity being revealed, a risk far outweighing any potential gains. Jiang Yu pondered silently. If Xue Qinghe were truly the prince, there would be no question. The death of the Snow Knight Emperor would assuredly lead to his ascension. Unfortunately, he is an impostor. Moreover, prior to Jiang Yu becoming Xue Qinghe's companion, the Spirit Hall had already made several poor moves, resulting in the demise of the Snow Knight Emperor's sons. This was glaringly obvious. The Snow Knight Emperor is no fool, and given his competence as a ruler, he would certainly discern any hidden agendas. Coupled with a father's instinct, he must have long harbored suspicions about Xue Qinghe. Yet due to the circumstances, he could not openly confront them, opting instead to feign ignorance. This would soon become apparent in the subsequent narrative, as Prince Xue Qinghe's watch over the avalanche was to prevent any mischief from Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu does not particularly care who sits upon the throne. Xue Qinghe would be the most advantageous candidate for him, given their connection. However, the current situation for Xue Qinghe is dire. He can mobilize the Spirit Hall's resources, yet their influence is limited, and the Tiandou Empire has imposed restrictions. This makes operations exceedingly challenging. Xue Qinghe's foundation is simply too fragile. After a while on the carriage, they finally reached a country road, and Jiang Yu gradually returned from his reverie, observing the figures laboring in the distant fields. He called for the convoy to halt. Stop! As the convoy came to a standstill, Jiang Yu dismounted swiftly. Your Highness, we have arrived. Xue Qinghe stepped down from the carriage, gazing at the vast expanse of farmland where several farmers toiled. He felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. What a magnificent sight! Xue Qinghe exclaimed. These fields are the future sustenance. Upon noticing Xue Qinghe's arrival, the laborers hastily set aside their tools and approached, offering their respects with a bow. We have seen His Highness. May His Highness live long. The elder among them led the group in their reverence. Xue Qinghe's name had circulated among the common folk near Tiandou City, so being recognized was hardly surprising. The individuals before him were ordinary people, few of whom possessed soul power, as those with such abilities would not typically be found in the countryside tilling the land, unless they had a true passion for it. Please rise, esteemed elder. Xue Qinghe promptly helped the leading elder to his feet, and the others followed suit. Elder, I see this vast field is lush and verdant. I presume this year will yield a bountiful harvest. How does this year's yield compare to previous years? The elder's face lit up with pride as he raised 3 fingers. Your Highness, this year's yield has increased by 30%. A flicker of delight crossed Xue Qinghe's face. 30% is indeed a significant improvement, even without knowledge of agriculture. He understood the magnitude of such a figure. However, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. Why only 30%? Shouldn't it be double? The current agricultural methods were derived from Jiang Yu's own expertise, based on his experiences from his previous life, and according to his deductions, a 30% increase seemed implausible. Without uttering a word, Jiang Yu approached the edge of the field and summoned his martial soul. A grass-like spirit materialized in his hand, known as the 100 Herbs, a conceptual martial soul that Jiang Yu himself could scarcely comprehend. Spirit of the 100 Herbs. A cascade of light emanated from Jiang Yu's hand, merging with the rice grains before him, as if the grains had come to life and began to respond to him. The data regarding the rice crop swiftly entered Jiang Yu's mind, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Expand, Jiang Yu commanded, extending his influence to gather more data. The spirit of the 100 Herbs, his first soul skill, allows him to control all plants within a designated area while becoming intimately familiar with their condition. Given Jiang Yu's current status as a 29th level Great Soul Master, expanding this influence over the entire field posed no challenge. Soon the data flowed in, and Jiang Yu grasped the reason behind the yield. Your Highness, this batch of rice was sown earlier than usual, and it has not met the standards for meticulous cultivation. The soil's fertility is also lacking. Otherwise, the output could have been significantly higher. Jiang Yu addressed Xue Qinghe directly. Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat taken aback. What does this child know? How could we, who cultivate the land, be unaware of such matters? The elder's face bore a hint of displeasure, as Jiang Yu's observations seemed to point to faults on their part. However, how could they, after so long of farming, have made such mistakes? Do not be disrespectful. All current agricultural techniques and quality seeds stem from this individual. His words are undoubtedly correct. Xue Qinghe interjected, defending Jiang Yu. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the elder's face turned pale with fear. He had not anticipated that such a young person would be a living deity of agriculture. He hurriedly apologized to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He did not take offense. Indeed, the superior seeds and cultivation methods were his contributions, for his martial soul was exceptionally adept at agriculture, and neglecting to utilize it would be a disservice to such a remarkable gift. There is no need for apologies. You have already done well. There are merely minor deficiencies, likely due to the officials who initially instructed you not paying enough attention. Jiang Yu stated, Now, I need you to remember my words and relay them to others, to see if they too have made similar errors. Yes, yes, the elder replied repeatedly. Jiang Yu elucidated the cultivation techniques in detail, then glanced at the elder. Noticing his earnest attentiveness, though the fear in his eyes remained palpable, deciding not to press him further, he allowed them to return. This era is truly a feudal one, Jiang Yu mused, before returning to Xue Qinghe's side. Your Highness, this issue should not have arisen. It seems to stem from the negligence of the officials who came to instruct you. If it were merely one person's oversight, it could be excused. But if everyone is equally careless, it poses a significant concern. Jiang Yu spoke to Xue Qinghe, his tone tinged with coldness. Jiang Yu has already deduced where the issues lie. If the farming methods from the past are employed, this benevolent governance will undoubtedly transform into tyrannical rule, disregarding the lives of ordinary people entirely. To be honest, Jiang Yu feels a surge of anger. Struggles are acceptable, but they must not encroach upon the livelihoods of the populace. Such matters are no trifling matter. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately causing trouble? Xue Qinghe said with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Is there a candidate? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. Prince Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had long harbored suspicions about this. Prince Xue Qinghe is actually a tool employed by the great Emperor Xue Yi to restrain Xue Qinghe, wielding far greater power than Xue Qinghe himself. Consequently, many of Xue Qinghe's decisions require approval from Prince Xue Qinghe, making the likelihood of foul play considerable. Jiang Yu understood that this was a strategic balancing act designed to prevent Xue Qinghe from gaining too much power while simultaneously keeping him complacent. On the surface, Xue Qinghe appears to hold a high position, yet in reality, his authority is severely limited. This results in Xue Qinghe finding himself at a loss when action is required, forcing him to rely on the Spirit Hall. Should he resort to the Spirit Hall's assistance, he will ultimately fall into the schemes of the great Emperor Xue Yi, leaving behind a potential opportunity for a counterattack even after his demise. This is precisely how the original narrative unfolds. Thus, Jiang Yu had long harbored such conjectures, and now they were merely confirmed. It seems imperative to cultivate his own power, otherwise he will remain perpetually subjugated. Jiang Yu silently reflected. The current situation has sounded an alarm for him. Xue Qinghe's power is overly singular, and he is unable to leverage the strength within the Heaven Dou Empire. If this continues, he will inevitably become like the original narrative, reliant solely on the Spirit Hall. National affairs cannot be conducted in such a manner. If both he and his allies are outsiders, it leads to a dead end. In such a scenario, Jiang Yu cannot escape being implicated, which is not what he desires. He simply wishes for a favorable environment in which to thrive. Chapter 3. A Marriage Alliance on the Return Journey. Xue Qinghe is similarly deep in thought. However, compared to Jiang Yu's contemplations, his thoughts are much simpler. He must eliminate all obstacles in his path. It appears he must issue a warning to Prince Xue Qinghe. A cold gleam flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes as he sat in the carriage. He held no qualms about removing anyone who stands in his way. Thus, the recent antics of Prince Xue Qinghe have landed him on Xue Qinghe's purging list. However, Prince Xue Qinghe is not like the others. Eliminating him poses certain challenges, and the great Emperor Xue Yi will undoubtedly fight fiercely to protect him. Should the plan fail, it could potentially drive the Heaven Dou Empire into opposition, which is not the outcome Xue Qinghe desires. Nevertheless, this means that his uncle, who seeks to suppress him, will require alternative methods, perhaps a warning to his brother. Xue Bong will suffice to achieve the desired effect. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the carriage. Outside the carriage, Jiang Yu recognized the rhythmic tapping and immediately understood that Xue Qinghe was concocting some scheme. Over the past 6 years, Xue Qinghe has always tapped on adjacent objects when pondering a problem. So Jiang Yu quickly grasped the situation and even guessed what Xue Qinghe was contemplating. In truth, Xue Qinghe's thought process is somewhat simplistic. Although he is intelligent, he has experienced too little, and the palace intrigue on Deadliest continent is of a rather rudimentary nature. Thus, his methods of problem-solving are invariably violent, either eliminating you or suppressing you, entirely oblivious to the essence of conflict. The essence of struggle is quite simple: to increase one's allies or neutrals while diminishing one's enemies. Your Highness, I believe our current situation is not favorable. I advise that you seek some allies, Jiang Yu interjected, interrupting Xue Qinghe's thoughts. Jiang Yu must steer Xue Qinghe back from the wrong path. The original narrative depicts Xue Qinghe's failure in this manner, although he ultimately gained control of the entire Heaven Dou royal family. He had no grasp over the power of the Heaven Dou Empire, relying entirely on the strength of the Spirit Hall. While the Spirit Hall is formidable, Xue Qinghe cannot fully command it. The Heaven Dou Empire, being a whole entity, possesses considerable potential, even if it does not match the Spirit Hall's might. Relinquishing it would indeed be a pity. Oh, you believe I need allies, and that the current situation is unfavorable? A playful smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face as he regarded Jiang Yu, eager to hear his response. Indeed, Jiang Yu's expression remained neutral. Although many have been gathered within Heaven Dou City, their reliability is, as your Highness is undoubtedly aware, questionable. They lack genuine power, and with a mere word from the current emperor, they could easily abandon your Highness. Jiang Yu had already recognized this issue. Although they had allied with numerous officials of the Heaven Dou Empire over the years, the vast majority are civil servants. They may appear impressive, yet they possess little real authority. The military and soul masters, which are of utmost importance, remain beyond Xue Qinghe's reach. The military is entirely under Prince Xue Qinghe's control, and although the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, the cradle of soul masters, is nominally under the great Emperor Xue Ye's name, with the admission of the fourth prince, Xue Bong, over the past 2 years, it can be said to have fallen under Xue Bong's influence. Given Xue Bong's reserved nature, he will undoubtedly take the opportunity to unite those noble youths through his status. Most of the officials and their children whom Xue Qinghe has courted are studying at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, so if Xue Bong manages to win over these individuals, all of Xue Qinghe's efforts over the years will amount to naught. While Jiang Yu could infiltrate the Heaven Dou Royal Academy to suppress Xue Bong, as the Crown Prince's companion, it is no longer feasible for him to attend the academy. Otherwise, he would prefer to enroll in Shrek Academy to gather a group of individuals from there, which would be far more efficient. Moreover, Xue Qinghe's attitude poses a problem. He shows little regard for these people. Thus, a method must be found to make Xue Qinghe take notice. Your Highness, you currently require some visible power, not the powerless nobles of Heaven Dou City, but substantive strength, such as military forces or soul master families, Jiang Yu advised. Jiang Yu is all too familiar with the nature of the nobility. These individuals will do anything as long as their interests are met. Xue Qinghe frowned slightly. Jiang Yu, I believe your words are superfluous. Are we capable of intervening in the military? Moreover, as for soul master families, my master is Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Is that not sufficient? Jiang Yu shook his head and replied, Not enough. Your Highness, have you not realized? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is far too large, exceeding us by a significant margin. They can only offer support, and if we require them to undertake certain tasks, it will be challenging. This is the truth. While the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may seem impressive, the actual assistance they can provide is limited. Furthermore, this strategy may well be a ploy by the great Emperor Xue Yi to keep Xue Qinghe subdued. Therefore, we must grasp some real power and seek families that are not too strong, yet can be utilized to our advantage. As for the military, we can indeed intervene. However, this does not mean we reach into the existing military forces, but rather that the Crown Prince is permitted to establish his own military. It is simply that your Highness has yet to do so. Wait, I have my own military? Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. Throughout history, every dynasty has maintained its own military. Although it may not be large, it is certainly sufficient. This distinguishes the Luo continent from the ancient feudal dynasties of Jiang Yu's previous life, where, due to the higher martial prowess, crown princes are allowed to establish military forces beyond the necessary protective detail. It is merely that the current dynasty has not done so, likely due to the intentions of those in power. Xue Qinghe had not grasped the extent of the situation. He merely reflected that, unexpectedly, he possessed an army. No one had mentioned it to him, and he presumed that his father, the emperor, harbored suspicions regarding him. However, the Crown Prince's Guard was merely a formation at present, and its restoration would necessitate a fresh recruitment. Xue Qinghe did not doubt this. He was unaware of the existence of the Crown Prince's Guard, and thus assumed that this military force was non-existent. This was not his primary concern. His focus lay on the Soul Master families and how to maneuver this matter. Surely, there were no suitable families within Heaven Dou City. Nevertheless, since you have mentioned it, you must have candidates in mind. Xue Qinghe inquired with curiosity. He indeed had some intelligence on the matter. Jiang Yu articulated a valid point. He genuinely required a force he could command. While the Spirit Hall's power was undeniably useful, it could not be displayed openly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School offered a more covert support. In truth, the issue of recruiting an army was not devoid of complications and required careful consideration. If His Highness trusted him, perhaps he could take charge of this endeavor, Jiang Yu cautiously suggested, fearing Xue Qinghe would refuse, as the request was somewhat audacious. Yet, Jiang Yu was more apprehensive about Xue Qinghe potentially recruiting a host of Spirit Hall personnel, which would render their slots meaningless. Very well, let us discuss the matter of the Soul Master families. Xue Qinghe, harboring a measure of trust in Jiang Yu after 6 years of acquaintance, readily acquiesced. May I inquire? Your Highness, how old are you this year? 18, why do you ask? Xue Qinghe responded, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry regarding his age. By estimation, he had indeed reached 18, while Qian Renxue was likely somewhat younger. Jiang Yu's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, my lord. My approach may require a slight sacrifice on your part. He gestured with his fingers, indicating a minuscule distance. Truly, only a tad. What must I sacrifice? Xue Qinghe replied with a calm demeanor, unconcerned about the notion of sacrifice. How significant could it be? It is that your Highness remains unmarried to this day. Hence, I propose you select an appropriate lady to form an alliance through marriage. Jiang Yu exclaimed swiftly, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face any consequence. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, disbelief and embarrassment flooding his features, akin to a ripe persimmon. He had never imagined that the sacrifice Jiang Yu referred to would pertain to this. How was he to decide? Chapter 4. The proposal Xue Qinghe had not entered into matrimony, nor did he possess any concubines. This was evident both in the present context and the original narrative, as Xue Qinghe had always remained single. After all, as the crown prince of a nation, his marital connections would undoubtedly not stem from humble origins, and the absence of mention indicated the lack thereof. In the original narrative, Xue Qinghe's single status appeared quite normal, albeit due to the fact that Qian Renxue was, in reality, a woman. Yet, from Jiang Yu's perspective within the Luo continent, this was utterly absurd. In this world, individuals frequently married and bore children by the age of 14. Xue Qinghe, upon revealing his identity, would be nearing 30 without having wed. Was that considered normal? It was far from it. It was as if the entire world had forgotten this matter. Therefore, Jiang Yu brought it up, intending to use it as political leverage. I knew you were a woman, Xue Qinghe, but I chose to feign ignorance. What can you do about it? Not only that, but I shall insist upon your marriage. Jiang Yu maintained a facade of stoic resolve, suppressing his amusement as he regarded Xue Qinghe. So, this was the reason he had inquired about my age. Xue Qinghe thought, his expression contorted with a mix of emotions. This matter could be postponed. He had his own plans in mind. He fully intended to decline. He was well aware of his own nature and intended to devise a ruse, perhaps employing someone from the spirit hall to maintain appearances. His lack of a wife did indeed appear odd. Please, Your Highness, do not refuse or express reluctance. This is a significant matter and a strategic maneuver. The position of Crown Princess could grant you access to a remarkably powerful family, thus providing you with a trustworthy force. Jiang Yu pressed, elaborating on the advantages. A marriage alliance would undoubtedly serve as a highly advantageous means of consolidation, particularly with Jiang Yu's orchestration. Xue Qinghe would not suffer detriment. Rather, he would reap substantial benefits. Enough. I need to contemplate this matter. Xue Qinghe conceded, feeling somewhat swayed, yet still grappling with his identity as a woman. Jiang Yu discerned Xue Qinghe's hesitation and felt a surge of triumph. No matter how formidable one might be, they would comply with his plans for marriage. The notion of two women marrying, one of whom was Qian Renxue, was thrilling to ponder. Could it be, Your Highness, that there exists someone you hold dear? Fear not. You may take her as a concubine, for a crown princess would necessitate sufficient benefits, Jiang Yu suggested. Xue Qinghe hastily clarified, that is not the issue. Then, might it be that you have reservations in that regard? I can assist with that as well, Jiang Yu provocatively remarked, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe's lower body. Xue Qinghe's face flushed with indignation. Where are your eyes wandering? Jiang Yu, you are becoming increasingly brazen. Jiang Yu quickly dismounted and offered apologies. I beg Your Highness's forgiveness. I only seek your best interests. Given your prolonged singlehood, rumors have begun to circulate among the populace, questioning whether you might prefer men. His final words were delivered in a hushed tone, yet they reached Xue Qinghe's ears. Indeed, rumors circulated, but they were orchestrated by Jiang Yu. Otherwise, who would concern themselves with such matters? It was merely a tactic for future planning. Xue Qinghe remained silent, taken aback by this newfound perception of himself. He silently scrutinized Jiang Yu. Had this been anyone else, Xue Qinghe would have ensured they understood the consequences of their words. Very well, I shall pardon you. As you had good intentions, Xue Qinghe uttered wearily. And what of your marriage, Your Highness? Jiang Yu inquired. Xue Qinghe shot Jiang Yu a glare, but ultimately responded. I consent. Now, propose a suitable candidate and how to maximize the benefits. You must have a strategy in mind. Having relinquished his resistance, Jiang Yu's face brightened with excitement. I recommend the granddaughter of the Min family leader by Qinxiang. It is said that she possesses extraordinary beauty and remarkable talent in cultivation. She would undoubtedly make an excellent crown princess. Jiang Yu paused before continuing. Her grandfather, by he, is a soul Dou, which would provide significant support for you. Although the Min family's martial soul has substantial limitations, you could leverage this connection to foster relationships with the other three families allied with the Min clan, each possessing considerable strength. While these alliances would ultimately serve the protagonist Tang San in the future, and by Qinxiang would become the wife of Ma Hongjun, Jiang Yu felt no qualms about this. What harm was there in undermining another's interests where no intersection existed? As long as he did not bring about Xue Qinghe's downfall, that was sufficient. Jiang Yu's proposal left Xue Qinghe's expression grim. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would endorse such a family. He was well aware of the Min family, being the subordinates of his father's murderer. Provide me with a reason. Xue Qinghe's voice was cold and distant. Although the Min family possessed soul Dou-level power, their circumstances had been dire in recent years. When the Haotian sect offended the spirit hall and faced oppression, the Min family, as a subordinate sect, suffered considerably. Their abandonment by the Haotian sect had led them to endure a harsh existence, their formidable strength overshadowed by relentless oppression. If His Highness could extend a hand during this critical period and marry the granddaughter of the Min family leader, bestowing upon them both status and wealth, the Min clan would undoubtedly be filled with gratitude and loyalty towards His Highness. With such a relationship established, His Highness could further consolidate alliances with the other three clans, thereby regaining the formidable power of the four subordinate clans once held by the Haotian sect. His position would become unassailable. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly, then turned his gaze to Xue Qinghe. This was a strategy he had contemplated for some time. If one were to consider which factions in the Dou continent were the most amenable to persuasion, the four single attribute clans would undoubtedly top the list. They possessed considerable strength, and were known for their loyalty, making them easy to satisfy. It was indeed disheartening to see these families, who boasted Soul Luo among their ranks, reduced to such a state. Rather than allowing Tang San to benefit in the future, it would be far wiser to benefit Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe now. Although he shared blood ties with Tang San, such connections would pale in comparison once Xue Qinghe wed by Qin Xiang, especially considering the grievances they held against Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe was genuinely swayed. Jiang Yu's proposal was exceedingly appealing. Setting aside the historical grievances with the Haoyan sect, the four single-attribute clans had committed no wrongdoing. Should they truly align themselves with these four clans, his foundation would be firmly established. What if they chose to side with the Haoyan sect in the future? Xue Qinghe still felt a twinge of uncertainty. Rest assured, Your Highness, they will never turn to the Haoyan sect, Jiang Yu replied with a slight smirk. While there remained a possibility of siding with Tang San, an alliance with the Haoyan sect was entirely out of the question. Furthermore, by taking the initiative, Tang San would be left with no opportunity. The events of that year may not be clear to Your Highness, but the Haoyan sect's cowardly retreat without a fight left all its subordinate clans in dire straits, resulting in countless casualties. The clan suffered devastating losses, with more than half of its members perishing, forcing them to relocate to the Star Luo Empire, leaving them severely weakened and still not fully recovered. The four clans harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Haoyan sect and would never consider aligning with them. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. He had not realized the extent of the situation back then. The Haoyan sect, the root of the problem, had escaped unscathed, while the subordinate clans had nearly faced annihilation. It was evident that the four subordinate clans would indeed remain loyal. However, what would happen if they discovered that I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Xue Qinghe felt a lingering doubt. Jiang Yu seemed to sense Xue Qinghe's hesitation and said, Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, destined to be its future emperor. Once the four clans pledge their allegiance to you, they will undoubtedly remain loyal, committed to you and the Tiandou Empire. Moreover, with the connection to Bai Chunxiang, the assurance of loyalty is even more solidified. Indeed, even if they were to find out, what would it matter? As long as the truth remains unspoken, they would continue to serve me as my subjects. Furthermore, my sincere treatment of them would only strengthen their loyalty. The Spirit Hall was the one that harmed them, and it was the Haoyan sect that betrayed them. What relevance do I have in this? Xue Qinghe had effectively been swayed by Jiang Yu, fully aligning with his perspective. Nonetheless, there was no need for undue concern regarding the matter. Jiang Yu would handle it adeptly. After all, Xue Qinghe was the daughter of the victim Qian Renxue, and they would not hold grudges against her. In truth, Jiang Yu believed that the four clans were inherently loyal and righteous, hence his recommendation. You shall be in charge of this matter, Xue Qinghe declared with satisfaction. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle it well, Jiang Yu replied, a smile gracing his lips. He had taken another step closer to his goal. Chapter 5. Meeting the Li clan. Now that Xue Qinghe was secured, the next task was to win over the Min clan. The Min clan's residence was not mentioned in the original work. Likely due to their impoverished state, they probably lived a nomadic existence. Should Jiang Yu seek them out, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Fortunately, he had another means of locating the Min clan, namely through the Li clan. By leveraging the Li clan's contacts, he could certainly find the Min clan. Sighing to himself, Jiang Yu reflected, after persuading Xue Qinghe, the next step is the most troublesome. He walked the streets of Tiandou City, his spirits somewhat dampened. Days had passed since he had experienced the common people's lives, and now, with Xue Qinghe's approval, he was en route to the Li clan's residence, though his enthusiasm was lacking. When he persuaded Xue Qinghe, he had somewhat exaggerated his confidence. He had merely suggested an idea, without a firm belief in its success. The Li clan was known for their blind loyalty, the Min clan for their pride, the Pa clan for their indifference, while the Yu clan was the most amenable, yet they shared a close relationship with the Li clan, meaning he would have to win over the Li clan first. Convincing Xue Qinghe had never posed a challenge for Jiang Yu, as they had studied together for 6 years, becoming quite familiar with each other's characters. However, persuading the four single-attribute clans was a different matter altogether. Young master, we have arrived at the Li clan's territory, a servant, leading the way, informed Jiang Yu as he pondered his next move. These servants were ordinary individuals purchased by the Jiang family, being a humble household. They could not afford guards and had to settle for common folk. Jiang Yu was not particularly fond of this feudal arrangement, but it proved to be quite convenient. Please inform them that Jiang Yu, a close attendant of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, has come to pay a visit, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. This title had been bestowed upon him by Xue Qinghe a few days prior. Without a formal title, Jiang Yu would have lacked the standing to conduct such business. He had also been given a token, allowing him to mobilize certain personnel as needed. Jiang Yu understood that this was Xue Qinghe's way of ensuring his safety, and the personnel he could summon were likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to utilize this resource. Before long, the servant returned with news that the Li clan had agreed to Jiang Yu's visit, which brought a sigh of relief from him. "Let us proceed," he said, leading the servant inside. He had not brought many people with him, only 2 or 3 companions. The Li clan's residence was vast, and though its decor was understated, it exuded an air of grandeur, with the imposing entrance appearing exceptionally solid. Indeed, they possessed considerable wealth, Jiang Yu mused, acknowledging the Li clan as the richest among all single-attribute families. Haha, our Li clan cannot possibly bear such flattery from a young friend. Compared to His Highness the Crown Prince, our wealth is but a mere drop in the ocean. A tall elder strode forth with a commanding presence, his muscular form making Jiang Yu appear quite diminutive. The elder's robust physique radiated a powerful energy. Since Jiang Yu had come in the name of the Crown Prince, the elder directly addressed him with respect. "I have come to pay my respects to the Li clan's patriarch Titan. I apologize for the abruptness of my visit today and hope for your understanding." Jiang Yu offered a respectful bow. Titan's face broke into a rugged smile. Yet his gaze remained calm as he scrutinized Jiang Yu, contemplating his identity. "Lord Jiang is too courteous. However, I must inquire about the purpose of your visit. I am a straightforward man and will ask directly, so I hope you won't take offense," Titan stated. While his words appeared polite, they carried an underlying tone of distance. "You are of the nobility, while we are the common folk. If you require our cooperation, we shall comply. But should you underestimate us, know that we are not easily trifled with." It seemed negotiations would be challenging. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. "I do indeed have matters to discuss. Perhaps we could move indoors to converse in detail," he proposed. Titan looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of skepticism, unsure of what secrets he was concealing. Yet he offered little resistance. "All right," he acquiesced, leading Jiang Yu into the house. "You stay here," Jiang Yu instructed the servants, who nodded in compliance. Soon, they entered the grand hall, where tea was promptly served. The server was Titan's grandson, Talon, who, after delivering the tea, remained in the room. Jiang Yu paid him no mind and took a sip of the tea, which was quite delightful. Titan cast a satisfied glance at Jiang Yu, retaining Talon in the room as both a test and a hope that Talon would gain insight into the family affairs. He discerned that Jiang Yu's intentions were undoubtedly significant. "This young man is no ordinary individual," Titan mused, noting that despite being slightly younger than Talon, Jiang Yu bore an unusually grave demeanor. "Master Jiang, now that we are without outsiders, might you disclose the purpose of your visit?" Titan inquired, setting his teacup down and scrutinizing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu mirrored his action, locking eyes with Titan as they assessed one another. "I come to offer the Li family a path to prosperity. Might the esteemed Titan be interested?" Jiang Yu proposed with a hint of a smile. It was a straightforward assertion with an unambiguous aim, yet remarkably effective. Titan's interest piqued, he responded, "Oh, do elaborate." Though Titan appeared rugged and simple-minded, his intellect was quite astute, and he had already surmised part of Jiang Yu's intentions. "Might the esteemed Titan be inclined to serve His Royal Highness the Prince?" Jiang Yu asked directly, eschewing any circumlocution. In dealing with someone like Titan, the more one elaborated, the greater the risk of faltering. Thus, clarity was preferable. "Serve His Royal Highness the Prince? I regret to inform you that our Li family has no inclination towards political involvement," Titan replied with a shake of his head, disappointment evident in his tone. Talon and Tano exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend their father's refusal, especially as it seemed a golden opportunity to them. "Do not be hasty in your rejection, Titan. I have come bearing the sincerity of His Royal Highness, which I assure will be satisfactory to you." Jiang Yu interjected before Titan could speak further. "I understand your concerns. Titan, I assure you that the prince does not wish to exploit the Li family's strength for his own gain. I give you my word." Titan indeed harbored such reservations. knowing that, aside from himself, the intellect of the Li family members was somewhat lacking, making them susceptible to manipulation, particularly when it involved the royal family. I do not comprehend why His Royal Highness would seek the aid of the Li family, Titan remarked, his brow furrowed. With a subtle smile, Jiang Yu clarified. Not merely the Li family, but rather your singularly attributed 4 great clans. The absence of outreach to others is simply due to your unique suitability. Titan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Xue Qinghe harbored such ambitions of uniting their 4 clans. Is His Royal Highness aware of our past as a subordinate clan of the Haotian sect, as well as our conflicts with the Spirit Hall? Titan inquired gravely. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Yet, why would the prince extend an invitation? This is no trivial matter. Should the Li family ally with His Royal Highness, it would mean antagonizing both the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. The prince possesses grand ambitions and requires like-minded allies to support him, Jiang Yu stated with unwavering conviction, as if fortified by an immense belief. Since I stand here to invite you today, it signifies that His Royal Highness is already aware of your past, and he is willing to shoulder the burdens that accompany it. While the Spirit Hall is formidable, our Tiandou Empire is not to be underestimated. Should they attempt to suppress us as easily as they did you, they must carefully weigh their own strength, Jiang Yu asserted with firmness. In truth, there is not an insurmountable enmity between the Spirit Hall and the 4 great clans. The previous conflicts were largely a result of decisions made by their leaders. However, the Haotian sect's ultimate fear led to the misfortunes of the 4 clans. The Spirit Hall had merely maintained a position of dominance over them, without resorting to extreme measures. Otherwise, their clan would have faced annihilation long ago. Now, with Xue Qinghe's association with the Spirit Hall, such issues could be resolved effortlessly, simultaneously showcasing Xue Qinghe's power. As for the Haotian sect, Jiang Yu's expression revealed a rare hint of disdain. If offending them is a concern, it belittles our Tiandou Empire. The Haotian sect is nothing more than a pack of squanderers who fled without a fight, leaving their subordinate clan to bear the consequences. How could they still hold any authority? Titan's expression was a complex amalgamation of resentment and embarrassment. In his heart, he still held loyalty to Tang Hao, and Jiang Yu's words inevitably stirred his discomfort and rekindled memories of the Haotian sect's past actions, which he bitterly resented. Nonetheless, Titan found himself swayed by Jiang Yu's portrayal of Xue Qinghe, recognizing the latter's potential as a true leader. May I request a moment to contemplate this opportunity? Titan asked. His interest piqued. Of course, Jiang Yu replied, unfazed. With Tang San yet to arrive, there was no need for concern about rival claims. In fact, the timing of Jiang Yu's visit had even accounted for Tang Hao's presence. Jiang Yu had calculated that he and Tang San shared the same birth year. Thus, since Tang San was en route to Shrek Academy and had yet to commence his studies, it implied that Tang Hao was still at his side and could not intervene. With this in mind, the individuals who could potentially disrupt Jiang Yu's plans were not yet present. Even if Tang San and Tang Hao were to arrive simultaneously, they would be unable to thwart Jiang Yu's intentions. Titan, despite harboring lingering sentiments for the past, would not allow himself to waver. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yu, Titan summoned his son and grandson to a private chamber for further discussion. In the back hall, Titan assumed his seat at the head of the table, eyes half closed. What are your thoughts on this matter? Father, I find Master Zhang's proposal quite favorable, Tano chimed in. Our Li family has endured much suffering due to the Spirit Hall over the years, and aligning with His Royal Highness could significantly improve our circumstances. Moreover, do not dwell on the Haotian sect. They abandoned us long ago, and our bond has long since dissolved. As for the Haotian law, they have likely perished. If not, why have they not come to check on us? They left us to suffer without a shred of remorse. Tano's words were imbued with bitterness, as he too had experienced the events of 12 years prior. The memories of the friends and family he lost during that conflict were vivid in his mind, fueling his support for an alliance with the Tiandou royal family, believing any remnants of loyalty to the Haotian sect had transformed into enmity. Titan sighed, surprised by the profound impact this matter had on his son. Many in the Li family had perished in that battle, and who among them did not harbor resentment? He too felt the weight of such emotions. Years of habit have rendered Titan accustomed to the former Haotian sect, leaving him somewhat unable to move beyond it. You must understand that if we align ourselves with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we may inevitably become embroiled in the palace intrigues. Are you mentally prepared to face such a situation? This question thoroughly stumped Taino, as he had not contemplated the broader implications, fixating solely on immediate gains. Titan is a discerning individual, yet his son and grandson are not, which is precisely what concerns him. To recklessly plunge into the vortex of succession is to invite peril without assurance of escape. He possesses confidence in safeguarding his family. But can his son and grandson say the same? No, they cannot. He has aged and cannot protect them for a lifetime. However, father, I still do not wish to give up. This is an opportunity for our clan. If we miss it, it will be gone forever. Taino lowered his head and spoke solemnly. Although he may not think deeply, he sees clearly that while the Li family has not lacked wealth in recent years, they have been relegated to a subordinate position within the Soul Master community, despite their undeniable strength, equal to that of the 4 major sections. Titan sighed. I understand. And what of Yilong? What are your thoughts? Huh? Tai Long was taken aback. Wasn't I just here to listen? Why are you asking me? I defer to my father's judgment. Very well, Titan replied. With both son and grandson having made their decisions, Titan too found his resolve. The future ultimately belongs to the younger generation. Let them reap their own fortunes. In the hall, Jiang Yu, bored, sipped his tea, mentally counting the passage of time. Half an hour had already elapsed. They should be emerging soon. Indeed, Titan soon appeared with the 2 of them. Jiang Yu hastily stood up. Patriarch Titan. Jiang Yu began, but Titan halted him. Lord Jiang, our Li family is willing to serve His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the future. Splendid. A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Yu's face. On behalf of His Royal Highness, I extend a warm welcome to the Li family S Alliance. Patriarch Titan, we shall henceforth be colleagues, he said earnestly, recognizing this as a significant breakthrough. Titan's expression turned serious. Lord Jiang, now that our Li family has decided to ally with His Royal Highness, we shall not waver. Please inform us of the necessary steps we must take. Jiang Yu could not help but admire Titan's astuteness. The Crown Prince had long since formulated plans for the Li family. They would become a subsidiary sect of the Crown Prince's household, sharing both honor and disgrace. Patriarch Titan would serve the Crown Prince's court, while the Li family would be required to send some of their youth to help form the Crown Prince's guard. However, it was essential for Patriarch Titan to reach out to the other 3 major sections. These arrangements were conceived by Jiang Yu based on the conditions within the Doluo continent and had received the approval of Xue Qinghe. This represented the utmost sincerity that Xue Qinghe could offer, as he was merely a prince and not yet an emperor. Fortunately, these propositions truly astonished Titan, sharing both honor and disgrace. If only the Haoyan sect had been able to achieve such a bond, they would not be in their current predicament. How could we, the Li family, deserve such kindness? Titan expressed with a hint of humility. Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe's sincerity was indeed profound, leaving Taino and Tai Long speechless in astonishment. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face. Please, Patriarch Titan, do not underestimate yourselves. The Li family is indeed worthy of this generosity, as are the 4 major sections. Back in the days of the Haoyan sect, although you were merely 4 inconspicuous single-attribute sects, you hold the potential to become a cornerstone of the nation. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted towards the outside, where the entirety of Tiandou City and the Tiandou Empire lay. On a national scale, the Li family could genuinely serve as a foundational pillar. The 4 fundamental attributes of sustenance, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, are represented by the 4 major sects, with 2 of them belonging to the Li family. The other sects each contribute 1 attribute, thus showcasing immense potential. From Jiang Yu's perspective, if all 4 were to develop fully, they could resolve numerous national-level issues. While single-attribute sects might lack combat prowess, they excel in other domains. Even the weakest of them, the Speed sect, could serve as a crucial information relay across various regions. Jiang Yu was genuinely contemplating the future on a national scale. Empire Cornerstone? You must be jesting with an old man like me. We were unaware of this. Titan could not contain his skepticism, as Jiang Yu's claims seemed too far-fetched to be credible. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, unfazed by Titan's expression. Patriarch Titan, do you doubt my words? Titan nodded candidly. Indeed, it is difficult to believe what you say. We are somewhat self-aware. Allow me to elaborate. First, the Li family excels in forging, and you, as a master craftsman, elevate their forging standards significantly. So, let me pose a question. What determines a person's forging ability? Titan almost instinctively responded. It is determined by the extraordinary weapons they create. This is the ultimate test of a craftsman's skill. I beg to differ. And how do you perceive it? Jiang Yu locked eyes with Titan and stated, I believe a person's forging ability should be assessed based on their creativity and accessibility. Creating exceptional weapons from rare materials does not necessarily indicate greatness. However, crafting extraordinary weapons from ordinary materials does signify true skill. The true master craftsman is one who can produce rare treasures from commonplace materials. While this perspective may be biased, it encapsulates Jiang Yu's genuine belief. He seeks not a craftsman who can forge extraordinary weapons from rare materials, but one who possesses the intellect and creativity to innovate. Such individuals are the true bedrock of a nation. The Li family holds the potential to become that cornerstone. As in this era, the blacksmiths are the closest to the future soul masters. The first soul-guiding devices in the Dou Luo continent were indeed forged by blacksmiths, making it crucial to guide them down this path. Titan remained silent for a moment, then stated, I comprehend your perspective. While I may not fully agree with your view, I acknowledge your conviction, and the Li family shall strive toward this objective. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude to Patriarch Titan, affirming that in due time, the Li family would undoubtedly achieve lasting renown. Let us hope so, Titan replied, feeling somewhat ambivalent. Jiang Yu continued, the Yu family excels in architecture, contributing to the nation's infrastructure and connecting various regions. Although the Min family may lack combat prowess, their speed allows for swift communication across distances. The Pa family's medical expertise can also be significantly advanced once comprehensive medical care is established. Ordinary citizens will be able to receive treatment without the need for soul masters, which would be an immeasurable boon to the nation and its people. At this point, Titan was captivated by Jiang Yu's words. He had never realized the substantial impact that he and his brethren could have on the nation. If my brothers knew of Lord Zhang's high regard for them, they would surely be overjoyed. Titan laughed, though a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. They had not strayed from the right path in their past, but rather had failed to apply their strengths effectively. Jiang Yu smiled, knowing that the matter was settled. To win someone over, one must not only offer benefits, but also help them recognize their own value. Therefore, it is imperative for the Titan clan chief to swiftly establish contact with the other 3 clans. On behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince, I assure you that he will not neglect your contributions, and in the journey ahead, you will undoubtedly realize your intrinsic worth. The roles of the Strength Clan and the Imperial Clan will be of paramount importance for the nation, while the Poison Clan, though currently proficient in toxicology, will become significantly vital once it transitions to pharmacology. However, the Sensitivity Clan may face a complete decline as time progresses. Although Jiang Yu's earlier remarks about their significance were commendable, they seem somewhat far-fetched and are likely to fade with the passage of time. Thus, Jiang Yu must have alternative plans for the future of the Sensitivity Clan, as he is not one to be lacking in affection and possesses a far-reaching vision. There is no reason to disregard the family of Xue Qinghe, and he will undoubtedly strive to ensure its continuity as a form of gratitude for their current assistance. It is likely that the Sensitivity Clan will play a role in information management within Jiang Yu's plans. With their speed, they could potentially acquire covert attributes in the future, making them formidable reporters. It can be said that if the 4 clans align themselves with Jiang Yu's vision, even a millennium later, the legendary Tang sect narrative may very well endure, and they shall thrive rather than vanish as depicted in the original text. I shall inform them promptly, and I will also endeavor to persuade them. Expressing our gratitude to His Highness for his esteem and trust, Titan stated solemnly. Thank you, Chief Titan, Jiang Yu replied. Thus, the matter was finally settled. Following this, Titan formally escorted Jiang Yu to the door, and Jiang Yu bid farewell with utmost respect, having successfully accomplished his mission for the day. Once Jiang Yu had departed, Tai Nuo and Tai Long erupted in excitement. Tai Long exuberantly exclaimed, Grandfather, will we be able to rise above like those nobles? However, before he could finish his sentence, Titan swiftly brought him down to the ground with a firm slap. You insolent wretch, I warn you, our Strength Clan must never resemble those nobles. We must maintain our current stance in the future. We cannot become complacent merely due to an elevation in status. Do you understand? Titan scolded vehemently. You are getting ahead of yourself before the matter has even commenced. This certainly warrants a lesson. I understand, grandfather, Tai Long replied, somewhat aggrieved. Titan then turned his gaze towards Tainua. You too. The words I just spoke will be inscribed into our clan regulations. From now on, all descendants of the Strength clan must adhere to them. Understood? Tainua immediately responded with a tense expression. Understood, father. Titan nodded in satisfaction, glancing in the direction Jiang Yu had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young man is indeed a talent, astute and clever. However, I find his proposals exceedingly intriguing. Having lived so long, it is impossible for Titan not to discern the blueprint hidden within Jiang Yu's words. Truth be told, he was quite enticed. Ensuring the longevity of the family is a concern for every clan. The path for a single attribute clan, like the Strength clan, is fraught with difficulties, and there is a high likelihood of fading into the annals of history. Titan frequently worries for his family. Should they fail to produce another individual of Jiang Yu's caliber, the clan may very well perish. Thus, he often seeks avenues for the future of the clan. Today, he perceived a glimmer of hope in Jiang Yu's words. It appears they can pursue this path. As long as they align themselves with the nation, their future may be intertwined with it. My old comrades, do not think that I shall forget you amidst my good fortune. This matter truly has the potential to alter the destinies of our 4 clans. If you staunchly refuse, I shall be powerless. Titan mused, preparing to visit the other 3 clans, recognizing this opportunity as a significant one. On the other side, after attending to his affairs, Jiang Yu did not return home directly, but proceeded to the Crown Prince's residence to seek out Xue Qinghe. Compared to his home, he preferred to linger in the prince's palace, where his father also favored his presence. Therefore, it was best to avoid any discomfort between them. Jiang Yu arrived just in time, as Xue Qinghe was present in the palace, along with an unexpected visitor, his master, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chapter 8. Ning Fengji as Jiang Yu entered the reception hall of the Crown Prince's residence. He observed Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji engaged in light-hearted conversation, which took him by surprise. Noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Xue Qinghe cheerfully introduced him. Master, this is Jiang Yu, my capable assistant. Ning Fengji responded with a smile. Indeed, a remarkable young man. Ning Fengji had long been aware of Jiang Yu, given the commotion surrounding Jiang Yu's father's past, which had reached even his ears. Moreover, as Xue Qinghe's mentor, it was impossible for him to be oblivious to Jiang Yu's existence. However, while he was aware of Jiang Yu, they had never formally met. Likewise, Jiang Yu had only seen Ning Fengji from a distance, knowing of his identity. Having met the Crown Prince and the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu refrained from overstepping. He had come to report good news and could only wait for Ning Fengji to depart before speaking. Xue Qinghe simply invited Jiang Yu to stand beside him, while Ning Fengji offered Jiang Yu a friendly smile, which Jiang Yu reciprocated with a respectful nod. Master, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xue Qinghe asked with a smile. Ning Fengji typically would not visit the Crown Prince's residence. They usually arrange to meet in Tiandou City. Thus, his personal visit must pertain to a matter of significance. I heard you are to be married, so I can take a look? Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Ah, so you are already informed, Master. I had planned to tell you in a few days, but the matter is not yet settled. I feared that if it fell through, you would find it amusing, Xue Qinghe said gently. In the exchange, both were wily individuals, effortlessly navigating the underlying nuances without casting blame. Ning Feng ti kuklet likti. I wonder which fortunate girl has captured your heart so profoundly that you are preparing for marriage without a word. A smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, revealing no intention of concealing the information, as it was meant to be shared with Ning Fengji. It is by Chen Xiang, the granddaughter of the Sensitivity Clan's leader. Ning Fengji's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. The Sensitivity Clan, you say? Qinghe, are you aware of the background of this clan? Originally, Ning Fengji had anticipated that should Xue Qinghe consider a marriage alliance, he would choose a family closely affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, or even marry one of its disciples. To his surprise, Xue Qinghe had opted for a union with the Sensitivity Clan, which bore no connection to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, leaving Ning Fengji somewhat taken aback. After all, he had invested considerable thought into Xue Qinghe's future, and now this alliance seemed to circumvent his influence. It appeared someone had advised him. Was it Jiang Yu? Ning Fengji's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu for a moment, subconsciously feeling that this idea originated from him. It seems I must pay more attention to him in the future. Yes, the Sensitivity Clan was once an affiliated sect of the Haotian sect. But so what? Do they dare to trouble me because I am marrying the daughter of the Sensitivity Clan? Even if they do, what is there to fear? For Xinxiang, I would not hesitate to confront the Haotian sect. To be honest, when I first laid eyes on by Xinxiang, I fell in love with her. She is the only one for me. A flicker of deep emotion and determination shone in Xue Qinghe's eyes, and anyone could discern the unwavering resolve in his words. Beside him, Jiang Yu was equally astonished. Had he not been familiar with the original work, he might have been convinced. Indeed, Your Highness, your acting skills are quite remarkable. Naturally, Ningfeng Ji was also taken aback. It seemed to him that for the first time in many years, he was witnessing the determination of this disciple, as if he were truly seeing the real person within. So it is, I never expected you, Qinghe, to possess such resolve. It appears that the girl is indeed fortunate to have inspired such determination in you. Allow me to extend my blessings for your happiness here and now, Ningfeng Ji said with a smile after his initial surprise. Although it was somewhat regrettable, the thought of Qinghe remaining his disciple made it much easier to bear. What a pity, though. I've been aware of your impending marriage for quite some time. I had intended to introduce you to a suitable lady. Yet it seems you have already found your true love. The Min family is not a bad option either, Ningfeng Ji teased. You wish to introduce me to a lady? Teacher? Could be your daughter, Rongrong? Qinghe replied with a smile. Haha, that is not out of the question. If you have the ability to win Rongrong's heart, I would consent. I actually hope she can decide for herself regarding her marriage, Ningfeng Ji said, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. In truth, had Ningfeng Ji been willing to marry his daughter to Qinghe, their union would undoubtedly have succeeded, alleviating any concerns for the future. Even if Qinghe's identity were to be exposed, Ningfeng Ji would steadfastly support him in claiming the throne, ensuring a prominent position for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, Ning Rongrong's status is not ordinary. Should a union occur, Qinghe would not easily sever that connection, undoubtedly bringing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the fold. In that case, the Dou continent might present an entirely different landscape. Yet, Ningfeng Ji was reluctant to part with his daughter, allowing her to choose her own path. Regrettably, I already have someone I care for, Qinghe said wistfully, then smiled at Ningfeng Ji. Ningfeng Ji returned the smile, and both remained silent, fully aware of the impossibility of the situation. Had it been possible, it would have been settled long ago. They continued to chat about trivial matters, primarily concerning Qinghe's training. Ningfeng Ji did not linger long, and soon took his leave. Qinghe smiled as he escorted Ningfeng Ji to the door, only to return and find Jiang Yu languishing in a chair, utterly exhausted. Qinghe playfully chided, "You rascal. Do you still have no regard for your prince? Are you unaware that your current demeanor is somewhat unbecoming?" Of course, it was merely a jest. He had grown quite accustomed to Jiang Yu's antics over the years. "Your Highness, I am tired." After running about for so long, and then standing for such an extended period, Jiang Yu admitted, feeling fatigued from having to stand earlier due to the vast difference in their statuses. "Never mind. Do as you please. How did the tasks I entrusted to you fare?" Qinghe inquired, taking a seat in the spot recently vacated by Ningfeng Ji. Jiang Yu straightened his posture. "Everything has been taken care of. I have successfully persuaded the Li family. Your Highness may send someone for preliminary discussions, and all you need to do is prepare for the upcoming marriage. As long as they feel valued, the emphasis is on your attitude. Whether we can secure the support of the four clans hinges on this moment. I've already arranged the next steps, and you need only follow my lead," he concluded, handing Qinghe a detailed plan outlining the subsequent arrangements for the single attribute clans. Qinghe set the plan aside without reading it. "Since you are managing these matters, I will leave the future steps in your capable hands." Jiang Yu replied earnestly, then accepted the directive without hesitation, as he had little trust in others handling this task. "Now, let us discuss the wedding arrangements," Qinghe said, his expression turning somewhat sheepish. This was his first experience akin to a bride getting into a sedan chair. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt uncertain about what to do when the time came, and was quite anxious. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss. "If you ask me, who should I consult? I have no idea either." Jiang Yu, too, was single in his previous life, making this experience novel for him as well. However, having lived two lives, Jiang Yu offered a suggestion. "Your Highness, You could inquire within the palace for officials responsible for such matters. They could assist you in arranging the wedding. After all, you are to marry the crown princess, and the ceremonial protocols must be meticulously observed. You should also inform His Majesty. I understand. Qinghe nodded solemnly, a flicker of anticipation in his heart. He had never contemplated marrying before, and the sudden prospect of a wife felt quite strange. Oh, and Your Highness, you could have someone spread the news of your conversation with Sect Master Ning today. It would be best if it became widely known, particularly among the four great clans. This would facilitate persuading the other three clans on behalf of the Li family. Jiang Yu suggested suddenly. Why go to such lengths? Qinghe replied, somewhat hesitant. It serves to establish an impression of you as a lovesick person in the eyes of the public, garnering you a wave of popularity, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. This is a common tactic from my previous life, utilizing gossip and public sentiment to deepen the impression people have of you. Compared to political achievements, gossip can pique curiosity more effectively, prompting others to learn about who Qinghe truly is, thereby significantly enhancing his influence. But what if teacher inquires? How should I respond? Qinghe was still reluctant, as he feared that if these matters reached the ears of the Spirit Hall, those who knew his identity might find it embarrassing. Fear not, Your Highness, nothing will go awry. If Sect Master Ning asks, we shall feign ignorance and swiftly change the topic, Jiang Yu declared with mock ferocity. This way, once Ning Fengzhi learns of Qinghe's impending marriage, he will certainly have his own people nearby, making it an opportune moment to clear them out. However, Sect Master Ning is unlikely to provide that opportunity. Your Highness's recent actions have likely made him cautious, Jiang Yu lamented. Nonetheless, Qinghe found Jiang Yu's suggestion quite astute. If Ning Fengzhi were to inquire, he could conveniently remove those pawns from his side, and the rationale would be entirely reasonable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yes, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. Since it is a straightforward task, it will not interfere with future plans. By the way, Your Highness, I have a matter I am unsure whether to request your assistance with, Jiang Yu said, his expression suddenly awkward. Speak freely, Qinghe replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. It concerns my soul power, which has now reached level 30. I need to hunt for a soul ring, but lack suitable companions to assist me. I was wondering if you might have anyone in mind who could accompany me for the hunt, Jiang Yu stated without reservation. You have reached level 30? Qinghe expressed surprise. Although Jiang Yu possessed innate full soul power, he was primarily an auxiliary soul master, a path notoriously difficult to cultivate. Yet, he had managed to reach level 30 so swiftly. This talent is certainly on par with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, is it not? Indeed, I have only just attained it in recent days. Unfortunately, I lacked suitable companions to assist me in hunting soul beasts, which is why I sought Your Highness's help. Jiang Yu remarked. To reach level 30, one requires a 1,000-year soul ring, while the Heaven Dou Empire possesses domesticated soul beasts. The number of 1,000-year soul beasts is exceedingly scarce, and their quality is quite low. To acquire a worthy soul ring, Jiang Yu must venture into the Star Dou forest. However, Jiang Yu's father is merely a great soul master, and the Jiang family lacks the significant connections to find a powerful soul master to accompany Jiang Yu to the Star Dou forest. In that case, take my token and visit the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. I trust they will honor my request and assist you in procuring a suitable soul ring. With that, Xue Qinghe handed Jiang Yu a token, one that represented his royal status. It was not that Xue Qinghe was unwilling to use his own power, but rather he preferred not to reveal his identity just yet, even to Jiang Yu. Yes, Jiang Yu exclaimed, elated as he accepted the token. This meant he could finally obtain his third soul ring. Xue Qinghe then dismissed Jiang Yu, as he had to prepare for his own wedding, a significant event in his life. Xue Qinghe was determined to make it splendid and to ensure that nothing would betray him on the wedding night. This was indeed a challenging endeavor, especially since Xue Qinghe was a woman and there were certain matters he could not handle alone. He would need to devise a plan. Jiang Yu, overjoyed, departed with the token in hand, unconcerned with Xue Qinghe's wedding preparations. After all, it was not his wedding. He thought to himself that if one lacked the necessary means, one could always find a way to create an illusion. Solutions are often more abundant than difficulties. As he pondered this, he felt a sense of anticipation, giggling softly. With a light heart, Jiang Yu exited the prince's residence. However, upon stepping outside, he noticed a carriage belonging to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school parked in front of the prince's estate. Could it be that Ning Fengji had not left and was seeking Xue Qinghe? Jiang Yu mused. It was not an impossibility. Perhaps there were matters Ning Fengji wished to discuss that were not suited for the previous setting. Yet, what transpired next exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. A disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School approached him. Lord Jiang, the sect master requests your presence. He gestured toward the nearby tavern. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Inside the tavern, Ning Fengji was smiling and waving at him. With no choice but to comply, Jiang Yu replied, lead the way. He could hardly refuse an invitation directed at him. Soon, he was escorted to a private room where Ning Fengji was enjoying tea, accompanied by an elderly gentleman standing quietly behind him. Jiang Yu had not seen this elder before. He must have been one of the two title de Luo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, though Jiang Yu did not know their identities. Lord Jiang has arrived. Please, have a seat. Ning Fengji greeted him warmly, gesturing to the seat before him, treating Jiang Yu as an equal. Jiang Yu, taken aback by the courtesy, replied, Sect Master Ning, you flatter me. I cannot accept such a title. You may simply call me Jiang Yu. With that, he seated himself in a secondary position. May I inquire why you sought my presence, Sect Master Ning? This unexpected invitation has left me somewhat apprehensive, Jiang Yu inquired, observing Ning Fengji closely. Ning Fengji chuckled, perhaps amused by Jiang Yu's perceptiveness or his seemingly timid demeanor. Haha, then I shall address you as Jiang Yu. However, as you are a companion to my disciple, you may also refer to me as uncle in private. I have met your father. He is quite a remarkable individual. Indeed, he is quite a character, Jiang Yu silently critiqued, reflecting on the unusual actions of his father. Well then, I shall respectfully comply, Uncle Ning. Might I ask the purpose of your visit? Jiang Yu inquired. Ning Feng Ti noted, stating, I simply sense that your soul power has reached level 30 and wish to inquire if you require assistance in obtaining a suitable soul ring. Jiang Yu initially considered declining, having already sought help from Xue Qinghe, but then realized this was an opportunity he should not pass up. Thank you, Uncle Ning. I could indeed use some assistance. Ning Fengji smiled. I thought you might refuse. Why would I refuse? Jiang Yu replied with a grin. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji resumed his smile, indicating, in that case, I shall speak freely. Please do, Uncle Ning. I am eager to hear what you have to say, Jiang Yu replied, nodding in agreement. Ning Fengji's face lit up with a smile, finding Jiang Yu's maturity quite intriguing. If Jiang Yu were in his 20s, Ning Fengji would not be surprised, but at merely 12 years old, he was far more astute than many his age, resembling a cunning little fox. This marriage alliance is being driven by you from behind the scenes, is it not? Jiang Yu's heart sank. He had expected such a development. It was clear that this was a matter of familial connections and mutual benefits. Nothing was ever straightforward. Jiang Yu had decided to bide his time, curious about Ning Fengji's true intentions. Indeed, Jiang Yu admitted candidly. Chapter 10. Conversation attempting to outmaneuver Ning Fengji was futile. As the leader of a sect, his cunning was akin to that of an old fox. Jiang Yu understood that evasion would be difficult and could lead to exposure in the future. Can you tell me why? Ning Fengji inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped the table, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, exuding an air of pressure. The elderly gentleman behind Ning Fengji also focused his attention on Jiang Yu, amplifying the pressure he felt. Jiang Yu, maintaining his composure under the strain, replied, because His Highness the Prince requires his own strength. Is the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not sufficient? Ning Fengji's tone carried an undertone of pressure, intensifying Jiang Yu's discomfort. Yet he remained resolute, stating it is insufficient. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School offers only support. It does not provide the strength he needs. Beneath the seemingly illustrious exterior of His Highness, there lies a lack of personal power. Do you find this acceptable, Uncle Ning? Jiang Yu's words struck a chord with Ning Fengji, who paused in contemplation. Indeed, Xue Qinghe currently lacked her own strength. However, this was precisely what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School desired. Without power, Xue Qinghe would remain reliant on them. You may consult with me, for I am Qinghe's teacher, and I would not oppose such discussions. Ning Fengji's tone softened slightly. As her teacher, he naturally wished for Xue Qinghe's well-being. Yet her current actions left him feeling somewhat resentful. These matters were not beyond negotiation. He was not an unreasonable man. Jiang Yu shook his head, choosing not to respond directly, but instead posing an unrelated question. Uncle Ning, Do you support His Highness the Prince due to the decisions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or at the behest of the Emperor? Both, I suppose. Are you suggesting that the Emperor does not trust Qinghe? Why is that? Ning Fengji's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, realizing the implications. Jiang Yu smiled. Uncle Ning, I have said nothing. This is merely your interpretation. Through his dialogue with Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu discerned a crucial fact. Ning Fengji was unaware of the deeper schemes at play, having also fallen victim to the machinations of the Night Emperor. His current objective was to stir the waters of Heaven Dou City, ensuring that no one dared to act until he had developed his own strength to counteract those who would scheme against him. Indeed, that is my interpretation, Ning Fengji conceded, a slight chuckle escaping him. As for whether it was merely speculation, only Ning Fengji truly knew. Some matters could not be articulated plainly. The events of recent years resurfaced in Ning Fengji's mind, leading him to discern certain issues concealed behind the curtain. Therefore, I humbly request Uncle Ning's understanding. As the imperial heir, the Crown Prince requires a measure of strength to safeguard his own security, Jiang Yu stated gravely. Of course I understand. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is fully capable of addressing these matters, Ning Fengji insisted, pressing forward. Regardless, the investment in Xue Qinghe is a decision made by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and we cannot simply abandon it. That may be the case. But what can the Crown Prince offer Uncle Ning in return? Jiang Yu inquired. What? Ning Fengji paused, puzzled by Jiang Yu's implication. Simply offering assistance does not inspire confidence. Only mutual need can fortify the relationship between both parties. The actions undertaken by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are already substantial in the Crown Prince's eyes. And should they grow even larger, it would likely cause unease. I presume that is not what Uncle Ning desires. Thus, I implore you to wait until we can provide sufficient benefits for Uncle Ning's assistance. How does that sound? Jiang Yu spoke calmly, meeting Ning Fengji's gaze evenly. Ning Fengji regarded Jiang Yu with equal composure, his usual smile replaced by a serious demeanor. Very well. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude to Uncle Ning. I am quite curious about what price Xue Qinghe will pay to enlist my aid, and when that will be, Ning Fengji remarked, his demeanor lightening as if the earlier conversation had not affected him in the slightest. A benefit that Uncle Ning cannot refuse, and it will come swiftly. Jiang Yu hinted meaningfully. Ah, the Chihuahua tulip. You will find it impossible to decline. The ice and fire duality is an item that must be acquired, and it must not be left to Tang San. I look forward to it. It is indeed worth the anticipation. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. Now, I'm even more curious. To whom do you pledge your loyalty? This is a rather intriguing question. It resembles a case of feigned ignorance. Yet it is anything but, Jiang Yu replied. Without a doubt, my loyalty lies with the Crown Prince. If this empire must have an emperor, then I fervently hope it is the Crown Prince. As for the fourth prince, he is ill-suited. He is excessively restrained, fearing authority without possessing virtue. Certainly not a suitable candidate. Jiang Yu's words, though vague, inadvertently sowed a seed of contemplation within Ning Fengji, who had often suppressed Xue Qinghe over the years, enabling him to perceive the true nature of the avalanche. In murky waters, one can best fish. In this struggle, it is optimal for each individual to have their own tasks. Indeed, a flicker of contemplation flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes, though it swiftly vanished. Jianshu, I entrust you with Jiang Yu's affairs. Please assist him in acquiring a suitable soul ring from the Stardow Forest. You may also take this opportunity to visit Rongrong. Ning Fengji added with a smile, effectively concluding their discussion. Although Jiang Yu had divulged numerous pieces of information, Ning Fengji felt that the waters had only grown murkier. Understood. Jianshu, known as Sword de Luo, readily agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yu soon recognized that this individual was Jian Doluo Qinshin. However, was it not somewhat excessive to request the assistance of a titled Doluo for the acquisition of a soul ring? Perhaps it was merely a side endeavor, as he simply wished to visit his granddaughter. Jiang Yu quickly grasped this. After all, in the original narrative, Jian Doluo dotes on Ning Rongrong, so he would undoubtedly be eager for the chance to see his granddaughter, who had run away from home. The reasons were readily available. Jiang Yu had met Ning Rongrong before, but their interactions had been superficial, limited to mere greetings. Without the trials faced at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong was indeed a proud little sorceress. I must strategize further. My arrangements are still insufficient. With a smile gracing his face and a profound gaze, Jiang Yu confirmed the time with Ning Fengji and then took his leave. Thus, their delightful conversation came to a close. The following day marked the day they had agreed upon. Jiang Yu arrived at the gates of Tiandou City early, though he was still slightly tardy, as Jian Luo had already been waiting for some time. Greetings, Senior Sword. Jiang Yu approached and bowed respectfully. Jian Luo Qinxin regarded Jiang Yu, seemingly assessing whether he was indeed the same individual. Very well, let us depart. Indeed, Senior. I have prepared a carriage, which will arrive shortly, Jiang Yu suggested. The Stardew Forest is not particularly close to Tiandou City. It is somewhat distant. If one were to walk, it would take an extended period, several days, in fact. Traveling by carriage would be far more convenient, and Jiang Yu did not require such arduous exercise. No need for that, Qinxin replied, extending his hand to grasp Jiang Yu by the collar. Before Jiang Yu could react, Qinxin vanished in an instant. He felt a sudden rush of air around him, enveloping him in a powerful wind pressure. Before he could utter a word, attempting to halt Qinxin's actions, a gust of cold air rushed into his mouth, causing him considerable discomfort. Qinxin, evidently unconcerned with Jiang Yu's discomfort, believed that as long as Jiang Yu remained unharmed, he could endure such trifling hardships. After all, what kind of soul master would he be if he could not withstand this? At that moment, Jiang Yu felt a bitter regret. Had he known, he would not have accepted Ning Fengji's goodwill, which had only added a heap of trouble and discomfort. Had he utilized the token bestowed upon him by Xue Qinghe to approach the Tiandou Royal Academy, the acquisition of a soul ring would have been a far more pleasant endeavor, devoid of such tribulations. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Jiang Yu understood the situation well. After all, the Tiandou Royal Academy was the territory of the Avalanche and his allies. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to misfortune. He must first clip their wings before making any moves. It seems I need to find an opportunity to engage with Dugabo, Jiang Yu contemplated silently. Resolving the matter of Dugabo would clarify the situation in the Tiandou Empire significantly. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter. It must be said that being accompanied by a title de law made for an astonishingly swift journey. In just one day, Qinxin had brought Jiang Yu to a small town near the Stardew Forest. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's insufficient strength to endure such a long journey, Qinxin would likely have charged straight into the Stardew Forest for a swift resolution. This town was specifically designed to cater to soul masters, though small. It boasted a complete array of facilities and entertainment. Jiang Yu recalled that in the original narrative, Tang Sen had also visited this place when he acquired his third soul skill, though he could not say for certain if it was the same town. The town was brightly lit and bustling with activity, as many soul masters returning from the Stardew Forest would typically seek amusement here to alleviate the pressures of their experiences. A myriad of individuals engaged in various pursuits. However, Jiang Yu and Jiandao walked through the streets in silence, resembling two strangers on a journey together, as their relationship was not yet familiar enough for camaraderie. And Qinxin had no intention of fostering such bonds. Yet, Jiang Yu and Qinxin had reached a mutual understanding regarding one matter. They refrained from discussing the Sunset Forest, as another of the three major gathering grounds for soul beasts and closer to Tiandou City. One might think it more fitting for Jiang Yu to seek a soul ring there. Nevertheless, he opted for the Stardew Forest instead. The reasoning behind this choice lay in the fact that, in the original narrative, the Sunset Forest had little significance. Jiang Yu would only be able to obtain a single soul ring there, with no additional opportunities. Conversely, the Stardew Forest offered more substantial narrative weight and greater chances for discovery. Moreover, given the current timing, school had commenced, meaning Tang San and his companions would soon be seeking their own soul rings. It is an ancient truth that where the protagonist treads, opportunities inevitably abound. Jiang Yu pondered the possibility of encountering something fortuitous here, hoping to subtly influence and recruit others while also seeking to seize some opportunities from Tang San and his companions. After all, while it was futile to win over Tang San and Xiao Wu, the other five possessed significant value. You seem to have something on your mind. Are you contemplating the type of soul ring you wish to obtain next? Chen Xian's voice broke the silence that hung between the two. Ah, indeed. I am filled with anticipation, uncertain of what kind of soul ring I might acquire, Jiang Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, his response somewhat hasty and unguarded. Chen Xian observed him silently, realizing that Feng Zhi's assessment was accurate. This young man was quite astute, concealing his true thoughts well. Please, reveal your martial soul to me. I shall provide you with some guidance, Qian Renxue stated calmly, not delving into the musings Jiang Yu had just shared. There must be a reason for Jiang Yu's presence in the Star Dou forest. Otherwise, he would have requested to venture into the Sunset Forest. Qian Renxue's sole duty was to assist Jiang Yu in acquiring his third soul ring, and he preferred to conclude this task swiftly. Jiang Yu was surprised by Qian Renxue's willingness to offer assistance. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events, possibly a result of Ning Fengzhi's specific instructions. Without further ado, Jiang Yu released his martial soul and introduced his soul skills. Senior, this is my martial soul, 100 herbs. In his hands appeared a peculiar martial soul resembling grass. Neither holy grass nor entirely something else. Its appearance varied depending on one's perception, leading Jiang Yu to classify it as a conceptual martial soul. To be honest, I'm also uncertain about the exact nature of my martial soul. Hence the classification as conceptual. Conceptual martial soul? Qian Renxue pondered this term, unfamiliar with it until now. Indeed, Jiang Yu did not elaborate, as he too lacked a full understanding. Perhaps only Master Yu Shaojiang could grasp its essence in this world. This is my first soul skill, Spirit of the 100 Herbs. Jiang Yu demonstrated his first soul skill, a concept he derived from a plant-type soul beast, which did not endow him with the beast's abilities but instead granted him the conceptual skill, Spirit of the 100 Herbs. And this is my second soul skill, Spirit of the Seasons. He showcased his second soul skill, also conceptual in nature, allowing him to alter the climate within a certain radius, transforming the battlefield into a suitable environment for combat. The Spirit of the 100 Herbs could manipulate surrounding flora, exerting both suppression and enhancement effects on plant-type soul masters, while the Spirit of the Seasons could create varying environments that could suppress certain attributes of soul masters and amplify others. Jiang Yu briefly explained his two soul skills. Qian Renxue frowned in contemplation. Jiang Yu's martial soul was indeed unique, and his soul skills were rather unconventional, leaving him momentarily perplexed on how to cultivate them further. Do you have any thoughts on this? While these are area-based soul skills, in my estimation, their amplification is rather weak, and they possess specific targeting, which is somewhat regrettable. I don't have any particular thoughts. I could simply look for a plant-type soul beast, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Over the years, Jiang Yu had come to terms with his own limitations, realizing that relying solely on his strength was somewhat unrealistic. While he possessed combat potential, it was insufficient for serious confrontations. However, these soul skills were quite advantageous for agricultural endeavors. Jiang Yu mused that with some effort, he might become the equivalent of a divine farmer in this world. Seeing Jiang Yu's indifference, Qian Renxue chose not to press further. He had fulfilled his obligations. Qian Renxue shifted his attention from Jiang Yu to a nearby trio of individuals, a grandfather and his two grandchildren. Senior, do you sense something amiss? Jiang Yu turned to look as well, but with so many people around and lacking Qian Renxue's keen perception, he discerned nothing unusual. I have spotted an individual of considerable strength, Qian Renxue remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Perhaps Qian Renxue's smile caught their attention, for the elder of the trio turned toward them, visibly startled, and quickly approached. Greetings, Sordau. Meng Shu, the Dragon Duke, bowed respectfully. It is the Dragon Duke. Qian Renxue replied with a smile, recognizing the name of the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, which held some renown in Dou continent. Encountering them here was quite unexpected. Too kind, too kind. Meng Shu quickly demurred, acknowledging that his reputation paled in comparison to that of the titled Dou. The Snake Lady, Tian Xiang, and Meng Yi Ran also hurriedly offered their respects, realizing that they were in the presence of a titled Dou, a rarity indeed. Jiang Yu was taken aback. So, it was Meng Yi Ran and the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady. This indicated that Tang San and his companions had indeed arrived here. He wondered whether Meng Yi Ran had acquired a soul ring. Since we have met, might I inquire if you are here for your juniors to obtain soul rings? Qian Renxue addressed Meng Yi Ran. Could it be that the Sword Dou Luo is also? Meng Shu's expression brightened. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yi Ran. At 15, she has already reached 30 levels of soul power, and we have come to secure her third soul ring. Meng Shu humbly referred to himself as a junior, affording Qian Renxue due respect. Indeed, Qian Renxue replied nonchalantly. Would the esteemed senior be willing to accompany us to the Star Dou forest for the soul ring acquisition? If a suitable soul beast is found, perhaps the Sword Dou's descendant could absorb it first, Meng Shu suggested. It was not that they lacked the ability to secure a soul ring, but rather that this presented an opportunity to befriend a titled Dou, which would be foolish to pass up. After a brief consideration, Qian Renxue agreed. Very well. Jiang Yu, come forth. Jiang Yu promptly approached, introducing himself. I am Jiang Yu, a close aide to the Crown Prince. It is an honor to meet you, Dragon Duke, Snake Lady, and Miss Meng Yiran. A close aide to the Crown Prince? The Dragon Duke and Snake Lady were surprised to learn he was not a junior from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but rather affiliated with the Crown Prince. Meng Shu and Tian Xiang exchanged glances, noting that Qian Renxue bore no signs of displeasure, which stirred a peculiar sentiment within them. It appeared the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had fully backed the current Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Is it that infatuated prince, His Highness Xue Qinghe? Meng Yiran's interest was piqued. Yes, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated Meng Yiran to be aware of Xue Qinghe's tale, and it had only been a short while. It was evident that Xue Qinghe had likely utilized the Spirit Hall's intelligence network. However, this presented an opportunity. Jiang Yu silently contemplated how he could leverage this chance to strengthen ties between their factions and perhaps win over the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, whose prowess would be advantageous to him. A Soul Dou was indeed a valuable ally, even if merely as a combatant. Chapter 12. An invitation. One cannot help but note the scarcity of mental entertainment on Dou continent. Jiang Yu, relying solely on a few stories and some whimsical fabrications regarding the romance between Xue Qinghe and Bai Qinxiang, successfully forged a commendable rapport with Meng Yiran. Of course, this was not a romantic relationship, but rather a bond forged through gossip, as they became acquainted via tales surrounding Xue Qinghe. The process unfolded more smoothly than Jiang Yu had anticipated, solidifying his resolve to develop Dou continent and establish a flourishing cultural civilization, ultimately allowing him to take a step back and relax. A life devoid of purpose was indeed rather painful. Beyond cultivation, there seemed to be little else to engage in. Beside them, Meng Shuqiao and Tianxiang did not express much concern regarding the increasingly close relationship between Jiang Yu and Meng Yiran. Rather, they appeared to take pleasure in it. They had learned about Jiang Yu from Chen Xin, discovering him to be a 12-year-old soul master of extraordinary talent. Although he was not a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his status as a close attendant to the prince was not insignificant. A union between the two would not be undesirable. However, they had not anticipated that Meng Yiran's affections were entirely devoted to the intricate matters surrounding Xue Qinghe, consumed by her own romantic entanglements. Perhaps this is merely a facet of feminine nature, an innate curiosity towards such intrigues. Since Miss Meng is so concerned about His Highness, why not attend His Highness's wedding in Tiandou City? Jiang Yu proposed with a smile, a suggestion perfectly timed. Would that be possible? Meng Yiran exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Certainly. If Miss Meng could come to offer her blessings to the prince, I am sure he would be most pleased. I can send you an invitation, and you need not worry about anything else, Jiang Yu coaxed, akin to a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. All right, it's a promise then. You must not go back on your word. Meng Yiran said joyfully, her desire to meet Xue Qinghe intensifying. Of course, I would never renege, Jiang Yu replied, a subtle smirk of triumph playing upon his lips, though he concealed it from others. He then turned to Meng Shu and Tianxiang, requesting their presence at the princess wedding. Both nodded in agreement with smiles. This resolved matters, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Once the Prince South wedding took place, he could entice Xue Qinghe with his charm, and these two would likely be manageable. He pondered whether he should write a book specifically for the prince, a tactic that seemed quite effective in captivating young girls. He would discuss it with the prince later, as it would serve his ambitions and reputation. Sacrificing a little was of no consequence. A wild history would be published, adding to the intrigue. Jiang Yu chuckled internally, maintaining an outwardly gentle demeanor. Chen Xin, observing him closely, felt a sense of curiosity. How could they have been invited to the prince's wedding after such a brief acquaintance? Moreover, Jiang Yu was a soul master. Senior, is there something you wish to discuss? You've been gazing at me for quite some time, Jiang Yu addressed Chen Xin, who had been studying him intently. I merely find you impressive. No wonder Feng Ji regards you as a little fox. Even he must tread carefully around you. Qin stated bluntly, disregarding Jiang Yu's feelings. Jiang Yu was somewhat at a loss for words. To call him a little fox was rather unflattering. Clever would have sufficed. What soul beast do you intend to hunt next? Qin inquired, shifting the topic. Jiang Yu felt a sense of helplessness at Qin's question. Events had taken an unexpected turn. Meng Yiran had acquired her soul ring, and it was the Windtail Coxcomb Snake. Who could have predicted that the Windtail Coxcomb Snake, which had escaped in the original tale, would perish so easily? This completely disrupted Jiang Yu's plans. However, it was understandable. After all, their team had gained a title de law, and allowing a 1,000-year soul beast to escape would be a significant embarrassment for Qin. Jiang Yu had hoped to encounter Tang San and the others during this excursion. As for whether Qin would discern Xiao Wu's true identity, that was not within Jiang Yu's considerations. Consequently, the chances of meeting Tang San and his companions were now slim. Continuing to delay would only waste time. Let us pursue a plant-type soul beast, Jiang Yu suggested, reasoning that with his martial spirit being the 100 herbs, it would be sensible to seek a plant-based soul ring. He had no further demands. Any 1,000-year plant-type soul beast would suffice. Very well, Qin agreed, finding Jiang Yu's modest request advantageous for saving time. Let us set off immediately, Jiang Yu declared. Senior, please wait a moment, he called, then crouched down, summoning his martial spirit, 100 herbs, as 2 soul rings emerged alongside it. Spirit of 100 herbs. The yellow soul ring illuminated, and Jiang Yu unleashed his first soul skill, instantly commanding all nearby plants, sensing the feedback they provided. He glanced to his left, where a powerful life force emanated. Senior, allow me to lead the way, Jiang Yu said earnestly to Qin. Qin frowned, contemplating Jiang Yu's peculiar actions. You can sense the presence of soul beasts? Indeed, but I can only perceive the aura of plant-type soul beasts, Jiang Yu calmly clarified. The Titan giant ape would soon appear, and considering the current timeline, it would take several days. Jiang Yu could not afford such a delay. He would have to abandon that idea. It seemed meeting the protagonists was out of the question, which was disappointing, as he had come primarily to encounter them. Qin observed Jiang Yu's composed demeanor, feeling a twinge of doubt. Was this young lad truly as he appeared? Or was he concealing something? Moreover, was his martial spirit genuinely as it seemed? After all, being of innate, full soul power, one should not possess a useless martial spirit. Qin was enveloped in uncertainty, wishing to know more about Jiang Yu. Not only the person, but also his martial spirit and his purpose for entering the Star Dou forest. These were tasks entrusted to him by Ning Fengji prior to his arrival. Unfortunately, he could not resort to force, given their brief interactions. Even Qin could not fathom Jiang Yu's character or his reason for being there. The mystery surrounding Jiang Yu seemed to deepen. Then lead the way, Qin said, his tone indifferent, refraining from questioning Jiang Yu's previous hesitation. All right, Jiang Yu replied, a relaxed smile returning to his face as if the setback had not affected him. Meng Shu and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the dynamic between Jiang Yu and Qin. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu proceeded toward the direction he recognized, clearing a path through the wild grass and underbrush, as if a monarch were passing through. What a peculiar ability! Both Qin and Meng Shu mused simultaneously, astonished. After all, they had never witnessed such a soul skill before. They had only a rudimentary understanding of it. However, it was evident that this skill was far from weak. Within the forest, it was his domain. With an unobstructed journey, Jiang Yu and his companions soon arrived at their destination. Senior, we have arrived, Jiang Yu announced, halting his steps and addressing the group. Plant-type soul beasts possess a significant flaw. When their power has not reached a certain level, they are unable to move. Where are they? I see nothing, Meng Yiran remarked, scanning her surroundings without spotting any soul beasts. Meng Shu and Qin, however, took note. Are you truly set on having the soul beast as your third soul skill? Qin asked after a moment of silence. Yes, it seems quite suitable, Jiang Yu casually replied, then turned his gaze to the soul beast before him, a large blue vine, not particularly remarkable in appearance, except that it was significantly larger than its counterparts nearby. Yet, its vitality had reached the level of a 1,000-year soul beast, making it a genuine plant-type soul beast. As for the reason why Qian hesitated to remind Jiang Yu, it is precisely because this soul beast is the most common weed on the Dou continent, the blue silvergrass. Chapter 13. Third Soul Skill, Agricultural Enhancement. The blue-silver grass is not incapable of evolving into a soul beast. After all, with such abundant numbers, there are bound to be a few with extraordinary talents, such as Tang San's mother, the 100,000 year blue-silver emperor, and the 50,000 year blue-silver king mentioned in the original text, along with the present 1,000-year blue-silver grass. However, to cultivate the blue-silver grass into a soul beast, it requires vital nourishment. Due to its status as the weakest plant, despite its remarkably tenacious vitality, it is far too weak to compete with any plant-type soul beasts, resulting in the extreme rarity of blue-silver grass that successfully evolves into a soul beast. Yet, perhaps due to the inherent weakness of the blue-silver grass, it has developed a rather peculiar method of cultivation to gather the strength of the entire clan to nurture a singular monarch, who will then in turn provide sustenance to the clan. Thus, wherever a blue-silver grass soul beast appears, a vast expanse of blue-silver grass surrounds it. Nonetheless, this does not alter the fact that the blue-silver grass is exceedingly weak, and almost no one finds it intriguing. Senior, I believe it is quite remarkable. Perhaps the blue-silver grass appears weak in your eyes and lacks any notable advantages. Even its absorption does not yield powerful soul skills. However, from my perspective, the blue-silver grass possesses a formidable trait, its incredibly resilient vitality. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly as he approached the 1,000-year blue-silver grass, completely unguarded. Dongji, Meng Yiran couldn't help but exclaim, having realized that the plant-type soul beast Jiang Yu referred to was indeed the blue-silver grass before them. Jiang Yu's direct approach could lead to injury, for even though it is merely blue-silver grass, it is still a 1,000-year soul beast. Yiran, do not worry. You'll be fine. If you do not believe me, just watch. Meng Shu interjected, his gaze serious as he observed Jiang Yu. Meng Yiran, puzzled, looked over and immediately noticed that the 1,000-year blue-silver grass remained utterly still in Jiang Yu's presence, as if it had completely surrendered. What is happening? Meng Yiran was baffled by this unexpected scene. It was Chun Xin who provided the explanation. It is a form of suppression, with Jiang Yu's strength. Even if his first soul skill allows him to manipulate plants, he cannot possibly control a 1,000-year soul beast. This situation indicates that Jiang Yu's martial soul exerts a suppressive effect on the blue-silver grass. Indeed, it could be termed suppression. Jiang Yu's martial soul, the 100 herbs, is a conceptual martial soul. It is not a specific plant, but rather a broad concept, the king of all plants. This is a characteristic, albeit latent, that only manifests when faced with sentient plants. Jiang Yu had long since realized this ability. Upon acquiring his second soul ring, he discovered that his martial soul exerted a suppressive effect on plant-type soul beasts. However, he had not given it much thought at the time, as this ability seemed somewhat impractical. Suppression does not constitute complete control, and should the soul beast choose to resist, it could still do so. What a twist of fate! Jiang Yu mused, surprised that he had not encountered Tang San, but instead stumbled upon a 1,000-year blue-silver grass. Prior to arriving, he had been unaware that this plant-type soul beast was indeed blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass soul beasts are rare enough, let alone one that is 1,000 years old. This revelation stirred a peculiar sensation in Jiang Yu, as though it were a compensation or perhaps a predetermined encounter. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, the blue-silver grass exhibited no inclination to resist Jiang Yu, displaying an overwhelming sense of submission. Was it due to its inherent weakness? Or had it sensed its own danger? Or perhaps something else? Jiang Yu pondered silently. He also realized that his first soul skill possessed another ability. When faced with sentient plants, he seemed able to communicate with them, although he could not control them. He could sense the thoughts, consciousness, and emotions of plant-type soul beasts. I require your strength, Jiang Yu murmured, gently caressing the leaves of the blue-silver grass. As he did, the blue-silver grass posed no threat, allowing him to touch it without fear. The tall blue-silver grass's leaves quivered slightly, as if in response to Jiang Yu's words. Before Jiang Yu could react, a strange radiance began to swirl around the 1,000-year blue-silver grass, while a soft blue glow emanated from the surrounding ordinary blue-silver grass. The blue light coalesced into a beam that enveloped Jiang Yu entirely. In that moment, he felt as if he were immersed in a warm ocean, utterly comfortable and reluctant to move. These blue lights represented the life force of the blue silvergrass, continuously nourishing Jiang Yu's body. The blue glow converged into a circular aura around him, and a purple soul skill, followed by 2 yellow soul rings, gradually emerged. What is happening? The 4 onlookers gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Qian Renxue, who had seen much, was taken aback. He had never witnessed someone obtain a soul ring without slaying a soul beast. Who is this young man? How can he absorb a soul ring without hunting a soul beast? Jensin Muset internally. At that moment, he even doubted whether Jiang Yu might be a 100,000-year soul beast. However, if he were, it would have been impossible to remain undetected by Qian Renxue. It seemed evident that Jiang Yu harbored secrets. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was equally perplexed. When he expressed his need for the blue silvergrass's strength, he had meant it as a prelude to possibly taking its life. He had never anticipated this outcome. Though he had not encountered such a situation before, it had appeared in the original text. Tang San's 5th soul skill was similarly acquired from the Blue Silver King. Jiang Yu had not expected to gain such a soul skill from a 1,000-year blue silvergrass. Could this be the innate ability of the blue silvergrass? He wondered. This possibility was not unfounded. The Blue Silver King had utilized it in the original story. However, Jiang Yu had always believed that this ability was an intrinsic trait of the blue silvergrass, usable only by its own kind, and that Tang San could also wield it due to his lineage as the Blue Silver Emperor. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that it could be employed by outsiders. As the blue light gradually faded, a deep purple soul ring appeared on Jiang Yu, confirming it to be the 1,000-year variant. He sensed his soul power had increased by 1 level. Jiang Yu gazed at the now wilted blue silvergrass before him, including the previously vibrant 1,000-year specimen, all of which appeared withered and spent, as if they had indulged excessively. The life force of the 1,000-year blue silvergrass had significantly diminished. What intriguing species! I would love to study them, Jiang Yu murmured softly. Yet, seeing the blue silvergrass reduced to this state for his sake, he felt reluctant to take further advantage. Very well, since you have assisted me, I shall extend my help in return. Upon acquiring his 3rd soul skill, Jiang Yu gained a preliminary understanding of its unique and formidable nature, as if it were destined to emerge. This skill interconnected his previous 2 soul skills. He named this new soul skill Spirit of Life. Like the other 2 soul skills, it was a domain-type ability, allowing him to absorb the life force of surrounding plants to nourish himself, while also converting his own soul power into life force to be rain-fused into the plants he desired. In essence, with this soul skill, Jiang Yu could rapidly accelerate plant growth and subsequently control these plants to aid him in battle. However, his first thought was not of combat, but rather of agriculture. Thus, it seems my farming abilities have strengthened, hasn't it? Indeed, in the realm of agriculture, this is akin to a divine skill, one that could eventually cultivate extraordinary seeds. If the blue silvergrass can evolve into a soul beast, why not my rice? Cultivating a rice soul beast that has existed for a century or even a millennium seems feasible. I am merely uncertain if the rice, upon transforming into a soul beast, can be raised without leading to its demise, ensuring sustainable development. Jiang Yu's thoughts were overflowing, and the more he contemplated, the more he felt it was plausible. Fortunately, this vitality could also be imparted to others, serving a remarkably potent healing function. Jiang Yu would not descend into mere farming. Surrounded by blue silvergrass, Jiang Yu found no entities to absorb and could only convert his soul power into vitality. As the 3rd millennium soul ring illuminated, a milky white radiance emanated from him, transforming his inner soul power into life force. When a moment was right, under Jiang Yu's control, the white light shattered abruptly, dispersing into sparkling motes that gently settled upon the surrounding blue silvergrass, with the millennium-old specimen receiving the most. Instantly, the previously wilted blue silvergrass revived with vigor. Chapter 14, Mutation. It appeared that these blue silvergrass had taken on a distinct quality, or perhaps they had always been this way. After releasing his soul technique, Jiang Yu observed the blue silvergrass anew, realizing it had transformed. The once crystalline blue silvergrass now shimmered with greater translucence, akin to sparkling sapphires. The millennium-old specimen exhibited even more pronounced changes, with a gleaming silver filament coursing through its body, enhancing its imposing presence. although it retained its millennium cultivation. The aura it emanated was drastically different from before. There was no doubt. The blue-silver grass had indeed mutated, and Jiang Yu was certain of it. This extraordinary transformation was a result of his influence. Could my soul technique truly be this powerful, capable of inducing mutations in flora? Even Jiang Yu felt a swell of delight, despite the lack of significant enhancement to his combat prowess. However, his agricultural potential had certainly increased. Alas, why did I find myself contemplating farming again? Jiang Yu wore a look of exasperation. He wished to lay back and not assume the role of a farmer. Sensing the joy emanating from the millennium blue-silver grass, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and caressed its leaves, which quivered in response. He then retreated to join Qian Renxue. Upon his approach, Qian Renxue hesitated before inquiring, "Your soul ring? Returning to my senior, it is complete. If you wish to inquire how I achieve this, I must admit I do not know. It is not my ability, but rather that of the blue-silver grass," Jiang Yu replied with a hint of helplessness. He understood Qian Renxue's curiosity, but felt it best to maintain an air of mystery. "Is that so?" Jiang Yu deeply. "Indeed," Jiang Yu shrugged. "If you choose not to believe, I am powerless to change that. However, this newfound capability might warrant further exploration." Jiang Yu had discerned the principle. The blue light was essentially the life force of the blue-silver grass. This principle involved utilizing life force to condense soul rings. If that were the case, Jiang Yu could replicate this, although perhaps only he possessed the unique ability to absorb the life force of other beings. From this phenomenon, Jiang Yu surmised that the essence of a soul ring appeared to be the life force of the soul beast. After all, if a soul ring were composed of life force, many previously perplexing matters would become clear. At the moment a soul beast perishes, its life force is entirely released, forming the soul ring, which gradually dissipates over time. As for why soul rings resonate with individuals, it likely occurs when the soul beast's life force mingles with the soul power of its slayer. Thus, why can humans not generate soul rings? Is there an inherent difference between them and soul beasts? This merits investigation. Yet, perhaps it is better left alone. Should it be discovered that humans could also release soul rings, I might find myself regarded as the progenitor of evil soul masters, a title I must avoid at all costs. In just a short span, Jiang Yu's thoughts had wandered far and wide. Since you wish to remain silent, so be it. I have no interest in prying further, Qian Renxue remarked, his displeasure evident. Yet, his curiosity lingered, though Jiang Yu's status prevented him from pressing the matter. Qian Renxue then turned to Meng Shu. "Meng, since our business here is concluded, we shall take our leave." He proceeded to lift Jiang Yu. "Safe travels, esteemed swordmaster," Meng Shu offered, unable to impede Qian Renxue's departure. Qian Renxue nodded, swiftly vanishing with Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Meng Yu suddenly recalled something, calling out to Jiang Yu's retreating figure. "Hey Jiang Yu, without my address, how will you send me an invitation?" Regrettably, Jiang Yu had already ventured too far to hear her words, much less respond. Witnessing this, Tian Xiang chuckled. "If you wish to find him, you might visit Tiandou City after some time. After all, Jiang Yu has invited us. He cannot renege on such a promise. Thus, when the prince weds, we shall attend, and perhaps meet the Tiandou royal family. An excellent opportunity." "Very well," Meng Yu replied, somewhat disheartened. She preferred receiving a personalized invitation over the prospect of traveling to Tiandou City. Tian Xiang smiled gently, and the two departed under Meng Shu's guidance. Shortly after their exit, the patch of blue-silver grass seemed to come alive, retracting its stalks and leaves underground. In mere moments, the area once abundant with blue-silver grass transformed into a barren expanse. The original blue-silver grass lacked such abilities, yet the evolved version possessed them. In the Star Luo Empire, Dragon Rising City, this was the stronghold of one of the single attribute clans, the Yu clan. Following the conflict between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, the Haoyan clan expelled Tang Hao from the sect and sealed their gates. Consequently, the Yu clan detached from the Haoyan clan and relocated to Dragon Rising City in the northern Star Luo Empire. Titan, having decided to personally persuade the other three clans, hastily arrived at the Yu clan's residence, determined to first convince his close acquaintance, the Old Rhino. Now, Titan sat in the Yu clan's grand hall, accompanied by the clan's leader, Niu Gao. Niu Gao refilled Titan's teacup, placing the teapot down as he regarded his old friend. "Old Gorilla, Have you truly made up your mind? To let go of the past and choose anew? Should you decide, there will be no turning back. Niu Gao's tone was laden with gravity. Titan had outlined the benefits from the onset, and his words were undeniably persuasive. Niu Gao felt swayed. The Yu clan specialized in defense, lacking in other areas pertaining to martial spirits. Their initial alliance with the Haoyan clan stemmed from their proficiency in construction, compensating for the latter's deficiencies. Titan's proposal seemed highly credible, suggesting that relying on a nation would be more advantageous than depending on a sect. However, the Yu clan's abandonment by the Haoyan clan had rendered Niu Gao sensitive, instinctively reluctant to join another faction. Once bitten, twice shy. What is there to hesitate over? Of course, I have made my decision. This is an opportunity. While it carries substantial risks, how can one achieve great things without risk? If there were no risks involved, what merit would such an opportunity hold for us? Titan chuckled broadly, having long since come to terms with this reality. As for the events of yesteryear, alas, let them be. The years of waiting have provided a semblance of closure, and it is time we considered our descendants and our clan. But you old rhino, surely you have not yet let go, have you? Upon uttering these words, Titan's expression grew complex, tinged with melancholy, yet predominantly marked by a sense of release. To let go was to let go. In the original narrative, Titan was characterized by his unwavering loyalty, unable to move past the events of the past, ultimately waiting for Tang San. In contrast, Niu Gao maintained a neutral stance, indifferent, merely following Titan's lead. As for Yang Wudi and Bai He's sentiments were far more intricate, a blend of hatred and old affections that made closure elusive. Yang Wudi, on the other hand, was consumed by pure animosity. What is there for me to cling to? I let go the moment Haoyan's sect abandoned us. For years, I have had no dealings with them. Niu Gao scoffed. They were never in the wrong, and it was about time. Huh. It seems I alone am burdened by the past. Titan laughed heartily, a hint of self-deprecation echoing in his tone. Yet now, have you not also let go? Niu Gao smiled, pleased for his friend's liberation. Indeed, it is never too late. Titan's smile faded as he turned to Niu Gao and inquired, how about it, old rhino? Would you be interested in joining me under the prince's banner? What kind of enchantment has that prince cast upon you to ensnare you so? Ah, forget it. I shall follow you, but please do not abandon me as before. Having been cast aside once, I confess I am somewhat apprehensive. Niu Gao remarked casually. The prince has not bewitched me. Rather, it was a young man and his entourage who persuaded me. To be honest, I was quite surprised, reflecting on my stubbornness in the past. Titan recalled the visage of Jiang Yu. What a clever little fox. I cannot believe I was so easily swayed. Perhaps I am growing old. My heart, now, burdened with deeper concerns than in my youth. Nevertheless, I must admit, his proposal is rather commendable. As for abandonment, that will not happen again. Should we advance, it will only be through our own shortcomings that we falter. Titan spoke earnestly, for he was no fool and could see the truth clearly. Chapter 15. Contemplation so certain, are you? Niu Gao chuckled, somewhat skeptical. Do not doubt my words. I speak the truth, Titan replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Some matters are difficult to articulate, yet he understood them clearly. The intricacies Titan struggled to explain were quite simple. Some truths can only be grasped at the national level. Even if one is but a decayed branch to the nation, one can still be used as firewood, contributing to its greater good. Not to mention other contributions. Take the forging skills of the Li family. Within a household, they may be mere blacksmiths, yet on a national scale, guided and developed, they could spark mechanization. Similarly, the Yu family, when viewed through a family lens, are simply craftsmen, but on a national level, they lay the groundwork for roads and bridges, connecting the whole nation for the common good. Such perspectives are alien to the denizens of Doluo continent, marking the stark difference between Jiang Yu and them. After all, Jiang Yu's experiences differ from theirs. He exists in a world devoid of the supernatural, affording him broader insights. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Niu Gao decided not to contest Titan further, convinced the old gorilla had been indoctrinated. I concede to your persuasion. However, what about the old goat and the old white bird? These two are far more difficult to sway than I. Niu Gao referred to Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, and Bai He, the leader of the Min family. Titan paused. Niu Gao was correct. The other two would indeed be challenging to persuade, which was why he had initially approached the Yu family. With their inclusion, matters would become more manageable. Old Bai He may be easier to convince. He is proud, yet possesses a gambler's spirit, showing great care for the younger generation. The prince's intention to unite the 4 great clans begins with them, having decided to marry Bai He's granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang. This is a tremendous honor, affording both respect and substance. Given Bai He's character, he is certain to agree. Niu Gao nodded, acknowledging Titan's perspective. If the prince truly intends to wed Bai He's granddaughter, Bai He would undoubtedly acquiesce. As for the old goat, to be frank, I lack absolute confidence. However, once we persuade Bai He, the 3 of us can lead him to the Tiandou Empire. Should he refuse to join, we can find another to persuade him. Titan expressed his mild exasperation. Yang Wudi is reclusive, obstinate, and direct in his dealings, often offending others. Aside from his cherished broken soul spear and his desire for strength, his only other passion lies in alchemy. Titan saw no way to convince such a man. Perhaps Jiang Yu might succeed. That is acceptable, once the 3 of us agree. Even if he refuses, he will likely accompany us out of courtesy. Niu Gao nodded. Then let us seek out old Bai He. Do you know where he is? Titan inquired curiously. The Min family, being impoverished, lacks a permanent residence, making it difficult for Titan to locate them. A faint smile graced Niu Gao's lips. Indeed, that fellow has recently run out of funds and has come to dwell near my vicinity. Titan grimaced slightly. This fellow's situation is quite dire. However, this may facilitate persuasion. With their plan set, the 2 commenced their journey to the Min family's dwelling, intent on resolving the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was blissfully unaware of the occurrences concerning Titan. After obtaining his soul rings in the Stardew Forest, he was hurriedly escorted to Sodo City by Sword Luo Qian Renxue without even a moment to bid farewell to Meng Yiran. The abrupt departure left Jiang Yu anxious about the potential futility of his efforts. Although Meng Yiran is but a minor character in the original tale, her grandfather possesses considerable strength, making their family a valuable ally. I wonder if Meng Yiran and her grandparents will come to Tiandou City. It would be disappointing if they do not, Jiang Yu mused, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of substantial gains from this journey. Bang! Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, his door was rudely flung open, revealing Qian Renxue, visibly displeased, having evidently failed to locate Ning Rongrong. Seeing Jiang Yu seated on the bed, Qian Renxue stated bluntly, "Prepare yourself. We are heading back to Tiandou City. You're not waiting for the senior?" Jiang Yu wanted to laugh, but restrained himself, fearing Qian Renxue's ire. 2 days prior, Qian Renxue had unceremoniously dropped Jiang Yu in Sodo City before hastily seeking his precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, at the village where Shrek Academy is located. Unsurprisingly, upon learning from Flinder that his beloved granddaughter was undergoing trials in the Stardew Forest, Qian Renxue was quite incensed. They had narrowly missed each other. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue was unwilling to give up so easily. Thus, he had lingered in Sodo City for 2 days without success, which had dampened his spirits. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had leisurely enjoyed the sights of Sodo City, finding amusement in the unfolding events. He certainly would not inform Qian Renxue and Ning Rongrong that they would not return for several more days. He would be left waiting in vain. Perhaps he might find them in the nearby town. You seem rather pleased, young man. Qian Renxue glared at Jiang Yu, his expression dark and emanating a sense of danger. Jiang Yu's tone bore a hint of glee, which irked Qian Renxue significantly. Since I am displeased, you shall also share in the sentiment. Jiang Yu's face stiffened as he retorted, "Ah, senior, you must be mistaken. When are we returning?" Qian Renxue merely intended to frighten Jiang Yu, not genuinely seek trouble with him. He could not bring himself to bully a child. "We shall depart shortly." "So soon? Senior, are you not going to wait a little longer?" Jiang Yu inquired, slightly taken aback. Qian Renxue cast a disinterested glance at Jiang Yu and replied, "Wait for what? I do not have the luxury of time. I must return to Heaven Dou City promptly to attend to certain matters." "Is that so? How could the title Doluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School be so busy? Aren't they merely tasked with guarding Ningfengji?" Yet, Jiang Yu dared not press further, recognizing that these were clearly the secrets of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Senior, you could wait a bit longer. Perhaps Rongrong will arrive soon," Jiang Yu suggested with a smile, fully aware that Qian Renxue would not waver once he made a decision. As expected, Qian Renxue declined. "Silence, you insolent brat." Qian Renxue's tone was decidedly displeased. "If it weren't for you, would I need to rush back so hastily?" "Indeed, It was Jiang Yu's recent endeavor in the Star Dou forest to acquire a spirit ring that compelled Qian Renxue to return early and discuss matters with Ning Fengji. He could have lingered a few more days, and perhaps he would have encountered Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu's exploits were of great significance. The notion of absorbing a spirit ring without hunting spirit beasts was unprecedented. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could unravel this mystery, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact. They also needed to reassess Jiang Yu's potential and bolster their leverage with the Crown Prince. For this young man was anything but ordinary. Jiang Yu shrugged resignedly, choosing not to elaborate further. During his 2 days of rest in Soto City, unburdened by trivial matters, he took the opportunity to reflect. After careful consideration, he discerned that this was not an opportune moment to meet the main characters, especially with Qian Renxue by his side. Should Xiao Wu be exposed, Qian Renxue would pursue her, and Tang Xin would undoubtedly fight desperately, likely provoking unforeseen consequences. This period of relative tranquility was rare. His foremost objective was to delay Tang San's arrival at Shrek Academy, ideally preventing them from coming to Heaven Dou City. Jiang Yu had only just begun to involve himself in Heaven Dou City, and many matters remained unstable and unaddressed. It was best to avoid any unexpected developments. Having Tang Xin around was not desirable. After all, in Jiang Yu's view, the absence of Tang San, the protagonist, might render the world a better place. Just as Jiang Yu lost himself in thought, a hand seized his collar, an all-too-familiar sensation that brought forth a sense of despair. He hastily returned to Heaven Dou City. Wishing he could have taken his time, feeling slightly dizzy and nauseous, he found himself at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, disoriented and unaware of his surroundings. Where am I? He wondered, gazing at the familiar scenery, momentarily failing to grasp his location. You are at the Crown Prince's residence, came a familiar voice. Jiang Yu turned to see. Ah, Crown Prince, what are you doing here? Just then, he could no longer restrain himself. The contents of his stomach surged forth, filling the air with a foul stench. He narrowly avoided soiling himself and Xue Qinghe, preserving his dignity. Xue Qinghe, whose face had initially beamed with joy upon seeing Jiang Yu, now froze in shock. You just vomited in front of me. What do you mean by that? Perhaps noticing Xue Qinghe's anger, Jiang Yu hastily explained, Your Highness, please let me clarify. It was not intentional. It is well known that once one begins to vomit, the second round follows more easily. Jiang Yu could not hold back and retched again. This time, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened entirely, and without regard for Jiang Yu's condition. He commanded, Seize him and bring him inside. Jiang Yu realized that this incident had attracted attention at the Crown Prince's residence. Given the prior commotion, it was certain that this would be fodder for gossip, and Xue Qinghe was not keen on losing face. Yes, responded the guards promptly. Jiang Yu, feeling even more reluctant to resist, knew he was merely dizzy and not intoxicated. He understood that if this incident were to spread, it would undoubtedly lead to negative repercussions. So he allowed himself to be taken inside without protest. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, this would be a clear breach of decorum before the prince. Once inside the Crown Prince's residence, Xue Qinghe's anger had somewhat dissipated, yet he appeared preoccupied with some inner turmoil. After having Jiang Yu recuperate, he led him to the main hall. It must be noted that the Crown Prince's residence was staffed with numerous skilled individuals of various kinds. However, regrettably, they were all affiliated with the Spirit Hall. These individuals would need to be replaced or reassigned to different identities in the future, lest they raise suspicions. The Crown Prince must remain untainted by any other affiliations. After some treatment, Jiang Yu regained his composure and sat for a moment. Xue Qinghe, seated in the main position, regarded Jiang Yu with a cold smile. Speak. What was that all about? If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you may as well go farm. As he seemed to have an interest in that, Jiang Yu broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of Xue Qinghe's ruthless demeanor and his willingness to follow through with threats. Jiang Yu thus proceeded to recount the events of the past 2 days in detail. Your Highness, that is the gist of it. It truly was not my fault. It was primarily due to the Sword Dou Luo's speed. I was dizzy and could not hold it back, Jiang Yu lamented, feeling utterly embarrassed. I did not expect you to hunt spirit rings alongside the Sword Dou Luo. Are you dissatisfied with what I have provided? Xue Qinghe continued to smirk coldly. Of course not. The blessings of thunder and rain are all bestowed by your Highness. How could I harbor such thoughts? I only accepted the kindness of Sect Master Ning out of concern for your Highness. Otherwise, I would never have acquiesced. Jiang Yu asserted with righteous indignation. Then tell me, how does this benefit me? Xue Qinghe pressed unyieldingly. Jiang Yu pondered briefly and then cautiously replied, Your Highness, your previous actions have already drawn the ire of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If this continues, they may grow increasingly distant from you. I believe Sect Master Ning must have explained this to you the day after our conversation, right? Xue Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Precisely. I do not wish for you to become estranged from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Sect Master Ning feels the same. When Lord Ning summoned me for a meeting, I selectively revealed some of our intentions, much like what Lord Ning conveyed to His Highness. This allowed for a greater degree of candor between both parties, fostering a friendship that would enable His Highness to develop his own influence with assurance, Jiang Yu explained. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu and expressed his satisfaction with his performance. Even Xue Qinghe did not wish to sever ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as it is one of the top 3 sects, a significant asset that must not be lost under any circumstance. Seeing that Xue Qinghe bore no resentment towards him, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that Xue Qinghe would lose trust in him. Otherwise, his plans would be rendered futile, and his aspirations for a peaceful future would evaporate. Fortunately, over the past 6 years, Jiang Yu had established a solid foundation of trust with Xue Qinghe. But was the situation truly that simple? Jiang Yu glanced around. The hall was unusually quiet, with only himself and Xue Qinghe present, as if all the guards had vanished. After contemplating for a moment, he grinned and inquired, So, Your Highness, is there a reward? Oh, what do you desire? Xue Qinghe replied with a relaxed smile, mirroring Jiang Yu's playful tone. This caught Jiang Yu off guard, as he realized he had nothing particularly needed. Titles and fame, the mundane pursuits of mortals, held little allure for him. As for enhancing his power, he found no necessity for it, as he was not particularly passionate about cultivation. Reflecting on this, a faint smile of bitterness appeared on his lips. Your Highness, it seems I do not have a specific request. Perhaps you could promote my father? Xue Qinghe, rather than being irritated, responded firmly, I asked what you want, not what your father desires. He has his own plans. Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Today, Xue Qinghe seemed unusually insistent, unlike his usual demeanor. Typically, Jiang Yu's remarks would elicit a simple smile from Xue Qinghe, but now he was being pressed for answers. It appeared that recent developments had caused some unease among certain individuals. A glimmer of realization crossed Jiang Yu's mind. Xue Qinghe's opinions were undoubtedly influenced, and it was evident that the pressure did not originate from the Tiandou Empire, as no one there could sway Xue Qinghe in such a manner. It must have come from the Spirit Hall. Are you concerned about me? Indeed, in the past, I merely provided guidance, but now I have taken a more direct approach, involving Xue Qinghe in significant matters, which may have even led to a rift with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This must be a test to ascertain whether Xue Qinghe's trust in me is still intact, Jiang Yu concluded swiftly. His recent actions had indeed been rather bold, but time waits for no one. Your Highness, what I seek is vast, so immense that I have yet to witness it, Jiang Yu said with a bow, choosing to be forthright about his thoughts rather than keep them hidden as he had done previously. Oh, is that so? Position, fame, wealth, or perhaps beauty and strength? Xue Qinghe inquired, his tone notably flat, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. None of those. Acquiring such things poses little challenge for me. What I truly desire is something grander, such as a flourishing era, a prosperous world, Jiang Yu replied, his voice laced with anticipation. This indeed had been his lifelong pursuit, for only through such means could he aspire to a life of ease. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, as this response had caught him off guard. He had never anticipated someone would yearn for such ideals. That certainly surprises me, Jiang Yu said with a gentle smile, revealing his sincerity. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and I am no exception. Compared to those trivial pursuits, I yearn to create a flourishing world with my own hands. This is an immense ambition, and thus, I require a platform, which is where you come in. Rest assured, Your Highness, I harbor no ulterior motives. He emphasized the last few words deliberately. Jiang Yu was unafraid that Xue Qinghe would distance himself. Long ago, he had shared his thoughts with Xue Qinghe and was merely reaffirming his steadfastness. Have you noticed? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, appearing unfazed. In that case, I shall grant you this opportunity. You may leave for now. Yes, thank you, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied as he exited, having said and done all that was necessary. Whether others believed him was beyond his concern. Once Jiang Yu departed, the vast hall was left with Xue Qinghe alone, as the other attendants had long retreated. With Jiang Yu gone, the previously faint smile on Xue Qinghe's face transformed into a cold, indifferent expression. Did you all hear what he said? Are you satisfied with that answer? I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Xue Qinghe's voice was laced with fury. The events of the day had instilled a profound sense of distrust within him, making him feel as if he were being surveilled. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I acted according to protocol. That individual is not one of us, and his prolonged presence by your side necessitates our confirmation of his intentions for the benefit of your plans. A disembodied voice echoed from the shadows of the silent hall, its source obscured, clearly belonging to a soul master adept at stealth, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation and observing Jiang Yu's reactions. This response incited Xue Qinghe's ire, as he never anticipated his words would be so ineffectual. He is my subordinate. I have stated that I do not wish for today's occurrences to repeat. After a brief silence, the voice in the shadows replied, I apologize, Your Highness, but I cannot take responsibility for that. His previous response was not entirely satisfactory. We must probe further to ascertain whether he is truly unaware. Get out. Xue Qinghe's furious voice rang out. The shadowy figure, taken aback by Xue Qinghe's outburst, hastily retreated to avoid inciting further wrath. With the departure of all outsiders, the hall was left entirely devoid of company. Xue Qinghe's face, now devoid of warmth, was filled with anger, his aura uncontrollably radiating from him. Anyone who witnessed it would be astounded to discover the prince's formidable presence. Xue Qinghe was no longer willing to maintain pretense. Pretenses? To hell with them. He must bin. The events of the day had illuminated the depths of his own vulnerabilities. He had once believed he wielded control over the Spear Hall's power, dismissing the might of the Tiando Empire as trifling. However, the events of today revealed the folly of such a belief. The power of the Spirit Hall was not under his command. He was merely a higher-ranking pawn, unable to make decisions on critical matters. Those he had once considered his subordinates would not heed his commands. I must possess my own strength. Xue Qinghe resolved inwardly. Not borrowed strength, but authentic power firmly within his grasp. Jiang Yu was entirely correct. He indeed lacked any semblance of personal power, even if borrowed strength were more formidable. It ultimately remained unreliable in crucial matters. Outside the prince's residence, Jiang Yu emerged, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Although his perceptive abilities were not particularly acute, he had failed to notice the presence of others in the hall apart from Xue Qinghe and himself. However, through Xue Qinghe's remarks, Jiang Yu discerned that this had been a test, with someone observing from the sidelines. Consequently, he had felt a considerable amount of pressure throughout the exchange. Only those capable of testing themselves through Xue Qinghe can be associated with the Spear Hall. This realization brought a hint of helplessness to Jiang Yu's expression. Your Highness, you have truly placed me in a difficult position, he thought. Throughout their previous conversation, Jiang Yu had been subtly probing Xue Qinghe's shifting attitude to ascertain the surrounding environment. He harbored some doubts, considering the recent significant movements. If the Spirit Hall still valued Xue Qinghe, they would never allow an uncertain factor like him to remain close. It was necessary to conduct a test. Jiang Yu's suspicions were confirmed when he sensed that someone was indeed probing him. However, Xue Qinghe's exaggerated reactions continually hinted to Jiang Yu that they were not alone. Jiang Yu felt a mix of gratitude and frustration towards Xue Qinghe. Perhaps he had not fully considered the implications of his actions, which inadvertently conveyed a message to those nearby. Jiang Yu is aware of your presence. This situation could have been resolved with a mere affirmation from Xue Qinghe, allowing Jiang Yu to navigate the test without exposing himself. Yet, given Xue Qinghe's behavior, Jiang Yu anticipated further scrutiny. Those watching remained uncertain about how much Jiang Yu truly knew. If he were aware of Xue Qinghe's undercover status, it would be a matter of utmost secrecy, potentially leading to dire consequences for him. At that moment, a carriage approached Jiang Yu at a leisurely pace, bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Spear Hall. Have they arrived? How swift their actions, Jiang Yu mused, recognizing that this carriage was intended for him. The timing was indeed suspicious, indicating a disregard for Xue Qinghe's importance. Young friend, might you join me in the carriage? The curtain was drawn back, revealing an elderly man who smiled invitingly at Jiang Yu, as though he were certain of Jiang Yu's acceptance. In truth, Jiang Yu found it impossible to refuse, fully aware of the repercussions of such an action. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the carriage. Once seated, Jiang Yu found himself alone with the elder, who had extended the invitation. The carriage was devoid of others, prompting Jiang Yu to inquire, "Might I know the purpose of this invitation? Prolonging our conversation may raise suspicions, as I'm a close aide to the Crown Prince." A small table adorned with various fruits and warm tea awaited him, evidently prepared for his refreshments. Jiang Yu, however, remained disinterested, instead glancing around distractedly. The elder fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Yu before responding, "I am Salus, a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. The reason for my visit is to inquire whether you would consider joining our esteemed organization. Your extraordinary talents mark you as a true genius, and we at the Spirit Hall are eager to nurture such potential. Should you choose to join us, you would receive unparalleled support." A faint smile played upon Salus's lips as he observed Jiang Yu, whose rising pressure was palpable. Sensing an undercurrent of tension, Jiang Yu glanced at Salus and replied, "Bishop Salus, I must respectfully decline your offer." Unsurprisingly, Salus pressed on, "Might I ask for your reasoning?" Jiang Yu's tone remained calm. "Is it truly necessary to provide a justification for my refusal to join the Spirit Hall?" Salus maintained his silence, merely observing Jiang Yu, as if indicating that the conversation could cease should he choose not to offer an explanation. Sighing, Jiang Yu realized he must articulate a reason. "As a close aide to the Crown Prince, I hope this serves as sufficient justification." Before Salus could pursue further inquiries, Jiang Yu elaborated, "The Crown Prince is destined to become the next emperor of the Tiandou Empire, and he must safeguard his purity. He could choose to apprentice under the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, for while they are powerful, their foundation is lacking. Likewise, the Crown Prince may ally with smaller families, regardless of their previous affiliations, as they would fall under his control upon joining him. This is the essence of the Crown Prince's influence. No matter his recent endeavors, they are all aimed at his own advancement, which does not compromise his purity. However, there exists a force the Crown Prince must never engage with, the Spirit Hall. With its solid foundation, strength, and influence, it rivals an empire, vastly overshadowing the Crown Prince. Should he associate with the Spirit Hall, he would be branded by their mark, thus forfeiting his purity. Do you not agree, Bishop Salus, that it would be unwise for the Crown Prince, as the primary heir, to involve himself with the Spirit Hall?" Jiang Yu maintained a disingenuous smile as he regarded Salus. "I must admit, I had not considered this angle. It seems I have overlooked a crucial aspect." Salus chuckled, momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. "In light of this, it appears that you, young friend, are not fated to join the Spirit Hall. A pity. Nonetheless, developing alongside the Crown Prince is a promising endeavor. I extend my congratulations to you." "Thank you for your kind wishes, Bishop Salus," Jiang Yu replied, equally insincere in his gratitude. Yet, the Tiandou Empire is still inclined to maintain cordial relations with the Spirit Hall. However, I find it challenging to negotiate due to the Crown Prince's purity. If you, Bishop Salus, wish to foster goodwill with the Tiandou Empire, I would be happy to recommend a candidate." "Oh, and who might that be?" Salus inquired, his interest piqued. "The fourth prince, Xue Lang. As a member of the Tiandou Empire's royal family, he would undoubtedly enhance our mutual relations should he engage in discussions with you, Bishop Salus." Jiang Yu was not one to shy away from manipulation. He had deftly crafted a trap for Xue Lang, ensuring that the latter would find it difficult to escape. Chapter 18. A strategic move. Salus's eyes sparkled with realization as he contemplated the feasibility of Jiang Yu's suggestion. It was surprising that this seemingly amiable young man possessed such a cunning mind, demonstrating no mercy in eliminating political rivals. "However," Salus remarked, "yet, this matter is not solely within our control. The current governance of the Tiandou Empire rests with the Emperor Xue Yi. No matter how capable the Crown Prince may become, he is still merely a prince at present. Such significant matters surely require the Emperor's approval. If His Majesty disagrees, our willingness becomes moot." Jiang Yu smiled knowingly. He understood the implications but dismissed their significance. "Bishop Salus, while the current emperor may not agree, might you not consider an alternative approach? Establish a rapport with the fourth prince first, cultivating a positive relationship. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, He can appoint the fourth prince as the liaison for relations with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's intent was clear. The present circumstances were secondary. The priority was to secure Xue Lang's involvement, regardless of his willingness, thereby allowing their actions to be visible. Those who had previously agreed to cooperate would still be amenable once Xue Qinghe took the throne. How intriguing. I never anticipated such astute reasoning from someone so young. If I were to acquiesce to your proposal, it would cast a shadow over our capabilities compared to a child, Salus mused, entertained by Jiang Yu's cunning. In the depths of his thoughts, Saruth wore a smile, reflecting on the notorious reputation of the fourth prince, known for his mischievous nature and narrow-mindedness, a quintessential wastrel. He pondered whether aligning with such a character would cast doubt on the discerning judgment of the Spirit Hall. It was akin to mistaking an avalanche for mere debris, worried that forming an alliance with such a perceived fool would attract undue attention, especially when a valiant and sagacious crown prince was available. This raised suspicions, leading others to connect the dots back to the enigmatic Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that there were indeed astute individuals within the Spirit Hall. Such a scenario was plausible. Saruth's disparagement of the fourth prince seemed unwarranted. After all, he was a scion of the current monarch and a sibling to the crown prince. Though flawed and mischievous, who could definitively claim that the fourth prince lacked any admirable traits inherited from the emperor? Saruth need not worry. When the time came for them to engage with the fourth prince, he would surely rise to the occasion. Surely, if he were truly exceptional, he would not have remained unnoticed this long. It is precisely because he has not been discovered that we must take action to elevate his status, crafting an image of excellence around him. This should not prove difficult for the Spirit Hall, correct? Jiang Yu suggested. Saruth grasped the implications of Jiang Yu's words, realizing the simplicity of the task at hand. Through Jiang Yu's efforts, the two found common ground, unaware that Saruth had misjudged the situation. Believing Jiang Yu was oblivious to the connection between Xue Qinghe and himself, while in truth, Jiang Yu was exceedingly aware. Both were playing a game of pretense, with Jiang Yu holding the upper hand. Considering this, the fourth prince does seem to be a worthy candidate, Saruth remarked. His smile tinged with irony as he scrutinized Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, maintaining a veneer of cordiality, responded, I trust that you will keep a close watch over His Highness the fourth prince, for he is the brother of the crown prince, who will undoubtedly ensure your interests are safeguarded. Indeed, I shall take great care to guide the fourth prince away from his wayward path, cultivating him into a distinguished member of the royal family, Saruth affirmed with a slight smile. Isn't this merely a means of elevating him? It shall be a simple task, and I will ensure it becomes common knowledge, he added with a smirk. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Bishop Saruth, Jiang Yu responded insincerely. Having concluded our discussion, I must take my leave to avoid raising suspicion. Of course, Lord Jiang, travel safely, Saruth replied cheerfully, even altering his address for Jiang Yu. With that, Jiang Yu departed swiftly, leaving Saruth to contemplate the intriguing figure he had just encountered. Notify the upper echelons. Our investigation into Jiang Yu's intentions has concluded, and surveillance may be relaxed. We must not provoke displeasure from His Highness. With Jiang Yu present, the Crown Prince's plans will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. He instructed the coachman outside. Understood, the driver affirmed. Despite being a platinum bishop, Saruth held a significant position, one of the few privy to Xue Qinghe's true identity, and his presence here was to assist in Xue Qinghe's endeavors. He orchestrated the testing of Jiang Yu, and with his declaration of conclusion, Jiang Yu was cleared of suspicion. Moreover, Saruth recognized Jiang Yu's exceptional capabilities, noting his ruthless efficiency against adversaries. His presence beside the Crown Prince would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect leader, Ning Fengji, received a report regarding the meeting between Saruth of the Spirit Hall and Jiang Yu near the Crown Prince's residence, which had just come to an end. Very well, I understand. You may leave, he said calmly to the disciple who had delivered the news. With only a few high-ranking members remaining in the hall, the atmosphere was charged with intrigue. Fengji, do you think Saruth met with Jiang Yu at this juncture to glean some intelligence? Jian Dou Chunxin mused, furrowing his brow. It seems rather coincidental that he sought him out so soon after his departure. Ning Feng Ti Tuklet Lichtli. Uncle Jian, you are being overly cautious. How many can monitor you beneath your watchful gaze? This must be mere coincidence. Jiang Yu's uniqueness should remain concealed. Bon Deloa Gu Rong nodded in agreement. noting the improbability of monitoring such formidable title de law without expert stealth. Then what could Saruth's purpose be in meeting Jiang Yu at this particular time? Ning Fengji questioned, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The spirit hall could not be unaware of Xue Qinghe's circumstances, yet they had chosen to engage with Jiang Yu so openly. Could it be that the spirit hall has recognized Jiang Yu's talents and wishes to recruit him? He speculated, though he quickly dismissed the notion, considering Jiang Yu's peculiar background. Or perhaps Xue Qinghe has become overly ambitious and engaged with the spirit hall, presenting Jiang Yu as his representative? Yet that seems implausible. Xue Qinghe is not so naive. He concluded, grappling with the confusion surrounding their meeting. The reasons for their encounter will eventually come to light. We shall set this matter aside for the moment, he decided. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu was no fool. Rather, he was a cunning little fox, well aware of what actions were prudent and which were not. We must gather more intelligence to ascertain the current circumstances. Uncle Jian, please elaborate on Jiang Yu's situation. Is it true he can acquire spirit rings without slaying spirit beasts? Indeed, Chen Xin affirmed, recounting the extraordinary incident he had witnessed, where Jiang Yu extracted a spirit ring from millennium-old blue silvergrass. Though it seems incredible, from what I observed, Jiang Yu possesses the ability to obtain spirit rings without harming spirit beasts, he confirmed. Could he be a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast? Gu Rong inquired, his brow furrowed. Such marvels were rare, and he recalled that 100,000-year spirit beasts could assume human form without absorbing spirit rings. Unlikely, his origins are quite clear, and he cannot be a spirit beast in disguise, Ning Fengji asserted confidently, having thoroughly investigated Jiang Yu's background. This revelation caused concern among all present. Their brows furrowed in contemplation. Ning Fengji glanced at the assembly, rapping the table for attention. Well, his identity is not in question. The issue must lie with either his martial soul or that millennium blue silvergrass. We must secure that blue silvergrass and cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Yu. The secrets behind this will eventually become clear, he concluded, making a decisive call. Understood, sect leader, the members replied in unison. With the internal meeting of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School concluded, they had established their course of action. The matter required thorough investigation. Chapter 19. The calculated betrayal of Xue Qinghe in Tiandou City. After departing from Bishop Saruth's carriage, Jiang Yu wandered aimlessly through the streets. Concerned that he might still be under surveillance, he resolved to seize this rare opportunity for leisure and pass the time. Yet, boredom soon engulfed him. He had yet to explore for long, stood by the roadside and let out a deep sigh. The material scarcity of Doluo continent offered little in terms of entertainment. Far from the joys of shopping in his previous life, even the food had remained unchanged for 6 years. What was like 6 years ago was still the same now. Alas, was there truly no one who could delve into novels or games? Yet, it was evidently impossible. No one would squander time on such trifles. Those endowed with martial souls were preoccupied with cultivation, leaving no room for such distractions. As for the unawakened, they were solely focused on improving their lives, rendering them even less likely to ponder over these matters. Doluo continent was a world where soul masters held dominion. Many affairs were under their control. Even the brightest among the lower classes could not escape the soul master's authority. As long as this group of soul masters remained unwilling to change, the world would struggle to transform. I'm going mad. Jiang Yu, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his hair, deciding he must find something to occupy himself. But what should he do? Why are you hitting me, you bunch of ruffians? A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Yu instinctively recalled the scene, recognizing both the assailant and the victim. Wait a moment. Isn't that the voice of Talon from the Li clan? And the one throwing punches seems to be Avalanche, stirring up trouble again? Finally, something to do. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement, instead of annoyance at the disturbance caused by Avalanche. He swiftly made his way toward the scene, weaving through the dense crowd, and soon spotted 2 groups of people. The disparity in numbers was glaring, over 10 on one side, while Talon stood alone on the other. It was puzzling why Talon, despite being stronger, chose to endure the blows without retaliating. Avalanche stood nearby, coldly observing the unfolding drama, a flicker of malice and delight dancing in his eyes. Stop it, Jiang Yu interjected, clearly recognizing Talon as restraint. Although he possessed superior strength, Talon chose to endure, understanding that the provocateurs were deliberately seeking trouble. It seemed that Talon had matured considerably with his change in status, displaying a measure of wisdom by recognizing their intent. At Jiang Yu's command, the crowd halted, turning their gazes toward him. Seizing the moment, he approached Talon, meeting Avalanche's stare. "Your Highness, the fourth prince. May I inquire what grievance Talon has caused you to warrant such violence?" Jiang Yu spoke languidly. This marked his first direct conversation with Avalanche. Though he had seen him before, Avalanche had always avoided him out of fear of Xue Qinghe. "Lord Jiang," Talon exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. He had not anticipated Jiang Yu's timely arrival, as he had planned to endure the situation a bit longer. "You have done well," Jiang Yu affirmed, to which Talon beamed, replying, "This is all thanks to my grandfather's teachings. He instructed me to avoid trouble during this time, even if someone strikes me, to endure it, as they're simply trying to provoke me for leverage. So I followed his advice." Hearing this, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, wisdom often comes with age. He had not expected Titan to foresee this. Talon was proving to be quite astute. However, the transformation in Talon was remarkable. "Ridiculous! That fool insulted me." Avalanche seethed, his face flushed with anger. He could not allow the situation to be framed as intentional provocation. It was Talon's insults that had prompted his response. "Oh, is that so? Talon, what exactly did you say to the fourth prince?" Jiang Yu asked nonchalantly. "Was it merely a few choice words? You couldn't withstand that? If I don't deal with you, it would be an affront to the circumstances you've created." Talon scratched his head, looking sheepish. "I didn't insult the fourth prince. I merely called him a wastrel." This response caught Jiang Yu off guard. He noticed a glint of cunning in Talon's eyes. "Damn, this lad is being deliberate," Jiang Yu realized instantly. Talon had cleverly turned the tables, providing Avalanche with an excuse to act upon his inclination for conflict. In truth, even if Jiang Yu had not intervened, this incident would have served as a pretext for retaliation against Avalanche, showcasing a remarkable level of cunning. It seemed that the Li clan was not solely comprised of Titan's intelligence. Talon was destined for greatness as well. Jiang Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Avalanche, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by a fool. "What Talon said is not inaccurate, Your Highness. Your long-standing public persona has indeed been that of a spoiled child. Or is that not the true you?" Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Avalanche's expression darkened, and he retorted loudly, "Jiang Yu, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just that I suddenly perceive that Your Highness is not merely an ordinary individual. You even resort to schemes of discord, quite the hidden depth you possess. Who does not know that the Li clan has allied with the Crown Prince, albeit unofficially, by choosing this moment for such antics? Should Talon fail to hold back and strike you, wouldn't you demand the Emperor to severely punish the Li clan? In this manner, their allegiance to the Crown Prince would fall through, hindering his influence while simultaneously bolstering yours. Truly, Your Highness is quite astute," Jiang Yu praised. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the onlookers were struck with clarity, their gazes toward Avalanche shifting significantly. Could it be that the fourth prince has been masquerading all these years, secretly holding onto aspirations for the throne? I always wondered how such an astute ruler as the current emperor could produce such a waste of sun. It seems it was all an act. Indeed, such machinations are terrifying, to have feigned for so long while secretly plotting against the crown prince. Absolutely despicable, to conspire against the wise and valiant crown prince. Avalanche's face turned ashen with fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as the crowd seemed to side with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's long efforts bore fruit. In that moment, the populace of Tiandou City stood firmly behind Xue Qinghe, with scarcely anyone questioning Jiang Yu's words. With a smile, Jiang Yu addressed Avalanche. "Your Highness, there is truly no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. The Crown Prince possesses a vast heart and would not mind competing with you openly." Avalanche's face went pale. He understood now. Everything that had transpired today was a trap, a scheme orchestrated by Jiang Yu. Otherwise, how could he have appeared at such a critical moment? But how does he know I am disguised? Or is he testing me? Avalanche's previously pale visage crumpled, tears streaming down his face, mingled with myriad grievances as he pointed at Jiang Yu and Talon. With a quavering voice, he cried, "I truly didn't. You're bullying me. You're bullying me." The scene unfolded with startling suddenness. No one expected Avalanche to break down in tears, frightened into submission by mere words. Jiang Yu's expression froze. astonished. How ruthless. To employ such a tactic to mask one's actions. It seems I cannot underestimate him. Let me cooperate with you. This performance cannot proceed without collaboration. A flicker of doubt flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he spoke sternly. Prince, you must cease your baseless accusations. It is you who conspires against His Highness the Crown Prince, not us who bully you. He was indeed testing me, and Xue Bang's expression brightened with realization. I shall inform my elder brother, the Crown Prince. I will ensure you are punished. Xue Bang increased his display of distress, tears streaming down his face, portraying a scene of utter misery. After all was said and done, Xue Bang left with his entourage, heading directly to the Crown Prince's residence to report Jiang Yu. Quite clever, indeed. Rather than approaching His Majesty, he attempted to absolve himself of any negative repercussions from this incident. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Do not underestimate Jiang Yu. It may appear that he has merely placed a cap of blame upon Xue Bang, but the ramifications of this act are immense. To those with ulterior motives, this presents a significant opportunity that they would undoubtedly exploit. Xue Bang understood this well, hence his eagerness to extricate himself from the situation. Indeed, there is a peculiar joy in bullying others. Chapter 20. A mild reprimand. Lord Jiang, have I acted rashly? Will this incident bring you trouble? Talon Valki Disai Jiang Yu. Resembling a remorseful child. After Xue Bang's departure, Jiang Yu accompanied Talon to the Li family. With Titan absent, he needed to express his stance, offer reassurance, and convey to outsiders that the Crown Prince greatly valued the Li family. Oh, not all. You have created a splendid opportunity for me. Jiang Yu replied with a genuine smile. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, for he had just been discussing with Bishop Saruth how to appropriately support Xue Bang, and now Xue Bang had unwittingly provided him with an opening. Should Saruth seize this opportunity to position himself near Xue Bang, the plan would succeed, and Xue Bang would have no escape. Although Xue Bang masked his true intentions with tears, he left an impression of scheming for the Crown Prince's position. No one is a fool. They all know how to interpret the situation. Your objections are futile, but I have caused trouble for Lord Jiang. Surely you will face repercussions. Talon expressed his concerns. Repercussions? Jiang Yu pondered before responding. Indeed, there may be some, but the fourth prince will not dare to escalate matters too far. He fears that doing so might solidify the truth of his accusations. Hence it will likely be a mild reprimand, nothing severe. Jiang Yu spoke nonchalantly. There are many wise individuals in Tiandou City, and whether it be Xue Bang, Prince Xue, or the Emperor of the Night, they will tacitly choose to aid Xue Bang in absolving Jiang Yu of the blame placed upon him. They would never impose a harsh punishment on Jiang Yu, allowing Xue Bang to maintain the guise of a humble character. After all, Xue Bang must uphold his low-profile persona. Being overly ostentatious would not serve him well. Furthermore, the severity of Jiang Yu's situation is contingent upon the Emperor of the Night's perspective and whether he truly cares for his son. Talon evidently did not comprehend the intricacies involved and remained perplexed, but seeing Jiang Yu's confidence reassured him that Jiang Yu would emerge unscathed. He felt a sense of relief. I had thought I could accomplish something substantial, but it seems my wits fall short of those above me. I possess merely a modicum of cleverness. I hope Lord Jiang will permit me to remain by your side and assist you. I am willing to serve you faithfully, Talon said respectfully. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, observing Talon's robust figure, and felt somewhat speechless. Who taught you to say such things? It was my own idea, Talon replied earnestly, his demeanor indicating sincerity. Jiang Yu believed him, yet could not resist saying, do you not realize that your words clash greatly with your appearance? Did you not have any inkling of your ability to scheme against the fourth prince? While your actions this time were commendable and caught me by surprise, it is still far from sufficient. You seem to have become a bit carried away. Talon attempted to offer an explanation, but Jiang Yu interrupted him. I understand what you wish to convey. Being by my side may not be the wisest choice. Many are watching me now, and I must tread carefully. There are matters I comprehend that you do not, and they could lead to calamity. Thus, it is best for you to remain at the academy to study. It truly is a wonderful place, the ideal setting for you to become the person you aspire to be. Jiang Yu spoke softly. He would not keep Talon beside him. Such an arrangement would not be beneficial for either of them. At present, Talon was focused solely on the immediate, lacking deeper contemplation. After a moment of silence, Talon sensed that Jiang Yu's words held deeper meaning, yet he refrained from pressing for clarification. I understand now, Lord Jiang, Talon said. Learning quickly, are we? Jiang Yu mused silently. It is good that you understand. Should you have any uncertainties, consult your grandfather. He will provide you with clarity. Understood. With that, Jiang Yu ceased further conversation and proceeded toward the Leaf family's residence. Talon's transformation brought him delight. It seemed Jiang Yu would soon possess a valuable ally, and thus Talon must remain at the academy. He hoped Talon would grasp this truth and achieve meaningful accomplishments. The following day, at the Crown Prince's residence. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I did not bully the fourth prince at all. I did not even lay a finger on him. I swear every word is the truth. Should I err, may the heavens strike me down. Jiang Yu arrived early at the Crown Prince's residence, lamenting to Xue Qinghe. His punishment was not severe, yet he needed to display the appropriate demeanor. Xue Qinghe rubbed his forehead in exasperation, while he felt pleased that Jiang Yu had passed the test. He wondered who Jiang Yu was performing for with such theatrics. Enough, stop your lamentations. If you truly believe you have been wronged, go tell father and see if he will believe you. Jiang Yu immediately ceased his complaints and replied somewhat petulantly, perhaps that is best left alone. How could a mere commoner like me trouble his majesty? In that case, spare us your grievances and promptly report to the Tiandou Royal Academy tomorrow, Xue Qinghe said impatiently. Jiang Yu's punishment was swiftly determined, and as he had anticipated, it was quite lenient, merely classified as childish mischief. He was sent to Tiandou Academy to learn about the principles of order and respect among peers, admonished to cease his tomfoolery. This took Jiang Yu by surprise. He had not expected the Emperor of the Night to remove him from Xue Qinghe's side and place him in his own domain. Was it surveillance? That seemed unlikely. However, as a servant to the Crown Prince and a companion, would it not be inappropriate for me to enter Tiandou Royal Academy? Though I am young, I ought to alleviate some of the burdens for His Highness and the Tiandou Empire, Jiang Yu said, his eyes sparkling with determination. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe smiled knowingly. Fear not. I have discussed this matter with father, and he agrees that my feelings should be taken into account. Therefore, I have secured for you a token. With this token, you may enter and exit the academy freely whenever I require your presence. Xue Qinghe tossed Jiang Yu a token inscribed with a character for snow, representing the Tiandou royal family. It was far more than a mere entry pass. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Crown Prince, Jiang Yu exclaimed, immediately expressing his gratitude. Xue Qinghe nodded with satisfaction. This royal token was hard-won and held significant value. In a bygone era, Xue Qinghe would have never considered such actions. However, circumstances have changed. A series of events have enlightened him regarding who his true allies are. Having addressed this matter, he then turned his attention to a letter, one sent by Titan, the chieftain of the Leaf family. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe tossed another letter to Jiang Yu. Is this related to the family? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, see if you can persuade the family. Xue Qinghe responded, unfazed. Knowing that these strategies were crafted by Jiang Yu, who was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable in this regard. After reading the letter, Jiang Yu closed his eyes, contemplating his strategy. The content was rather sparse, conveying only that the family had declined to join the prince's estate, and the other three families were at a loss regarding how to address this. From Xue Qinghe's demeanor, it appeared he was not ready to relinquish the influence of the family, yet Jiang Yu understood that persuading them would be a formidable challenge, and he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failure. Nevertheless, since Xue Qinghe had requested his assistance, Jiang Yu resolved to exert his utmost effort. The leader of the family, Yang Wudi, was notorious for his difficult temperament, and even in the original narrative, Tang San had to exhaust considerable effort to secure Yang Wudi's allegiance. Initially, he had to defeat Yang Wudi in a display of strength, and subsequently, he had to appeal to his interests by offering exquisite gifts to fully win him over. Unfortunately, the conditions required to achieve this were beyond Xue Qinghe's current capabilities. No one could surpass Yang Wudi in terms of visible strength, and the alluring gifts were still in Dugabo's medicinal garden. Jiang Yu swiftly analyzed the situation and, after discarding numerous alternatives, retrieved a book from his soul guide. Your Highness, you may present this book to Yang Wudi through Titan of the Leaf family. I believe it will pique his interest. Xue Qinghe accepted the book, a look of curiosity on his face. What is this book? This is a treatise on rational studies, a compilation of my innovative thoughts. It should hold considerable value in the hands of someone knowledgeable, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Indeed, this book encompassed vital knowledge from Jiang Yu's past life, collated over the years. The treatise detailed his understanding of physics, chemistry, and biology, three essential disciplines. In a world devoid of scientific enlightenment, Jiang Yu's work could be considered groundbreaking. Is this book truly useful? Xue Qinghe flipped through the pages, feeling somewhat dizzy. He could recognize each character, yet the overall meaning eluded him. It should be useful, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat uncertain. Given Yang Wudi's penchant for toxicology, a branch of chemistry, he undoubtedly possessed a degree of foundational knowledge in these sciences, making the book potentially appealing to him. Likewise, it could attract Titan as well. However, it was regrettable that Jiang Yu had not devoted much thought to this area over the years. The contents were merely rudimentary knowledge. This is somewhat frustrating. Can we not be more reliable? Xue Qinghe remarked, visibly exasperated. Jiang Yu noted his expression and shrugged, powerless in the face of Yang Wudi's obstinacy. Unable to best him in combat or procure the alluring gifts, he realized that Tang San's method was simply unrepeatable. However, Your Highness, you might convey to Yang Wudi that if he desires to grow stronger, he should come to me, and I can illuminate a path for him. As a traveler from another realm, though my knowledge may be limited, my perspective is vast enough to provide guidance. Is that truly the case? Xue Qinghe asked, skepticism in his voice. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed. Then can you also guide me on a path? Xue Qinghe suddenly smiled at Jiang Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu responded, Your Highness, the path you currently tread is the one I have chosen for you, the most suitable route to enhance your strength. Simply continue on this course. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further inquiries, while Jiang Yu sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped a predicament. His guidance for Xue Qinghe was evident, a strategy of alliances and political maneuvering, gradually uniting notable figures across the Deadliest continent to incrementally bolster his power and ascend to the throne, compelling all to yield. Yet, Jiang Yu's capabilities were limited, preventing him from achieving perfection. For certain individuals, his strategy would involve marriage, urging Xue Qinghe to take multiple wives. The more spouses he took, the stronger his own power would become. The implications of relying on his wives did not concern Jiang Yu. It was not he who would bear the burden of public scrutiny. Yet, he sensed that Xue Qinghe would be reluctant to accept this notion. In the midst of these thoughts, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled matters he had yet to report to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, during my recent acquisition of a soul ring, I fortuitously encountered the renowned Dragon King and Snake Lady. After a fruitful conversation, we established a favorable rapport. Thus, I took the liberty of inviting them to your wedding. I hope you will pardon my presumption. The Dragon King and Snake Lady? Xue Qinghe mused, recalling their notoriety as a powerful couple, known for their formidable strength and unique martial soul fusion technique. You have done well. I shall not punish you. In fact, I shall reward you, Xue Qinghe declared, pleased. Although Jiang Yu's use of the wedding to forge connections made him feel somewhat uneasy, the prospect of befriending two formidable allies alleviated that discomfort. While I do not dare to expect a reward, I do have a request I hope you will grant, Jiang Yu continued, bowing respectfully. Speak. During my travels, I not only befriended the Dragon King and Snake Lady, but also their granddaughter, Meng Ran. I hope to. You wish to marry her? Xue Qinghe interrupted, intrigued. It is not I who desires to marry her, Jiang Yu replied quietly. Then who? Xue Qinghe pondered, suddenly struck by a realization and falling silent. It cannot be me, can it? Indeed, it is you, Jiang Yu confirmed, solidifying Xue Qinghe's suspicions. In my conversations with Meng Ran, I discerned that she holds a strong affection for you. This presents an excellent opportunity. Thus, I not only invited the Dragon King and Snake Lady, but also their granddaughter, Meng Ran. I hope that when she arrives, you can leverage her feelings for you to personally entertain her and invite her to partake in various activities, ultimately winning her heart and bringing her into your harem. This way, we can also invite the Dragon King and Snake Lady's family to join us. What significance does marrying one hold? A true man's dream is to marry multiple wives, is it not? You are a man, are you not? Xue Qinghe fell into a profound silence, contemplating the outrageous suggestion of marrying two. I have already wed one. Would not taking another incite discontent among others? It would be best to avoid such complications. Moreover, what would the world think of my actions? Would they label me as lustful or shameless? There was a palpable bitterness in Xue Qinghe's words. Marrying one had already posed a considerable challenge. The thought of marrying two was utterly inconceivable. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall engage in thorough persuasion with the 4 great clans and the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, transforming this matter into a tale of beauty. Likewise, I shall cultivate public opinion, ensuring that all perceive your highness's affection for both individuals as genuine love. In this manner, not only shall there be no criticism directed at your highness, but your virtues will also be lauded." Jiang Yu chuckled, a hint of mischief in his demeanor, before turning to gaze earnestly at Xue Qinghe. "Therefore, I earnestly beseech your highness to prioritize the grand undertaking and make a modest sacrifice." "Is this merely a question of sacrifice? What do you take me for? A victim of marriage?" Xue Qinghe's expression faltered, his tone laced with resentment. He began to comprehend the path Jiang Yu had chosen for him. Love was merely a means of union. Was it impossible to achieve otherwise? Of course it was possible, but it required time. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. If given a choice, he would not have opted for this route. The Dou Luo world could also embrace the technological path of his past life, yet setting aside whether such advancements could triumph over soul masters. The developmental time frame could easily extend over decades, especially given that Dou Luo continent lacked any foundational support. Relying solely on Jiang Yu, it was uncertain whether success could be achieved. By the time that occurred, Tang San would have ascended to divinity. All schemes would then become futile. Jiang Yu harbored no worries about anything else, save for the overwhelming strength of Tang San, which they could not contend with. He and Xue Qinghe, upon whom he depended, could never coexist harmoniously with Tang San. Thus, Jiang Yu had no choice but to adopt a more radical approach, leveraging Xue Qinghe's marriage to rapidly accumulate strength, striving to stabilize the power of the Tiandou Empire and secure his ascension to the throne. It must be noted that Xue Qinghe was not yet an emperor, and Jiang Yu remained merely a humble companion, with neither possessing a solid foundation. Moreover, this course of action would not harm Xue Qinghe in any meaningful way. Observing the determination in Jiang Yu's eyes, Xue Qinghe felt an inexplicable sense of despondency. Was there truly no alternative? Must it be this way? I am not omnipotent. I implore your highness to reach a decision promptly, Jiang Yu stated resolutely. Alas, Xue Qinghe sighed and acquiesced to Jiang Yu's counsel. Subsequently, feeling somewhat weary, he returned to his palace, contemplating how to nurture relationships with two unfamiliar wives and avoid detection during the night. What a predicament. Chapter 22. Support is also formidable, have you heard? Yesterday, Xue Bong was actually frightened to tears by someone. That individual seems to be the prince's companion. A mere study aid. Isn't that laughable? Well, the one you find laughable must be Xue Bong, right? Naturally, it is that fellow. I have long found him displeasing. To think he was reduced to tears by a baseless accusation. How disgraceful for a member of the royal family. Yet, one cannot dismiss it so easily, perhaps. As others have suggested, Xue Bong is merely feigning weakness and biding his time to ascend to the throne for revenge later. Do you believe that? Setting aside the undeniable excellence of the Crown Prince, who is a predetermined emperor, even if Xue Bong is indeed biding his time. As long as the Crown Prince remains alive, he will have to endure. Moreover, do you truly believe someone who is frightened to tears possesses the capability to enact such plans? It seems he does not. Then it is settled. That fellow is nothing more than a debauched scion, and now he must also be labeled a coward. Ha ha, what a delightful revelation. In just a single day, the tale of Xue Bong's tears spread throughout the entire Tiandou city. Not only were the residents discussing it, but even the students at the Tiandou Royal Academy were abuzz with the news, and even the teachers could not quell the chatter. Xue Bong has become infamous. Fortunately, while two versions of the story continue to circulate based on Xue Bong's behavior, almost no one now believes he possesses any real capability, seeing him merely as a cowardly wastrel, easily frightened to tears. This, in a sense, is not entirely detrimental to Xue Bong. However, it does mean he must endure the scrutiny of others if he wishes to maintain his current persona. Your Highness, the fourth prince, I did not expect you to be here to greet me. What a surprise. You do not intend to seize this opportunity to thrash me, do you? Jiang Yu yawned, exuding indifference, even finding time to mock. He had been rudely awakened this morning and unceremoniously thrust into attending classes at the Tiandou Royal Academy, which had thoroughly vexed him. What do you think? Xue Bong glared at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. This scoundrel is the cause of my current predicament. Oh, how frightful. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, feigning fear as he regarded Xue Bong with a mocking glint in his eyes. This only incited Xue Bong's fury further. Years of restraint seemed to falter before Jiang Yu, and he longed to mete out a sound thrashing to this insufferable fool. If Jiang Yu were merely an ordinary person, Xue Beng would have no qualms about seeking out someone to punish him. If he couldn't win, he would simply call upon his uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe, to resolve the matter. However, Jiang Yu was no ordinary individual. He was of the Crown Prince's retinue. Thus, any attempt to confront Jiang Yu would necessitate careful consideration of Xue Qinghe's position, for Xue Beng had endured much to avoid the ire of Xue Qinghe. Stop pretending. Jiang Yu, today you shall not escape this beating. And rest assured, this will not be the last. Each day henceforth, you shall have no respite. Xue Beng clapped his hands, and immediately, a dozen individuals surrounded Jiang Yu. Xue Beng was eager for revenge, seizing this opportunity to teach Jiang Yu a harsh lesson. He had consulted with his uncle and confirmed that his current behavior aligned perfectly with his persona, raising no suspicions. Thus, he had convinced his father to send Jiang Yu to the Tian Dou Royal Academy. He had learned that Jiang Yu was merely a newly promoted auxiliary soul master. And although he lacked a soul master under his command, he could still gather 2 or 3 dozen great soul masters. This would suffice to take down Jiang Yu. This reveals that the Tian Dou Royal Academy had been designated by Emperor Shui Yi as a base for Xue Beng. However, over the years, Xue Beng had struggled to amass any significant support, his followers being nothing but a motley crew. As the highest institution in the Tian Dou Empire, the academy housed many prodigies. Yet none were willing to serve under Xue Beng due to his reputation as a wastrel. Jiang Yu surveyed the scene and smiled. For those encircling him were all scions of officials within the Tian Dou Empire. Prior to arriving, he had conducted inquiries and was well aware of their backgrounds, many of whom were closely related to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, the pursuit of a political route was misguided. This nation still belonged to Emperor Shui Yi, and who could possibly bypass him to gather followers? You do not mean to rely on these individuals to punish me, do you? Jiang Yu's gaze was laced with contempt. The Tian Dou Empire allows the offspring of officials to enter the Tian Dou Royal Academy as a form of privilege. The individuals before him were merely beneficiaries of the state's generosity, their true abilities insufficient to gain admission to the academy. Jiang Yu was unfazed. Though his strength was not formidable, dealing with this pampered group would be more than manageable. Jiang Yu's words not only incensed Xue Beng, but also roused the ire of those surrounding him. Who do you think you are? We have more than enough to deal with you. Attack him and give him a thorough beating. Xue Beng angrily waved his hand, and immediately, the group surged toward Jiang Yu. TSK. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue in disdain. Though he was an auxiliary soul master, who decreed that auxiliary soul masters lack combat prowess. Auxiliary soul masters possess considerable strength. It is your limited perception that confines your imagination. Herb Spirit. Jiang Yu revealed his unique herbal martial soul, and the first soul ring on his body instantly illuminated. A wave of light radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings and extending for an entire kilometer before it ceased. Subsequently, all the plants within this radius fell under Jiang Yu's dominion, including the derivative plants controlled by the opposing plant-type soul master. A group of novices. Jiang Yu merely seized control of the plants released by the enemy soul master, binding their feet with roots. This sudden assault caused a dozen or so opponents to stumble and fall. Only Xue Beng, who was merely spectating, remained unharmed, as he had not taken any action. However, a sense of foreboding stirred within him, his complexion paling slightly. Wasn't this fellow a support-type soul master? How could he be so formidable? What were those intelligence gatherers doing? In truth, the information provided to Xue Beng was not erroneous. Prior to acquiring his third soul ring, Jiang Yu was indeed a support-type soul master. Yet, who decreed that one could not evolve? In a manner he himself could not comprehend, Jiang Yu's martial soul had matured. After obtaining the third soul ring, he was astonished to discover that his martial soul had not only grown more enigmatic, but a faint golden mist began to manifest around him. Even his first soul skill had been enhanced. It could now seize control from the opposing plant-type soul master, instead of merely interfering. This was rather extraordinary. The first soul skill aside, the other two remained unchanged. Spirit of the Seasons, Winter, Jiang Yu softly intoned, activating his second soul skill, Spirit of the Seasons. The previously crisp autumn air suddenly shifted to a harsh winter chill, dropping the temperature below freezing. The Spirit of the Seasons could transform into 4 distinct seasons, each with its own characteristics: spring rains, summer heat, autumn breezes, and winter cold. At this moment, Jiang Yu was wielding the winter cold. The drastic temperature drop rendered everyone present acutely uncomfortable, their bodies instinctively trembling, their limbs stiffening. But the play was not yet over. Summer. The temperature surged above 40 degrees Celsius, and the abrupt temperature fluctuation led to severe discomfort among the group. Sensing it was time, Jiang Yu once more plunged the temperature below freezing. At present, this was the extent of his capability. Winter cold was the most debilitating force against his adversaries. Although the spirit of the seasons was not particularly potent, its suddenness often caught opponents off guard. Spirit of life. The 1,000-year soul ring on Jiang Yu glowed with a deep purple light, stronger than an ordinary soul ring. In an instant, as his third soul skill activated, all derivative forms of the plant-type soul masters nearby vanished, their vitality siphoned away by Jiang Yu, while the plants within a kilometer radius wilted considerably. This was his power, the ability to drain the life force that governed plants. Subsequently, Jiang Yu infused all the life force into a few nearby vines, and in an instant, their aura surged to that of a soul beast of several hundred years, their size expanding dramatically as if inflated. All done, Jiang Yu remarked with mild disinterest. Under his command, the vine sent the recently risen opponents flying, all towards Xue Beng, who was instantly bombarded and left cursing in pain. This marked Jiang Yu's first battle, a decisive victory against 10 or more foes. Chapter 23. The nemesis of plant-type soul masters, however, despite his triumph, Jiang Yu did not exhibit excessive excitement. While the outcome appeared impressive at first glance, a closer examination revealed that his victory was largely due to fortune. First and foremost, the opposing group consisted of novices. Much like Jiang Yu, they had little to no real combat experience and were easily shaken by their initial setback, granting Jiang Yu ample time to act. Secondly, Jiang Yu's soul skills were exceedingly targeted. The picturesque surroundings of the Tiandou Royal Academy, abundant with flora and a substantial forest, provided the perfect stage for his abilities. His first and third soul skills could only be activated in the presence of plants or when facing a plant-type soul master. Should either condition be absent, Jiang Yu would be rendered ineffective. Relying solely on his second soul skill, he was merely a basic support-type soul master, and a rather ineffective one at that. The influence of his second soul skill was indiscriminate. All except himself were affected. Thus, this battle was indeed a stroke of luck, but others were oblivious to this fact, allowing Jiang Yu to maintain his facade. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, the individuals you summoned seem rather lacking, do they not? They are quite the unfortunate lot, Jiang Yu said with a mocking grin. The aura of the life-imbued vines diminished, reverting to that of ordinary plants, albeit still healthy and of significant size. A transformation, nonetheless. Jiang Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of Xue Beng seeking retribution. After all, the Tiandou Royal Academy was replete with trees and grass. In such an environment, his combat prowess would rival that of a typical soul sovereign, particularly against plant-type soul masters, whom he could easily overpower. As for underhanded tactics, it was Xue Beng who should be wary. Just as Xue Beng regained his footing and heard Jiang Yu's taunt, his face flushed with anger. He pointed at Jiang Yu and exclaimed furiously, "Just wait. You'll pay for this." With that, he hurriedly departed, seemingly anxious to avoid any confrontation with Jiang Yu. There was no need for concern. Jiang Yu would adhere to the rules of this system, refraining from direct engagement with royal personnel, only intervening indirectly. As he had just done, the entourage of wealthy youths accompanying Xue Beng also left in a dejected manner, having realized through the recent skirmish that Jiang Yu was not someone they could afford to provoke. Jiang Yu smiled, committing their faces to memory. While he could not act against Xue Beng, these individuals were not royal offspring, and he could certainly deal with them harshly. Oh, naive Fourth Prince. Did you truly believe this matter would end here? You have yet to face the consequences, Jiang Yu mused, amused. He had not anticipated Xue Beng would so eagerly seek trouble with him. Whether it was for revenge or to bolster his own petty attributes, Xue Beng had taken action. However, these antics held little significance for Jiang Yu. Rather, Xue Beng's behavior provided him with ample leverage for future opportunities to attack, allowing him to orchestrate the spread of rumors. Xue Beng was utterly oblivious to the perils of society, fixated only on evasion. Little did he know that the most insidious threats were not those that were overtly aggressive, but rather the whispers of baseless rumors. This reminded Jiang Yu of the cyberbullying of his past life, a lethal weapon cloaked in invisibility that had claimed many lives. While the current circumstances did not permit such conditions, Jiang Yu knew that once he unleashed the rumors, it would yield significant results, rendering Xue Beng's prior efforts futile. Do you know that I am not afraid of those who seek to harm me? What I fear is your incessant evasion, Jiang Yu thought wickedly. The underhanded methods he once dismissed were now exhilarating to employ. You need not concern yourself with the nuances of human morality. Seizing the opportunity to vanquish is all that matters. The Academic Council of the Tiandou Royal Academy observes the ongoing battle intently, comprised of 3 esteemed members, each among the most formidable within the institution. They are the chairman of the Academic Council, Meng Xinji, a control system soul law of the 86th rank, the vice chairman, by Baoshan, a defense system soul law of the 85th rank, and the third member, Jilin, an 83rd rank control system soul law. What do you think of that young man, Jilin? Meng Xinji inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Today marked Jiang Yu's enrollment, a significant event that drew all 3 of them. For Jiang Yu is a renowned prodigy, a 12-year-old soul master, ranking among the elite in the annals of the Tiandou Royal Academy, even potentially the foremost. After a moment's contemplation, Jilin responded, "It is difficult to ascertain. Although his martial soul appears to be of the plant variety, I sense no essence of a plant martial soul within him. Moreover, the 3 soul skills he exhibited do not resemble those typical of plant martial souls. They are more akin to those of a general tool martial soul. Perhaps his martial soul is not a plant type at all. In truth, plant martial souls are indeed a subset of tool martial souls. The classification of martial souls in Dou generally consists of 3 types: tool, beast, and the yet-to-be-defined bodily martial souls. Due to their abundance, plant martial souls have been distinctly categorized from tool martial souls. That is indeed a valid point, yet this young man possesses considerable strength. Such achievements are rare in typical academies," Meng Xinji remarked with a hint of admiration. "I am not inclined to agree. He evidently capitalized on the advantages of the terrain. Were the setting to change, he would likely struggle to maintain his current level of prowess," Bai Baoshan interjected. All present were Soul de Luo with years of teaching experience. Their insights keen. They quickly recognized Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Stripped of his environmental advantages, he would be comparable to a mere novice. Jilin voiced a dissenting opinion. "We cannot dismiss this lightly. His martial soul's abilities are exceedingly peculiar. He may yet become a nemesis to plant-type soul masters. I find myself quite intrigued by him." As a plant-type soul master, Jilin was particularly attuned to Jiang Yu's distinctiveness. Despite Jiang Yu's current status as a mere soul master, should he develop his innate spirit power successfully, he could ultimately reach the rank of Soul de Law. Would plant-type soul masters stand a chance against him? It seems unlikely, unless their soul skills are exceptionally unique. It appears your perspectives diverge, Meng Xinji observed with a smile. This is natural. Each individual possesses a unique viewpoint and approach to issues, Bai Baoshan stated nonchalantly. Jilin, would you be interested in taking that young man as your disciple? Meng Xinji suggested. Glancing at Jilin, after a moment of reflection, Jilin declined. No, it would not be prudent. Our martial souls belong to different systems, and he is favored by the Crown Prince. Accepting him as a disciple would contradict our educational principles. However, I could offer him some discreet assistance, perhaps by warning Prince Xue Qinghe. That is acceptable. Yet, I am curious to see how this young fellow will respond to the Crown Prince's retribution, Meng Xinji mused, a glimmer of interest in his gaze. These 3 individuals, though affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are among the rare, good-hearted figures in the original narrative. They wield immense power yet are wholly devoted to education. Despite their loyalty to the Spirit Hall, they harbor deep affection for the people of the Tiandou Empire, steadfastly choosing to uphold justice when facing the impending final battle. In Jiang Yu's eyes, they are figures deserving of respect, their character surpassing that of the majority. Perhaps sensing the distant scrutiny, Jiang Yu turned his gaze toward the Academic Council with a hint of confusion. With the spirit of all herbs activated, he had heightened perception over the surrounding flora. He could feel someone observing him from that direction, yet he could not discern their presence. A perceptive young man. Meng Xinji and the others noted Jiang Yu's awareness with a light chuckle, then chose to disregard it and departed. Was that merely a figment of my imagination? Jiang Yu murmured as the sensation of being watched faded. He decided to shift his focus, needing to swiftly disseminate rumors to regain momentum before the previous ones faded away, thereby creating some trouble for Xue Qinghe. He could not allow the prince to continually vex him. Although he found himself within the confines of the Tiandou Royal Academy, he still had matters to attend to. Chapter 24. The Trouble with Xue Qinghe. Uncle, you must help me. Upon entering, Xue Qinghe rushed toward Prince Xue Qinghe, tears streaming down his face. Those nearby were accustomed to such scenes, having witnessed them numerous times. Whenever Xue Qinghe faced adversity, he would invariably seek the prince's support. Prince Xue Qinghe, the younger brother of the reigning emperor, was not only above suspicion, but also wielded significant authority, enjoying the trust of the Snow Knight Emperor, and was ever protective of Xue Qinghe. He was one of Jiang Yu's most vexatious adversaries, as the official powers of the Tian Dou Empire were effectively stymied by his influence, leaving many of Jiang Yu's schemes thwarted. What troubles you, Xue Qinghe? Have you been wronged again? A flicker of indulgence crossed Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes as he gestured for the others to withdraw. As the attendants departed and the door closed, the room was left with only Xue Qinghe and Prince Xue Qinghe. In the absence of others, Xue Qinghe shed his usual fade, revealing a composed demeanor starkly different from his typical self, a transformation that would surely astonish outsiders. Prince Xue Qinghe was not surprised. Such behavior was expected when Xue Qinghe felt secure in his presence. Now, tell me what transpired. Was today not the day for your revenge? It is all due to that Jiang Yu. Uncle, I have suffered a great humiliation today. Xue Qinghe seethed, his animosity toward Jiang Yu reaching unprecedented heights. He proceeded to recount the events in detail to Prince Xue Qinghe. Furrowing his brow upon hearing the account, Prince Xue Qinghe looked to Xue Qinghe and asked, "You mean to say he single-handedly defeated more than 10 individuals? How is that even possible? Isn't he an auxiliary soul master? I share your doubts, but the power he displayed was anything but that of an auxiliary soul master," Xue Qinghe replied, frustration evident in his voice, feeling utterly powerless in the face of Jiang Yu's strength. "Uncle, do you think we could eliminate that young man?" Xue Qinghe suggested maliciously. "Absolutely not. Have you not learned from your previous mistakes? If we were to eliminate him, your actions would undoubtedly come to light, raising suspicions among others. It is not worth the risk. Your safety must come first," Prince Xue Qinghe replied without hesitation. He prioritized Xue Qinghe's safety above all, knowing that should Jiang Yu be removed, Xue Qinghe's true nature would be exposed, potentially leading to a fate similar to that of previous princes, dying under mysterious circumstances. After all, Xue Qinghe might be his brother's only heir. And Prince Xue Qinghe had long harbored suspicions regarding Xue Qinghe's identity. "What then, uncle? Shall we simply allow him to bully me?" Xue Qinghe's face was etched with resentment. Eager to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, all his current troubles stemmed from him. Sighing, Prince Xue Qinghe responded, "I understand your frustration, but for the greater good, you must exercise patience. He is tied to the Crown Prince's faction, and even I have little recourse against him. The Crown Prince will not sit idly by." Avalanche, still unwilling to relent, pondered whether they could enlist others to issue a warning. For instance, the poisoned Dou came to mind. However, Prince Xue Qinghe immediately dismissed the thought, hesitatingly stating that the poisoned Dou was not one of their own, and asking for his aid would require a significant expenditure of goodwill. Although he had once saved Dougubo's life, the goodwill between them had nearly been depleted over the years. It would be unacceptable to trouble him for such a trivial matter. He added that the current situation also involved the royal family, and the poisoned Dou would not intervene recklessly. Years ago, while Prince Xue Qinghe had saved Dougubo, the latter had long since repaid his debt and had become a guest elder of the Tian Dou Empire. Their relationship had since dwindled to mere acquaintance, and goodwill had its limits. Dougubo had assisted Prince Xue Qinghe on several occasions, and it was possible that their goodwill had been nearly exhausted. Prince Xue Qinghe was reluctant to tap into it again. Moreover, merely issuing a warning would likely entangle Xue Qinghe in the matter. At that point, as a guest elder of the Tian Dou Empire, Dougubo might only offer a slight favor, rendering the expenditure of goodwill meaningless. "Uncle, is there truly no way for us? As long as this fellow remains, I shall find no peace." Avalanche gritted his teeth. Jiang Yu had a remarkable knack for manipulating emotions. Without a doubt, if he could not reign in Jiang Yu this time, his future would be fraught with difficulties. At this stage, we possess no effective means. He is favored by the Crown Prince, and as long as he does not heir, it is challenging for us to strike against him. Given his temperament, he will certainly not make a mistake, Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. They were both within the structure of the Tian Dou Empire, yet belonged to different factions. Jiang Yu was sheltered by Xue Qinghe, and as long as Xue Qinghe remained in power, it would be difficult for them to suppress Jiang Yu. Over the years, Avalanche had been forced to develop discreetly, lacking substantial strength. Otherwise, suppressing Jiang Yu would have been a straightforward endeavor. I shall personally deliver a warning to him. Should he dare to disregard my caution, it would provide me with the perfect justification. A glimmer of coldness crossed Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes. If Jiang Yu dared to act recklessly before him, he would have a valid reason to take action, something even Xue Qinghe could not prevent, provided he acted swiftly. However, such a course of action would likely bring the conflict into the open. Very well, Uncle, I appreciate your assistance, Avalanche exclaimed with delight, as he found himself at a loss regarding Jiang Yu. Initially believing that bringing Jiang Yu into the Tiandou Royal Academy would allow him to manipulate the situation, he soon realized he had unwittingly created a formidable adversary. Prince Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was his duty. Just as they were finalizing their course of action, the words of the 3 committee members from the Tiandou Royal Academy reached Prince Xue Qinghe, darkening his expression. These 3 individuals were not ones to be trifled with. The situation was further complicated by the rumors Jiang Yu had spread, which began to take effect. Upon receiving the news, both Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were infuriated, feeling as though they were caught in a relentless storm. For the moment, Jiang Yu's affairs had to be set aside. At the Tiandou Royal Academy, Jiang Yu arrived at the dormitory assigned to him and organized his daily necessities. The academy operated under a semi-closed system, with students residing on campus and only permitted to return home during breaks. Jiang Yu was no exception, though he possessed the privilege of leaving if necessary. Once he had completed these tasks, Jiang Yu settled onto his bed, awaiting the arrival of someone. Shortly thereafter, a pudgy boy stealthily entered Jiang Yu's room, and upon seeing him sitting on the bed, immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Jiang. This is a school. No need for such formalities. However, I did not expect you to be the only one to come. It appears they have broken their initial vow, Jiang Yu remarked, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. The boy before him, named Lu Yang, was a subordinate Jiang Yu had developed a few years prior. He had been sent to the Tiandou Royal Academy as an insider and intelligence gatherer through his family's connections. This was a strategic move, and Jiang Yu had not invested much effort into it at the time, selecting those closely linked to Xue Qinghe's family. Initially, he had recruited over a dozen individuals, but had ceased to manage them closely to avoid exposure, allowing them to fend for themselves within the academy. In truth, Jiang Yu had long been prepared for the worst-case scenario, knowing that even if the Night Emperor did not intervene, Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche would inevitably suppress factions connected to Xue Qinghe. It was unexpected that one remained, which was quite surprising. Chapter 25. A worthy ally Lu Yang stood silently with his head bowed, refraining from speaking. The insiders had no means of communication amongst themselves. Only Jiang Yu was aware of their existence. Observing Lu Yang's somewhat relaxed demeanor, it was evident that his gamble had paid off. Jiang Yu glanced at him, but did not dwell on it. He had surmised the reason behind Lu Yang's continued presence. His family was not particularly powerful, and among those allied with Xue Qinghe, he played a negligible role. Furthermore, Lu Yang bore numerous scars, both fresh and old. If Jiang Yu's conjecture was correct, Lu Yang had likely joined Avalanche's faction, albeit as a low-ranking member often bullied, prompting him to seek revenge. After receiving Jiang Yu's command, he had then turned to Jiang Yu for support. However, Jiang Yu was uninterested in the details. He merely required individuals capable of executing tasks, which would facilitate control. How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? Jiang Yu inquired nonchalantly. If Lu Yang had accomplished nothing, Jiang Yu would unhesitatingly dismiss him, as he was not worthy of being utilized as a pawn. It has all been completed. Please have a look, my lord. The pudgy boy, Lu Yang, hurriedly produced a small booklet from his possession and presented it to Jiang Yu. The booklet was not thin, at least 2 fingers thick, causing Jiang Yu to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. It was evident that this was not a hastily prepared document, but rather one that had been meticulously compiled over time. Jiang Yu accepted the booklet and began perusing its contents, which were exceptionally detailed, covering the 2 years since his enrollment. Almost all the tasks Jiang Yu had previously assigned were accounted for, and they were organized by time period. However, 1 month was missing, likely due to Lu Yang's initial hesitance after joining Avalanche. Following some bullying, he resumed recording in preparation for retaliation. You have done well. This booklet is of great importance to me, Jiang Yu stated, tucking it away with a nod of approval. Lu Yang had indeed performed admirably. Although the content was extensive, Jiang Yu only needed to grasp a portion. The remainder served merely to obscure the truth, preventing any potential betrayal. Thank you for the praise, my lord. A flicker of joy appeared on Liu Yang's face, as Jiang Yu's acknowledgement made him feel that his choice had been worthwhile. From this day forth, you shall accompany me in my endeavors. I am somewhat aware of your circumstances. Rest assured, the grievances you have endured over the years will be rectified. I shall ensure that those who have wronged you shall not escape unscathed, for indeed, traitors meet a grim fate. A hint of a cold smile graced Jiang Yu's face, causing Liu Yang to shudder involuntarily, sensing the chilling indifference Jiang Yu displayed towards human life. Yes, you may leave now. I will inform you of any matters that arise. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Liu Yang promptly exited, closing the door behind him. Thus, Jiang Yu found himself alone, granted the solitude necessary for contemplation. It appeared that the situation was far better than I had anticipated. I never imagined that Avalanche had achieved nothing in these years, merely treating this place as a sanctuary. Jiang Yu mused silently. To Jiang Yu, the significance of the Tiandou Royal Academy was immense. Although this institution had little presence in the original narrative, it remained the finest academy within the Tiandou Empire, overshadowed only by the Shrek Academy due to the protagonist's halo. The resources here were plentiful, particularly in terms of human capital, as the academy gathered the majority of the influential families within the Tiandou Empire. However, Avalanche had only managed to recruit some dregs, ensnaring many officials' offspring and a handful of teachers. Perhaps due to their ease of manipulation, Avalanche had failed to attract any genuine talents. This, in turn, presented an opportunity for me, Jiang Yu thought, a smile appearing on his face. Though I have the original storyline as a reference, it remains challenging to ascertain how my presence will alter events. Thus far, it seems I have not strayed significantly from the established plot. However, if I wish to win over the two most pivotal individuals, it will undoubtedly pose a challenge. Jiang Yu pondered, his expression turning grave. The most desirable figures to ally with at the Tiandou Royal Academy were few, primarily the three-souled Duluos and several prominent individuals within the academy. While talent was significant, their family backgrounds were of paramount importance. Yu Qianheng, a standout among the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the heir apparent, was also the captain of the royal battle team. He possessed the ability to transform and held a strong sense of responsibility towards his family. He was indeed a person of considerable value to befriend. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan remained neutral, Jiang Yu could derive substantial benefits from him. Next was Du Yin, the granddaughter of the poisoned Dou Luo. She represented the most valuable target for Jiang Yu's ambitions. His desire to influence the Tiandou Royal Academy was primarily to befriend her, thereby gaining access to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo's abilities were terrifying, marking him as the only truly strategic title Dou Luo. Such a talent would be safest in my grasp. Yet, Jiang Yu had miscalculated. Du Yin was not only Yu Tianheng's beloved, but was also 20 years old, older than Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, arranging a marriage between Xue Qinghe and her would have been the optimal choice. As for Yi Lingling, she was also a viable option, her age being suitable. But the issues surrounding her family were considerable, Jiang Yu mused with a furrowed brow. Yi Lingling was the sole heir of the Nine Hearts Si Du lineage, where each generation could only produce one successor. Alive at present, there could only be 2 Nine Hearts Si Du Soul Masters at a time. Only upon the death of one could a successor emerge. This made it one of the rarest martial souls. While outsiders might regard it as a miracle, Jiang Yu, with his knowledge from his past life, saw it as somewhat cruel. If one views martial souls as akin to genes, the notion that a gene could only be inherited through such a method implies a lack of hereditary traits. Normally, even if a gene cannot be passed down continuously, it can still skip generations. The Nine Hearts Si Du, however, lacks this characteristic, indicating that this martial soul is likely a one-time phenomenon with no hereditary potential. Consequently, the inheritance of this martial soul likely necessitates the sacrifice of the previous generation's martial soul bearer to transmit it to the next. Furthermore, according to Jiang Yu's conjecture, this must be a case of alternate generation inheritance. The first generation's bearer would use a special technique to divide a portion of their martial soul to the offspring, akin to yin and yang, passing on the yang aspect to ensure the stable birth of an imperfect Nine Hearts Si Du martial soul, while retaining the yin aspect to maintain their own power. Then, through secretive cultivation methods, as their descendants produced offspring, they would sacrifice themselves to pass on their martial soul. thus allowing subsequent generations to inherit. This intricate system, resembling a yin-yang complementary inheritance scheme, would guarantee that each generation possessed 2 9-hearts Dou martial souls. However, Jiang Yu speculated that this method required a female, and each 9-hearts Dou martial soul would not be complete. The mother would represent the yang, while the daughter would embody the yin. Only together could they form a complete 9-hearts Dou martial soul. While Jiang Yu was not privy to all the details regarding this family, his deductions were likely close to the truth. This understanding stemmed from his studies in genetics during his previous life. Thus, while this may be perceived as a miracle, it is, in essence, a cruel reality. For the sake of this so-called inheritance, the individuals of Yi Lingling's lineage would ultimately lose their sense of self, all for the sake of this singular legacy. Perhaps I could exploit this aspect as a means to approach Yi Lingling, though I remain uncertain of her thoughts on the matter. Would she accept my proposal? Considering it would entail her betraying her family? Jiang Yu contemplated, stroking his chin. Jiang Yu's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to persuade Yi Lingling to betray her family and join Xue Qinghe's faction. In return, he would find a way to fulfill her martial soul's potential and liberate her from that tragic fate. Given Xue Qinghe's status as the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, confronting the 9-heart Dou family should not pose a significant challenge. Though this family is enigmatic, Jiang Yu did not believe they possessed the title de law. At most, there would be a soul de law, which was not a considerable obstacle. The only remaining issue was ensuring that Jiang Yu's assumptions were indeed correct. Chapter 26. The royal battle team returned several days had elapsed since Jiang Yu's enrollment. During this time, aside from attending classes, he diligently gathered information. The curriculum at the Tiandou Royal Academy was remarkably relaxed, with few classes each day, relying more on self-study, a format reminiscent of his previous university experience. Initially, Jiang Yu had presumed that the teaching model at the Tiandou Royal Academy mirrored that of Shrek Academy, where all grades received unified instruction. However, he soon discovered this was not the case. Shrek's model stemmed from their small number of students. In a typical school, classes are divided by grade, and Jiang Yu found himself placed in the first year. "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lu Yang approached Jiang Yu, speaking in a low, subservient tone, his eyes brimming with flattery. Jiang Yu merely cast a detached glance at Lu Yang. "No, simply focus on your current tasks. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." Lu Yang's excessive eagerness over the past few days had aroused Jiang Yu's suspicions, leading him to assign Lu Yang a trivial task, to suppress those who had bullied him previously. With Lu Yang now backing him, those individuals dared not harass him again. "That cannot be. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens," Lu Yang insisted, evidently reluctant to return to his previous responsibilities, desiring instead to remain by Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he regarded Lu Yang with increased scrutiny. He had no desire for a monitor. Sensing the shift in Jiang Yu's demeanor, Lu Yang quickly backtracked. "I apologize, my lord. I have overstepped." "Depart," Jiang Yu replied, his tone remaining notably flat, without pursuing the matter further. Seeing no way out, Lu Yang could only retreat with a sense of indignation. Was it haste that led to this predicament, or perhaps a guilty conscience indicative of an insider? Jiang Yu silently pondered as he observed Lu Yang's departing figure. Indeed, the actions of this portly individual had raised suspicions in Jiang Yu's mind over the past few days. He had never truly trusted anyone within the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, except for his intended allies. To Jiang Yu, the other seemed all too likely to be swayed by Prince Xue Qinghe. The situation, fraught with uncertainty, called for a decisive action. It would be prudent to eliminate these potential threats at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Yu reflected on his earlier optimism, which had been dashed when he discovered that even the remaining associates he had arranged were suspect. Regardless of whether this person was indeed a traitor, Jiang Yu had no intention of employing them further. He deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with the reaction from the Snow Avalanche faction, as this was merely a trivial move in the grander scheme. Relying solely on oneself was the only viable option. It was disheartening to find no trustworthy companions in sight. For Jiang Yu, the Crown Prince's subordinate in the Heavenly Dou Empire, the only individuals within the empire that could be trusted were those from the Spirit Hall, a rather ironic predicament. According to the narrative of the original work, the royal fighting team, comprising Yu Qianheng and others, would soon venture to Soto City. At that juncture, Tang San and his companions would cross paths with Yu Qianheng and notice the poison afflicting Dugu Yan. prompting them to offer a warning that would inevitably draw Bo's attention. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Yu calculated that he had little left. In the preceding days, he wondered if his actions had attracted their notice. If so, they would likely seek him out shortly. When Jiang Yu enrolled, Yu Qianheng and his companions were engaged in a rigorous combat training session at the Grand Soul Arena in Heaven Dou City, as per their instructor Qin Ming's insistence, a tradition upheld by Shrek Academy. Consequently, Jiang Yu missed the opportunity to meet them, but upon learning of their return, he anticipated they would soon make contact. Jiang Yu considered his own talent and believed they would not overlook him. Furthermore, through his observations over the past few days, he had gleaned insights into their personalities, which aligned closely with those depicted in the original narrative. Yi Lingling, as he suspected, was quite enigmatic, rarely socializing and possessing few friends. Such individuals, while appearing aloof, likely harbored profound loneliness within, making them approachable. After thorough analysis, a faint smile broke across Jiang Yu's visage. Remarkably, what had once been his long-held dream of returning to school now felt rather mundane. The joy of university life was sorely lacking. Boss, look. While we were away from the academy, a prodigious soul master enrolled, a 12-year-old soul grandmaster. Incredible, right? I doubt you were ever that strong. And they say he defeated over 10 opponents of the great soul master rank in a single battle. In a conference room, the members of the royal fighting team had just returned from outside and were preparing to convene to discuss their recent combat experiences when they were interrupted by Yufeng, who rushed in with a look of astonishment, brandishing a piece of paper. Is this for real? Yin inquired skeptically, not out of disbelief, but because the claim seemed too extravagant. A 12-year-old soul grandmaster? It had been years since such a phenomenon had occurred, and the idea of one overcoming multiple great soul masters in battle was astonishing. Indeed, the information on this paper was compiled by the Academy's instructors. If you don't believe me, boss, take a look yourself, Yufeng replied. Yu Qianheng furrowed his brow as he took the paper, noting the Academy's emblem, which confirmed the authenticity of the source. The details corroborated Yu Feng's claims and were even slightly more exaggerated. An auxiliary system soul master? This revelation prompted the other team members to turn their attention toward the paper, while Yi Lingling, who had been lurking in the corner, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her icy gaze. Qianheng, are you certain? Is he truly an auxiliary system soul master? Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Qianheng remained silent, handing the information to Yin. Upon examining the document, she found that Jiang Yu was indeed classified as an auxiliary system soul master, a designation confirmed by 3 of the Academy's committee members. The paper even detailed Jiang Yu's 3 soul skills. The first, an enhancement and counter against plant-type soul masters. The second, an enhancement and counter against attribute soul masters. And the third, a group healing skill. Although the descriptions were not exceedingly detailed, they were largely accurate. Yufeng, where did you acquire this information? Yin inquired. At this juncture, Yufeng hesitated to disclose his source, ultimately admitting it was provided to me by teacher Qin Ming. This revelation validated the accuracy of the information. Did teacher Qin say anything else? Yu Qianheng pressed, knowing that if it was indeed Qin Ming, he would not merely suggest a casual introduction. Yufeng pondered briefly before responding. Teacher Qin indicated that we should make initial contact to ascertain whether this individual is suitable for our team before making a decision. Although Jiang Yu's soul skills did not appear particularly remarkable, somewhat weak, in fact, his battle achievements were undeniably extraordinary, which made Yufeng somewhat apprehensive. Should Jiang Yu successfully pass their assessment and join their team, it would inevitably lead to someone being replaced and relegated to the bench. Understood. Let us go meet this individual shortly, Yu Qianheng remarked nonchalantly, betraying little emotion. Even though teacher Qin had merely suggested an introduction and hinted at the possibility of inclusion if suitable, he had granted Yu Qianheng the authority of a veto. If Yu Qianheng opposed Jiang Yu's inclusion, the latter would not join their royal fighting team. Given Yu Tianheng's nature, it was evident he would not permit Jiang Yu's entry. For the newcomer could hardly compare to those who had shared countless experiences as teammates. Chapter 27. Testing, Combat on the Other Side of Events. Jiang Yu had not anticipated the visit would come so swiftly. He had only just received news of the royal fighting team's return that very afternoon when they arrived at his doorstep. And it was the entire team that sought him out. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng and Yin along with the others from the royal fighting team, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Such promptness could perhaps be attributed to the opinions of the Academy's instructors. They likely wished for the royal fighting team to evaluate his capabilities. In an instant, Jiang Yu understood that an instructor must have been a catalyst for this encounter. Otherwise, given Yu Qianheng's character, they would not have approached him so quickly. It was likely that the 3 committee members had expressed their interest. Jiang Yu had not encountered those 3 committee members in recent days. While this seemed normal, it was rather unusual as a transfer student, particularly one who had entered under contentious circumstances. He should have been introduced to them, especially considering his prodigious talent. Now, it appeared they were eager to assess his abilities, which suited Jiang Yu's intentions perfectly. Yu Qianheng? Jiang Yu raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Yu Qianheng. At that moment, Yu Qianheng was already 20 years of age, a full 8 years older than Jiang Yu, and towering over him, making it necessary for Jiang Yu to tilt his head to see Yu Qianheng's face, an aspect that irked him slightly. Do you know who I am? Yu Qianheng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a scenario. He had thought that his visit to meet Jiang Yu would induce at least a hint of nervousness in him, yet Jiang Yu's demeanor remained remarkably composed. I am quite well informed about your intelligence, but I dare say you are less acquainted with mine, Jiang Yu remarked with a slight smile, extending his right hand towards Yu Qianheng. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the Crown Prince. It was not that Jiang Yu felt the need to emphasize this every time. Rather, his notoriety was relatively low, and without such an introduction, people would not know who he was. In an unexpected gesture, Yu Qianheng extended his right hand to shake Jiang Yu's. I am Yu Qianheng, the captain of the royal fighting team. A pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yu smiled as he withdrew his hand. The exchange transpired in an instant, yet Jiang Yu had successfully asserted his presence over Yu Qianheng. Once Yu Qianheng regained his composure, a slight frown crossed his face. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to be overshadowed in presence by someone 8 years his junior. The fact that Jiang Yu claimed to be a subordinate of the Crown Prince raised questions in Yu Qianheng's mind. Was he referring to that particular individual? How had he come to the Tiandou Royal Academy? Clearly, Yu Qianheng had some recollection of Jiang Yu's identity, indicating the magnitude of the events from years past. Jiang Yu had achieved a unique kind of fame. Miss Degu, greetings. We have met before, Jiang Yu said, smiling as he bypassed Yu Qianheng to greet Degu Yan, his tone formal, yet devoid of any ulterior motives. Ah, hello, Degu Yan replied, recalling Jiang Yu's identity and momentarily stunned by the realization. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yu turned his attention back to Yu Qianheng, stating, I wonder, Captain Yu Qianheng, what brings you here so conspicuously? Are you perhaps seeking to advocate for the 4th prince? Jiang Yu's tone was calm and relaxed, yet it carried an undertone of inquiry that would render anyone uneasy. This was intentional on Jiang Yu's part, aiming to provoke a response from Yu Qianheng. However, Yu Qianheng was not easily ensnared. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he scrutinized Jiang Yu, acknowledging that he had underestimated him, especially as the conversation had now shifted in Jiang Yu's favor. Hey kid, show our captain some respect. And what do you mean by advocating for the 4th prince? Are you referring to Xue Bing? How could that guy expect us to advocate for him? Yu Feng interjected, unable to contain his dissatisfaction. It was not just him. Jiang Yu's demeanor irked the others as well, as they had come to assess him, only to find themselves in what felt like his domain. Enough, Yu Feng, quiet down. Yu Qianheng commanded, then fixed a serious gaze on Jiang Yu. I do not comprehend your insinuations. Why make such statements? Jiang Yu's implication was clear. He was attempting to involve them in the royal factional struggles, which understandably irked Yu Qianheng. Being born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and its heir, understood the importance of maintaining neutrality. My apologies. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have pledged allegiance to the 4th prince, Jiang Yu said, scratching his cheek. But it appears you have not. In that case, would you be interested in working with the Crown Prince? It may prove beneficial to you in the future. Jiang Yu's proposition was not made lightly. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were to ally with Xue Qinghe, it was conceivable that in the future, Bibi Dong might spare the clan due to Qian Renxue's influence. Such a direct recruitment caught Yu Qianheng off guard, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. I am sorry, but this is not a decision I can make. If you are genuinely interested, you may discuss it with the elders of my clan. Jiang Yu felt a tinge of regret, recognizing Yu Qianheng's firm resolve. He would not agree under any circumstances. If an accord could be reached with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Jiang Yu would not be engaging with Yu Qianheng at all. The likelihood with Yu Tianheng was still present, whereas the chances with the clan were non-existent. Now, let's discuss our business, Yu Tianheng said. You have some inkling of our purpose for being here, correct? We have come to assess you. If you pass the evaluation, you may join our royal fighting team. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. I am afraid I have little interest in joining the royal fighting team. After all, such endeavors seemed frivolous to him. While the rewards for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master competition were undoubtedly enticing, Jiang Yu was well aware of his limitations compared to the others. You actually refuse? Yu Qianheng frowned, but recalling Jiang Yu's uniqueness, he conceded, very well, but the assessment must still proceed. It is an obligation of the Academy's instructors. Is that truly necessary? Moreover, I wonder what your so-called assessment entails. It would not involve combat, would it? I am merely an auxiliary-type soul master, and not particularly adept in battle. Jiang Yu responded with a frown, reluctant to participate. He merely wished to interact with this group. Engaging in combat was far from his interest, and he had prepared his excuses in advance. I am afraid you cannot decline. To be frank, I find your abilities quite intriguing. I have heard about your performance during your enrollment, and it was quite astonishing, entirely unlike that of a typical auxiliary soul master, Yu Qianheng stated directly, implying that Jiang Yu would not be allowed to leave without participating in a match. This left Jiang Yu feeling quite helpless. Fine, I shall partake in one match. But I have a stipulation. I must choose my opponent. Agreed. Yu Qianheng readily consented. Then I choose her. Jiang Yu confidently pointed to Yi Lingling, standing at the edge, his expression devoid of embarrassment and brimming with self-assurance. Since she is a girl, I shall allow her to strike first. Yu Qianheng, innocently caught in the crossfire. Yi Lingling, the onlookers, they had seen shamelessness before, but never such audacity. Although both were auxiliary soul masters, Jiang Yu at least possessed some combat capability. What of Yi Lingling? Yu Qianheng struggled to suppress his frustration. No, let's choose another. Jiang Yu was somewhat disappointed, thinking it unfair that the agreement was not honored. This infuriated Yu Qianheng. It was not that he was reneging on his word, but rather Jiang Yu's clever machinations. Then I choose her. Jiang Yu pointed towards Duge Yan. This took Yu Tianheng by surprise. Are you certain? Duge Yan was the second strongest in their team. Her martial spirit inherited from her grandfather, Duge Bo, a formidable presence. Battling her would be more challenging than facing even Yu Tianheng. Of course, I am not weak myself, and selecting someone familiar allows for a gentler approach. Sister Dugu, do take it easy on me, Jiang Yu said with a grin. You speak quite amusingly, little brother. Rest assured, I shall hold back. Duge Yan chuckled in response. Yu Qianheng said nothing further, trusting that Duge Yan would exercise restraint. If Jiang Yu sought a challenge, he would allow it, knowing that with Yi Lingling present, no one would come to harm. Chapter 28. Victory. The battle was ultimately set to take place on the sole fighting stage of the Tiandou Royal Academy, which boasted its own dedicated arena, eliminating the need to find a random spot for combat. Jiang Yu, accompanied by Yu Tianheng and the others, approached the arena, where his opponent, Duge Yan, awaited him. Duge Yan was formidable, possessing 37 levels of soul power, one level lower than her first appearance in the original narrative, yet still 6 levels above Jiang Yu. As for the others, Yu Tianheng held 38 levels, while the others hovered around 34. In a one-on-one confrontation, Jiang Yu would have preferred to face an opponent with lower soul power. Unfortunately, he was well aware that his adversaries were all beast soul masters, either agile attackers or powerful combatants. The very thought of such opponents filled him with dread, for his combat prowess required time to manifest. This group would undoubtedly underestimate him, launching immediate close-range assaults, which would surely lead to his defeat. In contrast, Duge Yan was a far more manageable opponent. As a control-type soul master specializing in poison, she was unlikely to engage in close combat. Jiang Yu merely needed to remain cautious of her toxins, which were mentioned in the original text as not particularly difficult to counter. Though he was not keen on fighting, Jiang Yu was determined not to lose. Are you ready, little brother? Duge Yan inquired with a charming smile. I'm ready, Jiang Yu responded. Seeing both sides prepared, Yu Qianheng called out, the match begins. At the same moment, Jiang Yu and Duge Yan instinctively distanced themselves, as neither possessed melee-oriented spirits, and maintaining space was advantageous for battle. This was anticipated, alleviating some of Jiang Yu's concerns. Duge Yan, as a control-type soul master, typically did not advance too close, which played into Jiang Yu's calculations. Spirit of the 100 Herbs, Spirit of the 4 Seasons, Spring. Jiang Yu initiated with his first and second soul skills, invoking the spring rain, one of the four forms of the spirit of the four seasons. Unlike the temperature manipulation of winter and summer, the spring rain enveloped the arena in a fine mist. How intriguing, Zhe Yin remarked, astonished. The layer of mist significantly delayed the spread of her poisonous fog, as her toxins typically manifested in vaporous form. In an atmosphere saturated with moisture, her toxins would merge with the mist, making it exceedingly challenging for them to reach Jiang Yu. Judgment error. No wonder this little trickster chose me as his opponent. Does he possess insight into my soul skills? Zhe Yin silently chastised Jiang Yu for his cunning. However, it was still insufficient. She quickly assessed that long-range toxin deployment was no longer viable, leaving her with only close-quarters combat. The Veil of Rain could only delay her poison, not negate it. She merely needed to close the distance to unleash her toxins. With that, Zhe Yin charged toward Jiang Yu. Her spirit, the emerald-scaled serpent, was a beast spirit with commendable melee capabilities, albeit with a focus on toxins. Here she comes, Jiang Yu thought inwardly, having anticipated Zhe Yin's decision. Thankfully, due to the earlier delay, his preparations were complete. Spirit of Life, his third soul ring ignited, causing the flora within a 1,000-meter radius to wither rapidly, as he siphoned away their vitality. This time, Jiang Yu was resolute in his pursuit of victory, although he did not completely drain the plant's life force. He had extracted a significant portion, ensuring their recovery would take considerable time. A brilliant white light emanated from Jiang Yu, representing the life force of the plants. Instead of immediately infusing it back into the flora, he retained it nearby. Zhe Yin's poison was exceedingly potent, capable of swiftly exterminating ordinary plants. Jiang Yu needed to contemplate his next move. However, time was not on his side. Zhe Yin was closing in, and he had to act to prevent himself from succumbing to her toxins. Go! Jiang Yu resolved, selecting a cluster of blue silver grass and channeling a substantial amount of life force into it. The reason for this choice was the remarkable resilience of blue silver grass. After obtaining his soul ring, Jiang Yu had meticulously researched its properties. It could be said that blue silver grass harbored infinite potential. Its robust life force allowed for various evolutions across diverse environments. The only limitation was its innate quality. Few possessed the requisite attributes to thrive, which contributed to its designation as a waste spirit. Yet, with proper cultivation, it could reach the heights of Tang San's prowess. Initially, Tang San had not awakened the blue-silver lineage. His spirit was merely the most basic form of blue-silver grass. Thus, such potential was indeed feasible. Jiang Yu's core ability revolved around controlling plants, and these plants were not immune to toxins. His current approach was to leverage his soul skill to see if he could cultivate a blue-silver grass variant with toxin resistance, which would be pivotal to his victory. A large cluster of blue-silver grass surged to life, propelled by Jiang Yu's command, charging fearlessly into Zhe Yin's poisonous fog. Most of the grass withered upon contact with the toxic mist, yet a small fraction persevered. Jiang Yu quickly extracted the life force from the withered grass and infused it into the surviving ones, aiding their resilience and encouraging their evolution. Jiang Yu had long suspected that the evolutionary capability within his soul skills was not guaranteed. This presented an opportunity for experimentation. Zhe Yin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. How was he managing to resist her toxins? Confounded, she nonetheless intensified the potency of her poison. Zhe Yin possessed 3 soul skills: the Crimson Phosphor Poison of Excitement, which stimulated the nerves and enhanced attack power and speed by 20, the Azure Phosphor Poison of Paralysis, which alleviated pain and increased defense by 30, and finally, the Purple Phosphor Poison. Though the first 2 skills appear to be merely supportive, they were, in fact, formidable toxins, neurotoxins and hemotoxins, if put into simpler terms. Zhe Yin had previously unleashed 2 of her less potent toxins. Now, she was prepared to unleash her full strength, as losing due to carelessness would be humiliating. Her originally emerald eyes transformed entirely into purple, and even the green scales of her serpent tail were cloaked in a light purple glow. She opened her mouth, releasing a dense purple mist that rapidly spread through the air, cascading toward Jiang Yu. The potent toxins stained the rain curtain purple, resembling a violet shroud. Spectators of the royal fight team instinctively recoiled, unwilling to become ensnared by such toxins. The blue-silver grass that had previously obstructed Zhe Yin was swiftly corroded, with only a few surviving on their stems, though they too could not endure for long. The harrowing sight rendered Jiang Yu's face pale, for this poison surpassed anything he had previously encountered. His understanding of toxins remained rooted in his past life, where he believed that corrosive substances were purely acidic. Truly terrifying. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu activated his soul skill, seizing the moment before the blue-silver grass succumbed entirely, hastily infusing the surviving plants with life force. Perhaps due to the timeliness of his actions, one blue-silver grass remarkably survived, and it appeared to be evolving. How could this be? Why hasn't this blue-silver grass perished? How does it withstand my toxins? Dou Yan's expression was one of disbelief, unable to fathom how such a diminutive plant could resist her poison. The grass now before Jiang Yu and Dou Yan could scarcely be called blue-silver grass. Its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. The massive size induced by Jiang Yu's soul skill had been reduced to a slender purple stem, exuding a black luminescence and exhibiting remarkable resilience. The surrounding purple toxic mist had lost its efficacy, and with each breath, this peculiar blue-silver grass seemed to absorb the poisonous vapor into its being. What on earth have I cultivated? Jiang Yu's lips twitched, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. Was this not the blue-silver grass? With no time to ponder, Jiang Yu commanded the blue-silver grass to continue fighting. At that moment, its strength surpassed anything it had demonstrated before, and due to her previous toxins being neutralized, Dou Yan found herself momentarily dazed, allowing Jiang Yu's controlled blue-silver grass to hurl her off the soul fighting platform. Thus, the match concluded, and Jiang Yu emerged victorious. Chapter 29. Loss of control. This fellow actually achieved victory. Below the stage, Yu Feng and others murmured in disbelief that Jiang Yu had defeated Dou Yan. Although it was ultimately due to Dou Yan's moment of distraction that Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to throw her off the platform. The battle had effectively ended once Jiang Yu had neutralized Dou Yan's toxins. After all, her poison was her most formidable weapon. Once neutralized, she had no other means left to fight. Therefore, Jiang Yu's victory was entirely legitimate. None present believed they could escape unscathed from Dou Yan's toxic miasma. Beside him, Yu Qianheng was left speechless, unable to fathom that Jiang Yu had truly bested Dou Yan. He had initially considered rescuing her, but now it seemed unnecessary, leaving his expression somewhat conflicted. Perhaps this was what genius looked like. Should I reconsider and allow him to join the Imperial battle team? With him on board, the team might indeed grow stronger. Yu Qianheng stepped forward to help the fallen Dou Yan to her feet. Her expression remained blank, still in shock. On stage, Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "That was close. I almost lost." Had it not been for the tenacity of a single blue-silver grass, he would indeed have faced defeat. After all, aside from this one maneuver, Jiang Yu had no other offensive capabilities. Should Dou Yan have vanquished that patch of blue-silver grass, he would have had no remaining vitality to summon another. In truth, Jiang Yu had no winning strategy left, while Dou Yan's poison could eliminate him with just a trace. One could say Dou Yan could afford to make multiple mistakes, whereas Jiang Yu could not afford a single one. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. By the way, what on earth is my third soul skill? Jiang Yu gazed at the obedient blue-silver grass before him with a hint of peculiarity. While he understood that his soul skill might have facilitated its evolution, the scene unfolding was nothing short of unscientific. A species had seemingly transcended its own kind in an instant. However, it must be noted that the Dou Luo continent does not adhere to the principles of science. Meanwhile, Dou Yan had recovered, shaking off Yu Qianheng's hand as she stood, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu and the blue-silver grass beside him. How did you accomplish this? The previously withered blue-silver grass was gradually reviving under Jiang Yu's life force, though still diminutive, its surface gleaming as if made of jade, with purple essence swirling within. Even the newly sprouted leaves bore intricate purple patterns, strikingly beautiful. Just luck, I suppose. My methods are limited, Jiang Yu replied, scratching his nose. Do not attempt to deceive me. You have neutralized my toxin, have you not? This blue-silver grass can disregard my poison, so it must possess detoxifying properties. Dou Yan stated, her awareness of the blue-silver grass's transformation evident. She felt a palpable pressure emanating from it. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, surprised by how events had unfolded. The blue-silver grass indeed possessed detoxifying capabilities, having been born in the midst of Dou Yan's poison and capable of absorbing it. Upon observing Jiang Yu's expression, Degu Yin let out a bitter laugh. It was indeed true. Her poison had been neutralized. Although it was a fact, it was still a singular occurrence. However, this is merely an anomaly. Jiang Yu tried to console her. Yet, deep down, he understood that once a singular instance emerged, many more would inevitably follow. I wonder how Dugubo will react when he finds out? Jiang Yu mused, contemplating the probability of facing dire consequences. This was akin to undermining his foundation. Yu Qianheng, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. Degu Yin's poison was inherited from her grandfather, Dugubo, and was widely regarded as unsolvable. With its neutralization, Jiang Yu's predicament might prove precarious. This is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Even Yu Qianheng could not interfere. Degu Yin would undoubtedly inform Dugubo. Perhaps I should just destroy this blue-silver grass? Jiang Yu silently contemplated. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a flicker of fear emanating from the blue-silver grass. It seemed to possess awareness. Jiang Yu was taken aback, yet intrigued. This indicated that the blue-silver grass had attained sentience, becoming a life form imbued with intelligence. This revelation left Jiang Yu hesitating. Forget it. It's best to part ways. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought irritably. He then decisively uprooted the blue-silver grass, which struggled in vain. But Jiang Yu disregarded its protests, merely wishing to hand it over, not to condemn it to death. Presenting the blue-silver grass to Degu Yin, Jiang Yu stated, "Miss Degu, I offer you this blue-silver grass. It seems to have developed a semblance of consciousness and should make for a fine pet." After Jiang Yu's intervention, the blue-silver grass had been reduced to a single vine, measuring no more than a meter in length, and its aura was exceedingly faint, appearing quite pitiful. If you find it unhelpful later, feel free to dispose of it as you wish. You could even burn it. Another wave of fearful emotion emanated from the plant, which Jiang Yu promptly ignored. If it weren't for the need to explain himself, he would have already destroyed the troublesome creature. "You're giving this to me?" Degu Yin asked, a mix of surprise and intrigue flickering in her eyes. "This is the most viable solution," Jiang Yu replied with a hint of resignation as he placed the blue-silver grass into her hands. Despite being uprooted, the plant still held vitality. "All you need to do is find a suitable place to replant it," he added, retracting his control over the blue-silver grass. While it was formidable at present, Degu Yin was even stronger and would not be easily overthrown. However, as fate would have it, the moment the blue-silver grass was freed from Jiang Yu's grasp, it suddenly sprang to life, wrapping itself around Degu Yin's arm. Its diminutive form erupted with numerous purple roots, burrowing deep into her flesh. The event transpired so swiftly that no one could have anticipated it. Even Jiang Yu was left in utter shock, while Degu Yin fell victim to the sudden assault, quickly losing consciousness. Clearly, this blue-silver grass was toxic, and its potency was formidable. Damn it! In a moment of panic, Jiang Yu hastily activated his spirit of herbs in an attempt to regain control, but this time he failed utterly. This was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Yu's martial spirit inherently exerted dominance over such plants. With his enhanced soul skill, he could typically seize partial control even from weaker soul beasts. Let alone this blue-silver grass, which was not even a soul beast, but merely possessed a hint of intelligence. How could he possibly fail now? It was unfathomable. Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a tremendous force of mental energy within the blue-silver grass resisting him, resembling a sentient being more than a mere plant. With a look of horror, Jiang Yu beheld Degu Yin's arm, where the blue-silver grass had embedded itself, merging with her flesh. Beside him, Yu Qianheng attempted to uproot the blue-silver grass, but the moment he exerted force, a profound agony crossed Degu Yin's face. How could this be? This scene bore an eerie resemblance to parasitism. Jiang Yu was thrown into a state of utter panic. If Degu Yin were to perish here, Dugubo would not care who he was and would send him to his demise as well. The entire Jiang family would be buried alongside him. For the first time in many years, events had spiraled beyond his control, leaving Jiang Yu utterly at a loss. "What have you done to her?" Yu Qianheng seethed, gripping Jiang Yu by the collar, their eyes locking in a fierce glare. "How would I know? This is not my doing," Jiang Yu retorted loudly, feeling equally wronged. With a look of desolation, Yu Qianheng released Jiang Yu, realizing that he wouldn't be reckless enough to bring about his own demise. His gaze shifted back to Degu Yin. Worry etched on his face. "Yin, you mustn't come to harm. If anything happens to you, I will ensure this fellow accompanies you on your journey." A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine. What kind of situation was this? Did he truly wish to end his life? Step aside, let me take a look. Jiang Yu insisted, believing he still had a chance to fight back. He pushed Yu Tianheng aside and approached Dugu Yan. At that moment, her body was flushed and radiating heat, as if she had been cooked. The blue-silver grass in her hand was almost fused with her flesh. There must be a way, Jiang Yu murmured, placing his hands on the blue-silver grass. If he couldn't control it from a distance, he would reach out and touch it, determined to find the essence of the grass. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He discovered the fragment of consciousness, though he still could not exert control over it. Survive. This singular thought echoed within the consciousness, chaotic and tumultuous. The blue-silver grass, newly born, was spiritually fragile and had collapsed under the pressure of fear. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. This was indeed his fault. Chapter 30. Fusion. The consciousness of the blue-silver grass had been captured by Jiang Yu. In his words, the grass had gone mad, behaving like a deranged creature, its mental state in disarray. Jiang Yu, having never witnessed such an occurrence, found himself at a loss. Could grass truly lose its sanity? This was utterly surreal. Fortunately, Jiang Yu sensed that he could extinguish this consciousness directly. He was uncertain of the source of this ability, but it felt instinctual, as if he could determine the fate of this consciousness. Without hesitation, he snuffed out the air in awareness. With the interference removed, the frantic absorption of nutrients by the blue-silver grass ceased, and Dugu Yan's body gradually began to recover, the oppressive heat dissipating. The previous high temperature had been the result of the blue-silver grass voraciously drawing sustenance from Dugu Yan's body. However, the fusion was still ongoing. The blue-silver grass instinctively continued to merge with Dugu Yan's form, and she seemed to be unconsciously accepting this integration without resistance. The compatibility between the two was remarkably high, and the process of fusion proceeded smoothly, albeit it was clear that the blue-silver grass was struggling to keep up with the nutritional demands. It was, after all, a plant without a source of sustenance. Its rapid progress had been facilitated by the nutrients it siphoned from Dugu Yan's body. Jiang Yu was left speechless. How could this be possible? A human and a plant. This was not a martial spirit. Yet, the reality unfolded before him, demanding his belief. Give me a hand, Jiang Yu sighed, realizing that if this continued, the blue-silver grass would surely perish. Devoid of consciousness, it could no longer draw nutrients from Dugu Yan's body as it had before, and she might not be able to endure. At this point, the blue-silver grass could be considered one with Dugu Yan. If the fusion were to fail, the consequences were unpredictable. Jiang Yu transformed his soul power into life force and infused it into the blue-silver grass. Almost instantly, the grass revived. This time, Jiang Yu learned from experience. Should consciousness emerge again, he would extinguish it immediately, for he still could not control the blue-silver grass. You should help too. Jiang Yu called to Yi Lingling. Without further ado, Yi Lingling approached, assisting in stabilizing Dugu Yan's condition. This allowed Jiang Yu to observe the nine-heart Star martial spirit up close. It was wondrous, yet he sensed a flaw. This was his instinct. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, with Jiang Yu stabilizing the blue-silver grass and Yi Lingling ensuring Dugu Yan remained steady, Dugu Yan soon regained her composure. The silhouette of the blue-silver grass gradually faded, merging seamlessly into her being. Now, a stunning purple tattoo resembling the blue-silver grass adorned Dugu Yan's arm, though its purpose remained unknown. Is everything all right? Yu Qianheng asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. It should be fine now, Jiang Yu replied, though he was even more tense than Yu Qianheng, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. This alleviated some of Yu Tianheng's worries. At that moment, Dugu Yan emitted a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? Confusion clouded her expression as she wondered why she was lying on the ground, surrounded by people. Yan, you're all right. Thank goodness. Yu Tianheng exclaimed, embracing her tightly, his voice laden with concern. Dugu Yan, enveloped in Yu Tianheng's embrace, returned his affection with warmth, despite her confusion. Tianheng, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly well. Seeing that she was unharmed, Jiang Yu let out a nervous laugh. Since everything is fine, I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for any objections, he made a hasty exit, feeling the need to seek refuge, preferably within the prince's residence. No one stopped Jiang Yu from leaving. The group was entirely focused on Dugu Yan's well-being. Yan, is your body all right? Yu Qianheng inquired, his concern palpable. I'm fine, and I feel amazing, unprecedentedly light. However, it seems like there is something within me, Dugu Yin mused, extending her hand that had merged with the blue silver grass, her thoughts stirring. Suddenly, a swirling purple mist erupted from her palm, materializing into a small purple plant. What is this? Yu Feng, intrigued, reached out to touch it. Don't touch, Dugu Yin sharply admonished, halting Yu Feng's reckless behavior. This is poison, very potent poison. Yu Feng recoiled in fright, retreating hastily. Yin, your hair and eyes? Yu Qianheng exclaimed in astonishment. Dugu Yan's once purple hair had reverted to its natural black hue, and her eyes, too, had transformed back to black. This was her true coloration. The previous hues had manifested due to the potent toxins within her body. I don't know, Tianheng. It seems I can control the poison within me. Dugu Yan's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The poison had always been a significant issue for her, present since birth, and it could neither be eradicated nor controlled. It only worsened with her cultivation and age, a constant shadow of death looming over her. Now, however, Dugu Yin could distinctly feel that she had gained control over her poison. Not that it had vanished, but rather that she had mastered it entirely. I must share this news with Grandpa. Excitement glimmered in her eyes. The long-standing shadow of death had not only dissipated, but her strength had also seen a remarkable enhancement. Dugu Yin sensed that her poison had become more potent yet easier to control, without the risk of backlash. All the toxic backlash had been absorbed by the vine. The original blue-silver grass had undergone a complete transformation. It was no longer the blue-silver grass it once was. Very well, we shall inform Senior Dugu shortly, said Yu Qianheng, feeling somewhat relieved. As for whether Jiang Yu would be in trouble, he was unconcerned. After all, it was Jiang Yu who had caused such a predicament for Dugu Yin. Although fortune had followed misfortune, Yu Qianheng still sought to trouble Jiang Yu, and this provided a perfect opportunity. Your Highness, help me. Jiang Yu's anguished cries echoed throughout the prince's residence. Utilizing a token, he hurriedly escaped from the Tiandou Royal Academy and made his way back to the prince's residence without pause. In the study, Xue Qinghe was startled by the scream, causing his book to fall to the ground. He had been contemplating how strange it was to be without Jiang Yu these days. But he did not expect to hear his voice again so soon, and it seemed rather dire this time. Leaving the study and hastening to the hall, Xue Qinghe immediately spotted Jiang Yu, who was pacing anxiously with a look of distress. Xue Qinghe had never seen such an expression on Jiang Yu's face. Something must be amiss. His expression turned serious as he approached. Jiang Yu, what has happened? Seeing Xue Qinghe emerge, Jiang Yu rushed over, exclaiming, Your Highness, save me. The poison Dou Luo may want to kill me. The poison Dou Luo? Kill you? What have you done to offend him? Xue Qinghe's expression grew grave. It was known that involving a titled Dou Luo in any matter could lead to significant complications, especially one as unpredictable as the poison Dou Luo. Dugu Bo, the poison Dou Luo, was both righteous and wicked, acting solely on his whims. He was impervious to persuasion, narrow-minded, and acted without leaving a trace behind. He would surely eradicate any threats to himself without hesitation, showing no concern for appearances. He was the most troublesome of all titled Dou Luos, and offending him could indeed pose a real danger to Jiang Yu. With a bitter expression, Jiang Yu lamented, I never intended to offend him. I merely sought to win him over. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? It has completely exceeded my expectations. Although Jiang Yu possessed extensive knowledge, his understanding was limited to the realms of his previous and current lives. The occurrences had surpassed his comprehension, leaving him at a loss for what to do. I did not aim to offend him. I just wanted to seize an opportunity to approach him and win him over. Unfortunately, there were unforeseen complications. Jiang Yu appeared defeated, like a dejected rooster, feeling despondent over the significant blunder he had made, nearly costing both Dugu Yin and himself. While Dugu Yin was merely a minor character in the original narrative, her background here was substantial, far beyond what Jiang Yu could afford to offend. Jiang Yu then recounted the events that had transpired to Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe sighed in relief. Dugu Yin was unharmed, and as long as she was alive, there remained a possibility for resolution. Xue Qinghe then shifted his focus to other matters. Chapter 31. Dugu Bo arrives. You say you gave Dugu Yin a blue-silver grass, which then merged with her body. How can that be? Where did this blue-silver grass come from? Xue Qinghe inquired with keen interest. To be honest, he had been intrigued since Jiang Yu began his account, but had refrained from interrupting out of consideration for Jiang Yu's feelings. Now that he was assured of Jiang Yu's safety, he felt free to ask. While Jiang Yu's situation seemed grave, it was not as dire as it appeared. Du Guyan was alive and suffered minimal harm. There was no need to involve the spirit hall. Xue Qinghe's own capabilities were sufficient to resolve the issue. Your Highness, can we please address my situation before discussing anything else? Jiang Yu said with a weary smile. He genuinely feared Du Gubo, a person with whom reasoning was often futile. Others might listen, but Du Gubo would strike first with poison, leaving one to drift into a euphoric state before taking their leave. Your matter is not overly concerning. I can explain it to the poisoned Luo. After all, it was merely an accident, not intentional, especially since his granddaughter is unharmed, Xue Qinghe said casually. Very well. If you believe it to be trivial, then so be it. Jiang Yu felt he had no allies to help him with Du Gubo and could only choose to trust Xue Qinghe. If your Highness wishes to understand the nature of that blue silvergrass, I am at a loss, for I do not know how it materialized. It was merely an accident. I cannot explain its emergence, Jiang Yu said, exasperated, raising his hands in surrender. He had conducted several experiments, convinced that his soul skill might promote evolution, but the results had been far from satisfactory, failing to meet his expectations. Thus, he remained uncertain about the matter unless he had the time to conduct extensive experiments and gather sufficient data to derive a reliable theory. However, he was not foolish enough to waste precious time on what seemed like a futile endeavor. Perhaps I should allocate some time for research, otherwise I would not have come close to my own demise, Jiang Yu thought, feeling suddenly weary. How could you not know? Did you not create it? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, not doubting Jiang Yu's words. While Jiang Yu might lie to others, Xue Qinghe was confident he would not deceive him over such a trivial matter. If he claimed ignorance, then he was indeed unaware. I did create it, but it is due to my third soul skill. The precise reason lies in my third soul skill's ability to promote plant evolution. However, I have not had it for long enough to fully understand its principles, which will require considerable time and numerous validations, Jiang Yu elaborated. Therefore, if your Highness wishes for me to produce such a plant again, not just blue silvergrass, but any other plants as well, I can do so. However, it requires luck. With good fortune, results may come swiftly and align with my desires, but with misfortune, I might yield nothing at all, Jiang Yu said, shrugging in resignation. This time, I am uncertain whether it was good fortune or bad. It truly emerged, yet it is quite a predicament. Perhaps it was my overwhelming desire for victory that led to this. Some things cannot be disregarded. After all, Jiang Yu is accustomed only to a scientific world. Here in Doluo, there is no reliance on science, nor is there a discourse on theology. What governs here remains unclear to Jiang Yu. Is that so? Xue Qinghe's tone held a hint of exasperation. The reliance on luck was indeed surprising. As for Jiang Yu's assertion that time could yield conclusions, Xue Qinghe dismissed it outright. Jiang Yu's talents could not yet be applied to such matters, as that would be a gross waste. Let us postpone this matter. Now is not the time for such pursuits. Although the peculiar plant Jiang Yu had created was impressive, the timing was not right, which was rather unfortunate. Yes, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. You should lay low here for a few days. Once this time has passed, you will still need to attend classes at the Tiandou Royal Academy. As per the Emperor's decree, to defy it would be to disobey, and even I would find it difficult to protect you, Xue Qinghe said after a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude immediately, understanding that this was the utmost extent of what Xue Qinghe could do. Even though he was the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, he could not defy the Emperor's orders as long as the Knight Emperor remained in power. Just then, a guard rushed in, his face etched with palpable fear, which instinctively alerted Jiang Yu to impending trouble. Your Highness, outside, the poisoned Dou requests an audience, the guard stammered, his words slightly disjointed, likely due to the presence of Xue Qinghe. Is this really necessary? Du Guyan should be fine now. Could it be that after my departure, she encountered another issue? What am I to do? Jiang Yu had only left after ensuring Du Guyan's recovery, and she had appeared stable. How could it be that Du Gubo had arrived so swiftly? A flicker of suspicion crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Du Gubo was remarkably quick in his actions. However, he chose not to refuse the meeting, stating, please, let him in. There was no evading the situation. They would have to confront it. If Du Gubo was able to locate this residence so promptly, he must have confirmed Jiang Yu's presence there. A fact both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe were acutely aware of. Yes, The guard replied, departing swiftly. Soon after, an elderly man clad in a green robe entered the hall. Jiang Yu recognized him at once as the poisoned Dou. Dugubo had a tall, slender frame resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green and eyes that glimmered like emeralds. He exuded an ethereal presence, almost ghost-like, radiating an aura of solitude that imposed considerable pressure on those around him. Upon entering, Dugubo's expression remained impassive and rigid as he scanned the room, quickly honing in on Jiang Yu, who instinctively hid behind Xue Qinghe. I have had the honor of meeting the esteemed poisoned Luo before. May I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? Xue Qinghe greeted with a neutral demeanor, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Yu to sever Dugubo's gaze. Jiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, the Crown Prince was dependable. I am here to find him, Dugubo stated succinctly, directly indicating his purpose was to seek out Jiang Yu. Although he did not explicitly name him, everyone present understood that him referred to Jiang Yu. This revelation darkened Xue Qinghe's expression. He wondered what business the elder had with Jiang Yu, hoping his companion had not offended Dugubo. He has not offended me, but I find myself quite intrigued by him, which is why I have come to have a conversation. Dugubo replied nonchalantly, suddenly furrowing his brow as he addressed Xue Qinghe. What? Do you intend to prevent me from seeing him? Rest assured, I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Dugubo was known for acting solely upon his whims. It was unusual for him to provide such explanations, let alone offer reassurances. His promises were as steadfast as they were rare, and if he vowed not to harm Jiang Yu, one could be certain he would uphold that promise. Xue Qinghe fell silent, scrutinizing Dugubo without uttering a word, clearly skeptical of the elder's intentions. The atmosphere grew tense, caught in a stalemate. What does the esteemed elder wish to discuss with a junior like me? Jiang Yu broke the silence, directing his gaze toward Dugubo. After a moment of contemplation, Dugubo remained silent, yet his green eyes reflected surprise, clearly not anticipating Jiang Yu's willingness to engage. Xue Qinghe's lack of fear was understandable, given his status as the Crown Prince. However, Jiang Yu was merely a close attendant, a child in comparison. Why was he unafraid? Did he not recognize the weight of Dugubo's reputation? You are quite remarkable, Dugubo remarked, his tone laced with genuine admiration. This was no mere formality. He truly regarded Jiang Yu's character as commendable, and his earlier actions had demonstrated considerable acumen. A strategic move indeed. Had Jiang Yu chosen to hide within the confines of the Tiandou Royal Academy after the incident, it would have been of little use, for even the 3 old geezers from the Education Committee would not deter Dugubo. However, being in the Crown Prince's residence changed the dynamics entirely. While Xue Qinghe might not be formidable, this was not a place where he could act with impunity, as he was backed by an empire. I appreciate your kind words, esteemed elder. However, I am curious about the matter that brings you to seek my assistance. Should there be a way in which I can be of help, I will certainly do my utmost, Jiang Yu respectfully replied. To Jiang Yu, this was an opportunity, a chance to draw closer to Dugubo. He sensed no malice from the elder, indicating that he had not offended him. This suggested that Dugubo's visit had a purpose. You must be aware of why I seek you out, Dugubo stated flatly. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift in dynamics, and stepped aside to grant Jiang Yu some space. I am unaware of the specifics, esteemed elder. I departed just as Du Guyan regained consciousness. Thus I am not privy to the subsequent events, Jiang Yu admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. He could not confess that he had been frightened and had hastened to seek refuge with Xue Qinghe without looking back. Dugubo internally chastised the young lad for his recklessness, though such behavior was fitting for his age. The mutated blue-silver grass you possess enabled Yen'er to successfully manage the toxins within her body. Henceforth, she need not fear the dangers of excessive toxins compromising her safety. Furthermore, since it is a matter of control rather than eradication, her strength has also increased. For this, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Dugubo's tone was infused with 3 parts consolation, 6 parts joy, and 1 part gratitude. As for the reason behind the modest measure of gratitude, he was not Tang-san, after all. Of course, this was just jest. It was simply Dugubo's nature. Ah, esteemed elder, there is no need for such gratitude. I merely stumbled upon a solution to assist your granddaughter. It can only be deemed as fate. My role was minimal, Jiang Yu demurred, unwilling to take undue credit. Acknowledging that his success was largely fortuitous, he could not guarantee a repeat performance. However, it soon dawned on Jiang Yu why Du Gubo had come to seek him out with such urgency. It must be regarding the poison afflicting him. Could it be that the esteemed elder requires my assistance in resolving your own toxin issue? Jiang Yu ventured. Du Gubo's expression shifted to one of inscrutable depth as he regarded Jiang Yu, responding blandly, "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." Jiang Yu felt a pang of awkwardness. He had not intended to mention such matters, having forgotten that this was supposed to be a secret of Du Gubo's. Fortunately, Du Gubo did not seem to mind how Jiang Yu had acquired this knowledge, believing him to possess some merit. Thus, he nonchalantly continued, "Indeed, I have come not only to express my thanks, but also to request your assistance in addressing the toxins afflicting me. Of course, I would not ask this of you without recompense. I will grant you 3 requests, and I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability." Du Gubo's words astonished Xue Qinghe. The notion that he could be poisoned was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, the weight of such a promise was unprecedented. He quickly glanced at Jiang Yu, his eyes urging him to accept the offer without delay. Jiang Yu's expression turned pained. He wished to comply. But the task at hand was undeniably challenging, bordering on impossible. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to acquiesce, determined to exert every effort. "Very well, I shall comply," he declared, his reluctance masked by resolve. Du Gubo, feeling somewhat relieved, acknowledged the urgency of their situation. "This is not the place. I require your cooperation. So I kindly ask you to find a quiet and suitable location," Jiang Yu suggested after some contemplation. "That's simple enough. My residence is quite serene and possesses a pleasant environment. You may accompany me there." Du Gubo responded with a hearty demeanor. This was precisely what Jiang Yu desired. He then cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, who reassured him with a nod before turning to Du Gubo. "Elder Du Gu, I can agree to let Jiang Yu accompany you, but you must ensure his safety. Should any misfortune befall him, rest assured, you will not emerge unscathed." Xue Qinghe stated gravely, his gaze emanating a cold glimmer. It was evident that if Du Gubo dared to harm Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe would resort to other measures. Du Gubo was merely troublesome, not formidable. Xue Qinghe's demeanor genuinely astonished Du Gubo. This prince possessed remarkable qualities and might one day become an exceptional emperor. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall guarantee his safety," Du Gubo solemnly affirmed. "That is for the best. Jiang Yu, you may proceed." Xue Qinghe nodded, seemingly placated by Du Gubo's assurances. Satisfied, both parties agreed, and Jiang Yu prepared to follow Du Gubo to his residence. Du Gubo's abode lay within the Sunset Forest, home to the renowned ice and fire yin yang, famed throughout the Duo continent for its myriad treasures that had nurtured future champions like Tang San, allowing them to ascend to divinity. However, surrounding Du Gubo's residence was a poison array he had meticulously crafted. Within a certain radius of the ice and fire yin yang, Du Gubo had established a protective poison formation. Anyone lacking a spirit power of at least 70 would meet certain death upon entering. Not even ancient soul beasts dared to trespass. Without such formidable strength, even if Jiang Yu harbored intentions, he could only contemplate ways to approach Du Gubo. Yet, the opportunity had finally arrived. He would soon witness this extraordinary divine artifact. Du Gubo swiftly led Jiang Yu out of the Heaven Dou city, traversing the Sunset Forest until they reached his residence. Upon arrival, Du Gubo set Jiang Yu down and issued a warning. "Do not wander aimlessly here. Although the surroundings appear similar to other places, they are laced with my poison formations. With your current strength, any contact would be fatal. Should you wish to explore, do inform me." "I understand, Elder Du Gu," Jiang Yu replied respectfully, fully aware that Du Gubo's domain was not a place for casual exploration. Seeing Jiang Yu's commitment to remain in place, Du Gubo felt reassured. After a moment of silence, he quietly expressed, "Thank you." The tranquil atmosphere amplified his soft voice, and Jiang Yu clearly heard his words. "Elder Du Gu, there is no need for further gratitude. You have already expressed your thanks," Jiang Yu remarked, amused by Du Gubo's rare seriousness. "One matter at a time," Du Gubo insisted. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, finding Du Gubo endearing. The original text revealed that Du Gubo, at heart, was not malevolent. His willingness to honor promises indicated a nature not easily swayed to wickedness. However, his martial spirit and reclusive personality led others to misinterpret him. A deeper understanding would reveal that Dugu Bo was ruthless when necessary, yet he possessed redeeming qualities. Chapter 33. Method: allow me to show you my herb garden, where I cultivate all my medicinal plants. It contains various poisons and restorative herbs, including likely what you seek. Dugu Bo stated somewhat uneasily. Jiang Yu's smile made Dugu Bo feel uncomfortable. Had it been anyone else, he might have struck them, but Jiang Yu was different. Dugu Bo had lived in solitude, fearing limitations on his freedom above all else. Even after becoming a titled Delaw, he remained constrained by familial ties. His lifelong obsession with toxins ultimately led to his own downfall, as his family suffered greatly from the repercussions, leaving him with only a young granddaughter, who too was afflicted and at risk. Resolving the toxin afflicting his granddaughter was a monumental favor Jiang Yu had done for Dugu Bo, hence the repeated thanks. Upon learning that the poison within his granddaughter was managed and finding no adverse effects, Dugu Bo had rushed to Jiang Yu with unbridled enthusiasm, perhaps a bit impulsively. Dugu Bo harbored no ulterior motives beyond seeking Jiang Yu's assistance in addressing his own toxins and expressing gratitude for alleviating a burden he had long carried. As for whether Jiang Yu could assist him, Dugu Bo was indifferent. As a titled Delaw, he knew well how few could remedy his affliction. It seems I must impose upon you, Elder Dugu, Jiang Yu said, struggling to contain his excitement. For he had long wished to behold the ice and fire yin-yang. He wondered what magnificent sights awaited him there. Perhaps fields teeming with celestial herbs, though he might have been indulging in fanciful thoughts. Come along, I will take you down, Dugu Bo instructed. With that, he leaped from the precipice, taking Jiang Yu with him into the abyss below. A rush of wind enveloped them, and Jiang Yu felt the ground beneath his feet as they landed. Once on solid ground, Dugu Bo placed Jiang Yu down and warned him sternly, remember, do not touch those 2 hot springs. The searing heat and frigid cold are beyond even my endurance for extended periods. Should you come into contact, it would spell your doom. I understand, Jiang Yu replied, fully aware of the dangers posed by the ice and fire yin-yang, which was not merely a treasure trove, but also a perilous realm. Jiang Yu's gaze was captivated by the mesmerizing sight of the ice and fire yin-yang. The duality of ice and fire, existing in harmony yet in conflict, created a rare and magnificent treasure that had taken millennia to form. It was a veritable treasure trove of the heavens, nurturing countless rare herbs and gathering rich spiritual energy. To those knowledgeable, it was a bounty. To the ignorant, it was a treacherous domain. As he stepped closer, Jiang Yu could distinctly sense the vitality radiating from the surrounding flora, their life force exponentially greater than that of ordinary plants. Be cautious. This place is fraught with danger, Dugu Bo cautioned. Numerous toxins and restorative herbs he had collected surrounded them. A careless touch could spell disaster for Jiang Yu. Fear not, Elder Dugu. I am well aware of the risks, Jiang Yu assured him with a reassuring smile, kneeling to caress the delicate grass before him. This revelation startled Dugu Bo, for the herb Jiang Yu was caressing was a poisonous plant he had transplanted himself. Just as he was about to intervene, the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. What should have been a dangerous toxic weed seemed to Jiang Yu like an ordinary little grass. What extraordinary quality did this boy possess that allowed him to disregard such poisons? A flicker of curiosity towards Jiang Yu ignited within Dugu Bo. In truth, Dugu Bo had somewhat misjudged the situation. Jiang Yu was not ignoring the toxicity of the plant, but rather he was entirely immune to its poison. Here, Jiang Yu was the master, and he could distinctly sense that the plants around him had begun to sprout a rudimentary consciousness, a phenomenon even more pronounced among the celestial herbs. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the eye of ice and fire. Jiang Yu contemplated the wool emanating from the small grass in his hand. In Deluo continent, it is exceedingly difficult for plants to attain spiritual intelligence, and the fact that these plants exhibited some semblance of sentience was undoubtedly attributed to the eye of ice and fire. In the first part of Deluo continent, the eye was merely a celestial wonder. Though somewhat perilous, it was not excessively dangerous. However, in later chapters, it transformed into a true perilous domain, a place where ordinary beings would meet their demise. Millennia hence, the plants here might even develop complete sentience and evolve into ferocious beasts, rivaling soul beasts of over 100,000 years. But for now, these were merely ordinary plants, even if they had developed a modicum of intelligence. they were still far from forming a coherent entity. Even the more potent celestial herbs were no exception. Otherwise, Tang Xin would never have been able to harvest these celestial herbs. Jiang Yu speculated that this phenomenon might be due to the significant changes in the rules of the world over 10,000 years, resulting in a transformation of the Eye of Ice and Fire, allowing the plants within to coalesce into human forms. He wondered whether he could awaken their intelligence. Jiang Yu's thoughts became animated with this possibility. Should it prove feasible, these plants possessed the potential. How about my medicinal garden, young man? Dugibo said with a hint of pride. Jiang Yu stood and smiled. The medicinal garden of Senior Dugibo is indeed unparalleled in the world. This was no mere flattery. There was no other Eye of Ice and Fire to be found in the world, making it truly unique. Ha! Dugibo was evidently pleased. Then can it resolve the toxins within me? If not, it is of no consequence. As a reward for healing my granddaughter, you may. Dugibo spoke casually, though he internally doubted Jiang Yu could assist him with his toxins. Certainly, Jiang Yu affirmed. What did you say? Dugibo was momentarily taken aback, clearly not having caught Jiang Yu's words. I said certainly, but I will need some time to conduct experiments, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. If before his arrival, there was merely a possibility, now it had become a likelihood. Though not a certainty, a 70% chance was still promising. Joy instantly illuminated Dugibo's face. Could it truly be possible? He could hardly believe his ears. Are you certain? He asked, trembling slightly. I estimate a 70% probability, Jiang Yu replied, stroking his chin. 70% was merely a rough approximation. An experimentation was necessary to ascertain the truth. That's sufficient. Dugibo had not anticipated such a high likelihood. His initial expectations had been merely 1 or 2%. How can I assist you? He inquired, regaining his composure. We will need to wait a while, and moreover, my approach will not directly detoxify you, but will likely resemble the method used for your granddaughter, Jiang Yu explained. That would be ideal. Dugibo expressed his desire. If he could indeed rid himself of the toxins, he would rather not, as a considerable portion of his strength resided within them. With Dugibo's confirmation, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, seeking the necessary herbs. In fact, Jiang Yu's method for detoxifying Dugibo and Dugibo Yin bore similarity to Tang San's approach in the original text. Both involved forcing the toxins into a vessel. In the original story, Tang San suggested using soul bones, whereas Jiang Yu opted for plants. This realization had only recently dawned on him, as plants were akin to soul bones in this context. The blue-silver grass within Dugibo Yin had fully integrated with her being, controlled by her, yet remaining distinct. Moreover, as the poison was birthed from Dugibo Yin, it had directly assimilated all the toxins within her during the fusion process. Now, Jiang Yu aimed to employ a similar method to address the toxins within Dugibo, yet Dugibo's toxins were far more formidable, rendering ordinary plants incapable of withstanding them. Thus, Jiang Yu required a potent celestial herb. That herb was the fragrant spiral celestial product. The fragrant spiral celestial product was not the most powerful among celestial herbs. Yet it possessed a remarkable property that could aid Dugibo in resolving his issue, which was the foundation of Jiang Yu's confidence. He remembered reading in the original text that the fragrant spiral celestial product was the nemesis of all toxins, capable of neutralizing all poisons. While it did not detoxify, per se, it had the ability to counteract toxins. It was surrounded by a faint pink light barrier, indicating the range within which it could counteract toxins. This pink hue was invisible from outside the barrier. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Jiang Yu felt assured. In truth, it would be exceedingly difficult for Dugibo to eliminate the toxins from his body in the same manner as his granddaughter due to the overwhelming nature of his poison. There were virtually no plants capable of enduring his full toxicity. If a plant could not withstand Dugibo's full force, it would be impossible to cultivate one that could match him, rendering detoxification a mere fantasy. It is worth noting that Dugibo Yin had chosen the blue-silver grass precisely because it had survived her full toxicity and evolved into a unique entity, ultimately merging with her. If it had been Dugibo, the blue-silver grass would have disintegrated instantly. Fortunately, despite the fact that almost all plants in the world could not endure his poison, there was one that could, the fragrant spiral celestial product. Jiang Yu approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, reached the fragrant spiral celestial product, cleared the soil above it, and then clipped a segment of its root. After completing this, he returned to Dugibo's vicinity. Finding a patch of ground, Jiang Yu buried the segment. What he aimed to cultivate was not merely a new fragrant spiral celestial product, but rather a living organism that would survive. He could not guarantee what the final result would be. In other locations, such an endeavor would be impossible, as a single segment of root would not suffice to grow a complete plant. However, near the Eye of Ice and Fire, this was a possibility. The eye could significantly enhance plant growth, and with Jiang Yu providing life force, success was within reach. Upon completing this task, Jiang Yu unleashed his martial soul, activated his third soul skill, and transformed his soul power into life force, infusing it into the segment of root. Soon, a small grass sprouted from the ground. Delight washed over Jiang Yu. Indeed, it was the fragrant spiral celestial product. However, in terms of vitality, it seemed rather feeble, and it would likely remain weak even upon reaching maturity, as it was merely a segment of root. Nevertheless, it had already manifested the characteristics of the fragrant spiral celestial product, capable of counteracting myriad toxins. Senior Dugyubo, please release your toxins towards this little grass. Starting from the lowest level, Jiang Yu instructed. He deliberately cautioned, fearing that Dugyubo might inadvertently poison the plant. The Yuxiang Chilua fairy flower does not form a pink light shield before blooming. It merely possesses strong resistance to toxins, thus failing to neutralize Dugyubo's poison. After hearing this, Dugyubo crouched beside the small plant, cautiously releasing a wisp of venom, which merely caused it to wither momentarily without posing any real threat. This brought a glimmer of hope to Jiang Yu's face. There was potential, although it was the weakest. Any other plant would have perished under such a terrifying assault. Subsequently, Jiang Yu intensified the flow of life energy, and the Yuxiang Chilua seedling revived once more. Elder, please increase the intensity gradually, and continue until I say stop. Jiang Yu instructed. Dugyubo complied, albeit with a hint of confusion in his voice. Little one, is this sufficient? His tone was laden with skepticism. Of course not. It must grow a bit more, and it needs to develop in an environment filled with your toxic mist, maturing until it can withstand your most potent poison. Jiang Yu clarified. I see, but if we are to raise it to maturity, why not seek out a fully grown one? Dugyubo queried. Because a mature one might not succumb to your poison, Jiang Yu casually replied. This particular flower, the Yuxiang Chilua, is uniquely peculiar. It is non-toxic and cannot detoxify. Yet it can counteract all poisons, including yours. In this case, it would not develop any resistance to toxins, which contradicts your unique characteristics. However, in its youth, it can only resist poison, necessitating its nurturing from a tender age. Dugyubo's face reflected disbelief, prompting him to test it. He casually unleashed a stream of poison towards the Yuxiang Chilua, only to be astonished when his venom dissolved before reaching the plant. Jiang Yu, observing, suppressed a chuckle. Now he believed. It was indeed remarkable that such an extraordinary flower existed in the world. Dugyubo paid no heed to Jiang Yu's expression, instead reflecting on his own folly. He possessed such a miraculous treasure without realizing its worth, a rather amusing thought. Are there no other plants? Dugyubo turned to Jiang Yu, questioning. Certainly, but first, they must withstand your poison, and they must be in their immature state to thrive during their formative years. Even if there are other candidates, they may not be suitable. The Yuxiang Chilua not only counteracts all poisons, but also possesses no other features that make it ideal for your experiments, Jiang Yu replied languidly. The first criterion alone eliminated most plants, not to mention the second. However, Dugyubo learned that this plant, Yuxiang Chilua, could genuinely counteract his poison, and he felt no anxiety. Knowing such a rarity was already in his possession. Unexpectedly, you, a mere child, possess such knowledge, Dugyubo marveled. Jiang Yu's reasoning was irrefutable, strikingly logical, and it left even him in awe of the 12-year-old boy who seemed to comprehend so much. In the Dou continent, children mature early, as depicted in the original work. Ma Hongjun was aware of seeking help for his fiery temperament at 12, and Oscar's father had him at 14, demonstrating the extraordinary precocity of children in this realm. Yet, while early maturity was common, truly knowledgeable youths were rare. Apart from Jiang Yu, the only other was the unencountered Tang San, a revelation that astonished Dugyubo further. Is it much? Perhaps, but I feel there is still much I do not know. Your perception stems from my understanding of this specific matter, Jiang Yu mused, his gaze fixed on the small seedling. There are many things I do not comprehend. I merely know to refrain from acting on ignorance to avoid folly, preventing others from perceiving me as foolish. In truth, my actions are often for the sake of others. Only I am aware of my true self. Dugyubo chuckled, dismissing Jiang Yu's words as jest. Before them, the Yuxiang Chilua seedling had reached an inch in height, marred by signs of corrosion. Yet it stood resilient under Jiang Yu's support. That's enough for now. Elder Dugyubo, Jiang Yu declared. His soul power was nearly depleted, necessitating a brief respite to recover. Truly, this is a divine specimen. Though extracting its stem poses challenges, exhausting so much of my soul power has only yielded an inch of growth. A common weed would have flourished several meters by now. Dugyubo gradually withdrew the toxic mist, while Jiang Yu expended his last vestige of soul power to mend the plant's wounds. Let's pause here, allow it to recuperate, Jiang Yu added, feeling relieved after the taxing endeavor. Elder Dugyubo, shall we ascend? Jiang Yu proposed. Will you not remain below to conduct your research? Dugyubo countered, having noticed Jiang Yu's keen interest in the medicinal garden. We can come again later. I trust you won't deny this modest request, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Of course not, Dugyubo replied, a faint smile gracing his features. Ugh, Jiang Yu grimaced, unable to hide his distaste. Dugyubo's smile was, to put it mildly, rather unappealing. Chapter 35. Uncontrolled rumors. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Yu's abduction by Dugyubo had not spread widely, despite his status as a close attendant to the Crown Prince. His youth rendered him inconspicuous. Nonetheless, a few individuals were privy to this information, particularly those concerned for Jiang Yu's well-being, such as Xuebing. What did you say? Jiang Yu was taken by the poisoned Dou Luo. A voice of astonishment echoed from the residence of Prince Xue Qinghe, as Xuebing's eyes first widened in shock, followed swiftly by unrestrained joy. Clearly, this news thrilled him. Yet, he was also curious about the reason behind this event and Jiang Yu's current condition. However, Xuebing's inquiry was not born of concern, but rather a desire for Jiang Yu's swift demise. As someone who had repeatedly troubled him, Xuebing harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yu. The subordinate is unaware, lamented an attendant kneeling before him. The details of Jiang Yu's abduction and subsequent location, one being the prince's residence and the other Dugyubo's, were inaccessible. The few subordinates at Xuebing's disposal could not infiltrate such fortified places. Hence, the only information available was that Jiang Yu had been taken by the poisoned Dou Luo. Very well, you may leave, Xuebing sighed, understanding the situation but feeling disappointed at the lack of news regarding Jiang Yu's demise. Nonetheless, he presumed that Jiang Yu would not fare well, given the merciless nature of the poisoned Dou Luo. Yes, the attendant withdrew. Subsequently, Xuebing settled into a chair, reflecting on the information. He speculated whether his uncle had enlisted the poisoned Dou Luo's services. If so, Jiang Yu was surely doomed. Xuebing had not returned to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy for quite some time. Otherwise, he would have been aware of the circumstances. Regrettably, he had been preoccupied managing the rumors that Jiang Yu had previously spread, leaving him exhausted in both body and spirit. Is there no end to this madness? Originally, a mere rumor should not have caused such a prolonged turmoil for Xue Peng. Yet at that time, Jiang Yu, with a mindset of chaos, disseminated a plethora of false information. These included allegations of the fourth prince harboring ambitions, fratricide, patricide, and plotting to usurp the imperial power through the demise of Prince Xue Qinghe. While these were still within the realm of normalcy, intended to sow discord between Xue Peng and others, the situation soon escalated into absurdity. As the rumors circulated among the populace, fueled by those seeking sensationalism, Xue Peng's purported ambitions morphed into a cacophony of love and hatred tales. Some claimed he desired to eliminate Xue Qinghe, while others suggested his affections lay with his father's concubines, plotting a coup, alongside various narratives concerning his relationship with Prince Xue Qinghe. The plethora of versions was overwhelming. Although the Tiandou Empire resembled a feudal dynasty, it lacked the iron grip of the ancient feudal powers from Jiang Yu's previous life. Influential clans and formidable soul masters were beyond the current Tiandou Empire's ability to provoke. Consequently, rumors about Xue Peng proliferated, leaving him in a state of feigned ignorance. His previous antics as a spoiled scion no longer sufficed. Now, Xue Peng dared not venture outside, hiding at his uncle's residence, fearful of being ambushed. If Jiang Yu survives this time, I shall ensure he meets a grisly end. Xue Peng seethed. The rumors themselves were not the primary concern. Rather, it was their repercussions that instilled genuine fear within Xue Peng. He now had to worry not only about his brother, Xue Qinghe, but also whether his father would turn against him, and even whether his uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe, would be affected. Additionally, he found himself anxious about potential retribution from the powerful clans. The recent rumors had made Xue Peng acutely aware of the dreadfulness of public opinion. The latest gossip claimed that Xue Peng had entangled himself with the daughters of noble families, with all sorts of nonsensical tales swirling around. Some spoke of marriages, others of affairs, life and death, youth and age, creating the illusion that he was involved with every notable woman in the realm. The populace, devoid of entertainment, erupted with fervor over these tales. And if left unchecked, who knew what chaos might ensue? Xue Peng felt increasingly despondent, wondering if he would ever find respite. In the Qibao Liuli sect, the morning found Ning Fengji pale with fury as he tossed a report onto the ground. The document revealed alarming rumors concerning his daughter, Ning Rongrong. It stated that the young princess had rejected her father's arrangement for her to marry Xue Qinghe and, in a fit of rage, had eloped, claiming her heart belonged to the fourth prince, Xue Peng. The narrative was convincingly crafted, evocative, and the imperfect conclusion invited boundless speculation. This left Ning Fengji infuriated, protesting against the portrayal of himself as a tyrannical father. Have these storytellers even grasped the truth? Yet, what did truth matter to those who pen the tales? Their sole responsibility lay in the act of writing. Public perception of Ning Fengji began to spiral out of control, depicting him as a refined rogue, outwardly polished yet secretly engaged in unsavory deeds. It was evident that many with ulterior motives had entered the fray, intent on tarnishing his reputation. Have the origins of these rumors been traced? Ning Fengji coldly inquired of the kneeling intelligence officer from the Qibao Liuli sect, wiping the sweat from his brow. The officer stammered, "Well, sect master, we have yet to ascertain the exact source of the rumors. They appear to stem from numerous avenues, primarily written by commoners, making it difficult to identify the instigator. However, we have determined that the initial rumor originated from Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the Crown Prince." This revelation left Ning Fengji momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing in concentration. What exactly transpired? Initially, there were no such rumors. Jiang Yu released information concerning Prince Xue Peng, suspected to be an attempt to drive a wedge between Xue Peng, Emperor Shui Yi, and Prince Xue Qinghe. However, once disseminated in Tiando City, the narrative warped through public transmission, evolving into its current form. The officer explained in hushed tones. Ning Fengji felt a headache brewing. If this were the case, it posed a significant problem. The rumors had developed without a clear mastermind, or if there was one, they were merely commoners complicating matters. How many factions have been affected by these rumors? A great many, the officer admitted awkwardly. The Tiando royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the Qibao Liuli sect, the Wind Sword sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Fire Leopard sect, the Star Luo royal family, and the Spirit Hall, all entangled in the love and hate narratives surrounding the fourth prince. Ning Fengji inhaled sharply, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Nearly every major power had been implicated. This fourth prince is quite audacious, having offended nearly all the major factions across the continent. The only one seemingly untouched is the reclusive Haotian sect. He felt a twinge of pity for Xue Peng, whose current predicament was dire indeed. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Peng was too terrified to step outside, fearing for his life. But what of Jiang Yu? Surely he must feel some trepidation? Ning Feng Timuset, considering that Jiang Yu is not one to court disaster recklessly. The information accessible to him would undoubtedly be available to others as well. Where is Jiang Yu? He was taken by the poisoned law a few days ago, shortly after the rumors began to spread, and has since been unaccounted for, the officer replied. Ning Feng Timuset. It seemed Jiang Yu was also unaware of the chaos he had unleashed. Nevertheless, as the instigator, he could not escape responsibility. Inform Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu to prepare for a rescue operation. If this matter remains unresolved, I foresee dire consequences. We must act swiftly to extract this instigator and rectify the situation. The Dou Luo continent, unaccustomed to the bombardment of information in this digital age, was left utterly bewildered by these events. Chapter 36. Successful fusion. At this time, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the commotion in Tiando City, fully focused on cultivating a plant suitable for Dugu Bo's fusion. The process was nearing completion, requiring only the final step of integration. Completed, Senior Dugu. This plant is ready for fusion, Jiang Yu declared with satisfaction as he admired the peculiar vine before him. Brimming with pride at having accomplished this after half a month's effort. This plant was capable of withstanding Dugubo's most potent toxins. And it was inherently toxic itself. A formidable specimen. Is this truly finished? Are you certain this will work? Dugubo expressed deep skepticism. For the plant before him bore no resemblance to the exquisite Yuxi Ingqiu Lu he had previously encountered. The original specimen boasted a grand, beautiful bloom, while Jiang Yu's creation was entirely devoid of flowers, lacking even a single delicate leaf. It stood a meter tall, entirely black, with only sparse tufts of fine hair adorning its surface. In the words of Jiang Yu, the purpose is to cultivate a suitable experimental subject for Dugubo, rather than to produce a transcendent being akin to the ethereal Yuxiangqi Luo. Thus, during the cultivation process, Jiang Yu meticulously eliminated all unnecessary features, retaining only the most fundamental roots and stems. Consequently, the final product bore little resemblance to the ethereal Yuxiangqi Luo, while the ability to counteract poisons remained. It manifested in an entirely different manner. One must surpass Dugubo in the realm of toxins. The poison contained within this experimental subject was already comparable to that of Dugubo, and in another sense, it had begun to counterbalance external toxins. Of course, Senior Dugu, do give it a try. Rest assured, it has no consciousness left. Together, we will surely succeed, Jiang Yu declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of a historic moment. Should they succeed, he would be able to cultivate further specimens in the future. Dugubo replied, "It's not your experiment, so naturally you feel at ease. Your excitement makes me quite uneasy. Should we conduct another trial?" He expressed his concerns, acknowledging that anyone would feel apprehensive in such a situation. This plant was highly toxic, and Dugubo, having participated in its cultivation, understood just how extraordinary it had become. Such a specimen would never arise in the natural world. Why worry, Senior Dugu? This plant's poison is akin to yours, so no harm will come of it. If we delay, I fear something might go awry with this plant, and that would be unfortunate. Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Considering you were once a poison Deluo, you seem overly cautious about your own toxins. After a moment of contemplation, Dugubo conceded, "Very well, I shall give it a try." He too was anxious that the plant might undergo changes after today. In Jiang Yu's words, achieving success on the first attempt would indeed be fortuitous. Under normal circumstances, an experimental subject would perish multiple times before yielding results. And it was possible that the direction of evolution might be erroneous, necessitating a complete recultivation. Dugubo was not willing to squander this opportunity. Jiang Yu had previously explained that the 70% success rate he mentioned was contingent upon the cultivation of a suitable experimental subject. If that were not achieved, they could be waiting indefinitely. "All right, I am coming," Jiang Yu exclaimed with excitement, approaching the experimental subject with a jade clamp to extract it. He was now wary of touching it himself, as the mist emanating from it was lethal, and a layer of shallow poison surrounded it within a 3 to 5 centimeter radius. A truly terrifying sight. However, this was the only aspect that had inherited the qualities of the ethereal Yuxiangqi Luo. The process unfolded smoothly. Jiang Yu had anticipated the situation, and the plant's roots were shallow, allowing for easy extraction. The jade clamp, resistant to corrosion, though stained black at the tip, remained intact. Carrying the experimental subject, Jiang Yu approached Dugubo, placing it gently on his arm despite the latter's evident concern. Then, a flash of brilliance appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes as he devoted himself to controlling the experimental subject. The surface of the plant began to transform, its fine hairs morphing into sharp, minute thorns that pierced Dugubo's body. Oomph! Dugubo involuntarily grunted in pain, for this was his own poison, and he could not evade its effects. "Senior Dugu, concentrate and swiftly control this experimental subject," Jiang Yu urged. His task was limited to this step, linking the plant to Dugubo's nervous system, after which the rest would be up to Dugubo. Jiang Yu needed to ensure the vitality of the experimental subject throughout the process until Dugubo could maintain its liveliness. Previously, Jiang Yu discussed with Dugubo that this fusion step should be akin to merging with a soul bone. Although Dugubo was curious about how Jiang Yu had managed to create this plant resembling a soul bone, he refrained from asking further. In their speculation, Jiang Yu's cultivated experimental plant was fundamentally similar to a soul bone, albeit not derived from any part of the human body. Furthermore, while soul bones are lifeless, this plant was alive, and its vitality had to be preserved to ensure successful fusion. Otherwise, failure was inevitable. Senior Dugu, do not let your thoughts wander. Absorb it as you would a soul bone. Channel your poison to merge with the experimental subject, Jiang Yu reminded. Having relinquished control of the experimental subject entirely to Dugu Bo, he was merely advising based on his prior observations of the events involving Dugu Yan. Previously, Dugu Yan had not merged the poison within her body with the blue silver grass, as that had already been completed prior to the fusion. Jiang Yu's subsequent actions merely addressed the chaotic consciousness within the blue silver grass, while the rest was driven by Dugu Yan's instincts. Thus, both past and present actions were based on Jiang Yu's conjectures, yet they appear to be quite reliable. The experimental subject was now a completely unconscious plant. It could not autonomously complete the integration step, but fortunately, Dugu Bo had taken control of the experimental subject. This step was of utmost importance, determining whether Dugu Bo could eradicate the toxins within him. Jiang Yu quietly stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from Dugu Bo, not wishing to be poisoned should anything go awry. At that moment, Dugu Bo's condition was less than optimal. Black veins spread from the hand with which Dugu Bo was merging with the experimental subject, coursing throughout his body in a chaotic, intricate pattern, resembling the roots of a plant. This sight was truly alarming, as if Dugu Bo's body had transformed into a breeding ground for toxicity. Huh! Dugu Bo bellowed, and in an instant, the black roots swiftly retreated, returning to the location on his arm where they had previously merged, gradually forming a black vine coiling around his arm, akin to a venomous serpent. Dugu Bo's exterior did not exhibit significant changes, yet his vitality surged dramatically, and his aura intensified. It is done, Jiang Yu rejoiced inwardly. The absence of any toxic gas release brought him relief. He approached slowly, knowing Dugu Bo had succeeded. Congratulations, Senior Dugu, on fulfilling your long-cherished wish today, Jiang Yu offered, uncertain of what else to say, but it sufficed, as Dugu Bo would not take offense. As Dugu Bo sat cross-legged, he gradually opened his eyes, and the entire estate felt markedly colder, a chilling wind cutting through clothing and flesh, sending shivers through Jiang Yu. Realizing Jiang Yu was still present, Dugu Bo hurriedly reined in his aura. The cold breeze had been a byproduct of his overwhelming presence. Not only had he eradicated his own toxins, but he had also broken through to a higher level. He was now a title de law at level 92. As Dugu Bo contained his uncontrolled aura, warmth returned to the surroundings, alleviating Jiang Yu's chill. The aura of every powerful individual is unique, and Dugu Bo's emanated a bone-chilling cold, reminiscent of a lethal threat. This time, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would have been unable to rid myself of the poison within. Therefore, should you ever find yourself in need of my help in the future, I shall not hesitate to offer my utmost support, declared Dugu Bo solemnly, a newfound resolve glimmering in his eyes. This gratitude is not solely for the antidote, but also for the enlightenment on my path to mastery. Dugu Bo felt as though the road ahead had been cleared, signifying that his strength could continue to ascend. In truth, had he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, his current prowess would have exceeded the present limits. Regrettably, he could not elevate his power at will. The capacity of his body had reached its zenith, and any reckless attempt to enhance his strength would result in the uncontrollable spread of poison. For every increment in his strength, the toxicity within him intensified. Previously, Dugu Bo had struggled to contain the poison, relying on various methods to maintain balance, enduring the excruciating pain daily. Now, however, with Jiang Yu's assistance, he had resolved this issue. It was a peculiar sensation. Dugu Bo could distinctly feel the poison still circulating within him, yet unlike before, when it was uncontrollable, he now wielded complete command over it, even as his strength grew. The toxins that once coursed through his body had, through the fusion with that peculiar plant, transformed into a semblance of meridians under his dominion. No longer did he need to fear self-harm, and the control he exerted was significantly enhanced, allowing him to unleash greater power. In the past, Dugu Bo faced another dilemma. Whenever he unleashed his full strength, the toxicity within him would deepen, ultimately rendering him beyond remedy. Ha ha ha, esteemed Dugu, while a portion of the credit may lie with me, the majority still belongs to you. Were it not for your invitation, I would not have been able to assist you in detoxifying. Moreover, without the incident involving your granddaughter, none of this would have transpired. It is merely fate. Such is the course of destiny, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. True to his nature, Jiang Yu never claimed full credit for the accomplishments. His words left Dugu Bo feeling somewhat constrained, yet he did not concur with Jiang Yu's assessment. You speak wisely, yet ultimately, it was your skill that resolved my predicament, making you the true benefactor. As you said, without you, none of this would have occurred. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In his heart, he too believed that the circumstances had been remarkably fortuitous. Had those events not unfolded, he would still be grappling with how to connect with Dugu Bo, rather than having nearly established a rapport with him now. Speak your mind. What do you require of me? In my lifetime, I have seldom been indebted to others. Given the substantial assistance you have provided, I must return the favor in some capacity, Dugu Bo declared with candor. He had always believed in promptly repaying any debts, much like the gratitude he owed Prince Xue Qinghe for his life-saving intervention, which had led to his position as a vassal of the Tian Empire. With Jiang Yu's significant aid, Dugu Bo contemplated how best to reciprocate, believing it essential to assist him in some manner, as it would bring him solace. One should not underestimate Jiang Yu's kindness towards Dugu Bo. He had not only assisted in alleviating Dugu Bo's poison, but had also perfectly resolved the affliction of Dugu Yin. Both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin could now master the toxins within them, ensuring that the poison would no longer be passed down to future generations, a legacy of gratitude spanning countless lifetimes. Upon hearing Dugu Bo's words, Jiang Yu paused, taken aback by Dugu Bo's integrity. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to voice a crucial request. I wish to invite you, esteemed Dugu, to serve as a vassal for the Crown Prince's residence. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow at this strange request. Your proposition is peculiar. I am already a vassal of the Tian Empire, and my position in the Crown Prince's residence holds little significance. Is indeed significant, Jiang Yu asserted earnestly, countering Dugu Bo's viewpoint. Are you aware of the current political landscape within the Tian Empire? I wish to hear more, Dugu Bo replied. Having not closely monitored the empire's affairs, Jiang Yu nodded and continued. The request for you to serve as a vassal for the Crown Prince is born of necessity. Though the Crown Prince appears to be in a favorable position, his internal strength is lacking. If this continues, his position may become precarious, facing potential displacement. Thus, the Crown Prince urgently requires reinforcement to secure his legitimacy. Absolutely not, Dugu Bo exclaimed in shock. How could the Tian Emperor be so misguided? From my observations, he has shown nothing but favor towards the Crown Prince. It was no wonder Dugu Bo was astonished. Anyone could perceive the stability of Xue Qinghe's position. The current emperor indeed valued the Crown Prince greatly. Yet, value alone could dissipate at any moment. I too find it improbable, yet it is the truth. The most powerful minister under the current emperor, Prince Xue Qinghe, does not maintain a close relationship with the Crown Prince, but rather stand by the fourth prince, Xue Bing. As his regent, the emperor is fully aware of this, but has allowed it to unfold, leading to the Crown Prince's unstable standing. That is one issue. Secondly, while it may seem that the emperor has kept the Crown Prince close, allowing him to oversee numerous affairs, he remains in a subordinate position. People will remember the emperor before they think of the Crown Prince, which does not benefit him, as he lacks real power and influence, merely leaving a fleeting impression. Thirdly, the Crown Prince possesses no real authority, no personal guards, and no faction of his own. Tell me, esteemed Dugu, does this seem normal? A Crown Prince stripped of power, influence, and allies stands no chance of resistance should the emperor choose to revoke his title. Jiang Yu's expression turned grave as he spoke. Dugu Bo's face grew serious. While he felt something was amiss in Jiang Yu's assertions, the reality reflected his concerns. Should the decision be made to dethrone Xue Qinghe, he would have no means of resistance. However, one could not conclude that the emperor would indeed dismiss the Crown Prince, for he had done nothing to warrant such an action. Dugu Bo retorted. Is that necessary? Moreover, do not these three reasons elucidate the emperor's true intentions? Beneath the surface of calm lies a tumultuous undercurrent, Jiang Yu replied, his serious demeanor cracking into a smirk. as if mocking those who presented one facade while harboring another beneath. Dugabo found himself overwhelmed by Jiang Yu's discourse, which delved into the politics he detested. Had he known, he would have refrained from inquiring. "Did you not request that I become a vassal for the Crown Princess residence?" "Ishal acquiesce," Dugabo replied, irritation evident in his voice as he chose to terminate the topic. Though he held a keen interest in such gossip, Jiang Yu's half-revealed information was indeed exasperating. Furthermore, Dugabo believed it prudent to remain somewhat uninformed regarding the royal family's secrets. "Then allow me to express gratitude on behalf of the Crown Prince, esteemed Dugu. Rest assured, the Crown Prince shall not disappoint you." Jiang Yu exhaled, relieved. With this, the Crown Prince's residence now boasted a title de Luo among its visible strengths, facilitating many matters. "Speak your mind. What further requests do you have? Since I am in good spirits, now is the time to voice them all to avoid future discussions," Dugabo declared with pride. After all, he considered the previous request to be rather straightforward, and it involved aiding the Crown Prince. Dugabo had promised to assist Jiang Yu in fulfilling his requests, but not to aid the Crown Prince. This made it difficult for Jiang Yu to refuse. After contemplating, he said, "Then I would like to request permission from Senior Dugu to utilize or take some materials from your herb garden. That is simple. Just inform me whenever you need something, and I will take you there, or I can escort you shortly. Feel free to take whatever you desire," Dugabo replied generously. "Thank you very much, Senior. I have no other requests at the moment," Jiang Yu said with a joyful expression. "Feel free to take what you wish." "That is indeed wonderful. You are quite peculiar, my young friend, to pass up such a splendid opportunity. You should be aware that my temperament is not always as accommodating. Should you make another request during a less favorable time, I might refuse," Dugabo chuckled, albeit with a hint of scolding. Although the senior had permitted Jiang Yu to make additional requests, Jiang Yu felt it best to wait until a later date, as he had not yet thought of anything he needed. Despite having many tasks at hand, he felt there was little Dugabo could assist him with. He merely stated a fact, devoid of any disdain for Dugabo. He certainly meant no offense. "You little rascal, do you look down on me? Is there truly something I cannot fulfill? Speak, and let me hear." Dugabo's interest was piqued. "How about having His Highness ascend the throne now?" Jiang Yu suggested tentatively. "You truly dare to speak such words? Are you capable of handling the consequences?" "Then, how about developing an advanced soul guide? No offense intended, but that is beyond my capabilities. Alternatively, perhaps create a delicacy I have never tasted before. Do you think I am a chef? Would you dare to eat what I produce?" Dugabo exclaimed, clearly amused yet exasperated. "Well then, could you assist me in becoming a bit stronger? Just slightly weaker than you would suffice." Dugabo was about to concede, but Jiang Yu's next remark left him momentarily stunned. "Be a decent person." All right. I was merely teasing you, Senior Dugu. Your assistance has already been immensely beneficial, saving me much trouble," Jiang Yu said with a smile. To be honest, Dugubo's expression of bewilderment and being playfully mocked was quite entertaining in Jiang Yu's eyes. "Fine, I acknowledge your prowess. From now on, I shall refrain from bringing this up again. However, my offer still stands. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, as I will not decline you," Dugabo said with a sense of resignation. "Thank you, Senior Dugu. Now, could you please take me to your herb garden?" Jiang Yu inquired cheerfully. Dugabo rolled his eyes, too weary to say more, and swiftly leaped down with Jiang Yu, quickly arriving at the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, upon landing, Dugabo keenly sensed a powerful presence intruding into his poison formation. "I have matters to attend to. Be mindful of your safety," he warned, furrowing his brow. "Understood, Senior. You go ahead. I shall remain vigilant," Jiang Yu replied. Soon, Dugubo's figure vanished once more, and Jiang Yu turned his attention to the Eye of Ice and Fire before him, brimming with enthusiasm. Now, he was ready to embark on his own endeavors. In truth, Jiang Yu's objective was rather simple: to attempt to promote the evolution of plants. In recent days, apart from aiding Dugabo in cultivating new experimental subjects, Jiang Yu had also found ample time to rest and recover his soul power. Yet, resting alone was insufficient. He needed to occupy himself with some tasks. Were there games or television shows in this world, he would undoubtedly indulge in them while lounging about. But such diversions did not exist, so Jiang Yu had to contemplate other matters during his downtime, such as his martial soul. In theory, martial souls should be well understood by everyone. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu's completely mutated martial soul left him with few answers to his inquiries, compelling him to rely on his own exploration. To this day, Jiang Yu had realized that his understanding of his martial soul remained quite superficial. I recall that in the original narrative, the Eye of Ice and Fire birthed numerous fierce beasts, among which were 6 formidable creatures. Jiang Yu mused as he wandered through the foliage. His third soul skill endowed plants with life force and came with various additional effects, such as facilitating plant evolution and awakening their intelligence. The ability to evolve was nearly non-existent when facing celestial herbs, but he still retained some capacity to awaken their intelligence. Jiang Yu contemplated finding one of the 6 fierce beasts and aiding it in awakening its intelligence earlier. All 6 of these beasts possessed the potential for such awakening, and in the subsequent original narrative, they all successfully gained wisdom. However, the current era Jiang Yu inhabited was a full 20,000 years removed from the time of the beast's awakening in the original tale. He was uncertain whether they still held the qualifications to awaken or if this era was even suitable for their survival. It was quite possible that the first part of Dou continent, which was Jiang Yu's present time frame, had many hidden secrets that had yet to be revealed or could not be displayed, such as the dragon race or the Eye of Ice and Fire, which had not yet transformed into their later forms. The concealed mysteries held little value in the current time, so Jiang Yu was disinclined to search for them, preferring to observe when chance allowed. However, he found himself in a remarkable era, the most splendid of times, where nearly 10 deities emerged, something future generations could scarcely compare to. Returning to the main topic, Jiang Yu recalled that the Eye of Ice and Fire was formed from the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, 2 of the 9 Dragon Kings, in the Sunset Forest. Their bodies lay buried beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, providing nourishment to all living things. Jiang Yu speculated that the current, less fearsome state of the Eye of Ice and Fire might stem from the fact that the 2 Dragon Kings' corpses remained remarkably preserved. As time passed, their remains would gradually transform into nutrients, contributing to the terrifying future of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This indicated that Jiang Yu's attempt to awaken the celestial herbs here would likely have little impact, as some of these herbs existed in later generations, and many were present at this time as well. He sincerely hoped for no unforeseen consequences. With a heartfelt prayer, Jiang Yu approached the plant. In the original tale, the 6 fierce beasts of the Eye of Ice and Fire included the Chiluok tulip, the 8-pointed ice grass, the blazing fire apricot, the ink jade bamboo, the earth dragon golden melon, and the autumn water dew. He noted that he had not encountered the ink jade bamboo or the earth dragon golden melon, likely because they emerged later on. The Eye of Ice and Fire possessed the ability to accelerate the cultivation of plant soul beasts by tenfold, and these 2 had not surpassed 200,000 years, their true cultivation being less than 20,000 years. Thus, it seemed that only the remaining celestial herbs present at this time were suitable for his purpose. I wonder if what I'm doing is right, Jiang Yu sighed, as uncertainty brewed within him. He pondered that his actions might introduce risks beyond his control. Yet, if he refrained from acting, he would be unable to fully exploit the resources of the Eye of Ice and Fire. After all, he was not Tang San, who possessed profound knowledge of medicinal properties. He had merely read about the effects of these herbs in the original narrative and was unable to recognize many medicinal materials. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had you met Tang San, you would be waiting for your demise. He would have wiped you all out, Jiang Yu mocked as he crouched down. Though he did not consider himself a virtuous person, in terms of actions versus intentions, he believed that he had not harmed these plants in the least. Before Jiang Yu stood an inconspicuous herb, its entire form of vibrant green. Strangely, at its center were 3 snow-white leaves, adorned with droplets resembling the morning dew. This was the Wangchuan Qiuxue Lu, a celestial herb of little use to anyone except for its primary protagonist. Jiang Yu admitted that at this moment, he was somewhat selfish, having chosen the herb of least utility for himself, while reserving those with greater value for his own benefit. Gently, Jiang Yu placed his hand upon the Wangchuan Qiuxue Lu, and 3 soul rings materialized around him. He then unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Spirit of Life. A white domain enveloped the entirety of the Ice and Fire duality eye. In an instant, a radiant white life force emerged from the majority of the flora surrounding the Ice and Fire duality eye, surging towards Jiang Yu. He could visibly perceive the vitality around him escalating, swiftly transforming into a vast ocean of white life. This time, Jiang Yu was resolute. Unlike before, he did not merely extract a portion of the plant's life force, but opted to draw it all, indifferent to the possibility of their demise. Consequently, apart from a few recognized celestial herbs, every other plant within his vicinity withered entirely in an instant. This marked the first time the ice and fire duality I had ever experienced such desolation, all orchestrated by Jiang Yu. For the first time, Jiang Yu comprehended the overwhelming nature of his third soul skill, surpassing even his own expectations. Any plant devoid of consciousness found it exceedingly difficult to resist his extraction of life force. It must succeed, Jiang Yu roared, attempting to enhance his chances through sheer force of will, though, in reality, it bore little effect. The lifespan of soul beasts equates to their vitality. The definitions of centuries or millennia hinge not on their age, but on the strength of their life force. The stronger the life force, the longer their lifespan. This assertion, while not explicitly stated in the original text, became clear to Jiang Yu upon reflection. Plant-type soul beasts could potentially live for 100,000 years due to their lack of consciousness, but animal-type soul beasts living 100,000 years was unfathomable. To put it bluntly, even a pig could become a celestial general after such a lifespan. Thus, Jiang Yu's direct infusion of life force served to enhance the cultivation of the Wangchuan Qiushui Lu, the surrounding flora near the ice and fire duality eye. Aside from a few celestial herbs, consisted largely of the poisons and tonics cultivated by Dugabo, yet their sheer quantity, amplified tenfold by the ice and fire duality eye's effects, proved sufficient. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu discovered that he could completely absorb the life force he was infusing. This method of direct irrigation, typically deemed irrational due to its potential for significant loss. Usually, a mere 50% absorption of a life force was commendable, was yielding no waste whatsoever in this case. Was it due to the Wangchuan Qiushui Lu, or was it his own influence? Jiang Yu pondered, momentarily surprised, before delving into contemplation. Previously, he had overlooked this phenomenon, as he had not paid attention to such behavior. And the infusion time had been brief, unlike now, where an abundance of life force allowed for continuous infusion. It seemed to be a consequence of his soul skill. The original text had never mentioned the Wangchuan Qiushui Lu possessing such an ability. This elucidated why the plants infused with life force through his third soul skill exhibited such results. They had wholly absorbed the vitality he provided. Jiang Yu reflected that the life force he could impart to plants could augment their cultivation by several hundred years. When applied to humans, it was merely curative. However, for plants, the situation was entirely different. They could fully absorb the life force he transformed, resulting in a sudden increase of several hundred years of cultivation. For ordinary plants, this would signify a life leap, making evolution or mutation entirely plausible. Yet, in light of this, Jiang Yu found himself puzzled as to why his prior experiments had failed. No, perhaps it was inevitable that they failed, as the life force had not reached a threshold sufficient for a life leap. He recalled that previously, the life force he infused into the plants had not originated from his soul power, but rather from the nearby flora, and he had only extracted a minuscule portion. Most ordinary plants were annuals. Extracting a mere fraction had likely only added a few years to their lifespan, insufficient for evolution or a life leap. Had the life force he had extracted then reached the current oceanic magnitude, any plant would have undergone a life leap. However, achieving such a degree of vitality was only feasible within the ice and fire duality eye, where plant life force was tenfold that of the outside world. In retrospect, Jiang Yu recognized his oversight. He had failed to consider the conversion factor involved. A grimace crossed Jiang Yu's face as he contemplated his own shortcomings. He had not been a diligent researcher, neglecting to establish units of measurement and utilizing whatever quantity was available. Nonetheless, he could not entirely blame himself. He was not a researcher, and his understanding had remained rooted in past experiences, preventing deeper contemplation. Indeed, I am not cut out for this, he lamented, vexed. Why can't I simply enjoy a leisurely existence after my transmigration? Instead, I toil and scheme. His mood soured, feeling increasingly distant from his original intentions of striving for a better life, overwhelmed by the mounting chaos around him. Yet, despite his turbulent emotions, Jiang Yu's actions did not falter. The branches and leaves of the Wangchuan Qiushui Lu flourished under his infusion, gradually emanating an immense pressure. Strangely, This pressure bore no effect on Jiang Yu. He felt nothing, while the nearby celestial herbs wilted slightly under its weight. In the sunset forest, Dugubo stepped out of his residence to find 3 figures standing not far from his home, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he puzzled over their presence. The trio was not the familiar Yang Xiaojing and his companions from the original narrative, while they possessed a 3-in-1 martial fusion technique. Their prowess was merely commensurate with a soul fighter and posed no threat to Dugubo. However, the trio before him held significant weight: the Sword Luo, Qian Renxue, the Bone Luo Gu Rong, and the esteemed leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji. This left Dugubo somewhat intimidated, causing the recent inflation of his ego to dissipate instantly as he wondered what he had done to warrant their visit. Both the Sword Luo and Bone Luo were stronger than he, proficient in offensive skills. Either one could single-handedly overpower him, let alone in conjunction with the renowned auxiliary soul master Ning Fengji. Could they be here to kill me? Uncertain of the intentions of the 3 before him, Dugubo, despite his reclusive nature, questioned their presence. I, Dugubo, have conducted myself in a manner that has not wronged your 7 treasures glazed tile school. Is it truly appropriate for you to block my door? His countenance darkened slightly, yet he remained composed, realizing that their presence indicated no immediate danger. Ning Fengji stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting as he addressed Dugubo with a smile. Dugubo, I apologize for our sudden visit without prior notice. We had urgent matters that necessitated our prompt arrival. Dugubo felt compelled to respond favorably. After all, how could he refuse a request from such esteemed guests? Oh, do not mention it. It is an honor for me to receive your visit. However, I am curious about the purpose of your journey, he inquired with a forced chuckle. Ning Fengji's smile turned enigmatic as he replied, We seek someone. Someone? Dugubo's mind raced. Are you referring to Jiang Yu? Indeed, he has stirred up some trouble, and we need to take him with us, Ning Fengji clarified. What trouble could it possibly be? If it is not too serious, I shall take responsibility for him, Dugubo declared, finding an unexpected opportunity to repay Jiang Yu for his previous kindness. Relaxed by the notion that the matter was not of grave consequence, Dugubo dismissed his concerns about the young man as troubles. However, Ning Fengji's expression grew serious as he replied, Dugubo, are you certain? This is no trivial matter. I am certain. Dugubo efferm resolutely. Very well, allow me to elaborate. Before Jiang Yu came under your care, he employed some underhanded tactics and spread rumors that have now implicated dozens of factions, including our 7 treasures glazed tile school. If you are willing, we would appreciate your assistance in resolving this situation, Ning Fengji said with a mischievous grin. Dugubo, feeling the weight of the situation, retorted, If you wish for me to take the blame, just say the word. He turned sharply, his expression devoid of emotion. He's inside, follow me. Chapter 40. Justification laughter erupted thrice, and even Qian Renxue and Gu Rong could not contain their mirth, leaving Dugubo feeling quite embarrassed. Had he not feared a confrontation, he would have silenced these 3 long ago. The humiliation was unbearable, and he attributed it all to Jiang Yu. Once the laughter subsided, respect for Dugubo, a title Luo, was still warranted. Yet, the earlier display of vulnerability had certainly altered their perception of him. Was this truly the same cold-faced poison Luo they once knew? Ning Fengji, still smiling, remarked, It appears that you care quite a bit for Jiang Yu. His earlier observations had revealed Dugubo's genuine concern for the young man, as evidenced by his willingness to assume responsibility. After all, this was the 7 treasures glazed tile school, and before Dugubo stood 2 title Luos. Such words from him were not made lightly. If the matter had only involved their school, Dugubo might have been able to shoulder the burden, given his status. However, the involvement of numerous factions, all of significant power, including the 7 treasures glazed tile school, posed a far greater challenge. Dugubo could not afford to be reckless. Lives were at stake. Perhaps care is too strong a term. The boy has rendered me a great service, and I am inclined to assist him in overcoming this predicament. Dugubo conceded, though his expression darkened. However, the implications of this situation are far too severe. Dugubo's reaction was to be expected. Yet, he found himself pondering Jiang Yu's abilities. This young man has exceeded my expectations, managing to win over Dugubo, a formidable poison Luo, and even prompting him to speak in such a manner. With such a powerful ally as a titled Luo, along with the 4 major single attribute clans, their influence was substantial, rivaling that of the 7 major sections. What remarkable skills Jiang Yu possessed, and whether it was the work of Qing Shui or his own, remained a mystery to Ning Fengji. The rapid expansion of power was astonishing, and even he dared not underestimate it. The methods employed were remarkably adept, with only minor issues presenting any real risk. Ning Fengji, Jian Dou transmitted quietly. Dugu Bo's strength has increased significantly. He is now several times more formidable than before. What do you mean, Jian? Ning Fengji replied, maintaining his composure. Dugu Bo has not revealed his true strength, but I sense he has indeed grown stronger, Qian Renxue noted gravely. His instincts had served him well in the past, and he had learned to trust them implicitly. Is that so? Ning Fengji pondered deeply. It seems Jiang Yu must have aided Dugu Bo in this regard. What other secrets does this young man possess? Please wait here. I will fetch him, Dugu Bo stated calmly. Bringing the 3 into his residence was quite generous. He would never lead them to his herb garden, which represented his life's work. If they took a fancy to it, he would be utterly devastated. Very well, Ning Fengji acknowledged, as Dugu Bo made his way to the ice and fire yin-yang, I defined Jiang Yu, while Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Duluos awaited above. They had no intention of exploring Dugu Bo's abode uninvited, as that would indeed be a provocation. Had Ning Fengji not arrived with 2 titled Duluos, Dugu Bo would not have even allowed him across the threshold. At that moment, a wretched cry pierced the air. What have you done to my herb garden? Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Duluos exchanged bewildered glances. Before they could react, Dugu Bo emerged, dragging Jiang Yu along as though he were a mere chick. Jiang Yu wore an expression of embarrassment as he was led forth. Xinyu Dugu. Did you not say I could experiment freely? I couldn't resist, Jiang Yu sheepishly explained, inadvertently infuriating Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo's face was a mask of despair. I said you could experiment freely, but not like this. You have ruined my garden. All my years of effort have been obliterated. Dugu Bo was on the verge of a breakdown. His precious collection of rare herbs was now reduced to mere remnants. Get out. I do not wish to see you again. Dugu Bo shouted, tossing Jiang Yu in front of Ning Fengji, his rage palpable. Wait, Senior Dugu. I haven't finished yet. Jiang Yu protested, feeling quite awkward. He sought Dugu Bo's permission to return, as he had unfinished experiments that required completion. Uncle Ning, what brings you here? And esteemed seniors, as well. Jiang Yu, not blind, had yet to finish his words when he noticed Ning Fengji seated beside him, along with 2 titled Duluo standing behind him. While Jiang Yu did not recognize the bone Duluo, he was familiar with the sword Duluo, and it was evident that anyone standing alongside the sword Duluo possessed a significant identity. With a faint smile, Ning Fengji remarked, "We have come to find you." "Find me?" Jiang Yu questioned, pointing to himself in confusion. Logically, following their last conversation, Ning Fengji should have understood his and Xue Qinghe's stance, and it was unlikely he would seek him out so soon. The sudden visit suggested a matter of great importance had arisen. "May I inquire what brings Uncle Ning to me?" Without a word, Ning Fengji handed Jiang Yu a stack of documents, indicating that he should peruse them first. Jiang Yu took the materials with suspicion and began to flip through them, his expression gradually becoming more peculiar until he could no longer contain himself. "Can someone explain what this is? I have only been away for a mere 10 to 20 days. Have you all gone mad? How could matters have escalated to this extent? Furthermore, why was I not informed?" Jiang Yu recalled that he had instructed those spreading rumors to report to him regularly. However, he overlooked the fact that being under Dugu Bo's tutelage meant that not everyone could report to him freely. Closing the documents, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned to Ning Fengji. "What is it that Uncle Ning requires of me? Resolve the issues outlined here, and then provide me with an explanation." Ning Fengji replied with a light chuckle. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu declined, stating, "That is impossible. I can address the current issues, but providing an explanation is out of the question. Perhaps we could discuss something else?" An explanation was simply unfeasible. If he were to divulge the details, it would spell disaster, not just for the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, but for dozens of others. If word got out, it would require everyone to explain themselves. Ning Fengji smiled knowingly, having anticipated Jiang Yu's response. "Then you shall provide me with a rationale." Jiang Yu inwardly cursed, realizing he was being cornered by this old fox. Nevertheless, he continued, "Uncle Ning, you are placing me in a difficult position. Here is my proposal. I will prepare a project, and you may participate as the prince's mentor. However, I need you to shield me from the ensuing troubles related to this matter. He looked earnestly into Ning Fengji's eyes. At this point, there was no turning back. Certain plans had to be expedited. A project? You do not intend to dismiss me with such a ploy, do you? And you expect me to assist in mitigating the subsequent complications? Ning Fengji replied with a smile, though he was somewhat displeased, yet open to negotiation. Ning Fengji then turned to Dugubo, saying, "Might I ask the title Luo to excuse himself? We may need to discuss some private matters." Dugubo felt a surge of indignation at being dismissed from his own home, but upon observing the vigilant sword de Luo and bone de Luo, he begrudgingly yielded. Just as Dugubo was about to exit, Jiang Yu intervened. "Senior Dugu is a revered member of my prince's household. There is no need to exclude him." Dugubo felt a swell of gratitude, which bolstered his confidence, and he stood resolutely behind Jiang Yu, casting a challenging gaze at the sword de Luo and bone de Luo. Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback to learn of Dugubo's status as a revered figure in the prince's household. He wondered how the emperor would perceive this development. Continuing the previous discussion, Jiang Yu stated, "Uncle Ning, I believe this is sufficient. The project involves significant implications. I had originally planned to initiate it once the prince's position was secure. However, given the current situation, I must advance it, which aligns perfectly with the present circumstances." Jiang Yu's face was filled with reluctance, as he had intended for this project to be entirely under his control in the future, and he was determined not to collaborate with those outside his influence. Presenting this to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school felt like a loss, and the potential ramifications were immense. In truth, Jiang Yu's project was quite straightforward: to establish a newspaper and publishing house, thereby controlling public opinion in the Tiando Empire. Although the empire had seen the emergence of newspapers, they had yet to garner significant attention from elite. Jiang Yu's plan was to seize this opportunity and harness the power of public opinion. Once Xue Qinghe ascended to the throne, he intended to consolidate all media under the empire's authority, thus achieving total control over public discourse. The objective of establishing a publishing house was to secure newspapers, news, books, and similar forms of media as early as possible. Jiang Yu understood that such endeavors must wait until after Xue Qinghe's coronation. By then, with Xue Qinghe wielding the full power of the Tiando Empire, Jiang Yu would face no competition. At this moment, however, he felt apprehensive. His concerns extended beyond the formidable Emperor Xue Yi to the multitude of sections. Once the nature of public opinion was revealed, anyone astute enough would comprehend its implications, leading to an influx of competitors. Given his current standing, Jiang Yu found it challenging to dominate others. If he could not assert dominance, Jiang Yu preferred to remain concealed rather than expose himself. He had no desire to engage in a battle of public opinion in the future. Is this related to the current events? Ning Feng ti inquiret sutendi intriguet. The impact of the rumors Jiang Yu had spread previously had been staggering. If such power could be harnessed, could it yield the same results now? Ning Fengji pressed for clarification. It can, but it is best avoided. The current situation is, in fact, out of control. However, as it develops, we can guide the situation within manageable limits to achieve similar outcomes, Jiang Yu replied, his expression impassive. Had the rumors not spiraled out of control, he would not have been compelled to unveil such a formidable weapon of public opinion so soon. For those lacking in spiritual civilization on the Doluo continent, this method proved highly effective, as the fact had already demonstrated. That is sufficient. What course of action shall we take? Ning Fengji leaned back in his chair, smiling at Jiang Yu, tacitly acknowledging his earlier proposal. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school will provide funding and personnel, while the prince's household will devise the plan. Together, we shall establish the Tiando Publishing House, temporarily registering it under the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, once the prince ascends the throne, the publishing house will become state-owned. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may retain a portion of the shares or establish a smaller publishing house separately. Jiang Yu outlined his proposal. While this arrangement felt somewhat dubious, Jiang Yu was no longer inclined to concede. Ning Fengji frowned at the terms. They seemed inequitable. This is already quite fair. Such an enterprise should not be monopolized by any single family, not even by the prince. It must be state-owned. Uncle Ning, I trust you do not wish for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to become a thorn in other sides in the future, Jiang Yu stated candidly. In discussing official matters, Jiang Yu adopted a more businesslike demeanor, shedding the customary respect. Ning Fengji remained silent, still furrowing his brow. With a sigh, Jiang Yu continued, "Uncle Ning, this is my greatest concession. The leading role in this endeavor should not rest with any one family. Only the state can legitimately assume control of the dominant publishing house." At this juncture, it was challenging to elaborate further, as the concept of a state was not deeply ingrained in the minds of the people in this feudal era. Unlike in Jiang Yu's past life, in the hearts of Ning Fengji and his associates, the ideals of home and nation remain paramount. Their desire is to seize all benefits for themselves, oblivious to the fact that some matters are best held within the hands of the state. Otherwise, chaos may ensue. The publishing house that Jiang Yu is currently establishing must become the most credible entity, embodying the will of the nation. If it falls under the control of a single family, it will inevitably carry familial attributes, leading to calamity for both parties involved. However, I can assure Uncle Ning that when you establish your exclusive publishing house in the future, I will gladly offer my assistance. This situation mirrors that of later eras, where the largest newspaper must be spearheaded by the state, while local newspapers can operate freely. Jiang Yu has already shown considerable sincerity. After contemplating for a moment, Ning Fengji grasped Jiang Yu's intent and nodded in agreement to the proposal. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. Had Ning Fengji disagreed, he would have hesitated to proceed with the project. Without the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu's fragile state could not withstand the repercussions that might follow. Let us discuss this matter in detail later. For now, please address how we can resolve the current situation, Ning Fengji stated, referring to the present public opinion, which is of utmost importance. If it is not quelled, the subsequent repercussions could jeopardize not only Jiang Yu's collaborations, but even his life. Today, it is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seeking resolution. Tomorrow, it could very well be the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu was troubled, unable to comprehend how the rumors had escalated to such a degree. I have two proposals. Uncle Ning, do you prefer a swift resolution or a gradual one? What is the distinction? Ning Fengxi inquired curiously. A rapid approach would involve suppressing the current public sentiment with a significant news story, which is quick but uncertain in its effectiveness. A slower method would entail gradually guiding public opinion using current events to dissipate the impact, which is more prudent, Jiang Yu explained. Moreover, if we choose the swift route, we must ensure that the news is sufficiently sensational to prompt a quick forgetfulness of previous events. I happen to have a particularly explosive story, though I hesitate to utilize it. Given the current circumstances, opting for a gradual approach is not feasible, and Jiang Yu understood the gravity of the situation. Ning Fengji could not help but massage his forehead. If Jiang Yu deemed it explosive, it must indeed be substantial. Please share this significant news with me for consideration. Presently, the situation is dire, and it is imperative to swiftly suppress the ongoing public discourse, compelling Ning Fengji to take a risk. I wonder if Uncle Ning recalls the events of 12 years ago. I have reviewed the materials you provided earlier. If we leverage this incident, I can ensure a seamless connection while making it appear as if it is not our doing, Jiang Yu stated. He wished to ascertain whether Ning Fengji would dare to employ this news, as it involves two of the most formidable forces. Ning Fengji fell silent, surprised that Jiang Yu referenced this particular event, which indeed holds explosive potential. The incident had a significant impact back then, subdued only through the collaboration of numerous sects, and has since faded into obscurity. However, it could indeed serve to quell the current public sentiment. But, Ning Fengji said, furrowing his brow, are you not concerned that these two forces might seek trouble with you? We are speaking of the Spirit Hall and the Haotian clan. Any confrontation with either is beyond what Jiang Yu can handle, and even the Tiando Empire would not dare to provoke them both simultaneously. Of course I am apprehensive, but might I lean slightly towards one side? Jiang Yu replied with a grin. To claim I am unafraid would be disingenuous. However, if I favor the Spirit Hall, I shall not fear the Haotian clan's ire. Chapter 42. Stance Ning Fengji suddenly found Jiang Yu exceedingly audacious, uttering such words while contemplating how to curry favor with one faction. Yet, this approach could indeed mitigate his troubles, but could it truly suffice? Ning Fengji recognized that Jiang Yu would lean towards the Spirit Hall. As long as the Spirit Hall remained strong, the Haotian clan would not dare to emerge. Moreover, as long as the Spirit Hall's reputation remains intact, they would not trouble Jiang Yu, and might even find his insights agreeable. It is, in fact, inaccurate to say he is merely leaning, By objectively analyzing the events of the Spirit Hall would not seek conflict with me, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. And what of the Qian clan? Ning Fengji asked. Why would they trouble me? I speak the truth. If they object, they should take it up with the Spirit Hall. Not with me. Indeed, Ning Fengji thought, feeling a sense of admiration. Even in his view, the Qian clan had no just cause in that matter. As long as the Qian clan lacks justification, they would find it challenging to confront Jiang Yu. The strong do not engage in discourse with the weak. Ning Fengji observed calmly. Yet I am not weak. They're not the strongest either. Having lost the courage of their past, the Qian clan resembles a defeated dog. No longer the illustrious sect of former times, Jiang Yu's expression remained composed. At that moment, Dugu Bo stepped forward, subtly reminding Ning Fengji that once they consolidate their strength, Jiang Yu's ally, Xue Qinghe, is indeed formidable. You are quite brave, but what is your intended course of action? Ning Fengji set aside his thoughts. Recognizing that the Qian clan's affairs were of little concern to him, he was more interested in the proposals Jiang Yu would offer. Jiang Yu spoke first. We must lead the public to recall the Qian clan, then shift all attention towards them, gradually unveiling the events of the past to stir public interest. We will then guide the discourse towards the appropriate direction. This undertaking appears straightforward. Not only is the past incident sufficiently sensational to pique curiosity, but Jiang Yu possesses the skills to generate buzz through suitable promotional strategies. After all, having lived in such an environment, he is well versed in these matters. Will those people follow your lead? Ning Fengji pondered. They will, Jiang Yu asserted confidently. Such a monumental story would be irresistible if he felt compelled to engage. How could others resist? And what of the Spirit Hall? While you intend to guide public sentiment toward them, how can you ensure their cooperation? Ning Fengji scrutinized Jiang Yu. A precise plan is essential, as the 7 Treasures glazed tile school will stand before Jiang Yu, facing the Spirit Hall directly. In truth, there is no need to lean. Simply stating the facts will suffice. Jiang Yu had just expressed this sentiment, yet it required further elaboration. The conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Qian clan originated from the actions of the Qian Dou, who killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall retaliated while the Qian clan withdrew from the world. I will delineate the narrative in 3 phases to clarify the underlying reasons, Jiang Yu explained. Understanding the narrative thoroughly, Jiang Yu knew that the actual perpetrator behind the former pope's death was Bibi Dong. The Qian clan merely bore the blame. However, very few are privy to this truth, making it unnecessary to disclose. Jiang Yu had no desire to invite trouble. Even if someone were to reveal it, he would have to suppress that information. The first phase concerns the conflict's inception, where the former pope pursued the Qian Luo's wife, a 100,000-year-old beast, leading to her husband killing the pope. We must affirm the former pope's actions, while also acknowledging the Qian Luo's love. While this may appear to absolve both parties, once the discussion is released, perspectives will undoubtedly vary. Given the current era, many support the former pope, especially considering subsequent events. The second phase entails the Spirit Hall's retaliation. Analyzing the attitudes of all parties involved and contrasting their strengths elucidates why the Spirit Hall seeks retribution against the Qian sect. Indeed, we might need to transform the notion of vengeance into a more personal vendetta. Retribution and vengeance embody distinctly different ideologies. Although their meanings converge, retribution lacks moral justification. In the third phase, the Qian sect retreats from the world. It is essential to clarify the actions of the Spirit Hall during this period and the reasons behind their eventual cessation. After delineating these 3 stages, Jiang Yu gazes calmly at Ning Fengji, who furrows his brow, contemplating Jiang Yu's proposal. While feasible, it seems to serve as a means of exculpating the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's words do not overtly favor the Spirit Hall. He merely recounts the facts of that era. However, even from a bystander's perspective, the events of that time appear to lean in favor of the Spirit Hall. Only from a viewpoint of the Qian sect can one perceive their choices as devoid of error, merely not erroneous. Ning Fengji is reluctant to assist in whitewashing the Spirit Hall in this manner. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall has grown increasingly powerful, exerting heightened pressure on the various sections. This is precisely why all sects sought to conceal the details of that incident, allowing the outside world to believe that the Spirit Hall forced the Qian sect into seclusion, thus misleading others to interpret the Spirit Hall's actions as bullying the weak. Including Ning Fengji, no one wishes to witness the rise of a formidable spirit hall. Jiang Yu hails from Clear River. Yet why does he defend the spirit hall so ardently? A flicker of doubt arises in Ning Fengzhi's mind regarding Jiang Yu's allegiance. This provokes a jolt within Jiang Yu. Could Uncle Ning be questioning my stance? It is indeed suspicious, for his actions greatly benefit the spirit hall, and I believe he understands our concerns. Not everyone desires to see a powerful spirit hall. Ning Fengzhi states candidly. I comprehend this, yet I hadn't considered it deeply, Jiang Yu responds, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. He had not contemplated this angle previously. Indeed, the entire world is wary of the spirit hall, and Bibi Dong's ambitions loom large, instilling fear in everyone. However, Ning Fengzhi is not easily placated. Even if Jiang Yu is aware of the original text and subsequent events, he cannot misrepresent the truth. My position remains steadfast, Jiang Yu quietly asserts, at a loss for a more persuasive argument. It is not sufficient to merely declare this. While I trust your position is unassailable, your actions raise significant concerns. You must understand that many will not believe what they hear. Seeing is believing, and your current approach is perilous, Ning Fengzhi warns gravely. Jiang Yu's actions indeed cross a line, yet given his youth, Ning Fengzhi believes it to be unintentional. But what of others? What of the emperor of the Qian Empire? Jiang Yu's stance, to some extent, represents Xue Qinghe. Recently, when Jiang Yu met with Salus, he was not notably recognized, and thus, little attention was paid to him. However, as Jiang Yu's reputation grows, he will inevitably attract scrutiny. Jiang Yu feels a headache coming on. His position is indeed a significant issue. While he can assure himself of his unwavering stance, others may not share that sentiment. Thus, he must be vigilant in his conduct moving forward. With Ning Fengzhi's reminder, the future may not afford him such leniency. A single misstep could unravel all his efforts. Chapter 43. Financial loss as a blessing, therefore, if possible. I hope you might consider an alternative plan or shift the focus of public opinion, Ning Fengzhi suggests. At this point, he understands the essence of the public discourse Jiang Yu has mentioned and recognizes what is truly pivotal. Uncle Ning, please allow me some time to reflect. Jiang Yu replies, somewhat despondently. Taking a seat, he sits down in resignation and begins to contemplate. His recent immersion in research has caused his thinking to become somewhat rigid, concentrating solely on immediate gains while neglecting deeper implications, resulting in vulnerabilities exposed in front of Ning Fengzhi. Jiang Yu's intention in prematurely unveiling this discourse was to undermine the reputation of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, thereby rallying the hearts of the four great clans, leading them to abandon any lingering hopes for the Haotian sect. Yet, Jiang Yu harbors concerns regarding the loyalty of the four great clans. This world is often devoid of reason. His thoughts are not misplaced, but in the process, he has overlooked his own position. By aligning himself so closely with the Spirit Hall, how will the four great clans perceive his actions? After all, the Spirit Hall is the original perpetrator of their suffering. Might this not leave an indelible mark in their hearts? Jiang Yu sighs inwardly, realizing that he had foolishly hoped they would relinquish their hatred all at once. Such a feat is impossible. At the very least, it cannot happen overnight. Thankfully, Ning Fengzhi's admonition has illuminated the issue, making Jiang Yu aware that he is not alone in this endeavor. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu resolves to proceed with his original plan, addressing Ning Fengzhi. Uncle Ning, I have decided to stick with this proposal, as it currently presents the most viable and beneficial solution. Ning Fengzhi appears surprised, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yu. Are you not concerned that this may leave a thorn in the side of the four great clans? Beyond their animosity towards the Haotian sect, there exists a semblance of past camaraderie, whereas their relationship with the Spirit Hall is solely rooted in hatred. Are you not apprehensive they might overthink this? Ning Fengzhi raises this concern precisely because he recognizes its significance, yet Jiang Yu seems unappreciative of the gravity of the matter. I will first ensure they recognize that their connection with the Haotian sect is purely adversarial, devoid of any former bonds. Secondly, I am not alone in this. After all, it is for His Highness the Crown Prince that we strategize, and he must also contribute his share. In this process, I will play the role of the bad cop while His Highness takes on the good cop, Jiang Yu replies with a light chuckle. A sense of relief washes over him. He does not need to shoulder all the burdens alone, for there is still Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu has just realized that he has been too tightly bound to Xue Qinghe, They are not one and the same. There exists a hierarchy among them. Xue Qinghe is the sovereign, while he is merely a supporting figure. Certain stances he takes may indeed provoke speculation from others. But as long as Xue Qinghe clarifies his own position, it suffices. After all, Xue Qinghe represents the primary stance. When the time comes, should Xue Qinghe align with the Spirit Hall, Jiang Yu can stand with the Haotian sect. However, this presents a challenge, Jiang Yu muses, for he is well aware that Xue Qinghe is indeed Qian Renxue. What if Xue Qinghe were to be the one to criticize the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji had not anticipated Jiang Yu would propose such a notion. However, upon reflection, it does seem plausible. Jiang Yu is merely a subject, and perhaps he had prematurely assumed a bond between Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe. Outsiders are unaware of Jiang Yu's significance within the Tiandou Empire's royal court. They perceive him merely as an ordinary minister. What concern is it if a subordinate leans toward the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji himself cannot guarantee that no one from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect holds a similar inclination. That is indeed a clever approach, Ning Fengji commends. Jiang Yu feels a twinge of disappointment. After all, to others, he does not appear particularly important. Only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect acknowledges his significance, while to others, he is merely a minor character. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed with this plan, Ning Fengji declares resolutely. At this juncture, further discussion seems unnecessary. Ning Fengji recognizes that Jiang Yu is unlikely to relent, and it is best to know when to stop. Uncle Ning, do you not care about my position? Jiang Yu inquires with curiosity. I trust that your stance remains impartial. You are indeed an astute individual. Ning Fengji gazed at Jiang Yu with a smile, his eyes profoundly deep, resembling an unfathomable black hole. Jiang Yu awkwardly touched his nose, affirming that his stance would not waver, as he had always aligned himself with the Spirit Hall. However, he wondered if Ning Fengji would harbor the desire to eliminate him upon discovering the truth. With matters now settled, Jiang Yu prepared to depart, urging Ning Fengji to return swiftly to the prince's palace, after which he would join Qinghe and finalize the details. Ning Fengji cast a glance at Jiang Yu and the enigmatic Dugabo before departing the residence. After a brief wait, the silhouettes of the three vanished completely. Dugabo then remarked, "They have left." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu slumped down, feeling utterly exhausted. Damn, that old fox Ning Fengji managed to extract so many benefits from me. I am at a loss, Jiang Yu lamented, his expression filled with grievance. Despite their lengthy discussion, it was ultimately trivial, with the sole focus being on profit. Ning Fengji constantly sought to extract more advantages from Jiang Yu, subtly hinting at it several times, only to be disregarded by Jiang Yu, who refused to bleed dry. You little monster, just moments ago you were calling him Uncle Ning. How has he now become Ning Fengji? With Ning Fengji and his companions gone, he felt a great relief, and his perception of Jiang Yu shifted. Although the lad's combat prowess was lacking, his intellect was indeed remarkable. While he had overheard the entire conversation, he had comprehended none of it, oblivious to their topics of discussion. It's a mercy I referred to him by his given name. I wanted to berate that old fox, Jiang Yu indignantly stated. Public opinion, a lethal weapon that kills without bloodshed, was now freely disseminated, causing him acute heartache. Dugabo smiled. You've already begun to insult him. I can't shake the feeling that my Uncle Ning seeks benefits beyond what he has already acquired. Do you sense it too, Senior Dugu? Jiang Yu questioned, adjusting his demeanor with suspicion. Apologies, I cannot sense it. I comprehended none of your discourse, Dugabo replied, exasperated. Truly inept. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. The unspoken insult left Dugabo infuriated. You little rascal. He raised his hand, intending to reprimand Jiang Yu. The latter feigned submission. All right, Senior Dugu, I apologize. Your presence was invaluable. Without you, I would have lacked the confidence to face my Uncle Ning, given our vast disparity in status. Dugubo's theater subsided, and he felt a tinge of pride. That's more like it. However, upon reflection, what you mentioned indeed seemed to have merit. Not merely seeming, it is indeed so, Jiang Yu retorted. Though it was merely an instinct, Jiang Yu remained skeptical. By the way, what were you discussing earlier? I felt quite lost, Dugabo inquired, genuinely curious, as he was utterly ignorant of political matters. Explaining would be tedious and complex, Senior Dugu. Just understand this. The world thrives on profit, and all commotion arises from the pursuit of gain. We exchanged a plethora of empty words, but our true concern lay solely in. Jiang Yu expressed with a hint of melancholy. He pondered over Ning Fengji's motives. Perhaps he was merely fortunate to have gained substantial benefits from Jiang Yu. He dared not gamble on the previous circumstances and instead opted for a financial sacrifice to avert disaster. Chapter 44. Return to the Prince's Palace, Senior Dugu. How about accompanying me to the Prince's Palace? I shall clarify matters with His Highness and confirm your status as a tribute to the palace. Jiang Yu suggested with a smile. Very well, I shall accompany you, Dugu Bo replied nonchalantly. I find it perplexing. With your talents, you could carve out your own path. Yet you choose to remain under the prince's aegis, Dugu Bo observed, having witnessed Jiang Yu's capabilities over the past few days. With talent and intellect abundant, it seems stifling to be confined to the prince's palace. Why? Because only His Highness can assist me in realizing my aspirations, Jiang Yu sighed, adding, I have reflected on this answer countless times. It is merely fate. Aspirations, some can be achieved independently, while others necessitate the aid of others. Many aspire to become powerful spirit masters. Some possess both talent and lineage, enabling them to succeed on their own, while others, lacking both, must rely on external support. Such is my circumstance. My ambitions are grand, and achieving them solely by my own efforts is unattainable. I require a platform, and His Highness serves as that platform for me. If I once had other choices, I now find myself with but one. Jiang Yu expressed with a hint of resignation. Not only had he run out of options, but he had also grown accustomed to it. What, pray tell, is your ambition? Dugu Bo inquired curiously. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stood upright, gazing skyward, a glimmer of light flickering upon him, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to secure a mandate for the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to usher in an era of peace. In that moment, Dugu Bo felt an overwhelming stir within him, perceiving Jiang Yu's diminutive frame as somewhat magnificent. Although he did not grasp the full meaning of those four phrases, they resonated with a sense of immense ambition. Impressive, indeed. Jiang Yu's expression bore a hint of pride. Yes, indeed, quite impressive, Dugu Bo concurred, albeit with a sense of confusion about its significance. I borrowed that, Jiang Yu chuckled. Dugu Bo felt an urge to reprimand him, having previously regarded him as exceptional, only to discover that he had merely copied it. Nevertheless, even if borrowed, it remains impressive, Dugu Bo concluded, uninterested in probing where Jiang Yu had sourced it from. Is this truly your ambition? Certainly not. I'm not so grandiose. However, I do wish to create a flourishing era. Jiang Yu languidly reclined on the chair, his eyes gleaming. In such a scenario, I could comfortably recline, suddenly feeling that his own aspirations paled in comparison. He pondered whether a life of leisure might be the ultimate goal, as it was no simple task. Dugu Bo found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his own ambitions seemed somewhat trivial in contrast to Jiang Yu's. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, but fortunately, it did not linger long. Senior Dugu, shall we now set off back to the prince's palace? Jiang Yu inquired, noticing Dugu Bo standing silently. Wait, I have some matters to attend to, Dugu Bo replied, regaining his focus. What matters? Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued. Was he perhaps seeking some treasure? Please do not say that. I've already cleared out everything from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Any more gifts would be too much, Jiang Yu jested. How dare you say that? Dugu Bo shot him an incredulous glare. Who turned my medicinal garden into such a state? He then proceeded to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, needing to reseed the area. Without doing so, his medicinal garden would be utterly ruined. Jiang Yu soon realized Dugu Bo's intentions and felt a hint of guilt. You cannot blame me. You stated it yourself. Moments later, Dugu Bo returned, not making Jiang Yu wait too long. Let's go. It is time to return. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Dugu Bo escorted Jiang Yu to the prince's mansion. Your Highness, the poisoned Luo is currently on his way back with Jiang Yu and should arrive at the prince's mansion shortly, reported a figure clad in black, kneeling before Xue Qinghe. I understand. You may leave. Xue Qinghe waved dismissively. Yes. The black-clad figure retreated. This individual was an intelligence officer of the Spirit Hall, who had been stationed at the prince's mansion for an extended period, risking exposure and suspicion. Xue Qinghe had been utilizing him sparingly, though old habits die hard. Finally back. If he didn't return soon, I would have reached my limit. Xue Qinghe rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The recent days had not been kind to Xue Qinghe, as the rumors circulating outside had greatly affected him. The gossip Jiang Yu had initially spread, while detrimental to Xue Beng, had also impacted Xue Qinghe, albeit in a less severe manner. Although the effects were largely positive, they were still quite bothersome. In recent days, Xue Qinghe had found himself unable to suppress the buzz surrounding his own personal life. Once Jiang Yu returns, I must properly address this matter, he thought with a hint of irritation. Had he not known Jiang Yu was with Dugabo, he would have sought him out long ago. Jiang Yu had not communicated the full details of his undertaking, only mentioning that he was finding tasks for Xue Beng, which had left Xue Qinghe in quite a predicament. The credibility of the entire Tian Dou royal family had diminished significantly, causing a considerable impact. His status as the Crown Prince was still secure. However, many from the Spirit Hall sought to create trouble for Jiang Yu, although Xue Qinghe had managed to suppress those attempts. The intelligence network of the Spirit Hall was far superior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they had long known that the blame lay with Jiang Yu. Had Xue Qinghe not intervened, they would have already knocked on the door, rather than enjoying the current ease of the situation. This dilemma weighed heavily on Xue Qinghe, especially since it involved not only his faction, but also implicated Bibi Dong's lineage. That woman, he thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. At that moment, a guard entered and announced, "Your Highness, Dugabo and Jiang Yu seek an audience." These guards were from the prince's mansion, not the Spear Hall. They addressed Jiang Yu by name rather than his title. Although Jiang Yu often claimed to be a close aide to the Crown Prince, he held no official position, which required the approval of Emperor Xue Yi. A reality Xue Qinghe could not alter. "Please allow them to enter," Xue Qinghe replied, his expression returning to one of familiarity. Moments later, Jiang Yu and Dugabo were ushered into the main hall. "We greet His Highness, the Crown Prince," they both said in unison, bowing deeply. Xue Qinghe stood, a smile gracing his face as he gestured with his hands, indicating no need for excessive formalities. However, he regarded Jiang Yu with a hint of confusion, as he found Dugabo's demeanor overly courteous. It was known that Dugabo displayed little decorum towards anyone other than Emperor Xue Yi, and he had never shown such respect even to the Crown Prince. Jiang Yu awkwardly scratched his nose and replied earnestly, "Your Highness, after extensive discussions with Elder Dugu, he has graciously agreed to serve as a consultant for the Tian Dou Empire and the Prince's mansion." Jiang Yu was aware that his approach was somewhat audacious. Dugabo rolled his eyes, but did not refute Jiang Yu's statement, tacitly accepting it. Xue Qinghe's jaw dropped in astonishment. What was happening? How had Dugabo joined the Prince's mansion after Jiang Yu's brief absence? "Elder Dugu, is this truly the case?" Xue Qinghe's voice was laced with barely contained excitement. "Indeed, I hope your Highness will not mind my advanced age," Dugabo humbly replied. "In truth, who would disdain a title Dou? Certainly not. I am exceedingly pleased and welcome Elder Dugu to our Prince's mansion," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, visibly thrilled, quickly realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. The initial annoyance he felt towards Jiang Yu had evaporated entirely. Compared to Jiang Yu's previous transgressions, Dugabo's inclusion was of far greater significance to Xue Qinghe. Dugabo's identity was paramount. He was not only a title Dou, but also a consultant for the Tian Dou Empire. This was a position of immense importance, as the Tian Dou Empire currently only had one guardian of title Dou level. Although Xue Qinghe did not fully understand the methods Jiang Yu employed to persuade Dugabo, he recognized that the dynamics had irrevocably changed. With the Poison Dou, representative of the Tian Dou Empire's mightiest force, aligning with him, how would others perceive this? They would undoubtedly see the situation as clear-cut, believing Xue Qinghe to be the de facto heir to the throne. This perspective was not unfounded. The current situation in the Tian Dou Empire appeared remarkably balanced on the surface, with no one faction possessing a distinct advantage, save for Emperor Xue Yi, who held the greatest authority. On the surface, all factions seemed equal in power. For instance, while Xue Qinghe held little sway, he possessed legitimacy and a commendable reputation. Conversely, Xue Beng had no reputation, but was accompanied by the influential Prince Xue Qinghe. This scenario illustrated the formidable capabilities of Emperor Xue Yi. The equilibrium was well maintained under his guidance. It was this very balance that rendered it challenging for the subordinates to make choices. Despite Xue Qinghe's favorable position, those with discernment understood that it was merely superficial, The ultimate outcome remained the true concern. Now, however, this equilibrium had been disrupted by Jiang Yu's actions. With the addition of the four major clans and Dugu both tipping the scales heavily in favor of Xue Qinghe, potentially even allowing him to rival Emperor Xue. As time progressed, the situation would become increasingly clear, and those with discernment would know how to choose. Xue Qinghe's declaration brought a smile to Dugu Bo's face. "Your Highness, I am honored to join," he replied. Although his agreement stemmed from Jiang Yu's influence, it must be acknowledged that Xue Qinghe possessed considerable charm. Otherwise, Dugu Bo would not have acquiesced so readily. "Nay, Elder Dugu, it is I who am honored," Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. At that moment, the atmosphere was one of harmony and joy. Jiang Yu stood silently to the side, finding little value in the exchange, a mere cycle of flattery. His thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Aside from discussing the establishment of a publishing house with Ning Fengji, he needed to consider the implications of Dugu Bo's membership. While Dugu Bo's joining was undoubtedly a boon, the potential negative ramifications loomed large. The most obvious consequence was the disruption of balance, causing unrest among certain factions. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Despite the current smooth sailing, the rapid pace of advancement had left others reeling. Emperor Xue likely had not anticipated the degree to which Xue Qinghe's influence would disrupt the equilibrium, allowing Xue Qinghe's momentum to build without intervention. Jiang Yu had never underestimated anyone, especially an emperor. Though Emperor Xue's appearances in the original narrative were few, he had ultimately reshaped the entire landscape of Dou. The revelation of Qian Renxue's identity was merely a product of his own scheming, executed with an exceedingly simple strategy: indulgence. Yet Qian Renxue failed to see through this ploy, choosing instead to replace the entire palace with personnel from the Spirit Hall, a rather foolish maneuver. By the time he realized the truth, it was far too late. Tang Sen had already allied with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Now, the momentum was shifting in Xue Qinghe's favor, and even the Night Emperor would find it challenging to thwart my advances in this regard. Consequently, his only recourse would be to impede my entry into the political arena, while simultaneously bolstering Xue Bailing's advantages. Jiang Yu mused. "Your Highness," Jiang Yu interjected, interrupting the conversation between Xue Qinghe and Dugu Bo. "What is it?" Xue Qinghe inquired, puzzled by Jiang Yu's interruption. In his view, with Dugu Bo's involvement, his position had become exceedingly secure, rendering any sacrifices unnecessary. A mere half-hearted effort would suffice for victory. In the Qian Empire, he was invincible. Observing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes, recognizing that the prince had become rather arrogant. "Your Highness, soon Master Ning will arrive to discuss the forthcoming collaboration between the prince's mansion and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Should this endeavor succeed, we can secure even greater support from them," Jiang Yu remarked, his gaze steady on Xue Qinghe. "It would be prudent for your Highness to familiarize yourself with the details." "Collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? How could I be unaware?" Xue Qinghe deflected, a hint of guilt causing him to avert his eyes from Jiang Yu. "You know little, given your lackadaisical attitude towards your duties." "It is I who am shouldering the responsibilities," Jiang Yu retorted, feeling weary. This was discussed earlier with Master Ning at Dugu Bo's residence, where Dugu Bo was also present. "Indeed, that is true," Dugu Bo affirmed with a nod. "What sort of collaboration?" Xue Qinghe asked, suddenly alert, though he did not pursue why Ning Fengji had bypassed him to speak directly with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Due to my previous oversight, rumors spiraled out of control. Master Ning traced them back to me and sought clarification on the matter. After careful consideration, I proposed a collaboration to establish a publishing house. "A publishing house? What is that?" Xue Qinghe inquired, intrigued. "A means to control the current flow of rumors," Jiang Yu replied quietly. Xue Qinghe's expression shifted to one of acute seriousness, as he recalled a significant discussion from long ago where Jiang Yu had mentioned this crucial entity. "Why did you not consult me regarding such an important matter?" Xue Qinghe pressed, though he was not entirely aware of the publishing house's true significance. He inferred its importance from Jiang Yu's prior statements and the current repercussions. If it could indeed generate rumors at will, it was something he could not afford to ignore. Jiang Yu hesitated, but continued. "There is no time to discuss it with your Highness. While this may yield a slight sacrifice in profits, I believe it presents an opportunity. With the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the influence of the publishing house, your Highness's position would be significantly more secure." "More secure?" Is my position not already fortified with Dugu Bo's support? Do we require your intervention? Xue Qinghe replied, frowning. In truth, Xue Qinghe was perplexed by Jiang Yu's cautiousness, questioning whether the current situation was insufficiently stable. However, he did not blame Jiang Yu. He merely wished for him to avoid creating unnecessary risks. Despite Jiang Yu's current comfort, had Xue Qinghe not held him down, he would have faced considerable trouble from various factions, with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School being a prime example. Jiang Yu shook his head. Your Highness, what do you believe constitutes the foundation of a nation? He did not directly answer Xue Qinghe's question. Recognizing that a straightforward discussion would not suffice, he needed to make Xue Qinghe understand. To be candid, Jiang Yu felt fatigued. Xue Qinghe was ill-suited for leadership, his arrogance necessitating constant reminders. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he lacked an answer, but rather that he understood any response he provided would differ from Jiang Yu's perspective, who would inevitably counter him. Jiang Yu cast a dispassionate glance at Xue Qinghe, his eyes betraying a hint of exasperation. The fundamental components of a nation are land and its people, followed by culture, and thereafter the establishment of stable governance. Soul Masters are but a fraction of the populace, and powerful Soul Masters constitute an even smaller segment. How significant do you believe you are within this framework? This revelation struck Xue Qinghe like a cold shower, awakening him to the realization that his current power within the Tiandou Empire was but a mere fraction. The current emperor held dominion over all. Even the fourth prince, Xue Bailing, had a share of the administrative apparatus, while Xue Qinghe had only recently begun to stake a claim on the Soul Master strength. While formidable Soul Masters could indeed sway many affairs, particularly at Dugu Bo's level, what if the emperor were to intervene? Would Xue Qinghe still feel secure? Thus, it was imperative for him to awaken to this reality. We were far from possessing the ability to dictate the situation, Jiang Yu said meaningfully. Xue Qinghe found himself slightly overwhelmed by Jiang Yu's words, pressing his temples as he remarked, will my father truly intervene? Who knows? Jiang Yu replied, his gaze drifting elsewhere nonchalantly. It all hinges on whether he desires to see you ascend to the throne. Should he oppose your rise, he will undoubtedly take measures to thwart you. And I assure you, his methods will be inscrutable even to me. This is why Jiang Yu never engaged in pretense, ensuring that power remained firmly within his grasp. As long as he retained control over the core elements, even the most elaborate schemes would be rendered ineffective against him. Chapter 46. A shift in mindset. Jiang Yu's words plunged Xue Qinghe into a profound silence, his expression darkening. Dugu Bo, sensing the tension, interjected, you little monster. Does this imply that I am rendered utterly insignificant in your eyes? Master Dugu, I have never suggested such a thing, Jiang Yu hastily clarified. Your involvement in the prince's mansion is of immense importance. The news of your allegiance will astonish many and significantly alter their perspectives. This was precisely why Jiang Yu had sought Dugu Bo's alliance. He was a formidable asset capable of altering the current dynamics. Then why did you phrase it so earlier? Dugu Bo asked, gesturing towards the now sullen Xue Qinghe. Dugu Bo, having sensed Xue Qinghe's displeasure, sought to lighten the atmosphere, recognizing the precariousness of his own position after joining. Should word spread that his allegiance had adversely affected Xue Qinghe's mood, his standing would become untenable. Jiang Yu understood Dugu Bo's intent to ease the tension and decided to reveal some truths, recognizing that Xue Qinghe's current mindset was detrimental. The emperor will inevitably intervene. Consider the existing circumstances. The emperor has long maintained a delicate balance between you and the fourth prince, ensuring their strengths remain comparable. After all, he is aging and unlikely to bear more heirs. The recent deaths of the second and third princes have likely made him sensitive to the prospect of any one faction's progeny gaining undue power and causing chaos. Thus, the emperor will undoubtedly act to curtail your rising influence, as your displayed strength is already beginning to disrupt the equilibrium. With this, Jiang Yu cast a glance at Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a flicker of panic, surprise, and gloom passed through Xue Qinghe's eyes. Am I being suspected? He pondered. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's reminder, he might have remained oblivious to this notion indefinitely. Why do you need to involve Dugu Bo? Jiang Yu interrupted Dugu Bo's words, stating, Senior Dugu, I understand what you wish to convey, yet this must be done. The struggle for the throne has never been predetermined. It is a contest that must be fought. The current monarch did not ascend without challenges. The journey was fraught with bloodshed and treachery, leaving the populace in fear and uncertainty. I comprehend the emperor's thoughts. He does not desire his successors to engage in fierce competition for the throne. However, is it not somewhat biased? Beyond reputation and public favor, what tangible assets does the Crown Prince possess? I cannot conceive of what he would use to compete. Jiang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently for the first time, albeit feigned. In the original narrative, without the support of the Spirit Hall, Xue Qinghe's hand would have been insufficient for victory. Reputation is ephemeral, and the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is equally insubstantial. The adult world revolves around interests and power. Without these elements, why would anyone support you? What grounds do you have for ultimate victory? If the game cannot be played, then let us all refrain from playing it. Jiang Yu refused to indulge in such absurdity. Your rules are so flawed. Why should I adhere to them? At that moment, Du Gubo found himself at a loss for words, never having considered the complexities of royal affairs, leaving him utterly bewildered. We are all human. Must there be such duplicity? Enough, Jiang Yu. You need not elaborate further. I understand what I must do. Xue Qinghe interjected. And Senior Du Gu, I appreciate your defense on my behalf. I apologize for putting you in such a position so soon after your arrival. Xue Qinghe expressed his gratitude and regret to Du Gubo. Now, having regained his composure, he recognized that Jiang Yu's intentions were genuinely for his benefit, imparting a sense of responsibility and emotional weight. Indeed, I have been too naive, thinking that even in failure, there would be no consequence. My thoughts were overly simplistic, neglecting the broader implications. From this moment forth, I am no longer alone, Xue Qinghe mused, as his mindset began to shift. In truth, Xue Qinghe's dilemma had always persisted, observed by Jiang Yu, yet remaining unresolved. As a spy in a position of prominence, Xue Qinghe had navigated his path too smoothly, leading him to subconsciously underestimate the gravity of his circumstances. After all, even in failure, there was always an escape route. Such a mentality is unfit for a ruler. Thus, Jiang Yu had been devising a way to alter Xue Qinghe's perspective, instilling in him the understanding that behind him, apart from the Spirit Hall, there were many who supported him. Should he fail, not everyone could retreat unscathed as he might. It appears this strategy has borne some fruit, as Xue Qinghe's transformation brings Jiang Yu a sense of relief. Change has finally occurred, albeit only a positive shift. There remains much work to be done. Your Highness, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu, has come to pay a visit. Just then, as Xue Qinghe was undergoing his transformation, Ning Fengji arrived, accompanied by Sword Doluo Qinshin. Bon Duo Gu Rong remained behind at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as this was not a visit to Du Gubo's estate. Teacher, you have arrived. Xue Qinghe quickly adjusted his demeanor, smiling at Ning Fengji as he entered. As soon as Ning Fengji stepped in, he immediately noticed the three individuals, sensing that they had just engaged in conversation. However, Xue Qinghe's aura startled him slightly. Although it seemed only a minor change had occurred, the overall impression was profoundly transformed. If Xue Qinghe previously exuded the charm of a gentle, refined nobleman, now he resembled a resplendent king, radiating intense confidence. Though subtle, it was sharp, striking, and undeniably captivating, allowing Ning Fengji to discern the shift instantly. Qinghe, you have changed. You now bear a stronger resemblance to a prince, Ning Fengji remarked, his tone imbued with complexity and satisfaction. Xue Qinghe did not deny this, replying, Teacher, everyone evolves. It simply took me a bit longer, though not too late. It appears that during this time, Qinghe has undergone changes unknown to me. Is it due to external rumors, or perhaps Jiang Yu's influence? Ning Fengji casually glanced at Jiang Yu, yet discerned no revealing information, as Jiang Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. Disregarding those thoughts, Ning Fengji shifted his focus back to Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, I presume you are aware of the reason for my visit? Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging, Jiang Yu has briefed me on this matter. You may speak candidly, as his intentions align with my own. A hint of regret flickered across Ning Fengji's face. I apologize, Qinghe, for previously bypassing you in this collaboration. It was my oversight, and I extend my apologies. Teacher, you need not worry. How could I possibly blame you? Kue Qinghe milet akipting Ning Feng's apologi. Today, I realize that the bond between my teacher and me is not as profound as I had imagined. In that case, I can rest easy, Ning Fengji replied, a look of relief gracing his face, though internally he bore a heavy heart. Jiang Yu, please approach and discuss the details of this collaboration with the teacher. Xue Qinghe signaled to Jiang Yu behind him. Jiang Yu understood, stepping away from Du Gubo to stand beside Xue Qinghe. Greetings, Zhongzhu Ning, an esteemed sword Dou. Jiang Yu bowed to Ning Fengji and Qinshin. Since we have previously established a basic intention, let us be succinct in our discussion, Jiang Yu suggested. Agreed, Ning Fengji responded, indicating his approval. Long before at Du Gubo's residence, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengji had already laid the groundwork for their collaboration, thus brevity was preferable. However, Ning Fengji harbored concerns about Xue Qinghe's receptiveness and glanced at him. To his surprise, Xue Qinghe appeared entirely unperturbed. No problem, he assured. Only then did Ning Fengji feel reassured, though he noted that his disciple's thoughts were now far more profound than previously expressed. Chapter 47. Finalizing the details due to considerations of confidentiality, I propose we temporarily categorize this agreement as a verbal accord. Hoping for your understanding, Zhongzhu Ning. Jiang Yu adresset Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, puzzled by Jiang Yu's meaning, uncertain of what a verbal agreement entailed. What I mean is that this collaboration between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Prince's estate will not be formalized in writing. All cooperation will be based on our conversation today. The purpose of this approach is to maintain discretion. The Prince's estate's future strategy leans towards low profile, as overt displays are inadvisable. This collaboration will be publicly represented primarily by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with the Prince's estate merely as a supporting role. Jiang Yu elucidated. Of course, Jiang Yu's explanation only captured the surface intent. The true collaboration would still adhere to the previous agreement. This seems different from our earlier discussions, Ning Fengji recalled, noting that Jiang Yu had not articulated this notion previously. The specific collaboration details will follow the original plan. Yet the public perception will reflect that the Prince's estate occupies a minimal role, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School takes center stage, Jiang Yu clarified. What purpose does this serve? Ning Fengji inquired, eager for further insight. Jiang Yu refrained from elaborating on this point. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. Having just conversed with Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe quickly realized that this was intended for his father, the emperor. Indeed, Jiang Yu's intent aligned with this understanding. However, Ning Fengji held a different opinion. His perspective encompassed a far broader spectrum of outsiders. He believed that Jiang Yu's objective was to present a faade to all other factions. Yet, was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Hadn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School already pledged support during this tumultuous episode? Very well, Ning Fengji ultimately nodded in agreement. As long as the substantive content remained unchanged, it would be more advantageous for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to be perceived as the authoritative publisher in the eyes of outsiders. Thus, they proceeded to discuss the specifics. The publishing house established through their collaboration would be located in Tiandou City, with the precise location being flexible as long as it fell within both parties' control. The name would be Tiandou Publishing House. The scope of work would include publishing books, printing newspapers, issuing periodicals, guiding public opinion, and gathering intelligence across various sectors, not limited solely to soul masters, but also encompassing ordinary individuals. The content to be published would require mutual confirmation from both parties before dissemination. The operational model would be commercial, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School maintaining oversight, while the general direction would be steered by the Crown Prince's residence. Is this agreeable, Master Ning? Jiang Yu inquired, looking towards Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment. Some terms Jiang Yu used were unfamiliar to him, yet the overall meaning was clear. Essentially, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School dictated the operations, then the Crown Prince's residence would determine the developmental trajectory? Yes, that is approximately the essence of it, Jiang Yu affirmed. In truth, it implied that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School need only focus on their tasks, while the Crown Prince's residence would dictate the objectives, which had an air of cunning about it, given that the Crown Prince's residence appeared to contribute little. Very well, I have no objections, Ning Fengji agreed without hesitation. This surprised Jiang Yu slightly. He had anticipated some reservations from Ning Fengji and was prepared to elaborate further. Clearly, he was indeed the venerable leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a true master of strategy. The next matter at hand was personnel. Jiang Yu continued. stating that all hires for Tian Dou publishing house must be affiliated with it. This stipulation was to prevent any potential rifts between the parties. Unity was paramount at this stage, with future conditions to be addressed later. Are there any specific requirements for the hires? Ning Feng Ti Inquiret. Requirements? They must possess strong writing skills. Ordinary individuals who are not soul masters are also welcome, Jiang Yu replied after some thought. Discrimination still existed in Dou Luo continent. Ordinary people had little presence, as evidenced in the original text, where they were scarcely mentioned. Only Tang Yuehua could be considered, and even she was not entirely ordinary, being a direct disciple of the Haotian school with 2 titled Dou Luo brothers. To label her as common would be a misnomer, as she was the only publicly acknowledged disciple of the Haotian school. Perhaps her perceived weakness had spared her from scrutiny, though Jiang Yu was curious about her eventual reaction to the unfolding events. Surely, Ning Fengji was aware of Tang Yuehua's existence. Jiang Yu mused silently, though it was likely a topic he would avoid. Writing skills must be exceptional. This posed a challenge for Ning Fengji. He had numerous connections, yet finding individuals with superior writing ability proved somewhat daunting, although sourcing suitable soul masters was manageable. Do you find such individuals difficult to locate, Master Ning? Jiang Yu suggested, reminding him that suitable candidates were readily available. If he could apprehend a few of those who spread rumors, it would suffice. Jiang Yu had previously reviewed the materials provided by Ning Fengji, and he found those individuals' writing skills to be commendable, even surpassing his own. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever approach. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Jiang Yu nodded, continuing to outline the final points. All matters pertaining to the Crown Prince's residence would be managed by the Crown Prince himself. I will delegate the development plans entirely to His Highness, allowing him to make all decisions. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe furrowed their brows in unison, perplexed by Jiang Yu's actions, as he was the most knowledgeable about this collaboration. You are the initiator of this partnership. It is only fitting that you take the lead, Xue Qinghe remarked, suspecting that Jiang Yu's intentions were to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with a hint of melancholy. Your Highness, have you forgotten that I still have to attend school? This is a decree from His Majesty, intended to prevent me from causing trouble while near Xue Qinghe. Remaining with Dugobo was acceptable, as no one dared to challenge him. However, if Jiang Yu were to stay at the Crown Prince's residence, it would be tantamount to defying imperial orders. In this delicate period, it would grant leverage to adversaries. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe both recognized that. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's reminder, they might have overlooked the fact that he was indeed required to attend school, and his absence was not an option, as it was the Emperor's directive. Rest assured, Master Ning, His Highness is quite capable. Have faith in him, Jiang Yu reassured. This statement caused Xue Qinghe to feel somewhat uneasy, as he was acutely aware of his own limitations and ignorance. Finally, a supplementary note. The establishment of the publishing house must occur after the matters between the Haotian School and the Spirit Hall have had time to develop, thus alleviating any suspicions cast upon us and ensuring that subsequent public guidance remains unaffected, Jiang Yu advised. At that juncture, His Highness shall criticize the Spirit Hall from an emotional standpoint, asserting that love is sacred and deserving of respect, even between humans and soul beasts. Conversely, I shall advocate for the Spirit Hall's actions, declaring them justified. Meanwhile, Master Ning will diplomatically navigate the situation, seizing the opportunity to elevate the publishing house's profile for greater recognition. Jiang Yu's strategy essentially aimed to create conflict, generate discussion, and establish authority to bolster his own reputation. While it might be perceived as somewhat unscrupulous, it was nonetheless astute. Additionally, Jiang Yu contemplated enhancing Xue Qinghe's public persona during this incident, crafting an image of a devoted and romantic crown prince, which would serve to elevate Xue Qinghe's standing. Very well, there are no objections. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe concurred, a point Jiang Yu had previously communicated to Ning Fengji, and he had also taken the time to discuss it with Xue Qinghe. Then I shall rely on you, esteemed teacher, Xue Qinghe remarked, a beaming smile adorning his face as he turned to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji laughed heartily in response, saying, "Oh, my dear Qinghe, it is I who should be relying on you." The successful collaboration fostered a jovial atmosphere, though the true thoughts of both men remained a mystery, known only to them. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, found it somewhat overwhelming. Chapter 48. Personal affairs time passed quietly. The details of the collaboration had gradually been refined through extensive discussions, and finally, the ultimate plan was confirmed. Ning Fengzhi rose to take his leave. Since our collaboration is now established, it is time for me to bid farewell. Qinghe, this marks our first collaboration as master and disciple, does it not? Ning Fengzhi stood, smiling at Xue Qinghe. He was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of their partnership. Indeed, Master, I hope this collaboration does not affect the bond between us, Xue Qinghe replied, also rising. Haha, it certainly will not, Ning Fengzhi assured, chuckling. Their exchange revealed that, despite the increased calculations in their relationship, they had grown closer. There are no everlasting friends, only everlasting interests. The bond between two individuals is often rooted in shared interests. At present, the web of interests binding Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe has grown significantly, leading to a closer relationship between them. Uncle Ning, please stay for a moment, Jiang Yu urged as Ning Fengzhi was about to depart. The use of Uncle Ning indicated that Jiang Yu intended to discuss personal matters rather than official business, and that Xue Qinghe was somehow involved. Ning Fengzhi's expression shifted, and a bright smile appeared as he regarded Jiang Yu. Do you have something to say to me? He inquired. Indeed, I do ask Uncle Ning to pause for a moment, Jiang Yu replied, with a hint of hesitation evident in his demeanor. This did not escape the notice of everyone present, making Ning Fengzhi increasingly curious about the nature of their conversation. Uncle Ning, do you recall our first discussion? Jiang Yu began. This conversation had occurred merely a month prior, and Ning Fengzhi certainly remembered. Of course I remember. What is it? Wait, could it be that you? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengzhi's eyes. He recalled that Jiang Yu had mentioned seeking his assistance upon securing suitable interests. Had Jiang Yu indeed found something compelling enough to sway him? Yes, I possess suitable interests now, Jiang Yu stated candidly, without beating around the bush. And I assure you, it is a proposition you cannot refuse. Jiang Yu would not make empty claims. He must have something substantial to offer. What exactly do you mean? Ning Fengzhi asked. I cannot disclose the specifics yet. Until our relationship reaches a certain level, I can only assure you that it is something you cannot decline, Jiang Yu responded, his resolve apparent. To what extent must our relationship develop? Ning Fengzhi probed. That depends on what you consider an acceptable level, Jiang Yu smiled. This elicited a bemused grin from Ning Fengzhi. You mischievous boy, just speak plainly. There is no need for such subterfuge. Jiang Yu chuckled in return. Shall I be direct then? Please do. A 1T take offense, Ning Fengzhi encouraged. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Crown Prince's residence should become in-laws. As soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The smile vanished from Ning Fengzhi's face, replaced by an expression of utter neutrality as he gazed at Jiang Yu. My daughter will not serve as a concubine for Qinghe. Ning Fengzhi understood that Jiang Yu's intent was to propose marrying his daughter to Xue Qinghe rather than himself, thereby establishing a connection with the Crown Prince's residence. However, such a notion was evidently out of the question, especially as it was merely a preliminary condition. Could Jiang Yu truly offer such significant benefits? I am aware, but without this, I cannot feel at ease, Jiang Yu replied, his expression now devoid of mirth. Both parties stood their ground, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Xue Qinghe, however, was visibly frustrated. He had anticipated that this discussion would center around Jiang Yu's primary interests. Instead, it seemed to revolve around him. What about my perspective? You don't consider my feelings at all? He lamented, wishing to interrupt, yet hesitating to do so. It felt inappropriate to discuss his marriage in front of him while sidelining him. I must tell you, this is excessive. Yet it appeared as though neither Jiang Yu nor Ning Fengzhi acknowledged Xue Qinghe's words. If the benefits were truly as substantial as suggested, Xue Qinghe's opinions seemed negligible, a realization he begrudgingly accepted. My daughter's marriage should be her own decision. Thus, I shall not interfere with her choices, Ning Fengzhi asserted, locking eyes with Jiang Yu, enunciating each word distinctly. However, parental opinions should also be taken into account. Love can be nurtured. This does not infringe upon her autonomy. His Highness the Crown Prince will not disappoint you. Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu countered, equally steadfast. The wills of both men were formidable and immovable. Yet Jiang Yu held a certain confidence. It mattered little to him if an agreement could not be reached this time. He was merely testing the waters. Ning Fengji scrutinized Jiang Yu's eyes, attempting to discern his true intentions, but found only an inscrutable calm. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of the three prominent sects. My daughter must be the legitimate wife. Ning Fengji's words softened slightly, causing surprise among those present, including Xue Qinghe, who had not anticipated such a concession from his mentor. His Highness's wife will not be categorized by status. All are regarded as legitimate. His Highness will handle this matter appropriately, Jiang Yu continued. At this juncture, Ning Fengji wavered considerably. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke, I need to deliberate further. Of course, even if an agreement is not reached, it will not affect our collaboration. Consider it a jest on my part, Jiang Yu replied with a bright smile, as though this matter held no weight at all, though he understood its significance to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji sensed this importance as well, evident in his hesitation. Ultimately, Ning Fengji cast a deep gaze at Jiang Yu before turning to leave with the sword de law, while Jiang Yu watched them depart, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. It appears to have succeeded. If Ning Fengji had harbored initial reservations, they had dissipated by the end of their conversation. Though he claimed to be contemplating, he had, in truth, acquiesced. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a prestigious family. Despite Ning Fengji's evident affection for Ning Rongrong, he would make choices if the benefits were sufficiently compelling. Ultimately, it was a matter of sacrificing his daughter's happiness. Yet if the rewards were substantial, such sacrifices would be deemed worthwhile. Jiang Yu understood the mindset of such families well. Profit was paramount. This principle remained inescapable even on the Doluo continent. However, he pondered the ramifications of his actions moving forward, feeling a slight headache coming on. Jiang Yu, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Your Highness, how? Before Jiang Yu could finish, a fist, the size of a large pot, came crashing towards his face. The delicate hand formed into a fist that grew larger in Jiang Yu's vision before it landed forcefully against his eye. Bang! Jiang Yu was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. Confusion flooded his mind with the questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Yet, in the remnants of his consciousness, he realized that he had been struck by Xue Qinghe, and quite brutally at that. Is this your first time? A question unexpectedly flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. You scoundrel! I told you to stop meddling in my relationships. Can you resolve this? Will you not disappoint me? How can you be so reckless? Xue Qinghe's emotions erupted after Ning Fengji's departure, and in a fit of rage, he knocked Jiang Yu down before delivering a few more kicks for good measure. He had not anticipated Ning Fengji's hesitation. What was this all about? I'm a woman. A woman. Do you understand what that means? Women cannot marry. You want to marry three. How am I supposed to face them in the future? Meanwhile, Dugabo turned away, covering his ears. I have seen nothing, and I have heard nothing. Xue Qinghe's outburst once again reshaped Dugubo's perception of him. Jiang Yu lay quietly on the ground, cradling his head as he allowed Xue Qinghe to vent his emotions. Admittedly, he had erred. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Xue Qinghe. After all, what was the issue with marrying three wives? This is a dream for many men, and they are not unattractive. All three are stunning beauties, each accompanied by significant political resources. Had this fallen upon Xue Bong, he would have laughed foolishly. Eventually, Xue Qinghe ceased his assault, granting Jiang Yu the opportunity to speak. Your Highness, Ning Zhongzhu and the others have not gone far, he implied, suggesting that their altercation might be overheard. Initially, Xue Qinghe had intended to relent, but upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, his ire flared anew, and he struck with greater force. This time, Jiang Yu could no longer contain himself. His cries of pain echoed in the air. Chapter 49. Resolution outside. Ning Fengji and Sword Dao Chunxin exchanged glances, both somewhat speechless. As powerful soul masters, they were acutely aware that the distance did not shield them from the commotion within. Frankly, they had not anticipated such an intense emotional outburst from Xue Qinghe. Was Jiang Yu truly being excessive? Perhaps. After all, Ning Fengji had been Xue Qinghe's mentor for quite some time and understood his disciple's lack of interest in matters of romance. Yet, under Jiang Yu's machinations, Xue Qinghe had suddenly transformed into a ravenous suitor, marrying several women in a span of just over a month, a considerable burden for him. However, had it been someone else, they might have relished the opportunity. It was indeed a veritable political boon. A faint smile crept onto Ning Fengji's face, finding the situation somewhat amusing. No longer interested in spectating, Ning Fengji escorted Sword de Luo back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where it was evident that Sword de Luo had much to say. Upon their return, Qinshin's expression bore impatience as he grasped Ning Fengji's arm. "Fengji, are you truly planning to marry Rongrong off to the Crown Prince? Is this not somewhat disrespectful of her wishes?" His words caught the attention of Gu Rong, whose brow furrowed at the implication. "Fengji, is this true?" Both elders cherished Ning Rongrong as their own granddaughter and were reluctant to impose such an unwanted decision upon her. "Perhaps it was indeed true," Ning Fengji replied, his expression tinged with melancholy as he gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. The two elder companions, having been with Ning Fengji for many years, immediately discerned that he had likely acquiesced to the idea. Otherwise, he would have outright refused. Because a mere boy's words? Why? Qinshin's tone brimmed with indignation. You would sacrifice your daughter's happiness based on what he said? Neither Qinshin nor Gu Rong understood this version of Ning Fengji, who seemed swayed by a child's words at the expense of familial bonds. Ning Fengji withdrew his gaze to regard the two elders, who had become like family. It is not solely due to his words. It is also about the young man's character and attitude. That is not enough. Rongrong is your daughter, Qinshin insisted. Precisely because she is my daughter, I am inclined to agree. For the sake of a condition I cannot refuse, I am prepared to take a gamble on her future, Ning Fengji declared, his voice deep and resolute, leaving no room for argument. If Jiang Yu's claims are false, then there is no issue, but what if they are true? Ning Fengji sensed an unsettling strangeness in Jiang Yu's words and demeanor, as if he were reluctant to relinquish something valuable to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu had proposed a condition that was exceedingly difficult to accept, yet he insisted upon it as a prerequisite. This indicated that unless their relationship reached a certain level, they would remain in ignorance. A condition I cannot refuse? I, Ning Fengji, am curious to see what could possibly compel me to acquiesce. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he must prioritize the interests of his sect. Qinshin and Gu Rong fell into silence. Ultimately, Ning Fengji was first and foremost the leader of the sect before he was Rongrong's father, and thus he held the final say. Fengji, can we not negotiate a different condition? Or perhaps we could simply capture him? Gu Rong suggested, a glint of determination in his eyes. Ning Fengji shook his head in refusal. It is challenging. As he stated, he cannot trust us, which is why he has chosen this course of action. Moreover, given that we are currently in collaboration, capturing him is out of the question. It would jeopardize our future dealings, which are crucial for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Turning to Qinshin, he added, and, Sword Uncle, do you recall that blue silvergrass? Indeed, you mentioned bringing it back, Qinshin replied. However, the team that undertook the mission returned yesterday, and the blue silvergrass has vanished. The traces at the scene indicate it was moved underground. Ning Fengji's face darkened with concern. How is that possible? Qinshin exclaimed in disbelief. Plant-type soul beasts cannot be relocated without sufficient strength. There is nothing impossible. That young man is shrouded in mystery, and his capabilities and knowledge are equally enigmatic. Just as he has presented this immense benefit for collaboration, Ning Fengji stated gravely. This was precisely why Ning Fengji had agreed. He could not ascertain whether Jiang Yu possessed something he could not refuse. What if he did? Furthermore, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School need not fear deceit from Jiang Yu. He was undoubtedly aware of this. Thus he likely held something of significant value. Sword Uncle, please make a trip and bring Rongrong back. I owe her this. I had hoped she could enjoy her childhood, but it seems that is no longer feasible, and I must shoulder the family's responsibilities. Ning Fengji spoke with a calm demeanor. Qinshin paused, then replied, very well. Soon after, Sword de Luo Qinshin departed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, heading toward Shrek Academy. As for Ning Fengji, he slowly approached the window he often frequented, gazing out at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, lost in thought. Jiang Yu, what are you truly scheming? Why employ this method to strengthen the bond between Qinghe and myself? Thoughts swirled in Ning Fengji's mind, yet he remained uncertain of Jiang Yu's true intentions. A condition he could not refuse, whatever it may be, could yield greater benefits for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and bolster the power of the Crown Prince's residence. Yet, Jiang Yu chose to utilize it in this manner. Ning Fengji was certain that his aim was to enhance the relationship between the two parties. However, A married daughter is akin to spilled water. Surely Jiang Yu understood this principle. What then was he truly plotting? Fengji, you appear troubled, Bondol remarked, stepping forward to stand beside Ning Fengji, having assumed the responsibility of his protection after Qinxin's departure. Uncle Gu, there's indeed some concern, Ning Fengji confessed. I ponder the true nature of that boy's schemes. Perhaps he is not scheming at all. Perhaps you are merely overthinking it, given his youth, Gu Rong observed. Having only encountered Jiang Yu once, he did not perceive anything extraordinary, viewing him merely as a youthful genius. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle Gu, you do not understand. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he should not be regarded as a mere child. His thoughts are profoundly intricate, and no one can discern what he truly contemplates, not even Qinghe. Thus, his actions this time must certainly be calculated. Gu Rong remained silent, while Ning Fengji continued without pause. Regrettably, I cannot decipher his intentions. The situation in Tiandou City grows increasingly chaotic. From the instant that young man entered the fray, many matters have become shrouded in ambiguity, with more and more individuals being drawn into the turmoil. Even His Majesty has been ensnared. The myriad factions are stirring this small pool of water, rendering it ever murkier, where truth and falsehood intertwine. I recognize that the boy aims to fish in troubled waters, and I even know which fish he seeks. However, I am uncertain of the methods he intends to employ to obtain it, and that is what concerns me most. Many of his actions elude my understanding, yet the outcomes exceed my expectations. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. Is he then an enemy? Gu Rong inquired. Not quite, yet neither is he a friend. Although Jiang Yu's actions are ostensibly aimed at fostering their relationship, it is impossible to categorize him as an enemy. However, Ning Fengji feels they are more akin to collaborators bound by mutual interest. Since he is not a friend, then it is acceptable. When Rong Rong returns, we shall see what he truly desires, Gu Rong remarked. Uncle Gu, you do not object? Ning Fengji suddenly smiled. Would opposition serve any purpose? After all, you are Rong Rong's father, Gu Rong replied, resigned. The two exchanged a knowing smile and ceased further discussion. Qinxin, moving swiftly, arrived at Suotawa City and reached Shrek Academy in no time. Seated in his office, Flinder immediately sensed a formidable presence approaching, causing his expression to change dramatically as he hurried outside to assess the situation, only to find it was the Sword Dou, whom he had met before. He promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Flinder pays his respects to Sword Dou Luo. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I am here to find Rong Rong. Bring her to me, Qinxin replied nonchalantly. Flinder's face displayed a hint of concern. What? Has she gone out again? Not quite. She is currently engaged in training and may not be able to come, Flinder explained apologetically. Would it be possible for Sword Dou Luo to wait a moment? That will not suffice. Bring her to me immediately. Qinxin's tone brooked no argument. Although surprised, Flinder dared not defy him and quickly made his way to find Ning Rongrong. As Qinxin watched Flinder depart, he sighed inwardly. Flinder did not take long to return with Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion slightly pale, and carrying a large backpack filled with weighted stones. Nevertheless, her spirit was vibrant, brimming with energy. This sight tugged at Qinxin's heart. His little princess had never endured such hardship. Ning Rongrong, however, was perplexed as to why Flinder had brought her there. Upon seeing Qinxin, her heart swelled with joy, and she rushed towards him. Grandpa Sword, what brings you here? Are you here to see Rongrong? She playfully asked. Qinxin gently stroked Ning Rongrong's head, his eyes radiating warmth. Yet her question left him at a loss for words. Hesitating, he finally inquired, Rongrong, how have you been here? Has anyone bullied you? Sword Luo's words made Flinder's heart race, fearing that if Ning Rongrong were to speak too candidly, he might share the same fate as Zhao Wujie, who had initially been given a stern warning by Flinder. Who would dare bully me? Ning Rongrong proudly declared, choosing to conceal certain truths. Flinder breathed a sigh of relief. Qinxin, observing the exchange, smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was only when his little enchantress was the one bullying others that anyone would dare challenge her. Grandpa Sword, I'm doing well here. Although the conditions do not compare to home, I feel a sense of fulfillment. Every day of training, I can feel myself growing stronger. And I have made many friends. Ning Rongrong recounted her experiences to Qinxin. Listening patiently, Qinxin felt a swell of happiness, a sense of pride for his little sorceress's growth. However, As he recalled the purpose of his visit, a pang of reluctance enveloped him. By the way, Grandpa Sword, you have yet to mention the reason for your visit. Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Qinghe paused, choosing not to evade the matter. I have come to take you home. Ning Rongrong's reaction was immediate and fierce. No, Grandpa Sword. I do not want to go back. Sighing, Qinghe replied, Rongrong, I know you are thriving here and have grown significantly. But the decision for you to return was made by your father, and thus, you must comply. Impossible. Father would never do this. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe it, struggling to comprehend why her ever-loving father would issue such a decree. Yet Qinghe's expression conveyed the harsh reality. Is this also what you and Uncle Gu think? Ning Rongrong's face fell, sorrow evident in her eyes. Rongrong, you know we cannot defy your father's wishes, Qinghe lamented, finally articulating the cruel truth. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Resigning herself to fate, she could not resist, she had to return. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she understood the implications of this command, one not only issued by her father, but also by the sex master. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance, a longing for everything she had experienced. Though her month-long stay had been brief, it felt as if she belonged there. Despite the challenges, she had found joy and a sense of purpose. Grandpa Sword, may I have some time to say goodbye to everyone? Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Very well, Qinghe ultimately relented, granting her request. As he watched Ning Rongrong depart, his gaze shifted to Flender. My apologies, Dean Flender, for any inconvenience caused. Rongrong will likely not be able to continue her studies here. I am grateful for your care during her time. Qinghe bowed, expressing a parent's gratitude. And no, it is nothing, Flender stammered, waving his hands. After all, this is a titled Dou. May I be so bold as to ask why Rongrong must return? Flender ventured cautiously. That is not something I can disclose, Qinghe declined firmly. Forgive my impertinence, Flender wisely fell silent. It was evident that Qinghe had important reasons for Rongrong's return, and given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely she would return to the academy. Flender sighed heavily, reflecting on how the bonds formed over the past month had flourished, only to be disrupted at this moment. He could only imagine how those young ones would react to such news, knowing they would struggle to accept the separation. However, what Flender did not anticipate was that Ning Rongrong would so readily agree to return home, given her previous demeanor. She did not seem like a child who would easily comply. In truth, Flender's assumption was misguided, while Ning Rongrong was indeed mischievous. She was still raised in the environment of a prestigious family. When her family called upon her, she would inevitably return, an unchangeable reality. After all, her family had endowed her with everything she possessed, unlike the future Ning Rongrong, who would wield the power to shape her own destiny. At this moment, she was bound to adhere to the decisions of her family and her father. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm crimson glow over Shrek Academy, creating a scene both beautiful and poignant, filled with the essence of farewell. Qian Renxue stood quietly on the playground, patiently waiting, confident that Ning Rongrong would make her choice. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, imbued with a sense of awareness. Though he wished to spare her from making such a decision at such a tender age, they were ultimately powerless to refuse it. Flender remained by Qian Renxue's side, quietly waiting as well. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes. In the distance, Ning Rongrong approached, dragging her weary body from the far end of the path. Each step seemed to deplete her of all her strength until she reached Qian Renxue and spoke softly. Grandpa Jian, I have said my goodbyes to everyone. We can leave now. Qian Renxue opened his eyes slightly, gazing at his beloved granddaughter, his heart filled with reluctance. Ning Rongrong's complexion was deathly pale, her eyes red-rimmed, and her voice quivered with emotion. Ultimately, she had not truly bid farewell to everyone. She had merely completed the day's training one last time. Despite her exhaustion and the looming sensation of faintness, she persevered, even garnering praise for being the only one to remain conscious. This marked her first time achieving first place within the group. Let us depart, Qian Renxue sighed, saying little more. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold on and fainted. Swiftly, Qian Renxue lifted her unconscious form, disappearing from Shrek. Flender raised his hand, intending to say something, but ultimately let it fall, merely sighing in resignation. Master Yu Xiaojing emerged from the building behind them. "She's gone," he remarked. "It's a bit hard to let go, considering she was our student. Didn't we foresee this day?" Yu Xiaojing retorted. Indeed, both Flinder and Yu Xiaojing had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's true identity and had anticipated the current situation. After all, families of such stature were not as free as ordinary households. Should the family summon them, they were obliged to return. Even so, Flinder sighed. Who would have thought that such a thing would occur merely over a month? What about the others? It remains unclear. Upon receiving your message and observing Ning Rongrong's expression, I understood her intentions. I adjusted their training accordingly, and they have all fainted, unaware that Ning Rongrong has departed from Shrek and will not return, Yu Xiaojing lamented. Upon deducing Ning Rongrong's thoughts, Yu Xiaojing realized she wished to leave behind a beautiful memory, thus intensifying the training for the others, which led to their collective collapse. Even Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's disciple, was not spared. It's perhaps for the best they remain oblivious. I fear they may act irrationally, Flinder exhaled. Over the past month, he had closely monitored his students, knowing their bonds were strong. Should they learn of Ning Rongrong's departure, they might react unpredictably. Yet it would not remain hidden for long. By tomorrow, at the latest, they would discover the truth. Yu Xiaojing's mood was equally somber. With Ning Rongrong gone, the once perfect team he had known now bore a flaw, a foreboding sign of the repercussions to come. Chapter 51. Strategies. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Jiang Yu walked along the corridor, continually rubbing his cheek, occasionally flinching in pain. It hurt immensely. This was the most serious injury he had ever sustained. Not only did he sport 2 large black eyes, but his face was also swollen, bruised in shades of blue and purple, with every part of his body aching. He could not fathom what had possessed Xue Qinghe to strike him so harshly. Was this the lasting impression of a first encounter? Jiang Yu lamented internally, though he felt a twinge of guilt for his previous actions. A beating was relatively mild compared to what he might face if Xue Qinghe discovered his prior misdeeds. Consequently, Jiang Yu had developed a certain apprehension towards Xue Qinghe, especially after receiving news that Ning Rongrong had been taken back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for recuperation, after which she would soon be headed to the prince's residence. This signified that Xue Qinghe's true trials were about to begin. Upon learning of this, Xue Qinghe's countenance darkened considerably. After all, he had treated Ning Rongrong like a sister for quite some time, and now he was expected to regard her as a wife. Was this some kind of jest? Consequently, Xue Qinghe's temper had soured, and Jiang Yu thought it prudent to lay low, as he had nearly completed his current schemes, and thus made his way to the Tiando Royal Academy. In truth, Jiang Yu had been reluctant to come, as his injuries had yet to heal, and his appearance left much to be desired. Who knew what kind of power Xue Qinghe had invoked to cause such a slow recovery? Yet for the sake of his safety, Jiang Yu swallowed his pride. Oh, is that not Jiang Yu? What a disheveled state. Who did this to you? As Jiang Yu rubbed his face to alleviate the pain, a mocking voice caught his attention. Turning to see a familiar face, he scoffed. Ah, it's the 4th prince. What brings you out of hiding now? Before him stood Xue Bong, the 4th prince, who had avoided public appearances for quite some time due to rampant rumors. He had not dared venture outside, fearing retaliation. Recently, Jiang Yu had been working to mitigate the impact of rumors surrounding him, subtly guiding public opinion towards the Haoyan school. While he had not completely succeeded, the buzz around the Haoyan school had begun to rise, inevitably diminishing the intensity of Xue Bong's rumors. Xue Bong, realizing that the tide of public sentiment had shifted, felt emboldened to return to his studies. Jiang Yu could be seen as a principal contributor to this change, yet Xue Bong seemed unappreciative. You think you're clever, don't you? Just wait. Your day will come. Xue Bong glared at Jiang Yu, his expression dark with fury. This past month had been the darkest of his life, and naturally, he harbored immense resentment towards Jiang Yu, the architect of his misfortune. Your day will come? Jiang Yu chuckled, unable to suppress the instinctive analysis that began to form in his mind. The avalanche arrived with such urgency that the rumors had barely subsided before it emerged. Exuding an impatient demeanor, this was undoubtedly not a visit aimed at him. There must be some ulterior motive behind it, thought Jiang Yu quietly. It seemed the Emperor of the Snowy Night was indeed taking action, though it remained unclear whether he would target the bureaucrats or the military. Whether he intended to weaken the strength of Xue Qinghe or to bolster the might of the avalanche. Though this was merely an expression of anger from the avalanche, Jiang Yu was contemplating numerous possibilities during this critical moment. He needed to analyze the current state of the avalanche to assess the situation and deduce their objectives. Indeed, both the Emperor of the Snowy Night and the avalanche were not foolish. They would not easily reveal their tactics and intentions. However, the avalanche had to maintain his persona as a debauched youth, which would inevitably lead to the inadvertent release of crucial information that Jiang Yu sought to extract. It appeared that the intention was to strengthen the avalanche's power. Although the Heavenly Empire was formidable and the Emperor of the Snowy Night held a high position, the influence was ultimately limited and could not extend to the clans of Soul Masters. Jiang Yu glanced at the avalanche, speculating on the source of his confidence. The very act of confronting him suggested a certain assurance. It is a natural instinct for an individual to act on what they believe they can achieve. It seemed the fourth prince had been living quite lavishly of late. It had only been a short while since the uproar, and he was already eager to seek him out. Had he received some intelligence? Jiang Yu shifted his tone, smiling as he regarded the avalanche. What news? What are you referring to? The avalanche's expression altered slightly, and he pondered incessantly in his mind about the news Jiang Yu mentioned. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu was not only probing, but also attempting to bluff him. He knew the avalanche was undoubtedly on edge and wished to observe his reaction. Nothing of consequence, merely observing that the fourth prince seems quite confident. I wanted to discern the source of your assurance. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. The avalanche's expression filled with irritation, reassured Jiang Yu that he was indeed oblivious to any pertinent information. This revelation caused the avalanche's face to turn a shade of green with anger. Jiang Yu, you are courting death. The avalanche's eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu, brimming with malice. This was no facade, but rather the avalanche's genuine emotions. He truly wished to eliminate Jiang Yu. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The timing was not right. Wait for me. I will have my revenge. With that, the avalanche departed, accompanied by his entourage. At that moment, Jiang Yu noticed a subtle detail. He had not seen this group of individuals trailing behind the avalanche before, and their imposing presence suggested they were not merely for show. Their strength was likely commendable. It seemed that recent events had stirred some minor disturbances, Jiang Yu mused, as he pulled out a stack of documents to review. These comprised recent occurrences. Due to the urgency of addressing the current rumors, Jiang Yu had focused all his efforts on establishing a publishing house and dispelling the gossip, neglecting the broader situation outside. Nevertheless, the recently overlooked information had been compiled. Here it was. He finally found the news he sought. It was an announcement from some time ago, during which Jiang Yu was still in the company of Dugabo. The Emperor of the Snowy Night had opened the gates of the Heavenly Royal Academy to recruit gifted youths from across the nation for study. Jiang Yu sighed upon reading this. What a remarkable strategy. It was evident that the Emperor of the Snowy Night was a masterful tactician, preparing to significantly enhance the avalanche's control over the nation without anyone's notice. This also illustrated the Emperor's ambition, demonstrating considerable resolve. The recruitment of students was merely a superficial maneuver. The Emperor's true intent was to facilitate the avalanche in establishing his own sphere of influence, drawing in the sons of loyal and powerful border ministers to the academy, allowing the avalanche to forge alliances. The recruitment was primarily aimed at the offspring of these officials. This was a balancing act, a subtle suggestion, and a favor. As a result, although those ministers might resent this act of sending their children as hostages, they could not ignore the implications of the Emperor's gestures. If the avalanche were to ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Empire in the future, they would at least have a vested interest in his success, ensuring their descendants would remain secure. It could be said that once the Emperor's plans were meticulously executed, anyone oblivious to the underlying intentions would fail to grasp the true meaning behind them, mistakenly believing his schemes were directed elsewhere, particularly in the Dou continent. Should the avalanche truly follow in his father's footsteps, he would possess the means to rival Xue Qinghe, potentially fracturing the Heavenly Empire and dividing the realm. Though Soul Masters were the mainstream in this world, they were fundamentally part of the populace. Once the avalanche gained momentum, he would command vast territories and a loyal populace, establishing a foundation for competition. However, the most critical aspect of this endeavor was that everything must proceed smoothly, without anyone uncovering the truth. Jiang Yu smiled wryly. Regardless of whether this conjecture held merit, he would not allow the avalanche to progress unimpeded. After years of effort, Xue Qinghe's influence had remained largely confined to the vicinity of Tiandou City, failing to extend further. Hence, even if there was a mere 1% chance. He would not permit the avalanche to advance smoothly. Should the avalanche truly manage to exert influence over local powers and the military, he would become exceedingly difficult to contend with. The Heavenly Empire was not weak. It was immensely strong, appearing vulnerable only due to a lack of unified governance. Once this issue was resolved, the Heavenly Empire would possess the potential to dominate the entire world. Chapter 52. An encounter with Yi Lingling. I appreciate your assistance, Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu said earnestly at the training grounds of the Heavenly Royal Academy. It's no trouble, Yi Lingling replied coldly. It was not that Yi Lingling was intentionally distant or in a poor mood. Rather, that was simply her nature. She did not target anyone specifically. Subsequently, Yi Lingling retracted her martial soul, choosing to remain silent as she prepared to depart. Jiang Yu's first action upon arriving at the academy was not to attend class, but to seek out Yi Lingling, besides wanting her help with his injuries. He also wished to establish a connection with her. The wounds Jiang Yu sustained, due to Xue Qinghe's use of a unique power, were challenging to heal, even for him. He had come to Yi Lingling in hopes of a fortunate outcome. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Yi Lingling's healing abilities were indeed exceptional. In no time, the scars on Jiang Yu's face faded, and the pain dissipated. Moreover, he successfully engaged with Yi Lingling. Wait, noticing Yi Lingling about to leave, Jiang Yu could not allow her to walk away. He hurriedly grasped her hand, an action that felt somewhat overstepping. At that instant, Yi Lingling's complexion flushed a deep crimson. Even through her veil, the blush was evident, as she had not anticipated Jiang Yu's boldness. It was worth noting that no one had ever held Yi Lingling's hand before. Hey, let go of me. Before Yi Lingling could express her thoughts, someone nearby could no longer contain themselves. The hand of the whale was unceremoniously swatted away. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yu grumbled, rubbing his hand as he glared at the individual before him. The one who had intervened was Yu Feng from the Royal Battle Team, who had come to train with his teammates, and Jiang Yu's actions had inadvertently disrupted their practice. However, considering Jiang Yu's prowess in his current state, no one dared to voice any objections. It was merely a past incident. After all, Jiang Yu had nearly harmed Du Guyan. Although it ultimately brought significant benefits to her, it did not alter the perceptions of others, and the members of the royal duel still viewed Jiang Yu with disdain. Thus, when Jiang Yu grasped Yi Lingling's hand, it was only natural that she would withdraw it, for such behavior was rather excessive. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know that it's inappropriate for men and women to be so familiar? Yu Feng said bluntly. This left Jiang Yu somewhat speechless, as he considered this to be a perfectly ordinary act and did not perceive it as crossing any boundaries. I'm still just a child, you know. I can't be bothered with you, Jiang Yu scoffed, raising his middle finger in a gesture of disdain. Unfortunately, Yu Feng did not comprehend the meaning of this international gesture, but understood that it was meant as an insult. Enraged, Yu Feng retorted, Are you looking for a fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yu, unwilling to back down, replied defiantly. Enough. What are you two trying to do? A booming voice interrupted, and the two ceased their quarrel. Just as the tension between Jiang Yu and Yu Feng escalated, Yu Qianheng arrived to intervene. What brings you here? He asked Jiang Yu, his tone indicating displeasure. Upon returning from a brief outing, he was met with the sight of an irksome figure. I'm here for treatment, Jiang Yu asserted boldly. Well, you've treated yourself now, so you can leave, Yu Qianheng responded coldly. Internally, Yu Qianheng was quite displeased with Jiang Yu. Had the matter concerning Du Guyan not been resolved, he might have engaged Jiang Yu in a genuine contest of strength. But I still have a few matters to discuss with Yi Lingling. To be honest, I am quite intrigued by her martial soul and would like to invite her to collaborate on some research, Jiang Yu said with a chuckle, clearly reluctant to depart. He could easily discern the discontent radiating from those around him, so he decided to be forthright about his intentions. If he were to return again, he would lack a suitable reason. For now, at least he could articulate his purpose without it falling flat. Yu Tianheng frowned at Jiang Yu, regarding his rationale with skepticism. Who in the world was not curious about Yi Lingling's martial soul, the strongest healing type auxiliary martial soul, bar none? However, Yu Qianheng suddenly recalled information from his family, which advised him to keep an eye on Jiang Yu. This sparked a flicker of interest in him regarding Jiang Yu. What you say is of no consequence. It is imperative that you inquire with Yi Lingling. If she is willing, I have no objections. However, should you attempt to coerce her, I will not be so accommodating, Yu Qianheng stated coolly, refraining from expelling Jiang Yu. This caught everyone present off guard, including Du Guyan, who exchanged a glance of confusion with him. Jiang Yu did not expect Yu Qianheng to choose not to dismiss him, which was quite surprising. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. He then turned to Yi Lingling and asked, "Might I inquire if you are willing to assist me? Rest assured, there is no danger involved, and it may even be beneficial for you." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi Lingling's eyes. She did not know Jiang Yu well, having only met him once before, and while he demonstrated commendable strength, it did not compel her to agree outright. "What exactly do you need my cooperation for, and what is your purpose?" Yi Lingling queried, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced around at the curious onlookers, then met Yi Lingling's eyes again, saying, "It may be inconvenient to discuss this here. Perhaps we could find a more private location, as it involves a matter of some secrecy." His expression was earnest, causing Yi Lingling to question the authenticity of his words. "Very well," she replied simply, her response surprising everyone present. "Lingling," Du Guyan said, her concern evident as she looked toward Yi Lingling's sister Yan. "It's fine. I am merely curious," Yi Lingling softly explained, as if the situation were utterly commonplace. Yet, Du Guyan understood that it was anything but normal. Having spent time with Yi Lingling, she knew that curiosity was not a trait commonly associated with her. "Splendid. In that case, let's find a quieter place," Jiang Yu said with an air of relief. "Follow me," Yi Lingling instructed before turning to lead the way, clearly intent on choosing the location herself. Jiang Yu had no objections and followed closely behind her. The remaining members of the royal duel team were somewhat anxious, wishing to follow, but were restrained by Yu Tianheng. "There is no need to intervene. This is Yi Lingling's decision," he stated. Unlike the others, Yu Tianheng was aware of Yi Lingling's family background, which was quite peculiar. Perhaps she sensed something. The intelligence from her family indicated that Jiang Yu might indeed be an extraordinary individual. Yu Tianheng pondered, having kept abreast of recent significant events, which seemed to consistently involve Jiang Yu. Perhaps this was the reason his family desired him to engage with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu followed Yi Lingling through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a dormitory. To his surprise, it was a female dormitory. "I never imagined you would bring me here. Aren't you afraid?" Jiang Yu remarked with a playful smile. Yi Lingling maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "Should I be? Don't ask such questions. You might not be able to afford the gamble," Jiang Yu replied casually. He certainly was not, but what of others? Yi Lingling seemed to read his thoughts, adding, "Rest assured, I have only brought you here over the years." "Then it seems I am most honored," Jiang Yu quipped. Yet, Yi Lingling remained silent, continuing to walk with her face veiled, obscuring her expression from Jiang Yu. He shrugged helplessly and followed her into the dormitory. Ascending several flights of stairs, Yi Lingling led Jiang Yu to a relatively secluded room. This was her dormitory, though it lacked a room number. Upon entering, he observed a single bed and various feminine belongings, all meticulously arranged, exuding a subtle floral fragrance. Jiang Yu found it intriguing and unique. Closing the door, Yi Lingling beckoned to him. "Would you like something to drink?" As she entered the dormitory, she seemed to relax, transforming from her previously aloof demeanor. "A cup of tea, please," Jiang Yu replied, surveying the room as he pulled out a chair and sat casually at the table. At that moment, he noticed a particularly exquisite bracelet on the table. It was a deep crimson, adorned with a pink begonia flower, its white and pink petals creating a striking contrast. The begonia was vibrant, its elegance evoking a sense of poignant beauty. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Yu was suddenly overcome by a peculiar sensation, as if the bracelet encasing the begonia were akin to flowing blood, filled with the sighs of longing. However, the casual placement of this bracelet indicates that its owner does not hold it in high regard. "Is this yours?" Jiang Yu could not resist fiddling with it. To be honest, handling someone else's belongings so recklessly is quite impolite. Yet Jiang Yu found it impossible to restrain his hands. Yi Lingling cast a glance over and lightly regarded the bracelet in Jiang Yu's grasp, refraining from admonishing him for touching her possessions. She approached with 2 cups of tea, placing one before Jiang Yu and the other in front of herself. "This was left to me by my mother," she stated, her tone devoid of emotion, as if she felt little attachment. "I apologize," Jiang Yu said, reluctantly setting the bracelet down. Although Yi Lingling did not seem overly concerned, it was, after all, a relic of a deceased person, prompting Jiang Yu to exercise restraint. Yi Lingling took the bracelet in her hands and examined it, her calm gaze revealing no trace of sorrow. You need not apologize. My mother passed away giving birth to me, though this bracelet is the only thing she left me. I harbor little sentiment for her. It was an explanation, yet more so a narration of something entirely disconnected from her own experience. After speaking, Yi Lingling set the bracelet aside and took a delicate sip of her tea. Jiang Yu mirrored her actions, taking a sip while mentally formulating his thoughts. Perhaps your mother loved you dearly, he suggested, casting a glance at the bracelet on the table. The deep red bracelet, upon being touched by Yi Lingling, appeared even more vibrant, glowing with an almost lifelike essence. At Jiang Yu's words, Yi Lingling's eyes flickered, as if stirred. I know, but what does that change? Everything has altered, though it has merely intensified. Yi Lingling's statement conveyed a wealth of information, prompting Jiang Yu to ponder. It seems there is an issue with your family's legacy. After your mother's death, you became the last inheritor of the nine-heart, begonia and martial soul, did you not? His words struck like thunder in Yi Lingling's heart. She set her teacup down and gazed intently at Jiang Yu. So you are aware. I wonder how you came to know this. Even prior to Jiang Yu's peculiar behavior, Yi Lingling had harbored suspicions, which now solidified. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, meeting her tranquil eyes. I merely guessed. Do you believe me? In the original text, information about Yi Lingling is scant, merely mentioning the rarity of her martial soul. With only two existing in the world, and stating that there can only be one inheritor of the nine-heart begonia martial soul at a time. There was no mention of Yi Lingling's family. If one were only to read the book, they might overlook such a minor character as Yi Lingling, deeming her unimportant. However, delving into this world revealed a different perspective, igniting Jiang Yu's curiosity about her family's history, particularly given the prowess of her martial soul. Thus, he dedicated time to researching this lineage, combining it with modern biological knowledge to deduce its inheritance method. It now appeared to be true. Moreover, Yi Lingling's mother had died shortly after giving birth to her, which might explain the strain of the inheritance, a matter worthy of contemplation. I believe you. After all, this matter is also a closely guarded secret within my family, and no one would dare to leak it. Yi Lingling quickly accepted Jiang Yu's assertion. Just as she indicated, her family would never divulge secrets, for doing so would jeopardize their standing. The second most powerful support type martial soul in the world. Thus, even if Jiang Yu claimed it was mere conjecture, she believed him. Her demeanor suggested she was well prepared for this exchange. Jiang Yu took a gentle sip of his tea, reflecting that Yi Lingling appeared to have anticipated this situation. Otherwise, her attitude would not be so composed. Perhaps her emergence into the world was intended to seek a solution for her inheritance dilemma. Jiang Yu's findings indicated that inheritors of a nine-heart begonia martial soul typically do not venture into the world. Yi Lingling was the first in generations to enroll at the Tiandou Royal Academy as a student. This in itself was quite irregular, though few, like Jiang Yu, contemplated the implications. Since you believe my words, why not hear my thoughts? You might find them intriguing, Jiang Yu suggested with a subtle smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he looked at Yi Lingling. This expression unsettled Yi Lingling, making her feel as if she were merely an object for trade in his eyes. Yet she felt compelled to listen. For Jiang Yu was the first person in years to perceive the issues surrounding her family. What thoughts? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. I discerned the essence of your predicament upon our first meeting, and I possess a solution that may aid you. However, my assistance is not without cost. You understand, correct? Jiang Yu grinned. Yi Lingling's body tensed, discomfort washing over her, her gaze shifting toward Jiang Yu, realizing he indeed had a means to help. In truth, she had sensed this even before Jiang Yu proposed their conversation. What do you require of me? She asked, her voice tight. At last, her expression softened, revealing a youthful vulnerability. Jiang Yu smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I will not make it too burdensome. You merely need to agree to one condition. After I resolve your issues, you must pledge lifelong loyalty to the prince's residence. Do you comprehend? Henceforth, you will no longer belong to your family, but to the prince's residence. What do you mean by not burdensome? That is a lie. Yi Lingling's expression was one of utter shock, struggling to comprehend Jiang Yu's stipulation. Why? She questioned, her gaze filled with complexity as she faced Jiang Yu. That is not for you to know. You simply need to make a choice. Jiang Yu replied dismissively, casting a glance at the bracelet on the table. Consider it a charitable act. Severing ties with her family was an excruciating decision for Yi Lingling, ingrained with the belief of unwavering loyalty to her lineage since childhood. Yi Lingling's voice wavered. The conflict between familial duty and personal choice plunged her into turmoil, leaving her uncertain of which path to take when the two collided. Is it truly difficult to decide? It is indeed so, for preserving the nine-heart begonia martial soul is your duty, and yet I am asking you to sever your ties with your family, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. But these are my conditions. He was indifferent to Yi Lingling's feelings. To accept his assistance, this was the fundamental requirement. Could he possibly negotiate another condition? I might be amenable to something else. Yi Lingling stammered, her face reflecting her discomfort. Jiang Yu's words had shattered her previous calm, revealing only her anxiety and helplessness in this moment. He chuckled softly, observing her closely. Have you perhaps made assumptions? For us, what matters is your martial soul, not you as a person. My interest lies solely in that. Jiang Yu's words struck like a heavy blow, draining the color from Yi Lingling's face. It was only now that she grasped the harshness of reality, a truth Jiang Yu had forced her to confront. Yet one she could not alter. Rising from his seat, Jiang Yu concluded the conversation, having found Yi Lingling to be less formidable than he had anticipated. In terms of demeanor, she is merely a shy young girl, and it seems I have been somewhat oppressive. In today's conversation, I hope you can make your own choices without relying on your family for assistance. Although it may not significantly alter my situation, trust me, your own decision will ultimately be the best one for you. 3 days from now, I hope you can provide me with an answer, whatever it may be, as long as it is your choice. Having said this softly, Jiang Yu opened the door and prepared to leave. However, upon seeing the bracelet on the table, he turned back, took it, and gently placed it on Yi Lingling's wrist, stating, "Wear it well, she truly loves you." With those meaningful words, he departed. Yi Lingling gazed blankly at the bracelet on her wrist, her heart flooded with mixed emotions. Chapter 54. A conversation with Yu Tianheng outside the dormitory building. Jiang Yu hummed a tune that seemed out of place in this world, feeling surprisingly relaxed as he exited the building. Despite his earlier words to Yi Lingling, he had harbored some concern, fearing she might propose conditions that would be difficult to navigate. Yet, was it really that simple? Merely a family constraint had caused her hesitation. Yi Lingling's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. When Jiang Yu offered to help her resolve her issues, she focused solely on that, failing to contemplate Jiang Yu's own needs or why he sought her out in the first place. Jiang Yu had presented his terms quite rigidly, but negotiations were still possible. After all, haggling is a common practice. He had also anticipated that Yi Lingling might wish to discuss terms. However, she seemed entirely oblivious to this, not realizing that Jiang Yu's interest stemmed from his own requirements. This makes me feel like the villain, he mused, shaking his head. Perhaps it was due to his previous encounters with cunning individuals that he instinctively projected that same dynamic onto this situation. Setting aside these thoughts, Jiang Yu decided to wait 3 days and see how Yi Lingling would choose. If she opted to inform her family, he would need to reconsider his approach, as he was not fond of negotiating with such people. Jiang Yu, there you are. From a distance, Du Yin and Yu Qianheng approached, calling out to stop him. Do you two have something to discuss with me? Jiang Yu asked, slightly puzzled. There's indeed a matter at hand, but I also wish to express my gratitude for helping me eliminate the toxins in my body. Last time you left in a hurry, and I have been preoccupied since, so I haven't had the chance to thank you in person. Thank you for your assistance, Du Yin said, stepping forward and bowing slightly. There's no need for such formality. It was merely an accident. Thankfully, you weren't harmed. Otherwise, I would have felt responsible. Your grandfather has already expressed his thanks, so you needn't feel obligated, Jiang Yu replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Although the outcome was favorable, he still felt a sense of accountability for the uncontrollable circumstances. That's different. My grandfather is my grandfather, and I am myself. You helped me, so I must thank you in person, Du Yin insisted sincerely, holding Yu Tianheng's hand. Jiang Yu observed their intertwined hands, understanding her intention. Very well, I accept your gratitude. Now, can we discuss why you sought me out? Since she wished to thank him in her own right, he was willing to proceed. Yu Tianheng then interjected, It concerns Yi Lingling. While I am unaware of the details of your conversation, I must advise you to exercise caution. Despite his disdain for Jiang Yu Tianheng acknowledged his assistance to Du Yin, thus his warning stemmed from a sense of obligation. What should I be cautious about regarding Yi Lingling? Jiang Yu inquired. Curiosity piqued. You are likely unfamiliar with Yi Lingling's family and their connections, Yu Tianheng stated. Indeed, Jiang Yu acknowledged with a nod. He had conducted some investigation into Yi Lingling's family, but due to his limited resources and their enigmatic nature, he had not uncovered much. The Yi family was known as the Nine-Heart Begonia clan, yet only 2 members possessed the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. The rest wielded the Begonia martial soul, which served as a support-type ability. Although it possessed some control capabilities, the strength of its abilities was relatively weak, making it rather obscure in Dou continent. Thus, the clan relied heavily on the prestige of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. Yu Tianheng nodded and continued. Yi Lingling's family is also a support-type martial soul family, but their abilities are notably weaker. However, due to the renown of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, their auxiliary strength is formidable. My warning pertains to this aspect. Yi Lingling's father is a soul Dou Luo, and he is quite protective and fond of her. Over the years, anyone who has taken an interest in her has faced his stern retribution. Your interactions with Yi Lingling will inevitably involve him. While Yu Tianheng's words were tactfully phrased, the underlying message was clear: be cautious not to provoke Yi Lingling's father. Jiang Yu's expression twitched at this unsettling news. It was absurd to learn that Yi Lingling's father was a soul Dou Luo. No wonder she had remained unattached in the original narrative. Although she was not exceptionally stunning, she was undoubtedly beautiful, and combined with her grace and martial soul, she would have garnered significant attention. It appeared that her overly protective father had deterred any potential suitors. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of frustration. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious. He realized that in 3 days, he might not only encounter Yi Lingling, but also her father, a prospect he had not anticipated. His initial expectation was that only her family would send someone. Yet now it seemed her father himself would be involved, complicating matters further. Not at all. It is my duty, Yu Tianheng replied, a slight smile appearing on his face. This was not a deliberate attempt to ensnare Jiang Yu. He had simply overlooked the implications until now. By the way, Jiang Yu, there is something else I need to discuss with you, Yu Tianheng said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. What is it? Jiang Yu inquired naturally. You previously asked whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would join the prince's faction. I have relayed your inquiry to my family. Does this mean you have reached an agreement? Jiang Yu asked, surprise flickering in his eyes, as he had only approached the matter with tentative hope. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Not entirely. However, a partial agreement has been reached. A partial agreement? What does that entail? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will allocate a portion of its strength to the prince's faction, Yu Tianheng explained, his demeanor remaining composed. This caused a flicker of contemplation in Jiang Yu's eyes. He was somewhat astonished and taken aback by Yu Tianheng's expression and the choice made by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Though not entirely incomprehensible, it seemed rather opportunistic. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had likely received news of the growing power of Xue Qinghe and had perceived an opportunity to ascend to the throne through him. Thus, recalling Jiang Yu's earlier invitation, they sought to curry favor and insert their influence into the Heaven Dou Empire. However, fearing a misjudgment, they decided to only mobilize a portion of their resources. This was indeed displeasing, yet Jiang Yu felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, aside from their elite soul masters, the family's most valuable asset was their name. Jiang Yu could not find a reason to refuse. Could you enlighten me as to why the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has chosen this course? To be honest, I find it difficult to understand, Jiang Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. This is my decision, which I propose to the clan. As for the reasons, it is partly to address certain latent issues within the family. Yu Tianheng replied candidly. Ah, I see, Jiang Yu nodded, gaining clarity. Although it deviated somewhat from his expectations, this was likely merely Yu Tianheng's perspective. I wonder how significant this part you mentioned truly is. If it is minimal or merely nominal, then I am afraid I must decline. The name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family carries weight, yet for the Heaven Dou Empire, it is rather limited. Any collaboration must involve substantial contributions. Jiang Yu stated with gravity. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Certainly, it is not merely that. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will offer the Thunder Academy as a capital investment. I hope this demonstrates our sincerity. The Thunder Academy. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a commendable gesture. The Thunder Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies and possesses merits even within the original narrative. Furthermore, it genuinely belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and they have jurisdiction over it. However, if it is merely the Thunder Academy, then this sincerity could appear rather insincere. The strength of the Thunder Academy does not stem from its own prowess, but rather from the backing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Does the Thunder Academy consist solely of itself? Or does it also include a portion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family members? Jiang Yu inquired, regarding the significance of the family name compared to the Academy itself. For Jiang Yu, the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's name far outweighed that of the Thunder Academy. Ultimately, the Thunder Academy is merely a training ground for talents. The individuals therein still require Jiang Yu's persuasion. Thus, its practical significance would be considerably diminished. Moreover, the instructors at the Thunder Academy constitute a significant resource, many of whom are members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. If the offer only includes the Thunder Academy without these instructors, then it lacks sincerity. Such a proposal would be a troublesome arrangement, seeking benefits from Jiang Yu without substantial backing. Therefore, the sincerity must encompass the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, with its members clearly aligned with the prince's residence. Naturally, they shall join together, Yu Qianheng asserted without hesitation, evidently having anticipated Jiang Yu's inquiry. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family within the Thunder Academy will possess the autonomy to choose whether to remain or depart. However, as compensation, our family will incorporate individuals of similar intentions. Is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family preparing to branch out? Jiang Yu questioned, puzzled by their actions. It was understandable that he would think this, as the behavior of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family resembled that of a division. Yet, this could also lead to a more pure allegiance from those who choose to join. Very well, I accept your proposal. I will also recommend that His Highness the Prince consider incorporating the Thunder Academy. Now, let's discuss what the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family desires. Jiang Yu acquiesced. Having grasped their motivations, Yu Qianheng was taken aback by Jiang Yu's swift agreement, as he had prepared numerous arguments to persuade him, which now seemed unnecessary. This decision by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family appeared to be a product of discussions he relayed to his clan, yet it was indeed orchestrated by him. The reason lies with his cousin, Yu Qianxin. Both were regarded as twin stars, yet only one could inherit the title of clan leader, which must be him. Thus, to avert future conflicts and disharmony, Yu Qianheng suggested a division for a more peaceful coexistence. Many elders agreed with this view, seeing it as a viable solution to eliminate discord while forging a new path. Our family does not have any particular aspirations, Yu Qianheng stated, shaking his head. Rather than a mere alliance, this was Yu Qianheng's strategy to sidestep future complications by seeking a fallback. He had long recognized this, and thus refrained from making excessive demands. Jiang Yu, however, was displeased, asserting, "You must have needs or desires. Otherwise, this collaboration may have to be postponed. Cooperation is fundamentally driven by mutual benefit, and your lack of demands is quite vexing. Just because you currently do not want anything does not mean you will not in the future. If you intend to leverage this matter for future demands, I would be left in a quandary. The most challenging debts to repay are those of favors, and I wish to avoid incurring such obligations. It is prudent to clarify your demands now, ensuring we remain even. Should future assistance be required, it will be based on our mutual rapport." Jiang Yu's response left Yu Qianheng speechless, realizing that being unassuming was not a sound strategy. He had expended considerable effort to foster this collaboration. Initially, he had not contemplated requesting anything from Jiang Yu, as he viewed this as an opportunity to eliminate family threats. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Yu would insist he specify a request. This situation revealed that although Yu Qianheng was the heir to the family and possessed certain capabilities, his thinking was still rather immature and lacking in depth. He assumed that Jiang Yu would agree simply because he sought nothing. Little did he know, Jiang Yu, having come from the modern world, understood a profound truth. The most valuable gifts are those that come at no cost. Let us not forget, this is merely your current stance. What if you offer me a soul bone? Yu Qianheng, lacking foresight, proposed. Though he was the next heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, his understanding of the family dynamics was limited, leading him to suggest such a request. Jiang Yu fell silent, thinking, "Are you perhaps a bit naive? Can you be more realistic? Soul bones? I don't even have one. The prince does not have one either. Do you truly believe you could obtain one?" Jiang Yu replied with irritation. "Please, we are negotiating a partnership between two forces, not engaging in a marketplace transaction. Can't you be a bit more pragmatic? What I have, you also need. Well, I genuinely have no particular demands, Yu Qianheng retorted, feeling increasingly annoyed with Jiang Yu. Thus, the two remained at an impasse, both eager to forge this cooperation, yet ensnared by the complexities of mutual benefit, with the situation having turned unexpectedly. Jiang Yu pressed his forehead with his hand, gazing up at the sky in utter disbelief. Who am I truly negotiating with? Can this fellow genuinely become the heir of a family? Beside him, Du Guyan stifled her laughter, finding Yu Tianheng somewhat endearing at that moment. How about this? We request a commitment from you. If we ever need assistance, the prince's mansion or the Heaven Dou Empire must provide it. After her laughter subsided, Du Guyan linked her arm with Yu Tianheng's and looked at Jiang Yu with a beaming smile, proposing a condition that Jiang Yu could accept. This made Jiang Yu regard Du Guyan with newfound respect. Agreed, but it must remain within our capabilities and not exceed the benefits of this collaboration, Jiang Yu replied. This, in essence, reflected Jiang Yu's psychological estimation of value. It could merely be a promise, yet it needed to be articulated and confined within specific parameters. This way, when Yu Tianheng sought assistance in the future, both parties would have a standard to reference. However, Jiang Yu could not be the one to propose this. It had to come from Yu Tianheng, lest there be a risk of denial. Thankfully, Du Guyan was astute enough to grasp Jiang Yu's intentions. Otherwise, this collaboration would have been put on hold. Even with the other party's sincerity, he could not accept a benefit devoid of solid backing. Under Du Guyan's subtle suggestion, Yu Tianheng readily agreed, saying, "All right, let us proceed as discussed." Jiang Yu, relieved, extended his hand to shake Yu Tianheng's, solidifying their preliminary agreement. "Are you truly the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family?" Jiang Yu inquired, his expression skeptical as he released Yu Tianheng's hand. This visibly irritated Yu Tianheng. "Of course. Are you doubting me?" "Not at all. I merely find your intellect a tad simplistic. A leader must possess not just strength but also wisdom. This is something you could greatly benefit from. Otherwise, conversing with you can be quite exhausting," Jiang Yu remarked with a teasing smirk. Yu Tianheng, incensed, nearly retaliated, but was held back by Du Guyan. Jiang Yu, unfazed, continued, "Since the collaboration has been established, once your discussions are complete, we shall proceed with the handover. Miss Du Gu, I bid you farewell." With that, Jiang Yu performed a polite bow to Du Guyan, disregarding Yu Tianheng. Du Guyan, wrapping her arm around Yu Tianheng's, giggled goodbye. Lord Jiang. Consequently, Jiang Yu departed, paying no mind to Yu Tianheng. He still needed to report to Xue Qinghe, although he had the authority to negotiate collaborations. The final decision rested with Xue Qinghe. Chapter 56. Ning Fengji's Dilemma. Although he needed to report to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu was reluctant to visit the prince's mansion at that moment, as Xue Qinghe was currently in a foul mood. Returning now would only seem like inviting trouble. Thus, even with pressing matters at hand, Jiang Yu chose not to go. Eventually, he arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Ning, your nephew has come to see you. Utilizing the token given by Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu easily entered the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon learning that Ning Fengji was in his office dealing with affairs, he headed straight there. Before he even entered, his voice echoed inside. Ning Fengji, looking somewhat helpless, set down the document in his hands and glanced towards the door. Just then, Jiang Yu pushed the door open and walked in, feigning surprise upon seeing Ning Fengji busy with paperwork. "Uncle Ning, you're handling official business. I apologize for the interruption." He then plopped down onto a nearby sofa, the notion of interrupting being merely a formality. A hint of exasperation flickered across Ning Fengji's face. "You truly have no sense of propriety. Speak, what brings you here?" He instructed a servant outside to bring tea for Jiang Yu. Nothing too significant. I merely wish to gather intelligence regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family," Jiang Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you've come into contact with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Aren't you supposed to be returning to the Heaven Dou Royal Academy today? Why is it that you're with Yu Tianheng?" The fact that Yu Tianheng studied at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy was no secret, and Ning Fengji was well aware. Connecting Jiang Yu's inquiry with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family naturally led him to think of Yu Tianheng. "Uncle Ning, your insight is remarkable. It is indeed Yu Tianheng. Today, I discussed a minor collaboration with him, so I wanted to hear your thoughts on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family," Jiang Yu casually stated. I see. Ning Feng tipondere tokchuli. The situation regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is somewhat intricate. Allow me to finish my official duties, and then we can discuss it in detail. Sounds good. Jiang Yu readily agreed, having perceived the implication behind Ning Fengji's words. Ning Fengji nodded and instructed someone. Show him around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yes, Sect Master. A disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School then led Jiang Yu on a tour. As Ning Fengji rubbed his temples in his office, he sighed softly before returning to his paperwork. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu curiously inquired, "Are there any remarkable features of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" This was Jiang Yu's first visit, and he was eager to learn about any unique characteristics. Remarkable features? Everything about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is exceptional. Ning Guanyun, a common disciple, scratched his head in confusion. Jiang Yu replied, "Do not be so naive. It makes me appear rather dull. Yet, aside from this, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly exuded beauty, subtly revealing luxury amidst its understated elegance. However, we do have a garden that boasts splendid scenery. Would you care to visit?" Ning Guanyun suggested suddenly. Jiang Yu contemplated Ning Fengji's earlier demeanor. It seemed he would not be able to meet him for a while. A stroll through the garden could be quite pleasant. Sure. Although he did not fully grasp Ning Fengji's intent in having him tour the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he assumed it wouldn't harm him. Soon, Jiang Yu was brought to a particularly picturesque garden. Just standing at the entrance, he could sense the vibrant life emanating from within. A cursory glance revealed that the garden housed numerous precious flower species, most of which Jiang Yu did not recognize. "This is the garden of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Would you like me to introduce you to it?" Ning Guanyun respectfully offered, displaying a hint of pride as a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu chose to feign ignorance of his pride. "Oh, no need. I'll explore on my own. You may leave, and once your sect master is finished, just inform me," Jiang Yu stated directly. "Understood." Ning Guanyun stepped back, leaving Jiang Yu alone at the garden entrance. Jiang Yu, genuinely intrigued, ventured inside. Wow, there are quite a few medicinal herbs here. No wonder the life energy is so rich, he mused. Having spent some time with Dugabo, Jiang Yu's ability to identify medicinal herbs surpassed that of the plants present. Incidentally, a significant portion of what he recognized belonged to this category. However, it was a pity that their ages were relatively young, he thought wistfully. The medicinal herbs here are not more than a century old. Even if uprooted, they would be of little use, better left to serve as ornamental bonsai. This indirectly prevents Jiang Yu from committing a crime. "I said I won't eat. You all leave me alone." A delicate yet commanding voice echoed, capturing Jiang Yu's attention. "Miss, the sect leader has instructed that you must consume something. Otherwise, your health will not withstand it." This voice, laced with respect, suggested it belonged to a servant. "I said I won't eat, and I mean it. How many times must I repeat myself? Get out." The sound of bowls and dishes shattering on the ground followed. "Such a temper." "Yes, yes, yes." The flustered voice of the servant responded. Soon, tranquility returned to the surroundings. "Miss, could it be Ning Rongrong?" Jiang Yu involuntarily pondered. In the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, only Ning Rongrong could be referred to as the young lady, for although Ning Fengji had many children, he had but one daughter, and Ning Rongrong possessed the greatest talent among his offspring, earning her his utmost favor. The reason Jiang Yu initially suggested the marriage between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Xue Qinghe was to have Ning Rongrong summoned back, as he had no other daughters. Coincidence or design? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in thought. Whatever the case may be, since she is here, I shall go meet her. After all, her current predicament is entirely of my orchestration. A faint smile graced Jiang Yu's face as he made his way toward the source of the voice. In the very center of the garden, within a pavilion, sat Ning Rongrong with a blank expression. Her vacant eyes revealed that despite the garden's exquisite beauty, it failed to touch her heart, as it had long been consumed by a place called Shrek. Though she often reminisced about the joys of home while at Shrek, it was only upon returning that she realized she longed for that place more. At home, she enjoyed fine food, elegant clothing, and even servants at her beck and call. Yet none of it brought her joy. Her life had reverted to its previous dullness, devoid of meaning. In that moment of return, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had lost the very essence of life itself. Just then, an untimely sound of footsteps interrupted her reverie. "Did I not say that no one can enter without my consent?" Ning Rongrong frowned as she directed her gaze toward the source of the footsteps. The footsteps belonged to none other than Jiang Yu, who had already anticipated her words. This was all arranged by Ning Fengxi. The notion of handling affairs was merely a pretense, as he could not persuade his daughter, and thus sent Jiang Yu in his stead. Ah, Miss Ning, your temper is quite formidable. Are you prepared to chase me away before we've even met? Jiang Yu's sardonic voice rang out. You? Ning Rongrong's brow furrowed even deeper as she regarded Jiang Yu. She recognized him. Although they had never met, she was aware of his existence. To think such an insignificant figure as myself would be remembered by the esteemed young lady. What an honor, Jiang Yu declared, plopping down opposite her and teasingly pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. What fine tea! From its amber hue and delicate floral aroma. It is clear this tea is extraordinary, likely a rare gem among floral teas. What do you want here? Ning Rongrong asked, her expression displeased. One could credit her time at Shrek Academy for her somewhat tempered demeanor. Otherwise, she would have demanded his departure rather than merely inquiring. Jiang Yu took his time responding, savoring a sip of tea, his eyes closing in pleasure. I have come to seek sect leader Ning to discuss certain matters. Oh, if you're looking for my father, how did you end up here? Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold laugh, skeptical of Jiang Yu's words, convinced he was here for her. Well, sect leader Ning had some affairs to attend to, so he suggested I take a stroll and fortuitously encounter you. Meeting in person is indeed better than merely hearing about it. Miss Ning, your temperament is much more agreeable than the rumors suggest, Jiang Yu remarked, placing his cup down with a smile. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Jiang Yu's words rang true, yet they reflected the changes she had undergone at Shrek. What business do you have with my father? She inquired, harboring some suspicion about Jiang Yu's presence, being well aware of his association with Xue Qinghe. Fear not. It does not concern you. It pertains to other matters, for your situation has already been settled, and both parties have reached an agreement. Jiang Yu discerned her thoughts with ease, casting a knowing look at her. How could he not understand her desire to extract information from him? Since that was the case, why not divulge a bit? You, Ning Rongrong, infuriated, stood up, glaring intensely at Jiang Yu. Miss Ning, please take a seat. Standing is tiring. Even if you are angry, it serves no purpose. The one deciding this matter is your father, not I. I merely offered a small suggestion. Jiang Yu's smile faded as he spoke calmly. He had no doubt that Ning Rongrong understood her current circumstances were a result of his machinations, as it was impossible to overlook. What benefits did you offer my father to persuade him to promise me to Xue Qinghe? Ning Rongrong questioned through gritted teeth. Curious to know? Jiang Yu replied, a playful glint in his eye. First, sit down and finish this. Then I shall reveal it to you. He pushed the delicacies on the table toward her. Although she had overturned some food earlier, there was still an abundance of treats available. Yet, Ning Rongrong remained in a foul mood, having not touched a single bite. Ning Rongrong glared at Jiang Yu, unsure of his intentions. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I am merely assisting your father in ensuring his precious daughter consumes something. Once you've finished, I will, of course, disclose my conditions, which are rather enticing. Jiang Yu noted that Ning Rongrong appeared considerably thinner than he had previously imagined, indicating that she had not been eating well of late, and he understood why Ning Fengxi had sent her here. Ning Rongrong shot him a resentful glare before sitting down to eat, devouring the food with abandon, lacking any semblance of decorum. Jiang Yu paid no mind. After all, she was not his concern but belonged to Xue Qinghe, so her demeanor was of little consequence to him. After a whirlwind of consumption, the table was left with only remnants of the feast. Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. Say, can we speak now? Of course. But you must prepare yourself mentally, for I have not even shared this with your father, Jiang Yu replied with a beaming smile. Ning Rongrong had little interest in anything else he had to say. She simply wished to know the price at which her father had sold her. Jiang Yu began leisurely. The 7-treasure glazed tile is the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the world, possessing remarkably potent supportive abilities. This is a widely acknowledged fact. However, heaven is fair. While the 7-treasure glazed tile boasts the most formidable supportive capabilities on the Dou Luo continent, it also comes with a significant drawback. One can never advance to an 8-ring soul Dou Luo. This is a substantial limitation. For the 7-treasure glazed tile has only 7 layers, which means that you will never be able to surpass level 79, unless you can attain the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile. Legends are ultimately mere legends. Despite the relentless efforts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School over the years, they have yet to discover a solution. Therefore, the price I have offered your father is intended to elevate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the status of a Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. After speaking, Jiang Yu cast a playful glance at Ning Rongrong. So, Miss Ning, is my offer sufficient? Impossible, was Ning Rongrong's immediate response, although deep down she understood that it was indeed substantial. Impossible? Jiang Yu retorted. That merely reflects your limited perspective. The world is vast, filled with innumerable possibilities. My proposal indicates my capability to deliver. He leisurely sipped his tea and set the cup down. In truth, I hold a certain admiration for your father. When I presented this proposition, I did not disclose what I was offering, yet he still agreed. Such decisiveness is a rare quality, one that I myself would struggle to emulate. To be honest, Jiang Yu remained perplexed as to why Ning Fengji would acquiesce, for in his own shoes. He would have certainly declined. Given that Ning Rongrong had returned, Jiang Yu decided to divulge a little more information. Is that the reason my father wishes for me to marry Xue Qinghe? A trace of despair crossed Ning Rongrong's face. For the first time, she felt trapped. Of course not. Marrying the Crown Prince is merely a preliminary condition. The subsequent negotiations will require further discussion. Certain matters can only be addressed once the relationship is firmly established. However, rest assured, you will undoubtedly be the primary beneficiary. Jiang Yu's smile bore a hint of mischief. Ning Rongrong felt that Jiang Yu was intentionally provoking her. Nevertheless, the terms he presented were undeniably compelling, an offer she could not refuse. Even she could comprehend that had she been in her father's position, she too would have consented. Yet, when such a fate fell upon her, a sense of reluctance lingered. How did you manage this? Ning Rongrong's tone was flat. I cannot reveal that to you just yet. After all, you are not yet the Crown Prince's wife. Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. Once you assume that role, you will naturally discover how I accomplished it. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Having previously harbored a flicker of hope, Jiang Yu was aware of this, which is why he outright refused. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. To be frank, I fail to understand why you care so deeply, even to the extent of defying your father's wishes and resorting to starvation as a form of protest, especially after only a month away. Jiang Yu broke the oppressive silence, gazing at Ning Rongrong. You would understand, she muttered coldly, her head bowed. Now aware of the conditions Jiang Yu had laid out, she realized she had no chance of resistance left. Whether for the sake of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or for herself, she had to acquiesce. This was their opportunity. I don't understand? Jiang Yu scoffed, his face adorned with derision. It's merely a superficial sense of self-affirmation, coupled with some pitiful notions of friendship. That is not pitiful. You truly know nothing. Ning Rongrong retorted loudly. She had made friends at Shrek, experienced change, and grown. What you don't understand is the essence of it all. You are utterly oblivious. How can you not see the tragedy in that? Have you not yet realized? Your heart has already strayed. Jiang Yu's voice rose in anger. Moreover, following Tang San is indeed a sorrowful path for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu reflected on his own conduct, asserting that while he may be reckless and calculating, he would only seek personal gain without harming others. Yet what of Tang San? After the divine battle, the world underwent a complete overhaul. Aside from the Shrek 7 monsters, only two major sects and two empires remained formidable, the Tang sect and the Haotian sect, along with the Xinglua Empire and the Tiandou Empire. These were all remnants of Tang San's influence. The once great Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having lost two Tidal de Luo pillars, had fallen to the status of a second-rate power. While it appeared that Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they were, in truth, aligned with Tang San. Ning Fengji must have felt immense regret for his choice, which had reduced the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to a vassal of the Tang sect. Although there was some camaraderie between them, it could not conceal the reality of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's diminished status. It was likely the subsequent decline of the Tang sect and the Haotian sect was orchestrated by these individuals, for Tang San had indeed gone too far. Had it not been for the consideration of Tang San, the Tang sect might have been obliterated long before the second part of the story unfolded. Understanding this incited Jiang Yu's anger. I'm trying to help you, yet you fail to appreciate it. You cannot fathom the depth of my feelings. Suddenly disinterested, Jiang Yu lost the inclination to converse with Ning Rongrong. He poured himself another cup of tea and sipped it leisurely, waiting for Ning Fengji to summon him. Engaging in conversation with Ning Rongrong seemed pointless. She would never comprehend that his future would alter everything within this world. Recalling the original text, Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. The Sword Dao and Bone Dao had perished, and their deaths were in service to Tang San. Yet the sole individual left to collect their remains was Ning Fengji. Perhaps Tang San was the most significant, but perhaps the deceased had lost their worth, as no one else was willing to honor them by retrieving their bodies. Couldn't someone have simply been dispatched to perform that task? Ning Rongrong and Oscar were unable to revive Tang San, but what of the others? Did reviving Tang San necessitate their involvement? What are you trying to say? Ning Rongrong asked, clearly irritated. Nothing of consequence. It's all trivialities that you wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu replied, weariness evident in his voice. He had no desire to continue the conversation. You. Ning Rongrong pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yu, about to voice her thoughts when Ning Guanyun appeared. Guest. The sect master has completed his duties and requests your presence. I shall go at once, Jiang Yu said, setting down his teacup. He turned to Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning, I bid you farewell. This conversation has been rather unfulfilling. Their ideologies clashed completely. Ning Rongrong longed for the path of Tang San, while Jiang Yu harbored disdain for it, favoring his current trajectory. Perhaps Tang San had not erred, but the consequences of his actions were indeed misguided. He had not considered how the world would evolve. Human emotions are intricate. Thus, becoming a deity mattered little. What was paramount was happiness and the ability to live comfortably without worry. Wait for me, Ning Rongrong called out defiantly, yet Jiang Yu dismissed her with a wave. Unperturbed by her words, in Ning Fengji's office, he regarded Jiang Yu, seated on the sofa before him. Jiang Yu, thank you, he said, his tone weighed down with somberness. Jiang Yu straightened, responding earnestly, there is no need for thanks, Uncle Ning. I simply wish to prevent such circumstances from arising. Such circumstances? Ning Fengji echoed, a complex expression crossing his features. Though Jiang Yu had not explicitly stated it, he understood the underlying meaning. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Rongrong's thoughts would shift so dramatically after merely a month away? Ning Fengji's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with a sharp, icy light. Unlike the Sword Dao Qian Renxue, who could not perceive Ning Rongrong's transformation, Ning Fengji immediately recognized the shift in his daughter's stance upon seeing her. His conviction that family came first began to waver. Friends? The development of the family could not rely on such fragile friendships, although they could indeed be powerful at times. However, the risks involved were too great. Despite the brief duration of 1 month, such significant changes had occurred, provoking Ning Fengji's astonishment and anger. Ning Rongrong was not only his only daughter, but also the most gifted among his offspring. He had envisioned her as the heir. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was both a family and a sect, and the selection of an heir was not merely based on strength, but rather on practical talent. With her exceptional abilities, Ning Rongrong was almost destined to be the next successor. Yet, after just a month, everything had transformed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was meant to nurture the next generation of leaders, not to assist others in cultivating soul masters. As the heir, the foremost duty was to the clan, not to prioritize friendships over familial interests. Thus, Ning Rongrong's transformation incited great fury within Ning Fengji. Shrek Academy? I shall remember you. Ning Fengji thought coldly. Uncle Ning, Rongrong is still young. This time at home will surely help her understand her identity and position, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is difficult. Ning Fengji sighed heavily. He knew his daughter all too well. At that moment, his animosity toward Shrek was palpable, unlike in the original narrative. When Ning Rongrong returned from Shrek Academy and brought considerable benefits to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if Ning Fengji noticed her changes, he refrained from expressing concern, focusing instead on fostering her relationship with Tang San for greater gain. Now, however, there was no benefit to be had, and he felt he had lost his daughter in the process. Ning Fengji wished to dismiss such troubling thoughts and smiled, saying, let us set aside these matters and discuss the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family instead. You must be eager to talk about it. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. The situation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was both simple and complex. Many of them held outdated views and adhered to traditional practices, showing little inclination to venture out. Conversely, the younger generation was driven and eager to make their mark, Ning Fengji explained briefly. As he spoke, Ning Fengji handed Jiang Yu a document. I presume that little Yu Tianheng has already discussed the younger members with you. They hold little power within their family, which makes them more ambitious. Let me guess, it must be Thunder Academy. Jiang Yu accepted the document, gazing at Ning Fengji in admiration. Uncle Ning, you are truly impressive. I hadn't said anything, yet you've already deduced it. Indeed, it is Thunder Academy. Flipping through the detailed information provided by Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu focused on the sections regarding Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin, and Thunder Academy. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. Very much so, thank you, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu replied, closing the document with gratitude. Then, might I inquire if the esteemed nephew from Thunder Academy has any interest in allowing our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to join the collaboration? Ning Fengji asked, his eyes twinkling with a smile. This request surprised Jiang Yu greatly. Chapter 59. Would you prefer I speak plainly? The discussions regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had largely been covered when Ning Fengji handed over the documents. Jiang Yu had expected him to inquire about the conversation he had just had with Ning Rongrong. He did not believe that Ning Fengji would deliberately encourage him to engage with Ning Rongrong without having someone eavesdrop. Thus, he was certain that Ning Fengji was aware of their prior dialogue. Now, shifting topics was quite intriguing. Uncle Ning, do you realize the significance of this? Jiang Yu asked, a playful glint in his eyes. This is no trivial collaboration. Thunder Academy represents the partnership negotiated between Jiang Yu and Yu Tianheng, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, marking their family's inaugural collaboration with the Crown Prince's residence. Future interactions will also involve Yu Tianheng's cousin, Yu Tianxin. Ning Fengji could not possibly be unaware of what this entailed. Should the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School join, it would signify their support for Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, demonstrating that they were ready to fully back him. A substantial commitment that extended beyond mere strategic alliances. Of course I understand. However, my daughter is unreliable. I must also secure a foundation for the future of our clan. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, though his words carried an undercurrent of fatigue, leaving Jiang Yu uncertain if it was feigned or genuine. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu perceived a duality in Ning Fengji's sentiments. Uncle Ning, there is no need for such concern. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's changes, she is still your daughter and will ultimately belong to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That fact will never change. So there is no reason for you to worry, Jiang Yu reassured, meeting Ning Fengji's gaze with a smile. He did not believe Ning Fengji was expressing genuine emotion. Even if he were, these words seemed more directed at himself. But a daughter married off is like water spilled, Ning Fengji remarked, his gaze contemplative as it rested on Jiang Yu. This left Jiang Yu somewhat at a loss for words, as it was beyond his capacity to guarantee. Uncle Ning, your words seem a bit harsh. His Highness the Crown Prince is your disciple. With your daughter marrying him, it would only strengthen familial ties, making you all one family in the future, Jiang Yu responded thoughtfully. You might as well tell that to children. Brothers can quarrel, let alone in-laws. Wouldn't you agree? Ning Fengji said, his eyes narrowing in a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Jiang Yu felt he was being maneuvered into a position where Ning Fengji sought to extract advantages from him. I sense you are attempting to play me, hoping to gain something from me. No wonder you have been silent about the earlier matters. You were waiting for this. Jiang Yu now understood Ning Fengji's strategy, feeling a slight headache. Uncle Ning, your approach is rather tedious. Let us keep it simple. Just tell me what you want. I seek nothing in particular. I merely wish for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to participate in this collaboration, Ning Fengji stated with a grin, refusing to elaborate. Jiang Yu was left speechless. Did Ning Fengji truly only desire to join the Thunder Academy collaboration? No, he was merely raising the stakes. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's participation would not yield profit, but would serve as a unilateral contribution, compelling Jiang Yu to accept the forthcoming conditions. 2 spots. I can manage no more at this time, Jiang Yu finally conceded. With a bit of effort, he believed he could cultivate a certain effective variant of the Chilhua Yujin flower. Indeed, Jiang Yu possessed the capability to produce medicinal herbs. However, the resources required were considerable. Furthermore, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's willingness to lend its support was crucial, as it would showcase their strength and intimidate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Very well. Ning Fengji said, his smile wide, knowing that Jiang Yu had grasped his intent. He was quite pleased with the remuneration offered, for had he not seized this opportunity, Jiang Yu would likely have only granted him one spot. Ning Fengji discerned the underlying significance in Jiang Yu's words. The method he hinted at was not merely a transient solution, but rather a long-term strategy, which filled Ning Fengji with immense delight. However, Uncle Ning, although there are 2 quotas available, they come with both merits and drawbacks, and you'll need to make a choice, Jiang Yu advised. The individuals he nurtured could never compare to the original, and while they might even mutate the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, the results were uncertain. Let the good one go to Rongrong, Ning Fengji contemplated before sighing deeply. Although he felt a twinge of frustration at Ning Rongrong's lack of ambition. She was ultimately his daughter. Some matters require moderation, while Jiang Yu had entrusted him with the decision. It did not mean that he would remain unperturbed by Jiang Yu's potential dissatisfaction. After all, regardless of how their relationship evolved, the bond between Ning Fengji and the Crown Prince would never eclipse that of his daughter Ning Rongrong and the Crown Prince. Both were acutely aware of this reality. Very well, Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly. In truth, he hoped Ning Fengji would reserve the favorable quota for Ning Rongrong, as history had proven her exceptional qualifications. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's relationship with the Crown Prince was somewhat closer than his own. It was a virtue of wise individuals to avoid nepotism, an ideal Jiang Yu had yet to fully embrace. Since our cooperation has been established, Uncle Ning, I shall take my leave, Jiang Yu declared as he rose. His primary intention had merely been to acquire some intelligence regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from Ning Fengji, not to engage in such lengthy discourse. Nevertheless, having broached the subject, Jiang Yu would not retract his words. As long as the benefits were substantial, he truly did not mind. He did harbor concerns, however, about his increasingly audacious actions recently, particularly as there had been no reaction from the Snow Knight Emperor, which left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat anxious. The imperial decree from the Snow Knight Emperor, while not entirely disregarded, had certainly been met with a degree of indifference by Jiang Yu. Such blatant disregard could not have escaped the Emperor's notice, suggesting that he was planning a more significant move. This was not the later narrative where Xue Qinghe poisoned the Snow Knight Emperor. For now, the Emperor remained in robust health. Although it was uncertain whether Xue Qinghe had begun his treacherous plot, the Snow Knight Emperor was undoubtedly a genuine sovereign at this juncture. Allow me to see you off. Do come and visit often, Ning Fengji said with a smile as he stood, eager to accompany Jiang Yu. He was exceedingly pleased with their collaboration and wished to express his gratitude. No, Uncle Ning, please do not see me off. I can manage on my own. Consider me a mere insignificant figure, Jiang Yu replied, visibly flustered. You are placing me on a pyre. What would others think if they saw this? Although we often treat His Majesty as if he were heir, he is not truly invisible. While others might not face repercussions, Jiang Yu was not so fortunate. The Emperor possessed means to discipline him. This was Jiang Yu's predicament. As a companion to the Crown Prince, though lacking an official title, he was nonetheless subject to the bureaucratic hierarchy, compounded by his father's influence. Should the Snow Knight Emperor choose to target him, resistance from Jiang Yu and the Jiang family would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, this matter pertained to the politics of the Tiandou Empire, where neither Xue Qinghe nor Ning Fengji could provide substantial aid. At most, they could intercede on his behalf to mitigate his punishment. In that case, let it be. However, do visit more often. Ning Fengji understood Jiang Yu's concerns and ceased to press the issue. Very well, I shall, Jiang Yu replied with a sigh of relief. Yet, in truth, it would be preferable to avoid frequent visits, as Ning Fengji's desire to gain advantages from Jiang Yu was somewhat exasperating. Although both parties generally left satisfied, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable displeasure. Henceforth, it would be wise to maintain a lower profile, despite already being quite conspicuous. Jiang Yu harbored no fears for his safety, as both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji would keep watch over him. His greater concern lay in the schemes of others and the broader implications. Jiang Yu's influence was too limited to counteract these threats. Should others conspire against him, no amount of vigilance could guarantee his immunity. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Tang San's potential. Having read extensively, he understood that sometimes protagonists could be utterly unreasonable. Farewell, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu said with a slight bow. Truly departing this time. Ning Fingji did not accompany him, but instead watched Jiang Yu's figure fade away at the entrance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, letting out a soft sigh before retracting his gaze. Chapter 60. Helplessness. Tiando Imperial Palace. Study. Your Majesty, do speak. Are you truly going to allow that scoundrel to humiliate your son so? At this moment, Prince Xue Qinghe spoke furiously within the study, facing none other than the most powerful figure in the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. It is not yet the time. The Snow Knight Emperor responded after a lengthy silence, seated at his desk. The current situation in Tiando City was exceedingly chaotic. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the Spirit Hall, the Tiando royal family, and Dugobo, alongside the Crown Prince's residence, were all embroiled in a fray that employed utterly reckless tactics, disregarding the repercussions entirely. The rumors the Emperor had recently learned of had surprised him with their magnitude, completely shattering his understanding of reality. Should matters continue to unfold unchecked, it was highly probable that his son, Xue Bong, would meet a grim fate, and their royal family would suffer severe consequences. After all, patience has its limits. When it becomes intolerable, forces would unite to eliminate Xue Bong from this inferno, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor incapable of safeguarding him. This had been a source of profound distress for him in recent days, as he could not simply stand by and watch Xue Bong come to harm, yet felt utterly powerless. When will the time be right? Prince Xue Qinghe inquired, his previous fury subsiding. He had discerned that the Snow Knight Emperor did not wish to act, but rather was awaiting the opportune moment. Yet, when would that moment arrive? I do not know, but I suspect it will be soon, the Snow Knight Emperor replied slowly. Why must our Tiando royal family endure such humiliation? Prince Xue Qinghe expressed his dissatisfaction, indignant. He recognized the helplessness in his brother's words. Yet how could this be? His brother was the most powerful man in the Tiando Empire. If he had to wait for the right moment to act against someone who was merely a companion to the Crown Prince, it raised questions about their current state. When did our Tiando Empire fall to such depths? Perhaps we were simply too weak, the Snow Knight Emperor replied, resigned. If he were a titled Dao like the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, he would not need to exercise such caution. Alas, he was not. Thus, even as Emperor, he felt powerless in the face of individual martial threats. Is Xue Qinghe truly stronger than us? Prince Xue Qinghe retorted, directly naming Xue Qinghe. The Snow Knight Emperor cast a calm glance at his younger brother, aware that he had likely learned certain truths. This was not a favorable development. That is not your concern. Your sole responsibility is to protect the fourth prince, the Snow Knight Emperor stated evenly. But Prince Xue Qinghe responded with reluctance, genuinely supportive of his brother. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such anger or defended Xue Bong. Sigh, I hope you do not blame me, and I trust you will understand my predicament. The current situation has transcended my control, although I hold the title of Emperor. My actions in this tumultuous landscape are severely restricted. There are matters that cannot be resolved merely by my desire. As the forces at play behind the scenes warrant careful consideration, the Emperor of the Snowy Night said wearily. Does he not wish to eliminate Jiang Yu? Indeed, he yearns for it, for only by vanquishing Jiang Yu can he stem the growth of Xue Qinghe and revert everything to its original course. How could he not see that a substantial portion of Xue Qinghe's foundation has been acquired through Jiang Yu's machinations, all laid bare before him? With such power at Xue Qinghe's disposal, he could harness even greater influence. Long ago, he recognized Jiang Yu's significance to Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu is gradually unleashing the full potential of Xue Qinghe. It is difficult to assert that Jiang Yu is unaware of Xue Qinghe's true identity. Yet ignorance serves him little. He remains Xue Qinghe's most trusted subordinate. However, the Emperor of the Snowy Night cannot act against Jiang Yu. Realistically, he finds himself unable to do so. The more he observes, the clearer it becomes that Jiang Yu has forged connections with numerous factions. The Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would not stand idly by as Jiang Yu met his demise. Thus, the Emperor's intervention could only serve to restrain Jiang Yu. Without the elimination of Jiang Yu, such efforts would hold little value and might instead reveal his own strengths, thereby alarming the serpent. Jiang Yu harbors similar concerns regarding the Emperor of the Snowy Night, for the latter possesses an extraordinary capacity for patience. One cannot fathom the extent of his hidden resources. Xue Qinghe. At this moment, the Emperor of the Snowy Night's tone was imbued with an enigmatic resolve. Prince Xue Qinghe was taken aback. I am here, he responded, If danger befalls Xue Peng this time, take him north. I have made all necessary arrangements there. As for your purpose in going, you shall understand in due course." The Emperor of the Snowy Night, thoroughly fatigued, concluded, then reclined in his chair, closing his eyes. "Your Highness," Prince Xue Qinghe exclaimed in alarm, "this may be the last I can do for you." The Emperor of the Snowy Night softly uttered as he shut his eyes. Indeed, the Emperor had entirely relinquished the notion of severing Xue Qinghe's wings, opting instead to confine Xue Qinghe's influence within the confines of Tiandou City. "As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow your forces to step beyond Tiandou City," the Emperor resolved with unwavering determination. For the current circumstances differ vastly from the past. Unlike Xue Qinghe, Xue Peng could feign ignorance, allowing others to overlook his existence, thereby ensuring his survival and clandestinely nurturing his own power. Were it Jiang Yu, one cannot fathom the depths of his ruthlessness at such a tender age. He would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xue Peng. His current restraint is merely a matter of opportunity and self-preservation. Should the chance arise, he would surely seize it. This, the Emperor of the Snowy Night understood all too well. "Your Highness," Prince Xue Qinghe began, his words caught in his throat, unable to be voiced. "Has the situation reached such a dire state that even our combined efforts cannot safeguard Xue Peng?" "Leave," the Emperor of the Snowy Night wearily gestured. "Yes," Prince Xue Qinghe replied softly, then slowly exited the study. He cast a backward glance at his brother seated in the chair. The twilight of a setting sun casting a melancholic hue. In the distance, the sun sank below the horizon, the crimson sky gradually fading as night descended, cloaking the Tiandou Empire in a shroud of dusk. The Spirit Hall? The Tiandou Empire is not to be trifled with. The Emperor of the Snowy Night murmured after Prince Xue Qinghe's departure. An emperor still wielding control over his empire, even nearing the twilight of his years, would not be devoid of means. One must acknowledge the impressive maneuvering of the Spirit Hall regarding Xue Qinghe, even without evidence. The emperor could not act against his eldest son. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has heard of your ill health and has brought a medicinal soup. He prepared himself to visit you," a somewhat sharp voice announced from outside the study. Delivering news from Xue Qinghe. "Is that so? My son is so dutiful. Quickly invite him in." The Emperor of the Snowy Night's face brightened with a smile, though the weariness lingered, refusing to dissipate. Everyone has their own helplessness, and this is the Emperor's burden. At the Crown Prince's residence, until the moon reached its zenith, Xue Qinghe strolled leisurely back to the palace. After delivering the medicinal soup, he engaged in conversation with his father for a while before returning. The day had unfolded more smoothly than Xue Qinghe had anticipated. "Oh, Jiang Yu, what brings you here?" Upon entering, Xue Qinghe was surprised to find Jiang Yu seated in the hall, sipping tea, and felt a pang of irritation. To him, Jiang Yu was exceedingly deserving of a reprimand. "I have matters to report." Jiang Yu promptly rose, explaining with utmost seriousness. He had no desire to be indiscriminately chastised by Xue Qinghe. This visit was not one he had sought. "In that case, sit there and speak." Acknowledging Jiang Yu's earnestness, Xue Qinghe weighed the situation and decided to spare him. However, Jiang Yu also noticed the medicine box in Xue Qinghe's hand, which still bore a faint aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. This revelation startled Jiang Yu, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Chapter 61. A Swift Resolution. "My prince, are you delivering medicine to someone? Could it be for His Majesty? Is His Majesty unwell these days?" Jiang Yu inquired with a grave tone. This development warranted Jiang Yu's vigilance, for in the original narrative, the Emperor of the Snowy Night met his demise at the hands of Xue Qinghe, employing poison as his means. Xue Qinghe's current actions aligned seamlessly with the plot of the original work. Although they had now allied with Dugabo, the Emperor of the Snowy Night would likely struggle to find an antidote and might not survive long enough for that day to arrive. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that Xue Qinghe was behind this scheme, and his identity could be compromised, especially given that he had poisoned his own father. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, instructing his servant to take the food box away. "As expected of you, you discern my intentions with just this. Indeed, I brought medicine for father. Recently, he has been overworked and unwell, so I prepared some soup to visit him." Internally, Xue Qinghe felt a flicker of unease, sensing that Jiang Yu's attitude did not fully support his actions, which he regarded as a commendable gesture. Xue Qinghe believed that only he was privy to the poisoned secret, and Jiang Yu could never possibly know. Who suggested this course of action to your highness? Jiang Yu inquired with a stoic expression. If someone had indeed advised Xue Qinghe to undertake such actions, Jiang Yu would have to question their motives, as this could only stem from ill intentions. Such individuals must be eliminated. No, this is entirely my own idea, Xue Qinghe stammered, feeling flustered. He could not fathom why Jiang Yu seemed displeased. Previously, Jiang Yu had been timid and had never shown anger in front of him, leading Xue Qinghe to believe that Jiang Yu was incapable of such emotions. If it is merely the Crown Prince's filial piety, then I may have overthought it. However, I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. Jiang Yu's expression softened, suppressing the irritation that brewed within him. If Xue Qinghe were indeed to poison someone, it could very well unravel all of his current schemes. In Jiang Yu's mind, Xue Qinghe could stage a coup, provided he had sufficient justification. However, assassination must be avoided at all costs, for it would lead to Xue Qinghe's own demise, even if he were to ascend the throne successfully without exposure. The revelation of such an act would irreparably tarnish his reputation, causing him to lose everything he has gained. As for the likelihood of exposure, it is certain. Emperor Xue would undoubtedly keep it as a trump card. Jiang Yu was resolute in his conviction. Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of panic. This was a glaring flaw, a significant vulnerability that could be exploited by others. While the Crown Prince's filial piety is commendable, it is easily manipulated by the unscrupulous. If someone were to poison the prince's medicine, and the emperor were to perish as a result, the prince would be burdened with the heinous title of patricide, and no one who commits such an act could ever hope to become the emperor of Tiandou. Jiang Yu's tone was grave. If this admonition couldn't dissuade Xue Qinghe from contemplating the emperor's assassination, there was little else to be said. The prince's complexion turned ashen as he grasped the folly of his earlier thoughts. Though he was the first in line for succession, the moment Emperor Xue perished, his claim to the throne would solidify. Yet, should the accusation of patricide arise, his ascension would be utterly impossible. This was no jest. The people would never accept such a ruler. But Jiang Yu, my father has already consumed my medicine. What should I do? Xue Qinghe spoke in a tone laced with anxiety. His distress was understandable, for the medicine was indeed poisonous, and he had been the one to administer it. Jiang Yu contemplated briefly and quickly discerned that this was a trap set by Emperor Xue. Regardless of Xue Qinghe's intentions, whether out of filial piety or malicious intent, the emperor would consume anything sent by his son. The emperor's plan was to engage in a high-stakes exchange with Xue Qinghe, ultimately facilitating his own ascension. Therefore, your highness, I implore you to immediately investigate the medicine and those who had contact with it. If it is found to be harmless, we shall consider it as if nothing has transpired. However, if it proves to be toxic, I urge you to swiftly execute everyone involved in this affair. Jiang Yu declared with a cold demeanor, infused with a palpable air of menace. One must act decisively to prevent any opportunity for others to exploit this situation, and to ensure that the blame is effectively directed elsewhere. While Xue Qinghe had erred, he was not beyond redemption, nor could he be vilified without recourse. The prince need only present the heads of those culpable to the emperor as a gesture of contrition, and concerning the rumors circulating outside, there was no need for concern. The narrative had already been crafted and was ready for dissemination. Jiang Yu's tone was devoid of emotion. Fortunately, observing Xue Qinghe's current state, it was merely the first occasion. If matters escalated further, resolution would become increasingly difficult. The sooner this was addressed, the better. It would not only cleanse the prince's reputation, but also enhance his standing. Yet, Xue Qinghe hesitated. This incident involved not just common individuals, but also several members of the Spirit Hall, numbering dozens in total. The weight of such a decision was starkly at odds with the prince's established image. Your Highness, indecision breeds disorder. You must possess not only a heart of compassion for the world, but also a resolute determination to act decisively. Should it be confirmed that the medicine is indeed toxic, your inaction would plunge you into the depths of filial piety and moral failure. You must demonstrate to the world that you are prepared to confront the situation head-on. Jiang Yu urged. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe realized he had to make a decisive choice. He could not afford to become embroiled in this predicament. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, he replied through clenched teeth, steeling his resolve. This was not merely the act of taking a life or two, but rather dozens, with far-reaching consequences. This was the most ruthless decision Xue Qinghe had made thus far. It came with the weight of his princely identity. "Go now, your highness. I shall manage the rest," Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. This situation bore its own pressures for him. After all, it was a suggestion that led to the fate of dozens resting on his words. Such responsibility was not without its burdens. However, even under pressure, he would act. For should Xue Qinghe fail, the outcome would not merely be a loss of comfort, but the finality of death itself. The prince's residence was destined for a sleepless night, as the scent of blood permeated the air, and even the moon seemed to take on a crimson hue. The following day, with a grim expression, Xue Qinghe pushed open the gates of the prince's residence, accompanied by Dugubo and a collection of severed heads, making his way to the Tiandou imperial palace. His procession grand and unyielding, devoid of any intention to conceal his purpose. This was Jiang Yu's directive. If they were to act, they should do so boldly, ensuring the entire city was aware. As for the fact that there were only a few severed heads, it was ultimately because Xue Qinghe could not bring himself to cross that final threshold, choosing instead to execute only those with close ties to the scheme, sparing the majority. Jiang Yu had consented to this, even advising Xue Qinghe to clarify the situation and promise to treat the families of the slain with kindness, thus garnering public favor. After all, the medicine truly contained poison. It was no fabrication. Should others become involved, the consequences would extend far beyond the death of a few individuals. It would endanger entire families. Xue Qinghe entered the palace without obstruction, as no one dared to impede his progress. The heads he bore spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. Soon, he found himself standing before the court. In the imperial court, Emperor Xue sat regally, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xue Qinghe entering with severed heads in tow. "What is the meaning of this, my son?" he inquired urgently. Xue Qinghe immediately knelt, bowing deeply. "I beseech you, father, to punish me. Yesterday, I prepared medicine for you, but it was tainted with slow-acting poison by treacherous individuals. By the time I discovered it, the mastermind had vanished. However, I have executed all those involved in this matter. I realize this may have been rash, and I may have wrongfully harmed the innocent, but your health is of utmost importance to me, and I had no choice but to act. Thus, I implore you to spare the families of those who have fallen, as I alone bear the weight of this sin." With that, Xue Qinghe remained prostrated on the ground. The court erupted into chaos. Someone had used the prince's filial piety as a guise for poisoning the emperor. Who could be so malicious? Emperor Xue remained silent, observing the kneeling prince with an inscrutable gaze. It was ruthless, indeed, and even though he had anticipated that Xue Qinghe might resort to poisoning, he had not foreseen Jiang Yu's swift execution of the plan, resolving the matter in less than a day and sacrificing a dozen lives in the process. Yes, Emperor Xue was aware that Xue Qinghe's actions were guided by Jiang Yu. After all, he had been Xue Qinghe's father for over a decade, and he understood his son's character. Thus, he had deliberately set this trap to see whether Xue Qinghe would take the bait. The outcome was that he had, but before the emperor could fully process it, the situation was perfectly resolved. "My son, do not blame yourself. Your intentions were noble. You were merely manipulated by another. This is not your fault, but let it serve as a lesson. As for those who have been executed, let us move past this. Our focus should be on the mastermind behind the scheme." Emperor Xue concluded, effectively drawing the curtain on the affair. "Thank you, father," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, rising to stand beside the emperor. The severed heads at Dugubo's command were swiftly reduced to ash. Emperor Xue observed this scene in silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. It seemed imperative to ensure that little four departed from Tiandou City as soon as possible. He was no match for them. Chapter 62. Discussion. At the very moment when Xue Qinghe attended the court assembly, 3 individuals convened in a private room of an upscale restaurant in Tiandou City. Among them sat Jiang Yu, alongside Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Chen Renxue, the Sword de Law. "Uncle Ning, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, showing no trace of surprise on his visage. "With such a significant event unfolding, how could I not come to see for myself?" Ning Fengji chided lightly. While Xue Qinghe was engaged in the court assembly, both Jiang Yu and Ning Fengji were unable to attend. Thus, Ning Fengji sought out Jiang Yu to ascertain the details of the situation. It was evident to Ning Fengji that Jiang Yu was well informed. After all, This decisive action bore Jiang Yu's hallmark, as his disciple lacked such ruthlessness. Although rumors had spread like wildfire outside, Ning Fengzhi still placed his trust in Xue Qinghe. To be frank, Ning Fengzhi felt a tad astonished. In his memory, Jiang Yu had never exhibited such severity. After all, Uncle Ning is the mentor of His Highness the Crown Prince, Jiang Yu remarked with a sip of tea and a grin. Please enlighten me. What transpired? Why did Qinghe resort to such drastic measures? This does not align with his character. Even with your counsel, he would not act so. Ning Fengzhi's tone grew grave. Jiang Yu placed his teacup down, casting a cold glance at Ning Fengzhi. How many? It was already minimal. Initially, there were dozens. However, you are not entirely mistaken. This is indeed not His Highness's usual manner. It was my suggestion, as this matter could not be resolved without some casualties. I hope you can understand, Uncle Ning. Nevertheless, even with that, His Highness has only eliminated a mere dozen individuals, which is indeed merciful. Jiang Yu's words caused Ning Fengzhi to furrow his brow, making him acutely aware that a grave incident had unfolded. What exactly happened? Someone poisoned the medicine His Highness prepared for the Emperor. Surely, Uncle Ning understands the implications of this? Jiang Yu's expression turned exceedingly serious. In that instant, Ning Fengzhi was engulfed in a fury. He certainly comprehended the ramifications. If mishandled, Xue Qinghe could be branded a patricide, jeopardizing not only his position but also the alliance forged by the Crown Prince's residence. This is something I cannot bear to witness. Who is responsible? Ning Fengzhi's voice dripped with a terrifying murderous intent. At that moment, he too felt a surge of bloodlust, leading him to understand Jiang Yu's rationale for advising Xue Qinghe to act swiftly and decisively. Jiang Yu shook his head. This aspect remains unclear, but I suspect the instigator wields considerable influence. I even question whether the issue originated from the Crown Prince's residence or the Imperial Palace itself. Regardless, it is crucial that the Crown Prince's residence suffers some casualties. The issue lies within the Crown Prince's residence. It is undeniable that fatalities are inevitable. Moreover, this matter is unlikely to be unraveled, for it was Xue Qinghe who executed it, albeit unbeknownst to anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengzhi posed. Could it be the Spirit Hall? Unlikely. After all, poisoning the Emperor would not benefit the Spirit Hall. Rather, it would greatly advantage His Highness, as he is the Crown Prince and first in line for succession. Should the Emperor perish, the Crown Prince would ascend the throne. Jiang Yu's words bore a twist of irony. Yet, the caveat remains that this incident must not be exposed. If it were to come to light, following the Emperor's demise, Qinghe would become the prime suspect, perhaps even labeled as the perpetrator. Ning Fengzhi spoke in a hushed tone, fully aware of this reality, thus mentally dismissing Xue Qinghe from suspicion. Jiang Yu nodded, for this was precisely his intention. Indeed, while I discovered this early on, it seems the puppeteer has been preparing in advance. The Crown Prince's residence left no trace, and even those who perished may have been innocent. Yet at this juncture, even those wronged must meet their end. Jiang Yu sighed, a hint of regret lacing his voice. Ning Fengzhi did not perceive Jiang Yu as disingenuous, for the situation indeed warranted such measures. He too would have chosen similarly. Even if those individuals were innocent, their fate was sealed. However, this also attested to Xue Qinghe's compassion. He did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, but rather eliminated a select few closely connected individuals, taking upon himself the blame to ensure the safety of others. Such a decision was commendable, even in Ning Fengzhi's eyes. Given this, from the perspective of beneficiaries, only a few stand to gain. Could it be Xuelang? Ning Fengxi pondered aloud. The fourth prince? It is certainly plausible. But Uncle Ning, this is not a matter for our discussion, Jiang Yu replied, his tone suggesting that the topic should be laid to rest. Despite his proximity to the Crown Prince, Ning Fengzhi was still a teacher to him. Yet, when matters pertained to the royal family, they were best left for the judgment of the Emperor Shui. However, it seems that Xuelang may face a period of neglect, Jiang Yu mused. Following Xue Qinghe's explosive actions from the standpoint of beneficiaries, it would seem that only Xuelang and Prince Xue Qinghe reaped the most significant rewards, and their motives were the most justifiable. Emperor Shui would not fail to recognize this, and even in the absence of direct evidence against them, their suspicion could not be cleansed. After all, Xue Qinghe had executed a purge and subsequently confessed, nearly absolving himself. In light of their undeniable culpability, the Emperor Xue Yi would have no choice but to suppress them. Indeed, this is beyond our purview. Ning Fengji grasped Jiang Yu's intent, recognizing that this matter involved the royal family. Regardless of their discussions, they could not intervene. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from further discourse. Let's shift our focus to the publishing house, Uncle Ning. Has it been established? Jiang Yu suggested. Though only a few days had elapsed, Jiang Yu anticipated that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had made swift progress. Given the current moment, with the rumors surrounding Hao Yian School dwindling and the recent events involving Xue Qinghe, it was an opportune time to test the waters and steer the prevailing gossip. We are nearly ready. We just need to conduct a trial. Ning Fengji smiled as he spoke. After days of contemplation and discussion, Ning Fengji had come to grasp the strategy behind Jiang Yu's initiative concerning the publishing house. One could not deny Jiang Yu's brilliance. This approach resembled a mechanism for controlling the populace within the Tiandou Empire, albeit one that operated through cognitive manipulation rather than coercive subjugation, utilizing violent means to achieve control. How could I be permitted to possess such a tool? It is akin to a weapon of state governance. Ning Fengji mused silently, holding his teacup. Such devices in the hands of individuals could indeed lead to catastrophe. There's no need for a trial. Uncle Ning, let us commence directly. I shall oversee the operation, utilizing the recent incident involving the Crown Prince as our practice. Jiang Yu declared, unperturbed by Ning Fengji's awareness of the process. The instrument of public opinion was not as formidable as one might imagine. It required a conducive environment and strength as its foundation. A favorable environment would allow one to speak freely without fear of retribution, while formidable power would garner recognition and protection from harm. Previously, Jiang Yu had harbored fears of being targeted and silenced. This world was not like his past life. There, one could freely express opinions without compromising national interests. Here, in Deluo continent, even stating the truth necessitated caution to avoid severe repercussions, for it was the sole masters who wielded absolute authority. Isn't this rather hasty? The events concerning Qinghe have only recently unfolded, Ning Fengji remarked with a frown, expressing his reservations about Jiang Yu's approach. Many were still unaware of the events involving the Crown Prince, indicating a lack of grassroots support for this endeavor. Patience is key. This degree of caution is just perfect. We shall approach it differently, Jiang Yu mused thoughtfully. The essence of information lies in its timeliness and accuracy. Jiang Yu intended to leverage these two elements, utilizing the woefully inadequate information dissemination technology of Deluo continent to exonerate Xue Qinghe through the propagation of well-crafted rumors. The method was straightforward. First, he would provide the populace with a vague yet precise account of Xue Qinghe's actions. Then, among those who had not witnessed the events, he would spread favorable commentary about Xue Qinghe. Through mutual corroboration, the narrative would soon evolve in the minds of the people. By exploiting the malleability of information, he would gradually embellish and idealize the incident, transforming it into a compelling story. Indeed, Jiang Yu had no intention of merely rehabilitating Xue Qinghe's reputation. He planned to publish an entire book titled In Place of Father, Tasting the Medicine. This was the rationale behind Jiang Yu's establishment of a publishing house rather than a newspaper office. He was not merely disseminating rumors. He was also authoring books. Who could resist such audacity? Chapter 63 time flowed, and the discussion had shifted to the headquarters of the Tiandou publishing house established by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fengji held a freshly printed newspaper, his lips twitching with exasperation as a look of resignation crossed his face. Aren't you afraid that Qinghe will end up thrashing you again? He queried Jiang Yu. Placing the newspaper down, Jiang Yu feigned shock. Why would His Highness strike me? Have I erred in any way? After all, I am not only restoring his good name, but also creating a substantial profit through newspaper and book sales to supplement the compensation funds. Ning Fengji was rendered speechless. Based on his understanding of Xue Qinghe, the first encounter was swiftly followed by a second. Jiang Yu's audacity would surely lead to repercussions. The reason Ning Fengji found himself at a loss while holding the newspaper was that he had rushed over to the publishing house immediately after their discussion. And under Jiang Yu's direction, they had produced these materials in a mere afternoon. To say the least, Ning Fengji found it perplexing. Jiang Yu had crafted this so-called newspaper with 6 or 7 different versions, all intended for distribution across various locales. the content of which bore a striking resemblance, yet diverged significantly in the portrayal of Xue Qinghe's situation. The version Ning Fengji had just examined was so far removed from the truth that it differed by 60%. To summarize, the narrative had evolved as follows. The prince's residence was beset by treachery, and the prince wished to shoulder all the blame. Yet, the loyal ministers of the prince's court, unwilling to see him bear the unjust burden, committed suicide, offering their heads in atonement. The prince, with tears in his eyes, presented these heads to the palace as he sought to clear his name, imploring the current emperor to uncover the hidden villain behind the scheme, acknowledging his guilt while striving to vindicate the slain. While the essence of the story was not entirely unrecognizable, it had been exaggerated to an absurd degree. Even Ning Fengji found himself empathizing with Xue Qinghe's loyalty. Jiang Yu, do you not fear the consequences of such audacity? Others are not fools. He couldn't help but retort. This reads more like fiction. Why should I fear repercussions? Does this not read splendidly? Furthermore, it does not contravene the truth. It merely employs a touch of rhetorical flourish. Jiang Yu responded earnestly. Is it merely a touch of rhetorical flourish? Ning Fengji remarked with a smirk. Indeed, Uncle Ning, you must trust me. If you compare the versions, you will see that I have only applied a modicum of rhetorical artistry. Jiang Yu insisted, gesturing towards all the newspapers on the table with sincerity. It was true. In comparison to the previous version, Jiang Yu's alterations were indeed minimal. However, were the earlier versions truly the final drafts? Certainly not. The earlier iterations were ambiguous, while the final version was crystal clear and exaggerated. This was clearly designed to draw readers' attention to the concluding version. The minor adjustments had culminated in a significant transformation. Very well, let's set that aside and discuss something else, Ning Fengji suggested, rubbing his aching forehead in resignation. He was not opposed to Jiang Yu's approach, but rather felt that it bordered on excessive. His disciple might not appreciate such dramatization. Despite Xue Qinghe's keen awareness of reputation, he was also quite a sensitive individual, and Jiang Yu's actions could easily place him in an uncomfortable position. It was likely that Xue Qinghe would retaliate against Jiang Yu, and the second encounter would be straightforward. This divergence in opinion was precisely why Ning Fengji found himself at odds with Jiang Yu. He was unconcerned about Xue Qinghe's potential embarrassment, provided the common people accepted the narrative. After all, the protagonist of the tale was Xue Qinghe. Uncle Ning, what would you like to discuss? Jiang Yu inquired, setting aside his work. He was currently engaged in compiling a book to further amplify Xue Qinghe's influence, aiming to immortalize his name, illustrious deeds, and legendary tales in the public's memory. These two sections, Ning Fengji pointed to the modules in the newspaper. These were precisely the local news and advertisement sections Jiang Yu had designed, both of which were critical components. Oh, I see now. One section pertains to local news, while the other is for advertisements. The local news primarily records events occurring in the vicinity, serving to gain the trust of the local populace. The advertisement section promotes various factions, enhancing their visibility and establishing a future revenue stream. Jiang Yu elaborated. Jiang Yu's explanation was thorough, and Ning Fengji grasped the concept. Indeed, these elements necessitated Jiang Yu's involvement, as his ideas were truly intriguing. A commendable concept. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. That's self-evident. This idea has been validated through an era. It cannot possibly be flawed. What about the blank spaces? Why leave so many empty areas? Ning Fengji inquired, pointing at the unfilled sections with curiosity. Aside from the aforementioned modules, Jiang Yu had intentionally left several blank spaces, which appeared somewhat jarring compared to the other segmented sections. Could we possibly insert information about the Haoyan sect here? Ning Fengji suggested, eager to gauge the potential impact of such news. After all, the Haoyan sect's reputation had recently captured the public's attention, and the influence of prior rumors was gradually waning. Evidently, the citizens were now more intrigued by the world's foremost sect. Ning Fengji believed the timing was ripe. Absolutely not. Information regarding the Haoyan sect must be included in the local news, utilizing local commentary. We can subtly disseminate information, but we must not engage directly. We can only create a degree of influence, Jiang Yu firmly replied. As for the blank spaces, let them be. We will utilize them later. Jiang Yu's tone conveyed a hint of hesitation. In truth, he had already contemplated the content for these blank areas, albeit with trepidation. The intended content included gossip, informal news, and notable figures and events. Except for the last topic, which lacked pertinent intelligence and was thus abandoned, Jiang Yu felt that writing the first two would be perilous. The lessons from previous misfortunes still loomed large in his mind. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Ning Fengji acquiesced with a nod. Since Jiang Yu had formulated a plan, he had no further objections. Initially, he had only wished to test his own ideas, but it became apparent that Jiang Yu's approach bore significantly fewer risks. Since Uncle Ning has no objections, let us proceed with the current version. Uncle Ning can commence production immediately, and then we will invest in batches according to my previous planning, Jiang Yu urged, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Subsequently, he added that the Imperial Palace may find it difficult to offer any assistance this time. The channels must be resolved by Uncle Ning and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu expressed his helplessness regarding this situation, noting that Xue Qinghe initially lacked connections. And apart from the Spirit Hall, all other relational channels have been deliberately severed by Emperor Xue Yi. Consequently, any action felt constrained. It seemed that Emperor Xue Yi intended to restrict Xue Qinghe's network entirely to Tiandou City, waiting for him to make a mistake. Of course, these were merely Jiang Yu's speculations, but given the current circumstances, it appeared quite plausible. Perhaps Xue Qinghe's identity had been deduced in this manner by Emperor Xue Yi. Naturally, there was no need for you and Qinghe to intervene. Leave it to me and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji said with a smile. This is all experience, accumulating a wealth of usable knowledge for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as it establishes its own publishing house. Jiang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ning Fengji, fully aware of the cunning thoughts of this old fox. He merely intended to learn the current model to emulate it in the future. Yet, even if you learn, what does it matter? What you acquire now is merely what I have chosen to reveal. Jiang Yu had no intention of playing tricks. If one wishes for the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. What Jiang Yu presented was genuine, albeit just a fraction of his capabilities. Chapter 64. Everything is quite well 2 days later. Rumors regarding Xue Qinghe began to proliferate, precisely as Jiang Yu had anticipated, sparking extensive discussion among the populace. The rumors surrounding the Haotian sect also escalated, reaching a critical juncture, with many eagerly awaiting the emergence of new, sensational news. At this point, the Tiandou publishing house had achieved remarkable success, its reputation firmly established. Coupled with the earlier mention of Tiandou, it instinctively led the public to perceive this as official news, indicating that Jiang Yu had effectively identified a strategic entry point. Resonating well with the common folk, this Prince Xue Qinghe truly is a despicable character, attempting to conspire against his father with the aid of the Crown Prince, intending to frame his highness. Indeed, I had long heard that the fourth prince harbored malicious intentions, masquerading as a dandy for years, only to reveal his true nature of fratricide, becoming a beast for the sake of a throne. The speakers were merely two ordinary citizens, not individuals dispatched by Jiang Yu or the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to propagate rumors. Such sentiments were widespread, echoing through the streets and alleys. And Xue Qinghe's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished, leaving no one willing to believe in him. Moreover, the discussions surrounding Xue Qinghe, including those previously suppressed, emerged solely as spontaneous discourse among the populace, with no external interference. One could assert that Jiang Yu's maneuver had effectively cast Xue Qinghe into the abyss. Although Jiang Yu did not defame anyone in the newspaper that sought to rehabilitate Xue Qinghe's image, nor did he mention Xue Qinghe. The entirety of the article glorified Xue Qinghe's heroic stature. What was remarkable was that, despite refraining from any underhanded tactics, he consistently provoked contemplation. Why would one want to frame Xue Qinghe? What benefits would that confer upon the orchestrators behind the scenes? And who stands to gain the most? These questions, though not directly answered, offered the public an expansive realm for reflection, leading to a process of elimination and revelation. Naturally, Xue Qinghe's shadow resurfaced in everyone's minds, and, combined with previous rumors, the populace arrived at their conclusions. The fourth prince, Xue Qinghe, had been the mastermind behind this entire affair from the beginning. No one had been slandering him. It was all true. Aside from sensational gossip, to prevent a resurgence of uncontrollable rumors, Jiang Yu also released a minor piece of gossip, which was indeed true. Xue Qinghe was lacking in certain regards. The public did not question this, even believing it to be factual. Xue Qinghe, in an attempt to mask his shortcomings and satisfy his own vanity, concocted a plethora of sensational stories. Thus, having identified Xue Bailing as a scapegoat, Xue Qinghe successfully emerged from this incident, garnering substantial acclaim. However, there was a minor oversight in the manipulation of rumors regarding the Haoyan sect, which exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Someone had leaked information about the events involving the Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall from years past before Jiang Yu could act. Moreover, this disclosure tended to tarnish the Haoyan sect's reputation. Although some stepped forward to defend them, their voices were largely drowned out. As the number of detractors and those discussing the facts was overwhelming, Jiang Yu had provided them with a platform, and they began to express themselves freely, leading to a lopsided situation. Unless the Haoyan sect intervened with formidable threats, there was little they could do to halt the tide. Jiang Yu had also investigated the two factions embroiled in this conflict. The detractors were primarily victims of the past incident, while the defenders hailed from the Tiandou royal family. This was easily ascertainable, as the spokesperson was Tang Yuehua, who was responsible for the ceremonial duties of the Tiandou royal family. This made perfect sense, for she was the only visible disciple of the Haoyan sect. In the prince's palace, Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji, and Jiang Yu convened in the hall to discuss the recent outbreak of rumors concerning the Haoyan sect. "Speak, how should we resolve this matter?" Xue Qinghe said, closing his eyes and speaking in a solemn tone, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the table. Although a strategy had long been established to address the rumors surrounding the Haoyan sect, Xue Qinghe maintained a cautious demeanor in light of the grassroots origin of these rumors. "We shall proceed according to plan. Though unexpected elements are present, the strength of the populace remains paramount and will not affect the outcome. Allow the discussions to unfold and guide them accordingly," Jiang Yu remarked, stroking his jawline with a hint of melancholy in his gaze. He had indeed been struck. Intending to report on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's affairs, he had been abruptly silenced by Xue Qinghe, resulting in a swollen face. It is all Ning Fengji's fault for his ill-fated words. Nevertheless, the previously determined plan concerning the Haoyan sect would not require alteration, as Jiang Yu had envisioned leveraging grassroots power to steer the direction of events. Their role would merely be that of facilitators, albeit in a covert manner. While the public sentiment was somewhat intense, it remained manageable, and Jiang Yu did not wish to overstep his bounds. Navigating the world of Deluo continent, Jiang Yu exercised considerable caution. This was not his past life, and being overly conspicuous could indeed pose a threat to his life. Given this, let us bypass this issue and discuss the next, Ning Fengji mused after a moment's thought. Jiang Yu's assessment was astute. The current situation had long been anticipated, posing no significant concern. However, Ning Fengji felt it prudent to consider the potential reactions of the Haoyan sect. "We must contemplate their response," Ning Fengji said thoughtfully. "Are they not reclusive? Why must we consider their reactions?" Xue Qinghe queried, somewhat perplexed, as he suspected the Haoyan sect might be unaware of the unfolding situation. Jiang Yu quickly interjected with the information he possessed. "They are not entirely reclusive. There are still disciples of the Haoyan sect in the mortal realm, and their connections run deep. Notably, the former Haoyan Tang Hao and the head of the Tiandou Imperial Court's Etiquette Academy, Tang Yuehua. Even if they have gone into seclusion, it does not imply they have perished. Rather, they have merely concealed themselves. As for them," a flicker of unease crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes, as Jiang Yu's words evoked some unpleasant memories. Tang Hao was a different matter. He had nearly severed ties with the Haoyan sect due to past events, making further contact impossible. However, Tang Yuehua, the little princess of the Haoyan sect, had only appeared in the mortal realm due to her own soul power deficiency, and it was certain she still maintained connections with the Haoyan sect, Jiang Yu asserted. Although he held little regard for the timid members of the Haoyan sect, he decided to assist in the analysis since Ning Fengji had brought it up. The situation stood as such, and he was curious about their perspectives. Ning Fengji nodded, aware of Tang Yuehua, even having a personal acquaintance with her. After all, this incident had occurred merely 12 years ago. At that time, the Haoyan sect was the foremost sect in the world and had ties with the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Should he display a hint of murderous intent on Xue Qinghe and Xi's faces, even his body involuntarily tensed up. Prince Jiang Yu gently cautioned from the side. "Mind your image. Tang Yuehua is not so significant. Killing her could lead to considerable complications." "Apologies, master," Qinghe lost composure just now, Xue Qinghe said, retracting his murderous intent and offering an apology to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, no harm done. Indeed, had Qinghe changed? In Ning Fengji's view, Xue Qinghe's reaction was quite normal. Once one had blood on their hands, they would not hesitate to shed more for their objectives. Just like now, the usually benevolent Xue Qinghe entertained thoughts of murder. That Tang Yuehua is not foolish. She is quite astute. I fear that our manipulation of public opinion might be discerned by her. Leading her to report back to the Haoyan sect, Ning Fengji expressed his concerns. He had contemplated eliminating Tang Yuehua, but her background was too formidable. Even Ning Fengji had to tread carefully. In truth, as he reached this point, he recognized that his thoughts had strayed far from their original purpose. Initially, the discussion with Jiang Yu revolved around utilizing past news from the Haoyan sect to suppress current public opinion. But now he found himself contemplating undermining the former prestige of the Haoyan sect. Ning Fengji was acutely aware of this shift in mindset. Yet he overlooked the fact that the current situation was quite satisfactory. Jiang Yu's worries were indeed justified. Once one possessed sufficient power, reasoning became rare, and might tended to prevail. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the Haoyan sect certainly wielded formidable strength. What if the sect leader marries Tang Yuehua? Jiang Yu suddenly suggested with a grin. Ha, you rascal, this is not the time for jest, Ning Fengji chided good-naturedly. Although he was already aware of Jiang Yu's penchant for matchmaking Xue Qinghe, he had not anticipated that the proposal would extend to himself, leaving Ning Fengji both amused and exasperated. I am not joking. Tang Yuehua's worth truly merits your consideration, sect leader, though her strength is indeed weak. A union of your stature should prioritize identity, background, and the benefits it could yield rather than mere power, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. While Jiang Yu was not fully acquainted with Ning Fengji's marital status, he speculated that the absence of a matriarch in the Seven Treasures glazed sect hinted at something. Tang Yuehua could indeed be wed to Ning Fengji as a matriarch. Given the Haoyan sect's seclusion, such an act could, to a degree, absorb their influence within the mortal realm without significant repercussions. The only caution was the spirit hall, but since Tang Yuehua had not been targeted, Ning Fengji marrying her would pose no problem. You scoundrel, Ning Fengji laughed, though his gaze flickered, Jiang Yu's words igniting a spark of contemplation within him. Xue Qinghe kicked Jiang Yu, admonishing him to apologize to their teacher for such audacious ideas. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I apologize, sect leader. Those were merely the idle musings of a foolish youth. I hope you will not take them to heart. Ning Fengji regarded Jiang Yu thoughtfully. No harm done. It is indeed an interesting proposal. Ning Fengji understood Jiang Yu's insinuation. Tang Yuehua was both significant and insignificant. Her foremost value lay in her identity, rendering everything else trivial. Even if Ning Fengji were to marry her, there would be no issue. Would the Haoyan sect truly seek trouble? No, they would perceive it as a fortuitous match, pleased to witness it. Subsequently, with a slight shift in strategy, if the Seven Treasures glazed sect were to maintain a semblance of support for the Haoyan sect amidst the forthcoming turmoil, all problems would be resolved. After all, the publishing house established by Jiang Yu had consistently emphasized non-interference. Thus, Ning Fengji's slight bias would not be problematic, having minimal impact. Therefore, even if Jiang Yu's proposition was bold, it was also a potentially viable solution to the current dilemma. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe suddenly grasped the implications, and his gaze towards Jiang Yu shifted somewhat. Could this truly resolve the issue? Although somewhat crude, could a genius truly act with impunity? The Haoyan sect had never been the problem. As long as the spirit hall remained intact, they would not dare to appear openly within its purview. Our focus should not be on the Haoyan sect itself, but rather on the implications that would arise from this matter. That is the crux of the issue. Jiang Yu articulated to the two. One flower blooming alone does not herald spring. Rather, 100 flowers blooming together fills the garden with spring. The true age of information and public opinion is not characterized by a singular trending topic, but by countless news highlights vying for attention. The current scenario was rather distant from that ideal, even verging on the grotesque, as it was beyond one's control. Without other captivating news, it became exceedingly challenging to divert public attention from the prevailing topic. Prolonged focus on a single point would lead to developments one would not wish to see. At least, not developments Jiang Yu desired. The events of the Haoyan sect from years past could not persist indefinitely. that would contradict our interests. Thus, after achieving the desired effect, we must unveil new highlights to overshadow the old, Jiang Yu declared. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji pondered this for a moment, agreeing with the necessity of such an approach. What shall we do? This is where I must trouble Uncle Ning. Please gather more news. Mixing it into the newspapers to create a narrative dominated by the Haoyan sex news, supported by numerous smaller stories. Major news cannot simply materialize. This is something I cannot manage, and we must begin with smaller news, Jiang Yu explained. Understood. Leave it to me. Ning Fengji nodded, committing Jiang Yu's words to memory, preparing to set aside time to accomplish the task. Thus, this urgent meeting finally drew to a close. The remainder consisted of trivial matters, and Jiang Yu found little desire to engage further. The discussion was primarily between Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji. Listening from the side, Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Xue Qinghe converse with such ease, akin to witnessing his child grow up. Xue Qinghe occasionally cast grateful glances at Jiang Yu, which only deepened his sense of fulfillment. Of course, all of this was from Jiang Yu's perspective. From an observer's standpoint, Xue Qinghe's gaze towards Jiang Yu was far more akin to one filled with murderous intent. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe were discussing a matter of considerable significance, Xue Qinghe's impending marriage. As a father, Ning Fengji, despite any frivolities, had to ascertain Xue Qinghe's sentiments regarding the situation and determine if he was genuinely invested. After all, Xue Qinghe was not merely courting one, but preparing to wed three. It was only then that Ning Fengji learned of Jiang Yu's arrangement for Xue Qinghe to have three prospective brides, despite one of them not yet being in the picture. However, given Xue Qinghe's preparations, the outcome was inevitable. Fortunately, although Xue Qinghe intended to marry three, he managed the arrangements impeccably, ensuring fairness and justice. Ning Fengji was quite satisfied upon hearing this. Although Xue Qinghe was not the most suitable candidate, he was certainly a commendable choice. The proposal presented by Xue Qinghe met with Ning Fengji's approval, yet Xue Qinghe was internally distressed. Who could fathom the thought process behind this proposal? Jiang Yu had shown no inclination to assist during this phase. Watching Jiang Yu, who was merely spectating, Xue Qinghe felt an eruption of frustration. Marriage was merely the beginning. The real challenge lay in the subsequent journey of life together. Ning Fengji, observing the humorous predicament, remarked with a smile, "Qinghe, why not accompany me to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to visit Rongrong? Consider it a means to foster your relationship in advance." For reasons unknown, Xue Qinghe sensed that his mentor was somewhat inciting the situation. "Very well, since my teacher has extended the invitation, I shall graciously accept. It has indeed been a long time since our last meeting, and I find myself quite nostalgic," Xue Qinghe replied, forcing a smile. It seemed necessary to orchestrate a connection for his mentor. Xue Qinghe deemed Jiang Yu's earlier suggestion quite splendid and worthy of execution. "Haha, I can only imagine how delighted Rongrong will be to learn of your visit," Ning Fengji added, equally elated. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood by, observing the cheerful interaction between the two, fully aware that they were merely exchanging insincere pleasantries. However, it was of no concern to him. Soon, Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe departed for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Left with nothing to do, Jiang Yu chose to savor this interval by sipping tea and enjoying snacks, relishing the leisurely moment. He found himself pondering if he had forgotten something, but after a brief contemplation, he dismissed it, considering it inconsequential. At that moment, at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, Yilingling was accompanied by a host of clan elders, awaiting Jiang Yu's arrival. Although Jiang Yu had repeatedly emphasized that she should make her own decisions, Yilingling felt it necessary to inform the clan elders regarding such a significant matter. Thus, the current situation arose, where Yilingling had brought a multitude of individuals with her. However, it seemed she had been stood up. As the sun gradually descended, darkness enveloped the sky. Yilingling, with the elders, had waited an entire day for Jiang Yu, resembling a group of bewildered fools. "Lingling, where is that person you mentioned? Why have we yet to see him?" The Grand Elder, Yi Baosheng, inquired, his expression far from pleasant. Yi Baosheng, the Grand Elder of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony clan, possessed a formidable strength as a level 71 soul sage, with their clan's martial spirit being the Sea Peony. Truth be told, having a soul sage and clan elder waiting for someone was rather displeasing. Had the individual not been of great importance, Yi Baosheng would not have wasted his time. Yet here he was, being stood up. The relationship between Yi Baosheng and Yi Lingling could be described as tenuous, rather than a close familial bond. It was more accurate to say they had little connection. Yi Lingling's lineage belonged to the Nine-Heart Sea Peony, which had historically been passed down through generations. And once a descendant was born, further births were prohibited to preserve the legacy of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony martial spirit. It could be said that aside from the initial generation of Nine-Heart Sea Peony martial spirit bearers, who shared a profound familial bond with the clan, subsequent generations saw this connection significantly diminish, leaving only the remnants of legacy and utility. Moreover, to safeguard their bloodline and maximize their interests, the bearers of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony martial spirit had consistently sought suitors from outside, akin to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, where they could only wed individuals with powerful martial spirits. The blood ties had long since faded. Grand Elder, I am also at a loss, Yi Lingling responded, a flicker of embarrassment and panic crossing her face, which had already turned pale. Clearly, she had not anticipated Jiang Yu would stand her up. She had adhered to the agreed-upon time to wait for him, perplexed as to why he had not arrived. Can your ignorance suffice as an excuse? Do you realize how many of us have come and how much time has been wasted? You'd best think twice before making such arrangements again. Yi Baosheng scoffed, seemingly struck by a thought. He did not impose punishment on Yi Lingling, but offered a warning before leading the group away. Yi Baosheng was quite irate. Had it not been for Yi Lingling's father and the necessity of maintaining the Nine-Heart Sea Peony clan's reputation, he would have severed ties long ago. As the other high-ranking members of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony clan passed by Yi Lingling, they cast disdainful glances, their expressions reflecting contempt rather than regard, regarding her as nothing more than a tool. Although Yi Lingling held a significant position, the Nine-Heart Sea Peony clan rarely respected her. To them, she was merely an instrument for preserving the family's honor. It is difficult to fathom how members of a family could regard one another in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, it becomes understandable. Over the years, the bonds of blood had been eroded, and without familial ties, Yi Lingling's lineage was merely a means to perpetuate the family's name. Furthermore, the world knew only of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony martial spirit and not the clan itself, leading to resentment among the clan members as they felt overshadowed by a mere tool that had usurped their rightful name. Yi Lingling yearned for assistance, but found herself at a loss for words, as social interactions were not her forte. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes, dampening the veil upon her face. Filled with a sense of helplessness and distress, she was unsure whom to seek for aid. Should she approach Jiang Yu? He had already stood her up, indicating he likely wished to avoid her. One of the members of the royal combat team, that would only create further complications, and she was reluctant to burden anyone else. Thus, feeling desolate, Yi Lingling chose to bear her troubles alone, walking back to her dormitory step by step, consumed by a sense of unfairness. Meanwhile, after exiting the tea house, Jiang Yu opted to return to the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. In truth, he found little desire to venture elsewhere, as time was too short for certain places. Although he was not a student there, it served as a suitable destination. Dragging a somewhat despondent demeanor, Jiang Yu returned to the academy. Upon reaching the door of his dormitory, he was surprised to find two individuals awaiting him. Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, what brings you two here? Jiang Yu inquired, astonished and puzzled as to why they were present. Regarding the matter involving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, although he had reported it to Xue Qinghe, nothing had been finalized. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's approach differed from the cooperative methods of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as they were a branch family seeking to ally with them. The issues at hand transcend mere interests. They also encompass the arrangements concerning the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Similarly, while the Thunder Academy is merely an educational institution, the benefits it presents are quite substantial. These matters require careful consideration and cannot be resolved in just a few days. Here, Jiang Yu has only informed Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji of his intentions. The real negotiations will necessitate discussions with the faction of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family that has branched off. Initially, he intended to finalize matters on his end before meeting Yu Tianheng, but to his surprise, Yu Tianheng sought him out instead. What brings you here? Jiang Yu inquired. Of course, I came to find you, Yu Tianheng replied. Beside them, De Guyen wore a displeased expression, casting Jiang Yu a look tinged with irritation. Jiang Yu was perplexed. He had been preoccupied with various tasks over the past few days and wondered how he had offended her. He turned his gaze towards Yu Qianheng, seeking clarity. With a weary expression, Yu Qianheng said, "Have you forgotten that you scheduled to meet Yi Lingling today? She has been waiting for you all day, and you left her hanging. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that is for her in front of her family?" Jiang Yu's countenance faltered slightly. Indeed, he had forgotten, or rather, he had mistakenly remembered it as tomorrow. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leading to this mix-up. Ahem, I certainly did not forget. I merely chose not to attend because I noticed she was accompanied by so many people, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Forget? How could that be possible? I would never admit to such a thing. Why? Yu Qianheng asked, somewhat confused. Because my concern lies with her as an individual, rather than her family. Engaging with her family would be detrimental to Yi Lingling. Conversing directly with her would at least safeguard her interests. I prefer to negotiate with Yi Lingling herself, Jiang Yu stated calmly. While he had not explicitly refused to notify Yi Lingling's family, he was disinclined to engage in discussions with them. As he had articulated, his focus was on Yi Lingling. Her joining the Crown Prince's residence aligned with his interests, whereas her family, the nine-hearted Sea Peach Blossom clan, would never permit such a union. Jiang Yu understood that Yi Lingling's standing within her family rendered her little more than a pawn, akin to the saintly figures depicted in the dramas and novels he had encountered in his previous life. Unlike those saints, however, Yi Lingling lacked the power to dictate her own fate, rendering her merely a tool. Could a representative of her family's honor be taken away without a fight? Certainly not. Is that truly how you feel? Yu Qianheng asked, his skepticism apparent. Absolutely, Jiang Yu responded with conviction. Very well, I will take your word for it, Yu Qianheng replied. Truth be told, were it not for his position as the leader of the Imperial battle team and his relationship with Deadliest, Yu Qianheng would prefer to avoid this murky situation that could potentially strain his rapport with Jiang Yu, especially given their ongoing collaboration. Here is the plan. Please arrange a meeting with Yi Lingling for me tomorrow. I hope she won't bring along such an entourage. I wish to hear her thoughts. Jiang Yu concluded after a moment's contemplation. It was imperative to make an effort to engage with Yi Lingling, and thus, a conversation was necessary. Very well. I will relay your message. I hope you won't keep her waiting again, Deadliest said coldly, fixing Jiang Yu with a steely gaze. Rest assured, that will not happen again, Jiang Yu replied. If possible, Yu Qianheng, I would appreciate it if you could reach out to your cousin. I wish to discuss matters with him, Jiang Yu added, directing his attention back to Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng paused for a moment before responding earnestly. Very well. I will do that. After concluding their conversation, Jiang Yu waved goodbye and departed, deciding to leave everything for the morrow. Chapter 67. Conditions the following day. Jiang Yu found a quiet spot near the Seoul arena of the Tiandou Royal Academy, where the Imperial battle team trained, awaiting Yi Lingling's arrival. Pouring himself a cup of morning tea and savoring some pastries, he prepared himself for the discussions ahead. True to its reputation as a genuine noble academy for soul masters, the Tiandou Royal Academy offered an array of delectable treats, far surpassing those found outside, many of which were crafted by food system soul masters. Despite their rarity, the Academy boasted a few of these culinary specialists whose creations were simply exceptional. Before long, Jiang Yu had finished his breakfast, and shortly thereafter, Deadliest arrived with Yi Lingling in tow. Remarkably, there was no sign of Yu Qianheng. He must have gone to find his cousin, Jiang Yu mused silently. Please, take a seat. Jiang Yu gestured for them to sit in front of him. Deadliest and Yi Lingling complied, and once they were settled, Jiang Yu poured tea for them before speaking. First and foremost, I apologize for standing you up yesterday. My failure to inform you was my oversight. Secondly, I still hold to my initial sentiment. I wish to understand your choices, Jiang Yu stated gravely, his demeanor firm and resolute. Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Deadliest interjected coldly. You need not speak to Lingling in such a manner. Simply express what you wish to discuss. Though Deadliest appreciated Jiang Yu's resolution of her toxin issue, she was incensed by his apparent intimidation of Yi Lingling. Given Yi Lingling's reclusive nature at the Tiandou Royal Academy, she had only Deadliest as a confidant, which compelled Deadliest to defend her. Oh, my apologies. That was my mistake, Jiang Yu said with a light smile, naturally conceding, while also softening his demeanor. His gaze inadvertently flicked to the bracelet adorning Yi Lingling's wrist. Let me be direct, then. I harbor no ill will towards Yi Lingling. On the contrary, My intentions are benevolent. Unlike her so-called relatives, I genuinely consider her interests. And I hope you both grasp this. Jiang Yu spoke with a gentle smile. Your words carry little weight, Dou Yin responded flatly, embodying a representative for Yi Lingling. Jiang Yu had no objections to Dou Yin assuming this role, as she was perceptive and would understand his meaning far better than Yi Lingling, who remained oblivious. I am aware of that, which is precisely why I wish to negotiate. Therefore, my minimum requirement is this. Should Yi Lingling accept my offer, she must join the Crown Prince's residence. This condition is non-negotiable. With that, Jiang Yu cast a glance at Yi Lingling. She kept her gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with him. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, choosing to ignore her silence as he turned his attention back to Dou Yin. Dou Yin furrowed her brow. Why must you insist on Yi Lingling joining the Crown Prince's residence? While her martial spirit is indeed rare and formidable, it also possesses irremediable flaws. Her worth hardly warrants such extensive effort on your part. Jiang Yu's insistence struck Dou Yin as peculiar, although Yi Lingling's martial spirit was impressive. It paled in comparison to the collaboration he had discussed with Yu Qianheng. She could not fathom why Jiang Yu was making such grandiose plans. What if I could resolve the flaws in her martial spirit? Jiang Yu took a sip of tea, setting down his cup with a faint smile. What? Dou Yin exclaimed, rising in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yu. Clearly, Yi Lingling had not informed her of this matter. She was entirely unaware. Is this true? Lingling? Dou Yin turned to the side, looking at Yi Lingling. I don't know, but he says he can do it. Yi Lingling replied softly. Jiang Yu shrugged, smiling as he said, You see, it's like this. I can rectify the flaws in her martial spirit, but the cost is substantial. If she does not join the Crown Prince's residence, wouldn't that leave me at a disadvantage? After all, my method of remedying the flaw involves forcibly compensating for Yi Lingling's inherent imperfections with celestial herbs. If the herbs are used and Yi Lingling decides to flee, I would suffer a great loss. I fear I might dismantle her family. Are you certain you can achieve this? Dou Yin cast a deep glance at Jiang Yu. Of course, I keep my promises. However, the condition is that she must agree to serve the Crown Prince's residence. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. Of course, if I fail, she is free to leave. I wouldn't stop her, Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly. The prospect of Yi Lingling compensating for her martial spirit's flaws was indeed enticing. Yet without such compensation, her value would be rather minimal, virtually dispensable. After all, she is but one person. Even if she could instantaneously heal all her injuries, it would not hold much significance. Numerous martial spirits possess healing capabilities. Her presence is not irreplaceable. In truth, had Yi Lingling not possessed any potential for development, Jiang Yu would not have focused his attention on her, as she fell far short compared to others, save for her uniquely peculiar martial spirit. Lingling, what is your stance? Dou Yin found herself in a dilemma. She could not solely decide for Yi Lingling, as this involved the latter's future. Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words. Her previous upbringing made it difficult for her to make a choice in such a moment. Lingling, you must understand. This pertains to your destiny. You must make a decision, Dou Yin said solemnly from the side. Perhaps Dou Yin's words struck a chord. As Yi Lingling steeled her resolve, addressing Jiang Yu, I agree. If you can rectify the flaws in my martial spirit, I am willing to serve the Crown Prince's residence. What are your conditions? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. I am still a member of the Jiuxin Haidang family. This identity cannot be altered, Yi Lingling stated. Is that so? Jiang Yu hoped Yi Lingling would propose other conditions, such as her treatment, but evidently, she was a product of her upbringing, prioritizing her family above all else. When discussing interests with a family, Jiang Yu preferred a family-oriented mindset. However, this was not the case when dealing with individuals. Very well, I accept your terms. However, I would like to meet your father alone, Jiang Yu said, smiling as he looked at Yi Lingling, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. You wish to meet my father? Yi Lingling was somewhat taken aback, as she understood her father's temperament, which was not particularly amiable. Of course, this concerns your future. Your father deserves to be informed, does he not? Jiang Yu explained with a smile. That is true. Yi Lingling pondered for a moment before providing Jiang Yu with a specific time. Is tomorrow acceptable? Right here. That works, but I request that only your father comes. Without any additional company, Jiang Yu emphasized. He did not wish to encounter other members of Yi Lingling's family. Those individuals were devoid of power, burdened by their greedy and conservative mindset, perpetually exploiting without restraint, embodying a relentless avarice. They were nothing more than a pile of worthless debris, which ought to remain in the refuse pile and not emerge to repulse others. Du Yan similarly harbored disdain for the elders of Yi Lingling's family, who only sought to extract from her without ever showing genuine concern for her well-being. Very well, we accept your request, Du Yan replied before Yi Lingling could respond, casting Jiang Yu a knowing glance. Yi Lingling, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Then, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Yu raised his teacup, aware that Du Yan would assist in guiding Yi Lingling to a fruitful partnership. Du Yan and Yi Lingling echoed, finishing their tea before departing. As conversing with Jiang Yu was hardly an enjoyable experience, Jiang Yu did not retain them. Instead, he instructed the attendant to clear the used tea and replace it with a fresh cup. He filled the new cup with tea, waiting quietly for someone. Chapter 68. Shall we place a bet? It seems you anticipated my arrival. A voice, slightly worn with age, resonated in Jiang Yu's ear. Before Jiang Yu could gather his thoughts, a middle-aged man had seated himself in the chair opposite him, casually sipping the tea Jiang Yu had poured. The man appeared ordinary. Dressed simply, his graying hair and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made it evident that he was not a youthful man. Indeed, Senior Liu. After all, I primarily came to meet you. Your daughter may not fully understand, so this matter requires your judgment. Jiang Yu smiled at the man before him, recalling the information he had gathered about him. Lu Xian, an 81st rank soul de law, possessed a martial spirit in the form of a sword. The details remained unclear, but his strength was formidable. He excelled in offensive tactics and was the sole soul de law of the Jiuxin Haidang family, as well as the husband of the previous Jiuxin Haidang owner and the father of Yi Lingling. He was likely in his 60s, having fathered Yi Lingling later in life. However, this was not due to any deficiency on his part, but rather his deep affection for his wife. The couple had loved each other for many years, ultimately having a child in their 40s, which turned out to be Yi Lingling. His love for Yi Lingling was akin to cradling a precious gem, especially after the death of her mother. Unfortunately, he had entered the Jiuxin Haidang family as a son-in-law, and despite being the strongest within the family, he had no authority to decide on matters concerning Yi Lingling. This information was not something Jiang Yu had uncovered through conventional means. He had surreptitiously borrowed the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall through Xue Qinghe to obtain it. Lucien sipped his tea in silence. Senior, are you not going to say anything? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, observing Lu Xian's quiet demeanor. What do you wish for me to say? To oppose my daughter's intentions? Or to thwart her? Lu Xian set down his teacup, forcing his voice to remain steady as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Yu. The air around him rippled with the instability of his emotions, distorting wildly, a testament to his terrifying strength. This imposing aura did not faze Jiang Yu. Seated across from him, he sensed the anger and frustration within Lu Xian, prompting him to calmly respond, "Of course not, but there are alternatives, and that is precisely why I wish to meet you." Then what alternatives do you propose? Lu Xian reigned in his turbulent energy, pouring himself another cup of tea, consuming it as if it were wine, attempting to quell his restless emotions. Lu Xian understood all too well what his daughter's insistence on her choice would mean for her. It would inevitably lead her to become a mere tool for the family, perpetuating the legacy of the Jiuxin Haidang. He had contemplated intervening, but he felt powerless, ultimately an outsider. His wife had chosen death to liberate their daughter from an endless cycle, and now Jiang Yu was resurrecting it, negating the sacrifices she had made. Truthfully, he felt a surge of anger within him. But what could he do? It was his beloved daughter's choice. I fear you may lack the courage. Jiang Yu took a sip of tea and spoke softly. For the sake of my daughter, I would dare to do anything. Lu Xian understood that Jiang Yu was provoking him, yet he replied in a deep voice. If he could not help his daughter escape this tragic fate, how could he face her mother, his wife? Is that so? Would you dare to wipe out the entire Jiuxin Haidang family? At that moment, Jiang Yu's expression was chillingly cold, accompanied by a faint smile, as if the Grim Reaper were mocking him with a cruel suggestion to annihilate the entire clan, to kill every member of the Jiuxin Haidang family. Jiang Yu's nonchalant tone left Lu Xian momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated such a notion, nor dared to. Yet Jiang Yu had brought it up, like the whisper of a demon, incessantly tempting him. Perhaps this was indeed a solution. Dare you? If you eliminate them all, your daughter will not suffer the same fate again, and her conditions will be met. Moreover, this action would not weigh heavily on your conscience. The lineage of the martial soul has been a mere shackle for your family for years, devoid of any familial bonds. Jiang Yu smiled as he gazed at Lu Xian, awaiting his decision. Indeed, it was not only Xue Qinghe who had changed. Lu Xian had transformed as well. Compared to intricate schemes, he found himself drawn to such straightforward methods. Lu Xian remained silent, merely observing Jiang Yu, as if anticipating him to continue. Jiang Yu, aware of this, pressed on. Eliminate them, and the Crown Prince's residence will support Yi Lingling in becoming the new Jiaoxin Haitang family, directing resources towards her in the future. You could choose to be the shadow of the Crown Prince's residence, watching over your daughter from a dark. How's that sound? It would be rather favorable for you. What truly mattered to Jiang Yu was not the Jiaoxin Haitang family. Their existence was of no consequence to him. What he desired was a loyal Yi Lingling to the Crown Prince's residence. Not enough. Your offer does not suffice. Lu Xian shook his head. He accepted Jiang Yu's proposal, recognizing it as a viable solution. Previously, he had hesitated due to the fact that it was his wife's family, but now he realized they were mere strangers. If their demise could grant his daughter a brighter future, he was willing to act. That is sufficient. After all, this is not for us, but for your own sake. Jiang Yu would not relent. He merely presented a suggestion. The death of those people would not significantly impact him. Had it not been for Lu Xian's considerable strength, which he could utilize, Jiang Yu would have resorted to other means long ago. Lu Xian fell into silence. Jiang Yu's words were indeed rational, leading him to contemplate whether it was worth the risk. Are you certain you can accomplish what you say? Lu Xian then looked into Jiang Yu's eyes. Of course, I am quite certain. How about a wager? Jiang Yu replied with a sly smile. Lu Xian hesitated, but ultimately chose to take the gamble. It was not merely the attractiveness of Jiang Yu's proposal that swayed him. Instead, he believed that without the Jiaoxin Haitang family, the situation would be most favorable for Yi Lingling. After finishing his last cup of tea, Lu Xian vanished from his chair. Jiang Yu gazed at the now empty seat, revealing a hint of helpless amusement. How hasty! Yet it was understandable, for the existence of the Jiaoxin Haitang family was merely a constraint on Yi Lingling's potential. This could indeed provide an opportunity for the esteemed Dugu to find some work. Jiang Yu resolved to send Dugu Bo to follow Lu Xian, cleaning up any traces during his extermination of the Jiaoxin Haitang family, ensuring that Lu Xian would not encounter any mishaps while executing the plan. In truth, Jiang Yu could have arranged things differently, but Lu Xian was a formidable soul de Luo, and Jiang Yu would not squander such manpower. Not long after, on the outskirts of the Jiaoxin Haitang family, Dugu Bo stood atop a hill, gazing at the distant cluster of buildings. This complex belonged to the Jiaoxin Haitang family, a clan renowned across the continent, yet remarkably discreet. According to Jiang Yu's instructions, Dugu Bo had come here to assist in tidying up loose ends. No wonder there is so little information about this family in the mortal realm. They have hidden themselves deep within the mountains, Dugu Bo remarked with a hint of mockery. Only 2 living possessors of the Jiaoxin Haitang martial souls remained, the second most prestigious auxiliary martial soul in the world. Such a claim was indeed grandiose. The people of the world are not fools and surely recognize that these individuals must have employed some special means. Consequently, many were intrigued by such methods. Dugu Bo had once been interested, but alas, he had not found the right individuals to continue his pursuits. Unexpectedly, he had now found them, only to be caught in a scheme leading to their impending annihilation. Yet this little monster was indeed ruthless, so casually deciding to wipe out this family. Dugu Bo thought to himself, when Jiang Yu had explained how this family perpetuated their martial soul lineage, Dugu Bo had felt that even if Lu Xian were to eradicate them, it would be inconsequential. However, Jiang Yu's excessively cold demeanor had indeed startled him. Truly, one must not underestimate those in power. Even if they outwardly appear simple, they harbor a profound coldness within. Only interest can sway them. Dugu Bo did not harbor disdain for Jiang Yu's profit-driven behavior. To him, such an emphasis on interest surpassed the convoluted intricacies of human emotions. Chapter 69. Looking towards autumn meanwhile, as Dugu Bo prepared to support Lu Xian in the eradication of the family, Jiang Yu arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. This was Jiang Yu's request. Upon locating Dugu Bo and soliciting his assistance, he had intended to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire. Come forth. There is no need to hide from me any longer. Jiang Yu's calm voice echoed within the vastness of the Eye of Ice and Fire, lingering in the air. At this moment, the Eye of Ice and Fire appeared desolate. Even though Dugu Bo had sown some seeds, it only sprouted a few saplings due to the short passage of time. All that could be seen was a patch of earth sprouting green shoots. Yet, Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a powerful vitality within this space. And it was this vitality that he had come to encounter. Human, can you not speak properly? What do you mean by hiding from you? How could I possibly hide from you? A delicate voice rang out in the air, and soon a petite figure appeared before Jiang Yu. This scene left Jiang Yu's expression quite peculiar. What happened to you, transforming into this peculiar form? The figure before him was the wishing autumn Dou he had once created from life energy. However, the once lifeless Dou had now taken the shape of a small girl. Even though she appeared human at this moment, Jiang Yu could sense her true essence within. She was still the wishing autumn Dou of old. It's merely to facilitate our communication. Wishing autumn, Dou casually replied. Yet, the truth was different. She simply felt that, as a plant, she was inferior to Jiang Yu. A human. By the way, I have taken on a name now. Please call me Wang Qiu from now on, she added, a hint of pride in her tone. Jiang Yu was left somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend how she had acquired such traits. Generally, beings awakening their intelligence would be as innocent as blank slates. Yet this wishing autumn Dou, now Wang Qiu, was overly clever. How had she learned this? Human, speak. Why have you come to find me? Are you here to fulfill your earlier promise? At this point, Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the first elixir crafted by Jiang Yu using his life force, she was acutely aware of his terrifying abilities. The life force he transformed could be wholly absorbed by their plants. Thus, she harbored a fervent hope that Jiang Yu had returned to fulfill his earlier promise. After all, he had vowed that this would not be the last time. However, he merely came to make some arrangements. Jiang Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. Bring forth the other celestial herbs, he instructed. He could sense the presence of the other herbs nearby, yet they remained elusive, undoubtedly concealed. When Wanchuan Qiushue Lu awakened her intelligence, she also manifested an extraordinary ability, spatial manipulation. This allowed her to isolate certain plants within a distinct realm. This capability was one reason why the Ice-Fire duel eye appeared so desolate. Aside from Jiang Yu's previous harvest, the remaining celestial herbs had been hidden away by Wanchuan Qiushue Lu. Soon, one by one, the concealed celestial herbs were revealed by her efforts. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled, affirming that his initial choice had been wise. Her abilities were perfectly suited for tending to these herbs. Even when these celestial herbs were sequestered in a special space, they remained within the radiation range of the Ice-Fire dual eye, which did not hinder their growth. They are developing quite well, Jiang Yu expressed with delight. Initially, he had removed most ordinary herbs, leaving only the celestial ones under Wanchuan Qiushue Lu's care, as he had no immediate use for them and was not adept at preservation. Honestly, I don't quite understand humans. You had the power to pluck us all away, and we had no means to resist. Why not simply do that instead of awakening my intelligence? Wanchuan Qiushue Lu inquired, perplexed. Even with her heightened wisdom and knowledge gleaned from humans, she struggled to comprehend Jiang Yu's actions. Why opt for a more complex method instead of a straightforward approach? Because all beings possess awareness. I feel it is essential to respect every life, Jiang Yu replied with a serious demeanor upon hearing Wanchuan's words. Yet, Wanchuan remained unmoved, gazing at him with an expressionless face, remarking, I may lack understanding, but I am not foolish. This sounds like something meant to deceive the Na'vi. Haha, I didn't expect you to be quite astute, Jiang Yu replied without a hint of embarrassment. However, discussing this with you might be futile for now, but it does no harm to share a bit. Ultimately, my motivations are driven by self-interest. Your existence aligns with my goal of maximizing benefits. Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing much from Wanchuan, as if he were deliberately imparting knowledge. Maximizing benefits? Wanchuan, having learned about the concept of self-interest from humans, grasped the term, but not the specifics of Jiang Yu's interests. I told you that you wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu remarked with a sidelong glance. Even though Wanchuan Qiushue Lu, in her transformed state as Wanchuan, was exceptionally intelligent, she found it challenging to grasp how interest played a role in Jiang Yu's actions, especially since even Jiang Yu himself struggled to articulate these interests. Indeed, it is that direct, Jiang Yu stated. Though he had numerous reasons for his actions, he often relied on intuition. However, this intuition was not purely instinctual. it was founded on an extensive reservoir of knowledge. Humans sometimes find it difficult to comprehend their own behaviors, often acting on what appears to be instinct. Yet, in truth, intuition is rooted in accumulated knowledge, which is not easily organized in a moment, leading to what is termed intuition. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop that!" Wan Chuan suddenly shouted, her voice breaking the calm. Following her gaze, Jiang Yu was caught in the act of harvesting celestial herbs. Rest assured, it's merely a moderate gathering. While it may incur some loss, it will not jeopardize the core. Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly, casting a glance at the rushing Wan Chuan. Despite having transformed, she was still subject to Jiang Yu's control and could not harm him. At that moment, Wan Chuan realized Jiang Yu's method and halted her advance, though she still brimmed with resentment. "But your actions will still cause damage, and their cultivation will suffer. This is merely your fate, is it not?" Jiang Yu remarked casually. In contrast to the original narrative where Tang San would have taken everything without hesitation, Jiang Yu was more meticulous, leaving behind roots. After plucking the flower of the Chihuahua tulip, Jiang Yu carefully preserved it in a jade box. In that moment, the life force of the Chihuahua tulip diminished significantly. Fortunately, its spirit remained intact, a feat likely achievable only by Jiang Yu. He could perceive the essence within the plant and guide it to specific locations for preservation, preventing its dissipation. "But we are also life," Wan Chuan murmured defensively, unsure why she felt compelled to lower her voice. Perhaps she understood that without Jiang Yu, their fate would have been far more tragic at the hands of others. "I know, and thus I offer my respect. However, you must realize that my actions alone are ineffective. To others, you remain mere treasures, not lives," Jiang Yu stated matter-of-factly, lacking comforting words or fervent rhetoric. Jiang Yu was imparting a lesson on the harsh realities to this nascent being newly acquainted with the world. Fortuitously, he was not of this realm, hailing from a world with a more coherent understanding of identity, willing to treat her as an equal life. Otherwise, Wan Chuan Xiuxue Lu would merely be regarded as a 10,000-year-old beast, a celestial herb at that. While some might treat her as an equal, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and even those would seek to exploit the benefits she offered. Chapter 70. Surprise. After addressing Wan Chuan, Jiang Yu fell silent and unleashed his martial soul. Activating his third soul skill, he channeled the soul power within him, converting it into life force and cascading it upon the Chihuahua tulip for absorption. The recently harvested flower, rejuvenated by this influx of life force, began to recover significantly, with a tiny new shoot sprouting from the severed stem. One could imagine that, given time, it would soon bloom anew. Witnessing this transformation, even Jiang Yu could not help but marvel. Resources that were once deemed irretrievable due to their growth cycle were now rendered renewable, a tremendous gain indeed. Notably, the Chihuahua tulip did not sustain significant loss. The life force he released was entirely absorbable, and what he had harvested was not its most vital part. For many plants, flowers and fruits are not the most critical components. Rather, the essence lies in their roots, stems, and leaves. Thus, the minimal loss of flowers and fruits was not fatal for these celestial herbs. As long as the main body remained intact, they would soon recover. However, might this lead to a mutation of this celestial herb? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder. After all, this is not the first time he has engaged in such behavior, and surely there will be many more instances in the future. Plants exhibit tendencies to either attract or repel, and when mutations occur, no one can predict the outcome. "All right, our transaction is complete. I will pay the remaining amount later," Jiang Yu remarked, casting a glance at the exquisite Kira tulip on the ground. Wang Xiu expressed her reluctance to speak. Jiang Yu's earlier words had struck a blow to her. Jiang Yu found this scene somewhat amusing. Could it be that all beings, once transformed into humans, naturally acquire human traits, such as emotions? What's wrong? Upset? Jiang Yu chuckled. He had to admit that he did not regard Wang Xiu as an equal, especially since she posed no threat to him. He viewed her as a mere child. After all, she had only been in existence for less than a year and appeared as a child. He believed it was rather generous of him to treat her as such, although Jiang Yu leaned more towards considering her as a tool, akin to a simple-minded assistant. "Yes, I am upset," Wang Xiu huffed, puffing out her cheeks in irritation. Even Jiang Yu had to concede that her expression was somewhat adorable. "But your displeasure is of no consequence. You cannot harm me," Jiang Yu retorted, shrugging his shoulders with a heartless tone. "Ah, you'll regret this. Just wait. I will make you pay." Wang Qiu exclaimed in a frenzy. Despite being quite powerful, her inability to affect Jiang Yu was driving her to the brink of madness. Jiang Yu chuckled at her frantic demeanor. Indeed, he had not changed. He relished such moments. Even if you are angry, what can you do? You have no power over me. Ha ha ha. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Use your abilities to explore the human world. Then you will understand that this is not merely your helplessness, but the helplessness of the times, Jiang Yu advised. He knew that Wang Qiu could utilize her abilities to learn about humanity, and, eventually, she would comprehend the significance of his previous remarks. As he had stated, this was the helplessness of the era, something they could not alter, as individuals alone cannot shift the collective mindset. Wang Qiu replied, visibly displeased. She would indeed learn. But her annoyance stemmed not from Jiang Yu's words, but rather from his demeanor. Although she could sense that he treated her with a degree of equality, beneath that veneer lay a hint of condescension. Moreover, as a soul beast, her senses were particularly acute, making her even more sensitive to such nuances. Thus, Wang Qiu was thoroughly irked. That old fellow is back. I must take my leave, Wang Qiu said, glancing towards the outside and sensing the approaching aura of Dugabo. Without hesitation, she concealed herself. Her powers were formidable, allowing her to remain undetected even by a titled Luo like Dugabo. Soon, the celestial herbs began to vanish one by one, as Wang Qiu transported them into her independent space, and her figure gradually faded from view. Just before completely disappearing, she poked her head out and glared fiercely at Jiang Yu, declaring, "Just you wait. I will make you regret this." With that, she vanished. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. He understood her actions well. Was it really necessary to react so strongly just because he had belittled her intellect? After all, she was not particularly bright. Before long, Dugabo's presence drew nearer, detectable even by Jiang Yu. "Yes, quite fast," Jiang Yu murmured, remaining in place, adhering to the principle of self-preservation. It was wise not to wander recklessly near Dugabo's domain. However, Dugabo's swift return exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations, likely due to some unforeseen circumstances that prompted Dugabo to take action. With a thud, Dugabo's figure landed near the Eye of Ice and Fire. One hand grasping Lucien, Jiang Yu glanced over and, seeing that Lucien was still alive, felt a sense of relief. Although he appeared in poor condition, devoid of color, with his arms hanging limply, presumably broken, and multiple wounds scattered across his body, none of it was particularly striking. It was hard to fathom that Lucien, an 81st level soul, Luo, wielding a sword spirit, had been so thoroughly defeated. This indicated that Lucien had lost his ability to resist. A swordsman without hands could not wield his craft, no matter how skilled. "Dugu, it seems the process wasn't as smooth as expected?" Jiang Yu inquired with a light chuckle as he approached Dugabo. "Yes, this lad nearly perished," Dugabo replied, tossing Lucien aside with a slightly softened expression. As he drew closer, Jiang Yu noticed that Dugabo's robe had been torn, which surprised him. Dugabo, noticing Jiang Yu's astonishment, explained, "It's quite normal. After all, a final strike from a soul de law is not easily blocked." The damage to Dugabo's robe resulted from hastily shielding Lucien from a fatal blow. As without Dugabo's intervention, the incapacitated Lucien would have faced certain death. "I must say, little monster, did you anticipate that the Jiuxin Haidang clan would be formidable? Although they lack a title de law, with Lucien included, they boast 3 soul Duluos. Certainly, they represent a significant power," Dugabo remarked with a hint of resentment. "It is not only those with title Duluos who can be deemed powerful. Factions with multiple soul Duluos also hold considerable influence, as title Duluos are exceedingly rare. Indeed, being a family with a long-standing reputation, it was improbable that they possessed only one newly promoted soldo. They likely had other skilled individuals as well. However, this individual took on 2 opponents?" Jiang Yu gazed at Lucien with unwavering astonishment. "Indeed, he is quite fierce, willing to risk his life to take down both of them," Dugubo admitted, tinged with admiration. Logically, Lucien should not have been able to defeat 2 soul Duluos alone, as he was merely a newly promoted one, lacking the extensive experience of his more seasoned counterparts. However, in life and death struggles, what matters is not whose power is greater, but rather who fears death less. The 2 soul Duluos, fearing for their lives, were ultimately outmatched by the fearless Lucien, achieving the impossible. Indeed, it was worthwhile to send you to protect him. At least his actions have demonstrated his value. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Senior, are there still any living beings at the Jiuxin Haidang clan stronghold? Jiang Yu asked casually. Dugabo pondered for a moment before responding, none. To ensure that there were no survivors in that area, Dugabo had enveloped it entirely in his poisonous mist, which would linger for several days. If any living beings were still present, Dugabo would have to relinquish his title as the Poison Dou Luo. Chapter 71. Persuasion. Jiang Yu felt entirely at ease with Dugabo's methods. After inquiring further about Dugabo, Jiang Yu fell silent, his gaze shifting to the unconscious Lu Xian on the ground as he began to deliberate. Truth be told, after hearing Dugabo's account, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat hesitant. Lu Xian's performance had been nothing short of exemplary, even surpassing Jiang Yu's expectations. He had not anticipated such a display. Not only had Lu Xian executed his orders to eliminate the Jiuxin Haidang clan S members with an expressionless demeanor, but he had also shown no hesitation in dispatching even the children of the clan, flawlessly fulfilling Jiang Yu's directive to eradicate their lineage. The Jiuxin Haidang family has secluded itself deep in the mountains, and this recent calamity has nearly equated to a complete extermination of their clan. Even if there are a few scatter members outside, they hold no significant power. With Lu Xian still alive, it is certain that future threats will be eliminated. Consequently, this version of Lu Xian has left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat uneasy. Jiang Yu's decision to send Dugabo was, in fact, an attempt to observe him. Although Jiang Yu often speaks of clan annihilation, he understands that words and actions are two entirely different matters. There are certain things that, despite being casually mentioned, cause hesitations when it comes to execution. Jiang Yu's only requirement from Lu Xian is that he accomplishes his suggestions. However, Lu Xian harbors no doubts and is, in fact, somewhat ruthless. The pent-up emotions within him erupted at that moment, manifesting as a bloodied blade slicing through the throats of sin. Are you hesitating? Dugabo approached Jiang Yu and inquired. He could sense Jiang Yu's uncertainty after he articulated Lu Xian's performance. This was a natural reaction, as Lu Xian indeed appeared excessively cold-blooded. Yes, indeed. After all, I am human. Some things, although I may speak of them, I find difficult to enact when I truly consider the implications. This fellow, however, has managed to do it, making him a remarkably sharp and effective weapon, albeit one that could easily wound himself if mishandled, Jiang Yu replied, his expression troubled. Despite orchestrating everything, he found himself hesitating when it came time to assess the results. In that case, do not continually place your hopes on others. Why not immerse yourself in training to become stronger? Sometimes, true strength lies within oneself. Dugabo scoffed at Jiang Yu's concerns. While he acknowledged Jiang Yu's prowess, he disdained his penchant for scheming, which often led to unsatisfactory outcomes. The power derived from political maneuvering and alliances is undeniably formidable, yet it is not one's own. True strength stems from one's own capabilities. Dugabo regarded Jiang Yu as exceptionally promising. At a mere 31 years of age, he was already a soul master, with limitless potential for the future, and it was almost certain he would attain the title of Dou Luo. However, Jiang Yu had chosen to pursue strategies of political intrigue at a time most suitable for learning. It cannot be said that he was wrong, but rather that he was prioritizing the trivial over the substantial. Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes at Dugabo's words. Did he not understand that true strength lay in his own capabilities? Of course he did. If he were titled Dou Luo now, after dealing with the 7-treasure glazed tile school in Dugabo, he could march straight into the palace with Xue Qinghe. Political maneuvers? What sort of strategy could withstand his advance? He could simply seize the palace. The Night Emperor is of no consequence. However, his current lack of strength and time left him no choice but to follow the path of political strategy. That said, it must be noted that such a route proves effective when both sides possess limited power and are situated in a favorable environment. The greatest flaw of political maneuvering is the inherent lack of personal strength. One might find themselves confronted by someone far more formidable who dismisses such tactics entirely. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had initially chosen the right path and was not afraid of reckless assaults. Nevertheless, he remained aware that while the core of his power was weak, his peripheral abilities were strong, necessitating caution in certain matters. Dugu, you speak as if it were easy. If diligent training could grant me your strength by next year, I would certainly pursue it. However, is that not impossible? Jiang Yu responded with exasperation, lamenting his lack of time. But you cannot squander your talent. Du Guobo remarked with a furrowed brow. It was evident that Jiang Yu remained obstinate in his views, which irked Du Guobo somewhat. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Du Gu, there's no need to continue. I am aware that my actions waste my talent, but now is not the time. Some opportunities, once missed, are difficult to reclaim. I appreciate your good intentions, but I must proceed with my plans. Had this been a normal world, Jiang Yu would not be so eager to strategize, but unfortunately, it is not. The existence of Tang San has significantly disrupted much of Jiang Yu's plans. It is challenging for him to predict how the immense changes in Tiandou City will affect Tang San, leading him to deviate from his intended course. By taking action now, he hopes to minimize future detours. Du Guobo sighed, having offered all the advice he could. If Jiang Yu chose to ignore it, there was little more he could do. This sentiment was not solely Du Guobo's. Many shared it, including Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji. Although Jiang Yu was performing admirably, they believed that his waste of innate talent was rather unfortunate. After all, if Jiang Yu were to train normally, his future achievements would undoubtedly lead him to become a titled Delaw. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 12 is no trivial feat. His talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, such a perspective is somewhat narrow. If Jiang Yu were aware of this, he would mock them mercilessly. Do they not realize that if he refrained from these machinations, Tang San's main group would ascend to godhood by their 20s? What then could he rely on? Mere brute force? Thus, it is far more prudent to sacrifice some training time now, swiftly consolidate the Tiandou Empire, and rapidly enhance his own strength. Jiang Yu may not excel in high-stakes confrontations, but he is undoubtedly adept in chaotic battles. The closer both parties' strengths are to normalcy, the more power Jiang Yu can exert. After all, as a transmigrator, his forte lies in development rather than direct combat. Du Gu, please take him away for treatment. I must seek out the Crown Prince. We can discuss his future arrangements once he has recovered. Jiang Yu ultimately decided to utilize Lu Xian, despite the discomfort it brought him. On the surface, he had many personnel at his disposal, yet what he truly lacked was a clandestine operative capable of handling unsavory tasks. In his view, Lu Xian was well suited for this role, so he would bear the discomfort. Understood. Du Guobo nodded as he lifted the unconscious Lu Xian and exited. Watching the figure of Du Guobo retreat, Jiang Yu sighed. It was time for a discussion, although they had not explicitly stated it. Jiang Yu could discern a hint of regret in Du Guobo's words regarding his talent. Yet, he truly lacked the time to train. Furthermore, even if he achieved success in his training, what difference would it make? He was merely a support figure. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of his role, to assist those with potential. Combat was not his strong suit. Across 2 lifetimes, he had garnered experience in brawls. Thus, he needed to ensure one thing, that this world lacked any overwhelming powers. When he eventually ascends, these individuals would be utterly insufficient to contend with him. Indeed, Jiang Yu's long-standing plan has always been to ensure that his opponents possess no extraordinary powers. Everything else he could manage. At the Spirit Hall, a shadow enveloped in darkness reported, "Your Majesty, the Jiuxin Haidang family has been entirely exterminated. Our operatives there have all been eliminated." I understand. Have you determined who is responsible? Bibi Dong's authoritative voice resonated within the hall. It appears to be the work of the poisoned Guobo. But investigations at the scene reveal that the Jiuxin Haidang family did not perish by his poison. Rather, another individual executed them. Du Guobo seems to have been engaged in cleanup efforts. Moreover, it was recently reported that the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe, had been investigating the Jiuxin Haidang family, suggesting that he may be implicated. Though Jiang Yu's investigation and actions went unnoticed by everyone, they could not escape the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall, the true sovereign of the entire Dou continent, wielding absolute control. "You may leave now," Bibi Dong said. Her eyes closed in contemplation. "What precisely do you intend for my daughter?" She silently pondered from her elevated seat. The identity of Xue Qinghe could not possibly be concealed from Bibi Dong. As soon as Xue Qinghe employed the might of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would be acutely aware, just as she was this time, though she had chosen to ignore it for a long while. More than this, she was eager to discern her daughter's intentions. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. A charming smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, although she remained uncertain of her daughter's desires. The prospect of gaining 3 future daughters-in-law filled her with amusement. Chapter 72. Audacious arrangements at the prince's residence. Ah, you already know, Xue Qinghe said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Your Highness, it is clear that you have made your intentions known through Elder Dugu's words. Jiang Yu replied helplessly from his seat. Who do you look down upon? Elder Dugu is not one to meddle in affairs. His words surely carry the weight of others' intentions. The only individual capable of influencing Elder Dugu's will and meeting the criteria was indeed Xue Qinghe. Perhaps Ning Fengji had mentioned it in front of him, but Jiang Yu was well aware of his motives. Isn't it somewhat wasteful of your talent to be in this situation? After all, you used to work diligently on your cultivation, yet now, whenever we meet, it is always for discussions, and I rarely see you training or making advancements in strength. Jiang Yu sighed, knowing he could not easily persuade Xue Qinghe, as he understood the circumstances. Your Highness, this is my choice, Jiang Yu said quietly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. To argue against it would be difficult, but without a counterargument, he would undoubtedly continue to follow his own path. Your choice, huh? Well, do as you wish. Xue Qinghe waved his hand, indicating he would not press Jiang Yu further, instead accepting his viewpoint. Surprised? Seeing the astonishment on Jiang Yu's face. A faint smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's lips. Jiang Yu nodded, slightly taken aback. I thought your Highness might attempt to persuade me a little, but you said nothing at all. Indeed, I have come to realize that without you, I seem unable to function, Xue Qinghe admitted, raising his hands in resignation. This was Xue Qinghe's most immediate sensation. Recently, his faction had surged forward rapidly, with all this growth intricately linked to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe recognized that without Jiang Yu, many matters became unmanageable, or he could not perform as effectively. Thus, rather than causing trouble for Jiang Yu later, it was better to allow him the freedom to act now. Forgive me, Your Highness, for my shortcomings have hindered your complete grasp of the development of your own power. Abruptly, Jiang Yu knelt on one knee to express his contrition after hearing Xue Qinghe's reasoning. Xue Qinghe observed him silently. You are pardoned, he eventually replied. Thank you. Your Highness, Jiang Yu said respectfully as he rose. It was difficult to comprehend Jiang Yu's actions today, yet Xue Qinghe felt a sense of understanding regarding Jiang Yu's intentions. He was relinquishing his authority to consolidate power for me. Xue Qinghe mused silently. Ning Fengji had hinted at this, but he had not taken it to heart. He was surprised that Jiang Yu had perceived it. Jiang Yu's power was indeed substantial, and given Xue Qinghe's excessive delegation of authority, even with his deep trust in Jiang Yu, the sheer extent of Jiang Yu's power was quite extraordinary. A headless snake cannot function, and a snake with two heads is even more problematic. Jiang Yu essentially operated as another head of the prince's residence, capable of making decisions bypassing Xue Qinghe. This posed a potential risk to their faction. Hence, Jiang Yu seized this opportunity to convey to Xue Qinghe his intent. My authority is subject to your governance. The hidden rules that had long existed in the shadows were brought into the light by Jiang Yu. Originally, he believed Xue Qinghe would misunderstand him, yet he was relieved to find that Xue Qinghe comprehended his meaning, which filled him with gratitude and reflection. Observe this. This information has yet to be made public and will not be disclosed openly, remaining within royal circles. Xue Qinghe refrained from discussing the matter of authority further, hastily handing Jiang Yu a piece of intelligence. It contained but one piece of information. The fourth prince, Xue Bing, was suspected of secretly plotting against His Majesty to frame the Crown Prince, and was now exiled to the harsh northern territories for reform. Prince Xue Qinghe was similarly demoted to the north for his inadequate supervision. Fascinating, truly fascinating. As he read the news, a chill smile involuntarily crept across Jiang Yu's face. Xue Qinghe's information was undoubtedly accurate. There was no doubt of its authenticity, as both Xue Bing and Prince Xue Qinghe had already departed from Tiandou City. He never anticipated that Emperor Xue Yi would employ such a strategy to remove Xue Bing from Tiandou City, effectively utilizing him. What is wrong? Is there anything unfavorable about this? Xue Qinghe asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then stored the information away. What are your thoughts on this, Your Highness? Xue Qinghe was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yu to return the question. He considered carefully. I think it's quite good. Without my fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe in Tiandou City, the entire city will be mine. My position will be unshakable. However, I find it concerning that my fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe are together. Xue Qinghe could only deduce this much, and Jiang Yu was not surprised. In his opinion, It was commendable that Xue Qinghe could detect a problem, as he had been orchestrating these matters all along. His Majesty is quite astute. While this appears to be an external demotion, it effectively safeguards Xue Bing while providing him with substantial support. The northern lands are indeed harsh, yet they serve to temper one's resolve. The military forces there have always been the strongest in the Tiandou Empire, and their distance from the borders of the Star Luo Empire, preventing the outbreak of war. Thus, development can proceed peacefully. Furthermore, His Majesty has dispatched Prince Xue Qinghe, offering Xue Bing a formidable ally. His Majesty's strategy is truly impressive. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes in frustration. This recent turn of events had indeed disrupted his plans. Your Highness, are there any further actions from His Majesty? Jiang Yu inquired of Xue Qinghe, hoping for a negative answer. However, Xue Qinghe's response shattered his hopes. Yes, someone has submitted black materials regarding northern officials to Father. He is preparing to rectify the bureaucratic landscape of the north, appointing General Galong as the highest commander of the northern troops to collaborate with Prince Xue Qinghe in suppressing local corruption, allowing Prince Xue Qinghe to redeem himself. The earlier joy evaporated instantly. Xue Qinghe had believed that after Xue Bing's departure, everything would flourish. Little did he know that this time, Xue Bing had become even more formidable, and with him far from Tiandou City, his reach was limited. In the northern territories, even the Spirit Hall rarely intervened. Thus, His Majesty will accomplish his arrangements, appointing confidants and eliminating dissenters to pave the way for the avalanche. This, however, has thoroughly disrupted my plans, Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Your plans? Xue Qinghe inquired with curiosity. Indeed, suppressing the notoriety of the avalanche and exposing its inner workings is merely the initial step. Subsequently, I shall relentlessly target the avalanche until it is driven to its demise, Jiang Yu replied coldly. Now that he recognized the avalanche as a potential significant threat, Jiang Yu would show no mercy. As long as the avalanche remained in Tiandou City, Jiang Yu was determined to see it perish. This was imperative. Regrettably, direct action was not an option. He could only act indirectly, thereby granting the avalanche an opportunity to escape. Jiang Yu expressed a tinge of regret. Had he been able to act directly, he would have long since indicated to Xue Qinghe to eliminate the avalanche. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that direct action would have led to the avalanche's demise by now. What should we do next? Let me ponder. Jiang Yu began to contemplate. The decision of the Snow Knight Emperor was undeniably audacious. Splitting Tiandou was a resolution few would dare to undertake, as it effectively fractured a nation. However, given that Tiandou was to be divided, Jiang Yu found it increasingly difficult to intervene in the portion seized by the avalanche. Nevertheless, the segment held by the Snow Knight Emperor must be claimed. With the demotion of Prince Xue Qinghe, a significant power vacuum would inevitably emerge within the Tiandou Empire. It was essential to seize this power while the Snow Knight Emperor was in the process of arranging personnel.